To die for one's master? Not chance. As a shadow guard, the demise of my master did not compel me to follow her into death. Why? Because my essence had been fundamentally altered. The fiercely loyal Dark Seven had perished from poison, and in her stead, I emerged a modern-day adept named Angel, traversing G through realms. After my master's death, I departed from her mansion, utilizing my extraordinary abilities to vanquish the toxic affliction within me, and I embarked on a carefree escape. The original host had undergone rigorous training in the Shadow Guard camp since childhood. Now, at the age of 22, she had honed her skills but bore numerous injuries. The poison she ingested upon entering the camp, combined with the other toxins, could fill a compendium of venoms. She was not destined to survive beyond 25. Her body had long been overburdened. Fortunately, I have taken over. My healing abilities not only purge the residual toxins from her system, but also restore her vitality. Oh no, this is now my body. The world is vast, yet I find no interest in wandering aimlessly. In the modern era, I toiled tirelessly, battling incessantly, and scarcely enjoying a peaceful night's rest. Now, with the opportunity to begin anew, to escape that environment and return to a pastoral life, is precisely what I desire. The life of Shadow Guard is shrouded in secrecy. Since entering the training camp, one must wear a mask, concealing their true identity. After my former employer faced calamity, she tragically succumbed to madness, setting her mansion ablaze, taking herself along with it. Consequently, all within the Shadow Guard camp were to accompany her in death. Only I managed to escape. Thus, in this world, no one recognizes me. I can walk freely in the marketplace without a mask. Having departed from the capital, I journeyed northward toward the untamed wilderness. Currently, the political landscape is unstable, and those bustling areas are rife with conflict. With the innate skills of my predecessor Shadow Guard and my own extraordinary abilities, I believe I can thrive wherever I go. The gold I acquired from my former employer is sufficient for me to purchase land and build a house in the countryside. After serving my master for 7 years and enduring numerous injuries and toxins, I feel that taking some compensation is entirely justified. After all, that residence has been reduced to ashes. The absence of a few gold bars will surely go unnoticed. The shadow guards of my former employer bear a lotus flower mark on their shoulders, signifying their allegiance. This mark, a result of a burn, can be healed by my extraordinary powers. Thus, I am left without any identifiable marks, and the thought of a comfortable life ahead brings an invalid. Terry smiled to my lips. However, an unwelcome voice, not my own, joins in my laughter, and that is rather vexing. I have just arrived at a small town located at the intersection of north and south, pausing at a tea stall outside the town to rest and enjoy some tea. Perhaps the timing is unfortunate, as the tea stall is devoid of patrons aside from myself and one other customer. The other individual, a middle-aged man with a cloth bag slung over his shoulder, resembles a traveling merchant. Yet, this is merely an illusion. His beard seems glued to his face, and he wears a wig. I was unaware that traveling merchants required disguises. However, it is not he who echoes my laughter, but rather a fool squatting outside the tea stall, playing in the sand. The fool is disheveled, clad in tattered and filthy garments, the original colors and styles indiscernible. He is barefoot, his feet wrapped in rags, and his hands are caked with mud, giving the impression that he has rolled thoroughly in the dirt. The fool stands over 8 feet tall, neither hunchbacked nor pigeon-chested, with limbs robust and free from any disability. Yet his mind is troubled as he gazes at others with a vacant grin. His eyes, dark and luminous, possess a certain sparkle, vividly reflecting his befuddled state, though I must add, MIT, my assessment lacks objectivity. After all, it is he who mimics my smile, which is rather irksome. In truth, his gaze is not entirely vacant. It resembles that of an innocent child, brimming with curiosity about the world, yet blissfully ignorant of its complexities. Wishing to silence his imitation of my laughter, I toss him 2 steamed buns, hoping that sustenance might stifle his chatter. He has been sitting here for an entire day. Sigh. I wonder where this simpleton hails from. He certainly does not belong to these parts. I have never seen him before. Look at his towering stature. He could earn a living through sheer strength. Yet he is so foolish that he is incapable of any work. How pitiful, mutters the proprietress of the tea stall, a somewhat unsteady elderly woman, as she wipes down the tables. In this world, There is no shortage of the pitiable, nor of injustices. He does not flinch or shy away, locking eyes with me and offering a foolish smile. This simpleton, devoid of any martial prowess, seems to have latched onto me for those 2 buns. It is easy to assist someone momentarily, yet for a fool, such transient help proves futile. Do not follow me, or I shall strike you, I declare, picking up a small stone and accurately flicking it to his knee. It will merely sting a bit, causing no significant harm. Consider a warning. The fool bends down to rub his knee, and I gather my strength to sprint ahead. A simpleton devoid of any martial skills stands no chance of catching up to me. However, we had not ventured far when the sound of a fool's frantic shouts echoed behind us. He was not uttering anything coherent, merely howling and emitting a series of nonsensical exclamations. Although his words lacked meaning, the tone of his voice suggested he was in peril. The fool, blessed with long legs, dashed away with great strides, while the short, middle-aged man pursuing him required a moment to catch up. Yet, it was evident that the middle-aged man possessed considerable skill, and it was only a matter of time before he would close the distance. Instinctively, this body leapt up into a nearby tree, crouching upon a branch to launch a concealed weapon. The middle-aged man's neck was struck, blood gushing forth as he collapsed, a leaf having severed his artery. "Ahiawa!" the fool exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing this scene. I descended from a tree, and the fool rushed towards me, arms outstretched for an embrace. I pressed his face away, causing him to stagger back, bewilderment clouding his eyes. Why would a penniless fool provoke a middle-aged man, easily mistaken for a wealthy target, into such violence? Surely, he could not have intended to kill him for sustenance, for he was no royal brother. If not for greed, the implications were far graver. This only signified that the fool was a considerable nuisance. I chose not to linger and turned to leave. The fool immediately pursued me, but the heavens proved unkind, dark clouds gathering as a storm loomed, with no shelter to be found. The fool glanced skyward just as a sudden clap of thunder startled him, sending him racing madly into the mountains. I, too, could not fathom my own madness as I followed him into the depths of the hills. Fortunately, we did not meet a fatal end by lightning. He sought refuge in a dilapidated temple nestled within the mountains. The dilapidated temple was permeated by the chill of the wind, with only a solitary tile above to shield from the rain. The fool, well acquainted with the surroundings, made his way into the crumbling sanctuary and settled himself upon a pile of hay in the corner. He appeared to be quite familiar with this forsaken place. Yet the elderly woman at the tea stall claimed she had never seen him before. That I pondered privately, deducing that the fool might have arrived from elsewhere, having temporarily taken refuge in the temple for a couple of days. Today, perhaps driven by insatiable hunger, he sought out a place where he might encounter benevolent souls willing to offer him sustenance. Chapter 2. Dealing with Aftermath. I am adept at navigating the lives of wandering fools and reclusive shadows. Each harbors a tale of their own. Alas, the fool is unable to articulate his narrative, having curled up in a haystack, sweetly surrendered to slumber. Outside the temple, thunder rumbles and lightning flashes, yet he remains undisturbed. My body, still unaccustomed to the environment, finds sleep impossible amidst such turmoil. A shadow must remain ever vigilant. Even the slightest sound can rouse one from slumber. A snapped twig, the subtle unsheathing of a blade, or even a breath not belonging to me. If someone draws too near, this body will awaken as well. With sleep elusive and no other diversion at hand, I turn my gaze to the fool. His repose is remarkably serene, his posture unnaturally upright, a testament to some long-practiced discipline. He does not snore, grind his teeth, murmur in his dreams, nor smack his lips. As the night wanes, the torrential rain finally subsides to a gentle drizzle. I gather my internal energy to ward off the chill, intending to seize the moment of calm and sleep. When I perceive movement in the treetops, someone is aloft among the branches. I narrow my eyes, retrieving a concealed weapon from my garments. A shadow has no specific weaponry. One must utilize whatever is at hand. As I departed the capital, I procured several packs of embroidery needles from a general store, affordable and easily found. The figure gliding through the treetops makes a beeline for the dilapidated temple. One lands atop the roof, precariously balanced on the fragile tiles. And I find myself concerned for their survival. It is no small feat for those shards to endure. A second figure lurks just outside the door, while another circles to the rear of the temple, securing the back entrance. The fourth individual crouches by the window, moving stealthily on the tips of their toes, settling down beneath the sill. The four individuals possessed remarkable agility, prompting me to regulate my breathing and conceal my presence. This art of stealth was second nature to the shadowy guardians, who adeptly transformed themselves into mere air. Without uttering a word, they communicated through subtle gestures, synchronizing their movements as they leapt into the dilapidated temple from their hiding spots. With precision, they wielded their steel blades to strike down the unsuspecting fool nestled amidst the grass, only to halt abruptly, their weapons clattering to the ground. Their bodies bore no wounds, save for a solitary crimson dipped upon their foreheads. I deftly pressed upon the fool's acupoint, ensuring that the clattering of steel did not rouse him from his slumber. I meticulously gathered the garments of the four, seeking a dry patch of earth to kindle a fire, into which I cast their clothes. Subsequently, I fashioned nooses from rope to ensnare their necks, dragging each lifeless body from the crumbling sanctuary. Venturing into the woods, I located a shallow grave to inter the remains, covering them with soil. The recent rains had rendered the earth soft and pliable for digging. As for the four steel blades, I concealed them high in the boughs of a grand tree, whose verdant foliage provided ample cover. Nestled within a hollow in the trunk, the blades would remain hidden until the day a lumberjack's axe might reveal them once more. As dawn broke, the rain intensified, continuing unabated until the following morning, washing away all traces of my actions. The four assassins bore no identification, their existence erased. Once the rain subsided, I extinguished the fire, brushed away the non-existent dust from my garments, and prepared to depart the forsaken temple to resume my journey. In the span of a day, 5 individuals sought the fool's demise. Yet, the fool remained unperturbed, sleeping soundly even as blades were brandished in pursuit of him during the daylight hours. Upon awakening, he rubbed his belly, which grumbled incessantly, his gaze fixed upon me as if anticipating the arrival of a meal. As I stepped out of the dilapidated temple, he promptly followed, his eyes gleaming with excitement, akin to a dog eagerly awaiting a treat. My former employer had also raised large dogs, some bred for guarding, while others indulged in leisure. At that moment, the fool's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to the latter. My ex-boss named his dogs after verses of poetry. The guardians were called Jin Jia and Yuan, while the leisurely ones were named Yun Jian and Qing Zhou. What shall I call you? I suddenly inquired, turning to the fool who had trailed behind me. From now on, you shall be called Yun Zhou, I declared, pointing at him and reiterating the name. He mimicked my gesture, attempting to echo my words, though he fell short. As long as you know Yun Zhou refers to you, that suffices. What a poetic and picturesque name. He remained unaware that it belonged to a large dog. Yet, I had no right to mock him, as a shadow guard. Dogs had names, while I was merely assigned a number. I called out Yun Zhou several times, and he eventually grasped the term. With each utterance, he pointed to himself, displaying a commendable capacity for learning. Humans can be peculiar. In my previous existence, I was not a good person, living in an era where virtue seldom lasted beyond 3 days. I had grown accustomed to this, gradually convincing myself that I was inherently wicked, having excised all remnants of goodness from my soul. Yet, upon finding myself in an unfamiliar environment, among strangers, an unexpected desire to reinvent myself began to blossom. Life is not merely defined by good and evil. It is about pursuing one's desires without restraint. At this very moment, I felt compelled to assist this fool, to preserve his life, and so I resolved to act without overthinking. Yun Zhou. After several attempts, he ceased pointing at himself. Upon hearing the name Yun Zhou, he would respond. When he wasn't shrieking, his voice possessed a pleasant timbre, almost akin to that of a normal individual. And Chi. Once he had mastered the recognition of his own appellation, I commenced the instruction of my own. And Chi was deceased, and Chi now lived. Furthermore, to establish a domicile in this world, it was imperative that I possess a designation of my own. Yun Zhou endeavored to emulate my pronunciation, and after persistent practice, he ultimately emitted a sound akin to a sneeze, achoo. We journeyed for an hour before reaching the subsequent town. Considering Yun Zhou's spectral visage, which might still be recognized by his adversaries, I deemed his exposure inconsequential. Consequently, I secured lodging at an inn and compensated a menial to cleanse him. The menial possessed no martial prowess whatsoever. He was not a trained combatant. While they performed the ablutions, I maintained a vigil from the rooftop, confident in my ability to intercede should the menial harbor any malevolent intentions. The cleansed simpleton filled me with trepidation, not on account of his comely and dashing features, but due to my recognition of him. I sighed, lamenting the fact that on my inaugural day of renouncing wickedness and embracing virtue, I was beset by adversity, having inadvertently acquired a considerable encumbrance. Small wonder he was pursued, though given his station, the caliber of the previous 2 sets of assassins seemed rather inadequate, scarcely befitting the assassination of one of his stature. Should anyone genuinely desire his demise, they would need to enlist someone of my caliber. "Na," Yunzhou exclaimed, donning fresh raiment, standing by the window, and gesturing towards the breakfast stall below. I approached the window, cast a glance at the breakfast stand, raised the shears in my hand, and smiled at Yunzhou. The ancient practice of hair care was quite cumbersome, neglecting it necessitated daily grooming, and one had to appear presentable before venturing outside. Yunzhou, in his current state, was oblivious to the significance of one's hair and skin. He allowed me to trim his hair short and wrapped it with a headscarf. Chapter 3. On the brink of ruin, he was merely aware that a haircut would allow him to descend for a meal. Strands of his lustrous black hair fell to the ground, yet he displayed no concern. I guided him downstairs to dine. Although it was but a breakfast stall, it typically remained open until noon. I ordered him 2 baskets of buns while I sipped on the complimentary thin porridge. The shadow guard's body was unaccustomed to being satiated. Dark 7 was slender and moved through the rooftops and alleyways with the grace of a specter. Many of his physical habits required adjustment, but it had to be a gradual process. Yunzhou devoured the buns eagerly, yet his manner of eating retained an air of elegance, a habit ingrained in him from a young age. Even in moments of fervor, he instinctively maintained decorum. Intriguingly, when he was less distinguishable, numerous assassins sought his life, yet now that his visage was cleansed, revealing his features, the threats had seemingly dissipated. It appeared that those who wished him harm harbored considerable reservations, only daring to attempt his assassination when he appeared as a beggar. The shadow guards were unburdened by such contemplations. Their primary duty was to safeguard their master. The original owner had executed numerous assassination missions on behalf of her lord, carrying out orders without question or reason. I observed the vendor packing up, my thoughts drifting to the individual consuming the buns. Given his status, he would undoubtedly have a cadre of shadow guards. However, upon encountering him, he appeared solitary, having resided alone in a dilapidated temple for several days. This suggested that his shadow guards had likely perished. I purchased all the remaining steamed buns from the vendor and then went to the local vegetable shop to acquire some suitable produce for pickling. Upon returning to the inn, I borrowed the kitchen and prepared some crisp and delectable pickled radishes, which I stored in bamboo tubes for our journey. Dark 7 lacks the skill to pickle radishes. This recipe was brought from another world, learned from culinary videos in a time when I was not an extraordinary being, before chaos ensued and alien monstrosities emerged. We spent a night at the inn. Yunzhou slept on the bed while I took to the rooftop, a sleeping habit I had yet to relinquish. The following morning, we departed the town to continue our travels. My intention was to cultivate land in this world. Thus, I was always on the lookout for opportunities to inquire about land prices and related information. The more I learned about this realm, the more I realized that it did not align with the timeline of my original world. This was not the ancient past of my former existence, but rather a completely distinct world. This realm, too, began with myth, traversed through a period of slavery, and entered an era of feudalism. There are 4 great continents and 5 vast oceans in this world, with the continents divided into 4 nations each, separated by seas. The current political arrangement has been maintained for 300 years. The continent I inhabit is known as Fengqi, with its 4 nations, the northern Tingshui, the southern Luofeng, the western Jiushuang, and the eastern Shengyu. I departed the territory of Luofeng with my light vessel, heading towards Tingshui. Between the 2 nations lies an official road that leads directly, yet travelers or vehicles without an official permit are prohibited from traversing it. Given our current identities, neither of us could procure such a permit. I do not mind taking a detour if it allows me to gather more information pertinent to farming. For instance, I wish to learn what tools the local farmers utilize, the cost of finished products, and the fees charged by blacksmiths. Are there any price disparities between the South and the North? What strategies can be employed to save both time and money? Dark 7, having been educated solely in the arts of assassination, bequeathed her memories to me. However, her recollections do not encompass the realm of agriculture. The compensation I procured from my former employer is sufficient to sustain both of us during our journey, and the possibility of being robbed en route is utterly unfathomable. My funds can only vanish in one manner, through the insatiable appetite of Yunzhou. His voraciousness has escalated, and he no longer regards himself as an outsider. consuming meals with fervor until he is completely sated. Did the household of my previous employer never provide him with sustenance? It seems implausible. If he were to be deprived of food, could he have grown to such impressive heights? Moreover, given his status, it is inconceivable that anyone would allow him to go hungry. Yet, I had never heard of his extraordinary appetite before. Could it be that the intelligence received by the Shadow Guard was erroneous? Perhaps I should not have invited him to the roast chicken establishment to enhance our living conditions. The proprietor's gaze towards us has grown increasingly suspect, after he consumed 5 roast chickens without so much as a flicker of emotion. The owner might fear he would reveal his true nature. Stop eating. If you continue, people will mistake you for a weasel, I exclaimed, pulling the insatiable individual away from the roast chicken shop. It seems that the more one fears, the more those fears manifest. I was genuinely concerned that he might be mistaken for a monster and captured to be burned alive. The following day, the town was abuzz with tales of a creature. Someone had their throat bitten and blood drained, and the victim was none other than the daughter of the roast chicken shop's owner. When the authorities investigate, he will undoubtedly inform them of Yunzhou's gluttonous exploits. The bite marks on the corpse's neck were confirmed by the coroner to be human. However, it is a rare feat for an ordinary individual to not only sever another's throat, but also to drain every last drop of blood, leaving no trace behind. The townsfolk began to whisper, speculating that some malevolent spirit had taken possession of the perpetrator. Rumors peaked with the emergence of yet another victim, leaving the officials somewhat disheartened. They could hardly justify detaining Yunzhou simply because of his prodigious appetite. Unbeknownst to Yunzhou, who was blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, he complied with my every request without hesitation. The authorities insisted that we temporarily remain in the town, asserting that we must be readily available whenever needed. It was indeed unfortunate for us, as we were the only 2 unfamiliar faces in the vicinity, inevitably branded as outsiders. The townspeople regarded us with suspicion, compelling me to purchase some toys to keep Yunzhou entertained in our room, hoping to minimize our excursions outside. Yet, misfortune lingered in the town, with victims continuing to appear in the following days. I had already noticed the officials surveilling us outside the inn, but chose to feign ignorance. They kept a constant watch on our room, which could vouch for us, as we never ventured out at night. As dusk fell, I rested my chin on my hand, listlessly gazing at the ceiling. Yunzhou was engrossed in the ancient educational toys I had procured for him, specifically a traditional tangram. His response was delightfully clear, devoid of any foolishness. I chuckled, recalling a line from a classic film. I had no choice before, but now I wish to be a good person. As the moon ascended to its zenith, I slipped out of the window. The officers keeping watch downstairs had just rubbed their aching eyes. By the time they glanced back at the window, I had vanished. Tonight, the moon is absent, a night as dark as death itself. The victim's consistent time of death wasn't due to the murderer's theatrics, but rather his grim necessity. However, as a gifted individual, my abilities in locating are akin to satellite precision. Chapter 4. Surreptitiously saving lives, especially when it comes to my target, whose grave illness makes him as conspicuous as a bald man's lice. I can perceive anomalies within the human body, diseases, poisoning, pregnancy, even menstruation. The more severe the illness, the stronger the morbid aura I sense. Within Chi's memories and my own abilities, I can swiftly pinpoint my target. Drawn by a peculiar morbid aura, I arrived at the rear of a wealthy family's residence. They say their daughter is the town's belle. The distinctive morbid aura had already infiltrated her room. I tiptoed, gathered my breath, and leaped through the open window. A dark figure was parting the bed curtains. About to strike, I struck out with a palm, which he swiftly met. I knew this person was highly skilled in martial arts. The original owner of this body would have suffered internal injuries from such a blow. However, my palm wasn't meant to connect fully, but rather to inject a reverse healing force into his body. His already chaotic internal energy became uncontrollable, without having consumed enough fresh blood. A martial arts degenerate met his demise in the merchant's home. Prior to his entrance, he must have introduced a soporific into the chamber, for the maiden slumbering upon the bed remained undisturbed. As the dawn unveiled the subsequent day, a fresh piece of gossip permeated the town, recounting the near-fatal plight of Miss Jia, the affluent merchant's daughter, who narrowly escaped harm the previous night, while the assailant met his demise within her very room, leaving her unscathed. The townsfolk propagated tales of Miss Jia's extraordinary fortune, attributing her survival to divine intervention, suggesting the villain's wickedness had incurred celestial retribution. The authorities corroborated the assailant's dental imprints, aligning them with the sanguinary murderer. The series of vampiric slayings that had gripped the community for days abruptly reached its resolution. Miss Jia was understandably traumatized, both by her brush with mortality and the ghastly appearance of her would-be killer. The perpetrator's demise was grotesque, his body shriveled and desiccated, resembling a cured slab of meat. The rapidity with which his corpse deteriorated further solidified the populace's conviction that the heavens had claimed this monstrous being. Though privy to the underlying cause, I was unable to divulge it to others. It was preferable to maintain my clandestine role as a chivalrous protector, lest excessive involvement embroil me in future complications. The constabulary had rescinded their restrictions on our movements, and I led Yunzhou out of the town. We traversed the rural landscape, treading along rustic paths that wound through villages and hamlets. Habitable areas offered respite, yet occasionally we were compelled to ascend mountains, navigating formidable terrain devoid of established routes. As a seasoned shadow guard, such conditions posed little challenge to me. Yunzhou, however, struggled, his pampered existence ill-preparing him for such hardship. He frequently lacerated his face and hands and developed blisters on his feet. Reluctantly, I resorted to carrying him across the mountainous expanses. What was my purpose in this endeavor? I would pose this question to myself daily, resolving to deposit him in the next settlement. Yet, each time I prepared to depart, I found myself decelerating my pace upon witnessing his exuberant pursuit. In recent days, I have found myself in distress, unable to secure a place to stay. They seek to uncover our address, intending to extort a ransom from our families. Recalling the constable from the previous town, I provided the bandits with his address and description. The constable's household is relatively well off, with decent economic standing and a commendable residence. The pivotal factor is that the bandits would think twice before confronting the constable upon discovering the truth. Meanwhile, Yunzhou and I could seize this opportunity to rest and replenish our strength while the bandits were preoccupied with their inquiries. The leader of the bandits ordered us confined to the firewood shed, where a lowly henchman brought us our meals. The shed was filled with heaps of hay. Yunzhou reclined first, and I covered him with the hay before burrowing myself in. Perhaps due to our status as affluent captives, the bandits provided us with stir-fried meat slices in our meal. I placed all the meat slices into Yunzhou's bowl, adhering to the habit of the shadow guards to minimize any scent emanating from our presence. Oblivious to the peril, Yunzhou feasted heartily and slept soundly, perceiving no distinction between the bandits' lair and an inn. Thanks to our cooperation, the bandits neglected to bind our hands and feet, allowing us the freedom to move within the confines of the shed. By midday the following day, a new figure was thrust into our midst, a personage whose treatment was far inferior to ours, bound hand and foot, with a rag stuffed in her mouth. Despite her predicament, she persisted in her struggle, emitting muffled sounds reminiscent of a rooster eager to crow but unable to do so. Clad in opulent attire, her garments were of foreign fabric, worth a fortune. How could such a golden phoenix find herself in this desolate wilderness? Initially, she attempted to ram the door with her shoulder, but after 2 attempts, she lost her balance and fell unceremoniously. While lying on the ground, I discovered 2 individuals seated amidst a pile of grass. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with hope, resembling that of a person who had found a savior, as she called out to us in distress. Yunzhou appeared utterly perplexed, oblivious to the situation, while I remained indifferent, merely observing. The young lady, realizing our reluctance to assist, turned to scan her surroundings and noticed an iron shovel propped against the wall. She rolled toward the corner, using the shovel's blade to sever the ropes binding her hands. Once liberated, she promptly removed the rag that had been stuffed in her mouth and began to work on the bindings around her feet. After freeing herself entirely, she shot us an angry glare, her chin slightly raised, nostrils flaring in disdain. Indeed, she could have extricated herself without our aid. How impressive! I presumed this was her intended message, a fleeting display of a young girl's emotions, which I chose to disregard. Yunzhou, unable to comprehend the situation, merely regarded this newcomer with curiosity. The atmosphere grew tense for several moments until the young lady, unable to endure the silence any longer, cleared her throat and initiated conversation. "Hey, were you also captured by the mountain bandits?" This was an obvious assertion, and I had no desire to engage in a futile exchange, so I remained silent. "Are you mute?" she probed. The young woman, in the bloom of youth, possessed an exquisite beauty, adorned in a pale purple dress complemented by amethyst and jade accessories. When she refrained from speaking, her appearance was undeniably charming. Amethyst is a rare gem exclusive to the kingdom of Jioshuang, with deeper hues being of lesser value, while lighter shades were traditionally reserved for royalty. Yunzhou, still bewildered, glanced between the young lady and me. My silence prompted him to remain mute as well, leading the young woman to mistakenly believe that we were both indeed mute. Foolish and mute, how unfortunate, she thought, casting a disparaging look at Yunzhou, whom she perceived as somewhat dim-witted. Once, it was said that noble ladies in the capital would risk their dignity just for a mere glimpse of him. Yet now, a downtrodden maid has deemed him unworthy of her attention. I find this amusing, though my expression remains frosty. Seeing your pitiful state, I shall wait for Ah Zhao to rescue me, and I shall request him to liberate you as well. No need for gratitude. I shall simply consider it an act of kindness. The wealthy beauty possesses a restless spirit. She cannot remain silent for even a minute without feeling compelled to speak. Chapter 5. The Flowing Assassin. Even in the presence of two mutes, she can chatter endlessly, mostly about matters of the martial world. Have you heard about the recent demise of a notorious villain? Oh, of course, you wouldn't know. This is knowledge reserved for those of our realm. I gaze at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, silently lamenting the peculiarities of our world. Those within it yearn to escape, while those outside wish to enter. Have you heard of the Enrage sect? This villain was a remnant of that sect, severely injured while being hunted by righteous warriors, and now requires the blood of young maidens to sustain his vitality. His whereabouts are unpredictable, and the righteous have sent many to search for him, yet to no avail. Guess what? Just days ago, he met a gruesome end while committing his crimes, a true case of evil being repaid in kind. The wealthy beauty spoke with such fervor, reminiscent of a storyteller. What are you babbling about? Silence. Do you think this is your own hearth? Speak another word, and I shall have your tongue for my wine. A guard outside suddenly barked. The wealthy beauty, hands on her hips, contemplated retorting to the guard, but dared not raise her voice, instead muttering softly. Though the others outside could not hear her, I caught her words. This princess will have your head. I have encountered every princess from the kingdom of Luofeng, yet this individual is not among them. None of the princesses from the kingdom of Xingyu possess a fondness for purple garments and accessories. As for the kingdom of Tingxua, it boasts a total of 8 princesses, 4 of whom have surpassed the age of 50, while the remaining 4 have yet to reach 8 years. She adorns herself with a light purple crystal ornament, exclusive to the royal family of the kingdom of Zhishuang. I have a notion of her identity now. For dinner, the little servant brought me and Yunzhou rice accompanied by stir-fried meat, while Bai Muten received coarse flatbread stuffed with pickled vegetables. Bai Muten, the third princess of the kingdom of Zhishuang, unexpectedly displayed no signs of anger. She accepted the coarse flatbreads and pickled vegetables. Once the little servant departed, she leaned in with a mischievous smile towards Yunzhou and me. Sister Silencer, your meal smells delightful. Shall we exchange? I handed her my bowl, which she accepted with glee, simultaneously placing the coarse flatbreads and pickled vegetables into my palm. Rest assured, when I step out, I shall not neglect you. With that, she began to devour her food ravenously. I was once again astonished by her lack of finickiness. The fare of mountain bandits would typically be difficult for a princess to swallow. Yet, she showed no signs of struggle, devouring her rice with abandon. Her actions, however, mirrored Yunzhou's elegance, devoid of any semblance of clumsiness or coarseness. Yunzhou glanced at Bai Muten's bowl and extended his own towards me. Ah, you can speak? Bai Muten exclaimed in surprise, choking on the rice and erupting into a fit of desperate coughs. The third princess of Zhishuang, having lost both parents at a young age, was raised by the Empress Dowager. However, not long after, the Dowager's health deteriorated, passing her care onto the Empress. Both the Dowager and the Empress, feeling sympathetic towards her orphan state, maintained a relatively lenient approach to her upbringing. She often ventured outside the palace with the palace maids and eunuchs, and it was well known throughout the kingdom of Zhishuang that the third princess was a wild child. Despite having reached the tender age of 16, no one had ever taken the initiative to propose marriage. This young girl, fearless in the face of mountain bandits, had never shed a tear even when captured and taken to their stronghold. Cough, cough. Are you plotting to harm me? Cough. When did I ever admit to being mute? I spoke coldly. It seems you haven't, but you remained silent. Is remaining silent a crime? It is not. Then that settles it. You are truly dull. I find this elder brother much more agreeable. You are right. Bai Muten glared at me for a few seconds, unable to think of a retort, and resumed eating her meal. As night fell and the air turned slightly chilly, it was still summer, yet without a light blanket. One might wake from the cold in the latter half of the night. I continued to bury Yunzhou under hay first, then myself. By Mutin observed my actions and sulkily inquired, "Who will bury me?" "There isn't enough hay. Those firewood logs are yours," I said, gesturing towards the stack of wood nearby. "I'm not going to self-immolate. Why would I pile firewood on myself?" "You, give me the hay on your body." "That is impossible, but I could hold you while we sleep. That would be warmer," I proposed. "No way, you lecher. You shall not take advantage of me," By Mutin retorted, crossing her arms protectively over her chest. "Then freeze." With a cold huff, By Mutin turned her head away, refusing to look at me any longer. She consistently surprises me, and this occasion was no exception. Just when I thought she would be at a loss and succumb to the cold night, she rummaged through a pile of clutter and produced 2 tattered burlap sacks. One she spread on the ground, while the other she used to cover herself, showing no concern for her exquisite silk gown. Ahem. The burlap was covered in dust, and before drifting off to sleep, she coughed from the irritation, but soon succumbed to slumber. I am aware that royal family members typically possess considerable psychological resilience, particularly those capable of significant achievements, who can maintain their composure even in the face of calamity. The carefree demeanor exhibited by Yun Zhou in the wake of his misfortunes is likely a result of his own folly. In contrast, By Mutin remains lucid, still well-fed and peacefully asleep, with not a trace of worry upon her countenance. Remarkably, she even snored in the middle of the night, mumbling in her dreams about not getting married. It is evident that she harbors dreams of the world beyond, yet on the surface, it appears she yearns for adventures, while in reality, she may have fled from an impending marriage. For a girl of her age, the worries she faces are rather few. Even as a noblewoman of the royal family, her choices in life are limited. Just before dawn, trouble erupted in the stronghold. Intruders stormed the village, clashing with the bandits. The assailants remained silent, with only the bandits' shouts piercing the night. I listened intently for a moment, discerning that only 4 individuals were attempting to ambush the stronghold. Each was a skilled fighter, capable of dispatching their foes with a single strike, employing techniques reminiscent of covert guardians. This impoverished region cannot sustain too many bandits. The total number in the stronghold barely exceeds 30. The confrontation between the 4 adept fighters and the multitude of bandits did not linger long, and by dawn, the matter was settled. The cacophony of battle outside persisted for 10 minutes, rousing both Yun Zhou and the princess from their slumber. The princess cried out desperately, "I am here, come save me," as if she could ascertain without looking that her rescuers were indeed coming to her aid. However, reality swiftly contradicted her expectations. 4 skilled warriors swiftly opened the door to the woodshed, their bloodied steel blades raised even higher instead of being lowered. Their target was not her. Upon seeing her incapacitated on the ground, they bypassed her and advanced towards me and Yun Zhou. "Who are you?" I remained seated, concealing a needle in the palm of my hand. "And who are you? Who sent you to protect him?" The intruder, clad in dark attire with a headscarf concealing his face, deliberately lowered his voice as he spoke. Chapter 6. The Shadow Guard never becomes a slave. I am his Shadow Guard. Whoever seeks to kill him shall meet their demise. This was a phrase often uttered by his original protector, yet this was my first time voicing it. After all, it was not my primary vocation, and speaking the jargon of the trade felt somewhat unnatural. Their martial prowess was formidable, as evidenced by the corpses of the bandits outside. I was not yet capable of delivering a lethal blow with a single needle, thus I was compelled to throw several. They managed to deflect some of the steel needles with their blades, avoiding critical points, yet each sustained 1 or 2 punctures. Alas, their fates were sealed, for the needles were poisoned. The toxin acted swiftly, being colorless and tasteless, leaving no trace to trace back to its origin. Those struck collapsed instantly, lifeless. At that moment, By Mutin let out a soft groan, her eyes fluttering open. Still seated, she instinctively reached for the back of her head, exclaiming in pain. Suddenly, a voice called out from the distance, the tone indicating that the speaker was still 2 miles away from the woodshed. "Zhao, I am here. Come save this young lady." By Mutin, clutching her head, sat up. Perhaps the effort of shouting had caused her head to throb, for her cries for help were not as loud as when she narrated stories. Fortunately, she found her underlings. Upon entering the woodshed, her gaze fell upon the 4 lifeless bodies strewn across the floor. With a flick of a purple handkerchief, she leaped towards By Mutin. The servant had arrived late, and my lady, adorned in a striking purple silhouette, knelt gracefully before By Mutin. When the handkerchief, which had been used to conceal her face and wipe away tears, was lifted, I caught a glimpse of her features. To describe her appearance would be to call it rather abstract: broad forehead, lifeless eyes, a flat nose, and lips reminiscent of sausages. One would think such an unremarkable visage could never serve within the palace, let alone attend to a princess. Upon closer inspection, I realized this individual was likely wearing a human mask, as her appearance was far too mutable. The deep-hued purple attire she donned, and the dark purple crystal adorning her headband suggested an air of distinction. From the sound of her footsteps, I discerned that she was a formidable practitioner, far superior to the 4 individuals lying motionless on the ground. When the master and servant met, one lamented with great sorrow while the other began to recount her woes. Mutin had finally encountered a familiar face and described her recent fall as if it were a grave injury. In truth, it was merely a bump on the back of her head, yet Zhao regarded it as a tumor, weeping uncontrollably while embracing Mutin. After their tears had subsided, Mutin suddenly remembered that there were 2 living souls still present in the woodshed, turning to point at Yunzhou and me, seeking to hire us as her servants. Our paths had crossed briefly, and it seemed best to part ways here. I declined with firm resolve, wishing to sever any ties with her. Furthermore, even if I were willing to serve as a palace maid, would Yunzhou consent to become a eunuch? Zhao's every action and demeanor exuded an effeminate quality. I had utilized my ability to probe and discovered that he was indeed a eunuch. No matter what kind of imperfection one possesses, my abilities can sense it. Including the foolishness of Yunzhou, he is not inherently simple-minded. He has been poisoned. This poison does not take life, yet it clings like maggots to the bone, akin to grains of white sesame scattered upon the beach. Even with my extraordinary abilities, it would require a year to eradicate it entirely. The perpetrator of this poisoning desires his perpetual folly, yet if they intend to render him foolish, why then pursue him relentlessly? In his current state, he cannot assemble even a single piece of a tangram over 3 days, thus he is incapable of engaging in any schemes, be they overt or covert. Without benevolent souls to provide sustenance, he could very well starve to death. Despite his foolishness, he possesses a remarkable composure. In moments of desperation, he has refrained from seizing others' food. It is often said that fools enjoy their own kind of fortune, and this adage rings true today. Although an unending stream of assassins seeks to take his life, he has encountered me, a seasoned expert, one who is ready to retire and a concealed master willing to regard him as the beginning of my own transformation. This indeed is his stroke of good fortune. In the realm of wandering, the most vital aspect is camaraderie, for it is said that at home one relies on family, while outside one depends on friends. If you exchange meals with me, I assure you of a reward. Once I give my word, it is as binding as the strongest steed, and I must repay you. Fear not, there will be no need for you to sign a servitude contract. Our relationship is merely one of employment, a straightforward monetary arrangement. To serve as your servant? Is that the extent of your reward? The original persona has encountered many lofty individuals. Thus I recognize this as a common affliction among them, a shared mindset among those of elevated stature, wherein rendering the ordinary into their subservience is perceived as an act of grace. Indeed, since the 2 of you find yourselves adrift with nowhere to go, it would be better to labor for me. Mutin did not perceive the displeasure in my tone at all. Madam, we have pressing matters to attend to, and it would be inappropriate to involve others. I observe that this young lady has her own affairs to attend to as well. The paths of the world are long, and fate will surely bring us together again, will it not? Zhao timely interjected, casting a glance in my direction. Indeed, we have matters to address. Please feel free to proceed as you wish. I have absorbed the entirety of the original host's memories and feel a strong aversion to the notion of being treated as a servant or slave. The original host was indoctrinated from a young age, thoroughly brainwashed, and was utilized as a weapon by her former employer, who never regarded her as a human being. In my previous existence, I lived for my own sake and could not bear the original host's self-erasing existence. Mutin has likely never encountered someone like me, an ungrateful pauper, and she pouted in displeasure. Zhao softly consoled her, suggesting they descend the mountain for breakfast, which caused her to dismiss us from her thoughts. As they descended and left the stronghold, I stepped over the numerous corpses scattered about, making my way to the kitchen of the bandit lair, where I began to kindle a fire and prepare a meal. Yunzhou closely followed at my heels, never straying far, and he appeared quite frightened upon seeing the bodies inside and outside the woodshed. Given his status and experience, he should not have been afraid of corpses. The bandit's kitchen was well stocked with provisions. This secluded place would be difficult to discover if one were not captured and brought here. It seems that there were seldom any friends or family visiting, allowing me to cook in peace. For breakfast, I prepared porridge accompanied by side dishes. For lunch, A grand feast of stewed fish, stir-fried chicken, and steamed meat. In the afternoon, I made 2 pots of steamed buns, a pot of dumplings, and pickled 2 jars of vegetables. We planned to depart in the evening, mounting our horses to leave the bandit den. I did not handle the bodies of the bandits, fearing the stench that might arise by morning. If we stayed the night, we would inevitably be affected by the odor. It was summer, and the heat made the corpses particularly attractive to flies. I led away a horse, releasing the rest into the wild, and continued my journey northward with provisions in Yunzhou. Upon reaching the next city, I sold the horse for cash. Although riding was convenient, it required care. And tending to a fool was already enough of a burden. I feared I would be unable to attend to other living beings. So I exchanged the horse for travel expenses and, along with Yunzhou, sought refuge in an inn within the city. Chapter 7. He gave too much. The innkeeper informed us that due to an influx of guests, all the good rooms were occupied, leaving only a single room adjacent to the firewood shed in the backyard. He inquired if we would mind such an arrangement, having stayed in similar sheds before. We were indifferent to being next door, and to safeguard Yunzhou, we had always shared a room on this journey. Even if additional accommodations were available, I would not separate from him. Dressed in coarse linen and with my hair tied back by a piece of hemp rope, I noticed that Yunzhou appeared just as foolish. The innkeeper, upon observing our attire and demeanor, assumed we were devoid of funds and kindly waived our room deposit, cautioning us not to venture out unnecessarily, as the streets had recently become crowded with various rogues, who had filled the inns to capacity. Ordinary folk should avoid provoking them. As I calculated the situation, the reason for the congregation of these rogues became clear. The residence of the successive leaders of the martial arts world, Xiongyu Pavilion, was situated in Yuan City. Whoever became the leader would take up residence there, and only the leader and their family were entitled to stay, akin to a certain palace in a foreign land. The position of leader permitted re-election, with no limit to the number of terms, provided all assessments were satisfactory. Consequently, Yuan City would inevitably be ablaze with celebration, a scene of unparalleled festivity. Yuan City, situated at the confluence of the 4 nations' territories, has long been an autonomous entity, akin to a unique miniature nation, governed by a mayor elected by its residents. The mayor is solely responsible for the affairs within the city, with no authority over matters beyond its borders. In terms of jurisdiction, his power pales in comparison to that of the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, who oversees the affairs of the 4 nations' martial world, commanding a multitude of skilled practitioners. His eldest son, Lu Zhan, even devised a unique martial art, earning him the title of a prodigy in the realm of martial arts. Tragically, fate was unkind. At the age of 30, he succumbed to the perils of his training, his life extinguished despite attempts at rescue. His wife had passed away in childbirth, leaving the couple's early demise to cast a shadow over their 10-year-old son, whom Lu Yu personally raised and educated. This boy, named Lu Yukong, is now 20 years old, yet his reputation in the martial world is rather unsavory. Rumored to be entangled with dubious characters, the memories of the original owner reveal his appearance, confirming the veracity of the rumors. Indeed, he associates with a bad friend. To prevent his son from being led astray by this dubious companion, the leader, Lu Yu, has confined him at home for introspection, which has now lasted over 6 months. After settling into my accommodation, I took Yunzhou out for wontons, as he has a particular fondness for street food. While dining, I overheard patrons at the adjacent table discussing the upcoming grand event, revealing that the Lu family is experiencing 3 joys. The re-election of the former leader represents 1 joy, his 60th birthday another, and the betrothal of Lu Yukong marks the 3rd. Upon hearing the name of Lu Yukong's fiancée, I nearly choked on my wontons. The original owner was a soulless killing machine, but I am not. Such sensational gossip is too much for my delicate heart to bear. Bamuden, the first diner, displaying a look of astonishment, lowered his voice and remarked, "That is the princess of the kingdom of Jiao Shuang, a genuine royal lady, set to marry the grandson of Lord Lu. What on earth is happening? A person of such noble lineage. Would the princess ever be willing? Look, she has run away." The second diner, covering his mouth with his hand to conceal his lips, had a lively expression in his eyes, reveling in the unfolding drama. A runaway bride? This is quite significant. Does this mean we shall not see the princess at the grand gathering? The Lu family would never allow such a prominent figure to be lost so easily. Surely, they will devise a means to conceal this matter. Moreover, even if the Lu family remains inactive, the kingdom of Jiao Shuang will surely strategize to preserve their dignity. Just as I was engrossed in the conversation, Yunzhou's large hand suddenly waved in front of my eyes. His bowl of wontons was entirely emptied, with not a drop of broth remaining. I glanced down at my bowl, only to find that my wontons had vanished as well, and I had scarcely taken a single bite. When it comes to eating, he possesses an extraordinary prowess. I quietly muttered my complaints and called for the proprietor to bring him 2 more bowls. After all, he had no other purpose in being with me but to partake in food. Despite having enjoyed delectable meals with me over these days, he showed no signs of weight gain. He remained slim in his attire, and even more so without it. I wondered where all the nutritional benefits of the food had gone. Ah, a hero, we meet again. After ordering wontons for Yinsho, I was about to immerse myself back into the gossip when someone new appeared beside me. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, and as I lifted my gaze to behold his face, I couldn't help but admire the stunning beauty that could captivate any heart. "Who are you?" I inquired, for I did not recognize this individual. He had delicate brows, slightly furrowed, and tear-filled eyes gazing at me, evoking an unsettling sensation within me. "Wait, those tearful eyes seem oddly familiar." "I am Ah Zhao," he said as he squeezed in beside me. The wonton stall was furnished with long benches, each capable of accommodating 2 individuals. With a flick of his handkerchief, he delicately wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, his movements graceful and fluid. I nodded. Indeed, it was he. "Where is your young lady? Why are you alone?" Upon uttering these words, I regretted my inquiry. After much effort to shake off the pair of them, why did I pry into his affairs? My young lady is in grave peril. I implore a hero to come to her aid. Ah Zhao had intentionally lowered his voice, attempting to soften its sharpness. Yet was he aware that merely altering his tone was insufficient? His exaggerated and delicate gestures were far more conspicuous than his voice. The diners nearby, passers-by on the street, including the wonton stall owner and his 2-year-old grandson, all cast curious glances in his direction. Our room was adjacent to the woodshed in the backyard, and entering through the small door in the back was more convenient. I ushered Ah Zhao into the small room beside the woodshed, which was slightly better than the shed itself, though barely accommodating 3 adults. I rummaged through a bag of snacks and stuffed some into Yunzhou's embrace, instructing him to sit on a small stool at the door and enjoy the treats. Ah Zhao and I conversed inside, while the backyard housed a stable and pig pen, with the windows of the guest room strategically facing away from the backyard to prevent any foul odors from reaching the patrons. This arrangement allowed for more convenient and discreet conversation. I left the door ajar, merely providing Ah Zhao with a stool to sit on. However, distant water cannot quench a near thirst. "We are strangers in this place, knowing only you as a friend." "We are not friends," I replied. "Yet, the very fact of our meeting signifies a connection. How can those bound by fate not be friends?" "Hero, could you lend a hand? Last time you saved her, didn't you? If it weren't for your intervention in the woodshed, my lady's prowess alone would have surely led to a tragic end." "That was merely a coincidence." Chapter 8. The greater the crowd, the greater the appetite this time. It could also be a matter of chance. "Look, you are in the city, and she is here as well. What a fortunate alignment. Isn't it rather amusing to request my assistance for matters you cannot handle? I am well aware of your formidable abilities. First rate, indeed." I lowered my gaze and spoke in a tone of icy indifference. Ah Zhao's demeanor was indeed exaggerated, especially given his slender frame and strikingly beautiful visage, which might mislead one into perceiving him as fragile. However, he is an exceptional master, excelling in inner strength, lightness of foot, and swordsmanship. Any ordinary individual without extraordinary abilities would pay a heavy price to contend with him. Furthermore, backed by the powerful Jioshuang kingdom, the challenges he cannot surmount are even more daunting for me. Ah Zhao, with a pained expression, perhaps realizing that his tearful pleas were ineffective, ceased his display of sorrow and produced several silver notes, slapping them onto the table. The universal currency of the 4 nations, each note worth 10,000 taels. He placed 5 before me. Having only heard of heavy gold but never having possessed, utilized, or enjoyed it, I found myself bewildered by the sudden allure of wealth. In my original world, money had become worthless, with only strength and sustenance capable of fulfilling one's desires. Confronted with this corruption of riches, I felt momentarily lost. Yet, within 3 seconds, I regained my composure. Such an extravagant reward. Was it mere compensation for labor, or a price on a life? Do not overthink it. My lady has always spent lavishly, her generosity boundless and her extravagance unparalleled. Upon noticing my unwavering gaze fixed upon the banknote, Ah Zhao hastily elucidated. His intent was to convey that, in the eyes of Baimuten, this sum was not deemed substantial, hoping to alleviate my psychological burden. What has transpired? I concede that my resolve is faltering. She has been abducted, not by someone from our esteemed family, nor, from her future in-laws. Zhao nearly divulged too much, hastily covering his mouth to amend his phrasing. Bandits? Where would one find bandits in the city, my hero? She was seized by a group of cloaked figures. I am no match for them. You might seek the services of the star-catching and moon-fetching pavilion. I intentionally mentioned this organization to gauge his reaction. As the name suggests, the star-catching and moon-fetching pavilion can procure even the stars in the sky and the moon in the water, provided one pays handsomely. To put it plainly, for the right price, they will undertake any task. Their proficiency in locating and rescuing individuals is unparalleled. In the realm of martial arts, there is no one unaware of this organization, and contacting them is remarkably straightforward. Those rascals? No, certainly not. They too are of the martial world. Currently, I trust not a single one of them, for I suspect that the individuals who abducted Our Lady are members of the Martial Alliance. He lowered his voice for the last remark, glancing furtively out the window and at the door, evidently wary of being overheard. If the gossip holds any truth, it is indeed plausible that the leader of the Martial Alliance, Lu Yu, has dispatched individuals to secretly locate the runaway bride, thereby avoiding any escalation of the situation. After all, should the two wed, Bai Mutin would become a member of the Lu family, and any rumor of her elopement prior to marriage would tarnish the family's reputation. The Martial Alliance holds a stature in the martial world that surpasses that of the four national royal families. The leader's word is law. And who would dare meddle in their affairs? If he were to send someone to abduct the White Peony, indeed, not a single underworld faction would dare to intervene. While profit is undoubtedly important, few would risk their lives for the sake of unrelated individuals. Such an endeavor is a fool's errand. As for the members of the Martial Arts Alliance, I would not dare to provoke them. I am neither a wanderer of the martial world nor a desperate fugitive. Money is a valuable asset, yet life holds far greater significance. You need not confront them directly. I have already discerned the location where they are holding the young lady. All I require is your assistance in liberating her. This sum serves as a deposit, and regardless of whether we succeed in rescuing her, I shall compensate you with an additional 5 bills as a token of appreciation for your efforts. Zhao's method of using money to persuade is indeed difficult for me to resist. 100,000 taels would suffice for me to live a life free from one in this world. You are aware that I have a family to care for, and enemies who relentlessly pursue me. I must remain vigilant at all times. Having passed this hurdle, I am still burdened by the troublesome presence of Yunzhou. Leaving him alone in the inn, I fear he might meet a dire fate the moment I depart. Bringing him along adds strength to our numbers. Zhao spoke these words without a hint of hesitation. I fail to comprehend how he perceives Yunzhou as an asset. This individual, barely self-sufficient, struggles even with the simplest tasks. Yunzhou, with an empty cloth bag in hand and crumbs of pastries scattered about his mouth, caught my eye. I turned to Zhao and inquired, "What do you consider him to be of value?" Zhao, with a flick of his handkerchief, replied with a grin, "His appetite." I seized the silver notes from the table and tucked them into my clothing, then led Yunzhou out the door. Since we must embark on this journey together, provisions needed to be prepared in advance to prevent him from crying out in hunger and thereby exposing our plans. Zhao, eager to rescue the young lady, proposed we meet at the 3-mile bridge outside the city at midnight. I prepared 2 large bags of delicacies for Yunzhou, ranging from marinated delicacies to sweet treats, enough to consume within the span of an hour. This hour would mark our time for action. As dusk settled and darkness began to envelop the sky, both Yunzhou and I succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, I roused him, adorned him in his nocturnal garb, and equipped him with his provisions. Upon reaching the bridge 3 miles outside the city, we found Zhao awaiting us. Your attire glimmers like stones under the moonlight. Can you not perceive it? I am aware, hence I shall divert the guard's attention, while you focus on the rescue. It is a sound plan, is it not? Very well, lead the way. While I had encountered shadowy figures who tossed stones to attract the guard's gaze, I had never witnessed anyone bedecked in diamond-studded attire designed to draw attention. As neither Yunzhou nor I were locals, we relied on Zhao to navigate the dense forest beyond the city. He guided us through a labyrinthine path until we arrived at the rear courtyard of an estate. This manor, located approximately 40 miles from the city, lay concealed within the woodland, surrounded by impenetrable thickets and wild grass towering over a person's height. Zhao informed me that the White Peony Pass was located in the rear courtyard, though the specific room remained unknown. The manor appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, with only a handful of habitable rooms left. Guards patrolled both outside and within the estate. A Zhao would draw the outer guards away, while I would manage the inner ones. He darted through the wild grass outside the manor, his purple adornments reflecting the moonlight, easily visible to those with sharp eyes. As anticipated, 4 figures clad in black emerged from the underbrush and treetops, attempting to encircle him. Like a field mouse, he scurried about, evading their grasp. The estate was vast, with the rear courtyard divided into 2 sections, 4 rooms to the left and 4 to the right. A wall stands between us, devoid of any door. We entered from the left courtyard and first inspected the 4 rooms on the left, finding them completely vacant. I then vaulted into the right courtyard, where I discovered a living person in one of the rooms. Chapter 9. Money is hard to earn, and excrement is hard to stomach. However, I quickly sensed something amiss. The energy fields of men and women exhibit subtle differences. And the inhabitant of the room was a man. Given that he was male, he was not my intended target. I resolved to leave decisively but soon heard commotion in another courtyard, seemingly the suppressed cries of an individual, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. This was troubling. Yunzhou was in the adjacent courtyard. I promptly scaled the wall and leaped into the neighboring yard, casting my gaze towards the corner. Between Yunzhou and myself lay a motionless figure clad in black, his attire unblemished, indicating he was not A Zhao. The man in black had already departed from this world. Approaching the corpse, I discerned the cause of death laid bare before me. I glanced at the chicken claw embedded in his forehead, then retrieved a cloth to cushion my grasp as I extracted it. This was the sole fatal wound on his body. There were no signs of poisoning or concealed weapons. I carefully wrapped the chicken claw and tucked it away, ensuring no incriminating evidence remained at the scene. This chicken claw was a local delicacy, and the proprietor might recognize my appearance. I drew a short knife and severed the head from the corpse. The officials would undoubtedly deduce that the act of beheading was an attempt to obscure the truth. However, whether they could uncover the truth without the head would depend on their skills. Heroine, since you are here, why do you not come to my aid? I have been waiting in this room for quite some time. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the wall dividing the 2 courtyards. A young man perched atop the wall, waving a folding fan in his hand. In the corner crouched the suspected murderer, Yunzhou, his greasy hands and the unfinished braised chicken feet in his grasp serving as damning evidence. On the ground lay the corpse from which I had just severed the head, blood pooling around it. The one fanning herself was undoubtedly a witness. As an accomplice, what should I do next? Indeed, silence the witness. Heroine, wait. Do not kill me. I am not in league with him. It was he who brought me here against my will. They belong to the Golden Goose Society, and such scoundrels of the martial world deserve to be eradicated. Before I could act, the young man spoke first. His lightness of foot was remarkable. If I were not entirely vigilant, I would have failed to perceive his movements. He leaped down from the wall with a grace that rendered him almost weightless, appearing before me without a sound. Lacking any murderous intent, I did not guard against him, and I quickly recognized him as Liu Yukong, the grandson of Liu Yu. Killing a nobody is inconsequential, but slaying the grandson of a martial arts leader would undoubtedly lead to complications. As for the Golden Goose Society, we merely passed through this area intending to stay for the night. We must now seek other accommodations. I clasped my hands in farewell, carrying the wrapped head, and approached Yunzhou in the corner. He hung his head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, his mouth agape in shock. It seemed the act of murder weighed heavily upon him. Heroine, please pause. Having slain a member of the Golden Goose Society, escaping may not be so simple. The insects they train are extraordinary. Just one circuit around this place, and they can track you across vast distances. No one can evade them. Let us pursue them first. I resolved, unwilling to divert my attention to anyone else until I located my target. Has the hero been rescued? A flash of light illuminated the scene as yet another troublesome character made his entrance, adorned in a multitude of purple diamonds. A Zhao scaled the wall and tiptoed to my side. Not here. I was still holding the severed head, conversing with it, a feat my original self had never accomplished. The Golden Goose Society? A Zhao seemed unfamiliar with this name. Indeed, you are unaware? In the realm of Xinyu, where countless mountains cradle hidden caves, the headquarters of the Golden Goose Society is nestled among the towering peaks, adept at nurturing and training Gil. Liu Yukong, clad in white, wore a white jade crown upon his head, likely disheveled from a struggle during his abduction. His garments were dust-laden, and the fan he held bore 2 punctures. He was the grandson of the Martial Arts Alliance leader and possessed a comprehensive understanding of the various sects within the pugilistic world. Within the 4 nations, there existed no sect unknown to the Martial Arts Alliance, encompassing both the righteous and the sinister. A Zhao and by mutant, having resided within the palace for an extended period, were understandably oblivious to the genuine practitioners of the martial world during their excursion into the countryside. Through the memories of my original self, I retained some knowledge of the Golden Goo Society, having previously interacted with their members and procured goo from them. Thus, I was aware that each member bore a unique mark, one that could not be replicated or mimicked by others, making identity verification a straightforward task. What do they want with our young lady? Zhao's expression turned urgent. He had initially presumed that the perpetrators behind Bai Mutin's abduction were from the Liu family. Now, learning otherwise, his anxiety was entirely justified. If Bai Mutin had fallen into the hands of the Liu family, she would be safe. After all, she was betrothed to Liu Yukong, destined to become the future lady of the household, and the Liu family would not harm her. However, if she were to be captured by others, the implications would be far graver, and her personal safety would be far from assured. The Golden Worm Society is capable of more than merely abducting individuals. They also practice the art of hexing and nurturing these curses, often utilizing people as vessels for their creations. Liu Yukong's tone was reminiscent of casual gossip, seemingly oblivious to the true identity of the young lady in question. What? In which direction have they departed? I must hasten to pursue them. Upon learning of his master's predicament, Zhao could no longer delay. To reach Xingyu Kingdom, we naturally head eastward. Liu Yukong gestured towards the east with his fan. Hero, let us proceed. Zhao, at this moment, had not forgotten my presence, however. My destination lay to the north, and thus I remained stationary. What did you promise me? Our agreement ends here, I reminded him in a low voice. Our pact was confined to this evening's venture to rescue someone at this villa. Whether we succeeded or failed, the deposit of 50,000 taels would remain non-refundable. As the individual remained unrescued, it constituted a failed mission, and I bore no obligation to continue pursuing this matter. Moreover, I was burdened with a severed head, eager to dispose of it. Entangling myself with the Golden Worm Society, as Liu Yukong had noted, would yield no leniency from them. Oh, dear friends, let us not sow discord. Observe, we, you, I, and he, are all entangled with the Golden Worm Society, suffering its consequences. We should unite and support one another. Gallant lady, noble warrior, shall we not journey together? Liu Yukong declared with a bow and a cheerful demeanor. This gentleman speaks wisely. Having slain their kin, vengeance is inevitable. It may be simple for you to escape alone, but with this young master in tow, I believe it prudent for us to travel together. Zhao quickly concurred. I sighed inwardly. Indeed, reaping the rewards is arduous, yet the burdens are heavy. The one who committed the murder is Yun Zhou, yet the blame falls squarely upon me. The corpses on the ground have been reduced to mere pools of blood. The members of the Golden Goo Society are all afflicted with goo, which continuously releases a toxin. Once the body is deprived of this toxic nourishment, it dissolves into blood. This revelation did not stem from the original body's memories, but rather from my own ability to perceive such phenomena. Chapter 10. Their bodies are toxic consequently. The corpses devoid of toxic sustenance have disintegrated, while the heads, still under the influence of goo poison, remain intact. They speak the truth. I am powerless to prevent the Golden Goo Society from tracking us. If they were to dispatch a group of skilled fighters to besiege us, I would have little confidence in safeguarding Yun Zhou. Perhaps, abandoning him might be the solution? This thought has surfaced several times, for it is undeniably easier to discard a troublesome burden than to resolve it. Yun Zhou, sensing my turmoil, tugged at my sleeve, his hands smeared with oil, leaving him exuding the aroma of braised meat. Should I abandon him, his fate would be sealed. Although he could instinctively wield his inner strength, it would be of little consequence when faced with a swarm of adept adversaries. Let us proceed. I was reluctant to speak, and perhaps Zhao and Liu Yukong discerned my discontent, for they refrained from further conversation and swiftly employed their lightness skills, heading eastward. I followed closely behind them, and as we passed a river, I discarded the bundle containing the severed head into the water. The river would wash away the scent clinging to the wound in no time. Ahead, the two figures leaped among the treetops, engaging in conversation. Zhao continually inquired about the Golden Goo Society, while Liu Yukong patiently enlightened him. Established a century ago, the Golden Goo Society was founded by an exceptionally gifted goo cultivator. A century prior, goo cultivators operated independently, eschewing any affiliations, each delving into their own studies of goo arts, completely disengaged from the martial world. However, there are always exceptions. A girl skilled in the art of raising poisonous insects rescued a gravely injured young man deep in the mountains. During their time together while he recuperated, they developed feelings for one another and eventually became husband and wife. Longing for her husband, the insect girl descended the mountain to seek him in a foreign land, only to discover that he was the prince of the Rain Kingdom, already wed to another woman and blessed with a pair of children. Enraged beyond measure, the insect girl unleashed her venomous powers, leading to the demise of the heartless man and his entire family. Though she stood outside the palace, she possessed the ability to eliminate the royal family within, leaving the ruler of the Rain Kingdom in a state of terror. Consequently, he ordered her capture and decreed the extermination of all those who practiced the art of raising insects hidden in the mountains, a complete eradication. The Golden Insect Society was formed as a means of survival, uniting the practitioners of this dark art. They retreated into the shadows for many years, patiently awaiting the moment to re-emerge. The world outside underwent numerous dynastic changes, and with each new sovereign, the previous acts of extermination were forgotten. They established connections with various wanderers and engaged in the trade of insects. Through decades of endeavor, they became a formidable force within the underworld. Alas, human hearts are fickle. The techniques they practice have grown increasingly malevolent, often utilizing the living to refine their insects, causing harm to countless innocents. My grandfather often remarked that it is the responsibility of all to eradicate such nefarious entities from the world. By this account, the Golden Insect Society indeed inflicts significant harm, and I fervently hope that my lady remains unharmed. Should anything happen to her, Zhao's tone turned grim as he took a deep breath and surged to the forefront. I chose not to compete with him in speed, maintaining a prudent distance from them. I can see through the identity of the white peony, as can others. The Golden Worm Society's intention to abduct her is likely to pursue some agenda against the kingdom of Zhoushuang, or perhaps to involve the Martial Arts Alliance as well. Qi Yunzhou, whom I have been hoisting high, has remained notably silent, but suddenly speaks up in a pitiful tone. What is it? I turn my head to look at him. He raises his hand, curling his fingers to mimic the shape of a chicken claw. It appears he is still preoccupied with the matter of the chicken claw. I respond to him with a calm smile. It's all right, if it must be done. Then so be it. Should anyone seek vengeance, I shall handle them. He has not retaliated in previous encounters, and this sudden act of violence must have a particular reason behind it. In this era devoid of surveillance, reconstructing the events is impossible. However, I trust in my abilities and believe he would not act without cause. He gazes at my face with a semblance of understanding, and upon my smile, he relaxes, retrieving a date paste cake from his pocket to eat. The white peony lacks martial skills, and the members of the Golden Worm Society are carrying her along at a swift pace. Zhao and Lu Yukong possess exceptional lightness of foot. At dawn, they finally catch up to a mysterious group. This group consists of 5 individuals, all clad in black attire and wearing black hats. 4 of them are carrying a black coffin, moving with remarkable speed. Upon spotting this group, Zhao rushes forward, commanding them to halt. Lu Yukong attempts to intervene, but he is too late. I conceal Yunzhou in the branches of a large tree and am the last to follow. Zhao and his master share a similar boisterous temperament. The black-clad bearers of the coffin pause slightly upon encountering Zhao, and their reaction intensifies upon seeing Lu Yukong. However, they did not recognize me and showed little reaction to my sudden appearance. Zhao, eager to rescue, did not engage them in debate and rushed straight towards the coffin. The men in black immediately obstructed his path, and the confrontation was swift. Lu Yukong loudly cautioned, "Do not touch their bodies, they are toxic." Within the secluded manor, only 5 black-clad guards were stationed, 4 outside and 1 inside. I had pondered the apparent lack of guards in the courtyard, but it now seemed that the Golden Goose Society had dispatched a total of 10 individuals, 2 groups of 5, each tasked with a hostage. After issuing his warning, Lu Yukong joined the fray, making it 2 against 5, a challenge they managed with relative ease. Observing their capability, I proceeded to rescue the hostage. Indeed, there was someone within the coffin, but the situation was dire. I leapt forward and utilized my internal energy to forcefully lift the coffin lid. The coffin was laden with poison, and I dared not touch it directly. As the lid flew off, toxic liquid splattered, and I deliberately kicked it further away from the fray, ensuring no one was harmed in the skirmish. Lying within the coffin was none other than Mutin, alongside a thin ice coffin that preserved her in a state of cold storage. I employed my extraordinary abilities to examine her condition, relieved to find she had not been afflicted by the goo, merely incapacitated by a sedative. At that moment, a black-clad figure lunged at me, his hat lost, revealing a face ravaged by toxins. This individual sought mutual destruction, summoning the goo within him to transform into a moving poison. Slaying him was not an optimal choice. I could only divert his attention, leading him farther from the coffin. Should he self-destruct, the poisonous liquid would pose a grave threat to Mutant. Ahead lay a precipice, and another black-clad man released a cloud of toxic smoke to repel Ah Zhao. Seizing the opportunity, he struck the coffin with a forceful palm, pushing it dangerously towards the cliff's edge. As the coffin became airborne, poised to plummet over the precipice, Liu Yukong endeavored to extricate the occupant, yet Mutant became ensnared. His efforts proved futile as he, too, was drawn into the abyss. Ah Zhao, stationed at a distance from the coffin, found himself unable to intervene, despite his fearlessness. "Miss," Ah Zhao exclaimed. My focus remained undeterred by those who had already fallen, instead directing my attention towards neutralizing the remaining adversaries. Chapter 11. My affinity for destruction. The venomous beings of the Golden Goose Sect were perilous to engage, a challenge that aligned with my predilection for covert attacks. Targeting their craniums exclusively, I exploited their vulnerability, akin to the undead in cinematic portrayals, where injuries elsewhere held no consequence. I deliberately gathered a cluster of foliage to serve as projectiles, conserving my supply of embroidered needles, which required financial acquisition. The abundant natural resources of the area provided an economical alternative. With each leaf carrying lethal potential, the Golden Goose Sect's venomous minions found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. While a few leaves could be parried, a barrage proved insurmountable. However, I stood alone in this confrontation, as Ah Zhao prioritized the rescue of those who had fallen, leaving me to contend with the toxic adversaries. He descended the cliff face, utilizing the vines as his lifeline. As a former clandestine operative, swift resolution was ingrained within my very being. The venomous adversaries possessed the ability to emit poisonous fumes from their palms, and as they unleashed their toxins in unison, a miasma enveloped the area. They succumbed to the fumes, and I, too, was affected. However, my unique abilities allowed me to neutralize the poison. By retreating from the contaminated zone and meditating for half an hour, I could restore myself. A gentle nocturnal breeze dispersed the toxic haze, and I sought refuge beneath a tree, entering a meditative state to counteract the poison's effects. Uncertain of Ah Zhao's fate as he descended the cliff, I purged the toxins from my system and rose to seek out Yunzhou. The fate of the three individuals below held no interest for me. The snacks from Yunzhou were nearly depleted. When I arrived, he was awkwardly climbing down from the tree, his clumsiness betraying no hint of his formidable martial prowess. His movements evoked memories of a national treasure from my homeland, aptly described as endearingly clumsy. Inevitably, he slipped from the branch and tumbled into a pile of fallen leaves. When he is too lazy to articulate or is in a hurry, he merely utters my surname. Aren't you supposed to stay up in the tree? Don't expect me to take care of you if you injure yourself. My words dripped with sarcasm, yet my feet hastened to rescue him from the leaf-laden ground. He gestured anxiously toward the direction from which we had come, struggling to articulate his thoughts, seemingly at a loss for words. Is someone pursuing us? Fear not. I shall handle this. The fact that he could detect their approach indicated they were alarmingly close. In less than a minute, four figures clad in black, their heads obscured by dark hats, approached us. Ah Zhao had lured away 4 black-clad guards outside the village. Given his martial skills, it would be challenging for him to defeat 4 opponents outright and escape unscathed. Thus, he had merely drawn their attention without neutralizing them. Now, it fell upon me to confront them. Who are you? A member of the Liu family? Or perhaps Bai? The 4 assailants engaged without formal introductions, firing off a barrage of inquiries. Neither, I replied. I simply profit from others' misfortunes. My identity as a covert operative needed to remain concealed, so I had rebranded myself as a killer. Do you dare meddle in the affairs of the Golden Bug Society? The venomous tone of their voices was unmistakable. How fortuitous. I am adept at exterminating pests. Yunzhou perched upon the tree. I leapt down to confront 4 venomous individuals. They swiftly maneuvered, encircling me with their presence. Their bodies were imbued with toxins, rendering close combat disadvantageous and making the use of hidden weapons rather cumbersome. Just as I contemplated employing my extraordinary abilities to purify the poison coursing through their veins, a sound sliced through the air, followed by several dark figures that hurtled towards the 4 assailants with astonishing speed. These were the hidden weapons hurled from the tree, their velocity surpassing the reflexes of the adversaries. Caught off guard, The four were struck by the projectiles. It was no surprise they were unprepared. Yunshou's form was rather peculiar, at times resembling an ordinary person devoid of martial prowess, and at other moments transforming into a peerless master. The four fell to the ground, unable to muster even a moment's resistance, with a spicy duck wing lodged firmly in their heads. I shook my head in resignation, pondering that perhaps conveying to him the inappropriateness of using such a pungent weapon would be futile. Consequently, I set about cleansing the crime scene, erasing the lingering scent of the food. With four heads in hand, I approached the precipice, beneath which a tumultuous river roared. I cast the severed heads into the depths below. Zhao had vanished without a trace, and none of the three who descended returned. I reached into my pocket to feel the silver notes, discarding the bloodied chicken claw I had previously concealed. The members of the Golden Goose Society were acutely aware of whom they had abducted. Evidently, this was a premeditated kidnapping, with both the groom and bride missing. One could anticipate the commotion that would ensue at the martial arts gathering in the coming days. Yet, no matter the magnitude of martial affairs, they would not impede the farmers in their cultivation, as long as my endeavors to purchase land and engage in agriculture remained unhampered. I saw no necessity to meddle in matters that did not concern me. The fate of the white peony remains unknown, and it seems that Zhao has also vanished, leaving the final payment unpaid. We should depart. As I grasped Yunzhou's hand to leave, a disheveled figure emerged from the edge of the cliff. His visage was smeared with blood, and his tattered clothing resembled that of a malevolent spirit. Wait, hero, there is a cave below, housing a monster. If you assist me in vanquishing it, I shall double your reward. This demon spoke in Zhao's voice. I was well aware of Zhao's martial prowess. If he had been so brutally beaten, the creature must be formidable indeed. First, hand me the other 50,000 taels and silver notes. I aspire to be a good person, but I refuse to be a foolhardy one. Zhao climbed up, retrieving a leather pouch filled with money from his bosom, extracting 50,000 taels and silver notes and presenting them to me. Though grievously injured, he applied a hemostatic powder to himself and then lay on the ground, motionless. He had expended a significant amount of energy and would not recover quickly. My extraordinary abilities could aid him in regaining his strength swiftly, yet it seemed unnecessary. Several vines dangled from the cliff's edge. I seized one and slid down, descending approximately 10 meters, where I beheld an opening in the cliff. This position was relatively close to the river's surface, and due to this year's widespread drought, many rivers had seen their water levels decline. Under normal circumstances, this cavern's entrance would be submerged in the river. This river rivaled the Yellow River of my homeland, with its swift currents and profound depths. Swinging on the vine, I leaped to the cave's entrance, where I discovered a chaotic assortment of footprints matching Zhao's shoe size. The cave's entrance resembled a vertical pupil. Anyone weighing over 150 pounds would find it arduous to enter. The monster described by Zhao was an 8-armed serpent, possessing 4 legs beneath its belly and another 4 on its back, capable of traversing both sides with equal agility. The serpent was of colossal proportions, comparable to that of a mammoth. It was no wonder that Zhao exhausted all his strength to barely escape. Engaging in a battle of endurance with such a creature was tantamount to courting death, and employing concealed weapons against it was equally unwise. Instead, I resorted to my extraordinary abilities, infusing it with energy from within. Whether human or beast, the essence of balance within one's body is paramount. An excess or deficiency is detrimental. Overwhelming it with energy caused its breath to become erratic, and I seized the opportunity to hurl hidden weapons, piercing its eyes with sharp stones. The blinded serpent thrashed about in a frenzy, ultimately exhausting itself to the point of immobility. I concealed myself outside the cave, waiting for it to deplete its strength before entering to claim its life. The monstrous serpent perished utterly. Its thrashing reverberated through the cavern, nearly causing a collapse, as its hammer-like tail struck down numerous rocks. An entrance resembling a door was unveiled beneath its tumultuous movements. Chapter 12. A plunge off the cliff promises strange encounters. The space beyond the door was confined, heavy with humidity, and the stagnant air greeted me as I stood at the threshold. This chamber resembled a stone crypt, and at its center lay a sarcophagus, indicating it was indeed a burial site. The great serpent stood sentinel over the grave, and as I ventured into the tomb, I scanned my surroundings but found no inscriptions or gravestones. The sarcophagus was unadorned and the craftsmanship rudimentary at best, bordering on crude. Yet, with a rare beast guarding it, the occupant must have been far from ordinary. Zhao had recovered and was seated cross-legged, his wounds no longer bleeding. Composed, I extended my hand, demanding payment. Give me the money. Hero, you are rather blunt, he replied, but soon produced a stack of silver notes from his pocket, handing me an additional 50,000 taels. The world of the affluent surpassed my imagination. For him, spending silver seemed as effortless as tossing about counterfeit currency. I beseech you to accept this monetary token and kindly venture forth once more, for my physical condition prevents me from undertaking the task myself. The ancient beast undoubtedly guards a treasure of significance. I implore you to assist in uncovering what it protects. Should it be easily transportable, please retrieve it. It is said the beast guards a stone coffin, the owner of which remains a mystery, for the tomb lacks inscriptions. The treasure must reside within the coffin, and I am willing to offer further recompense for your efforts. You seem unperturbed in your search for your lady. Have you come upon treasure instead? I raised an eyebrow, casting a skeptical glance in his direction. There are no traces of blood upon the cliff, nor is there an ice coffin belonging to the Golden Goof faction below. My lady and that valiant hero must have been swept away by the river's current. Given the hero's formidable skills, self-rescue and the rescue of others should pose no challenge. One need only search along the riverbank. Whether as a shadowy guardian or a powerful figure from the wasteland era, I hold no trepidation towards the deceased. I possess no psychological burden regarding the opening of coffins. Upon lifting the lid, I took a step back to allow the foul air within to dissipate. Yet, the gas that erupted from the coffin was not solely the stench of decay. It also contained a lethal poison. Though I had retreated in advance, I could not entirely evade its grasp, inhaling a trace of the toxic vapors. It seems the coffin is rigged with a mechanism, for this poison is released in an instant rather than diffusing gradually. Without a gas mask, one cannot defend against it. For those of ancient times, lacking modern protective gear, it is akin to a death sentence. Furthermore, this toxin is exceedingly potent, rendering conventional antidotes ineffective. And its action time is alarmingly brief. I quickly retreated to the cave's entrance, seated on the ground to purify the poison from my system. Without my abilities, I would have surely succumbed to death. However, without the safety net of extraordinary abilities, I would not dare to take the risk. Though the toxic gas within the coffin is formidable, it undergoes a transformation in normal air, losing its potency after 10 minutes. Fortunately, I inhaled only a small amount, allowing for a relatively swift purification. Amidst the pile of bones, I discovered a stone box, which, judging by its placement, was originally cradled by the tomb's owner. I donned gloves and retrieved the stone box. It was unlatched, and, upon lifting the lid, I found it contained an oilcloth bundle. The oilcloth was tightly wrapped, and as I unwrapped it layer by layer, I uncovered a leather-bound booklet within. The original owner possessed an exceptional memory, a skill I have inherited upon my arrival. I opened the booklet and leafed through it from cover to cover, discovering it to be a martial arts manual. It contained both text and illustrations, explained with remarkable clarity. Yet the cover bore no title, and the name of the martial art was not mentioned within. As Ah Zhao flipped through the leather booklet, the words gradually faded before his eyes, reminiscent of a time-worn painting or morning mist catching the sunlight. What? Ah Zhao exclaimed, hastily turning to the subsequent pages. I had not yet comprehended the contents. By the time he reached the final page, all the text had vanished completely. I had forgotten that ancient artifacts preserved in enclosed environments generally should not be exposed to light or air, as changes in their surroundings can compromise their stability. Yet, I had not anticipated the antiquity of this booklet. The stone coffin and the crude tomb offered no clues regarding their age. Disheartened, Ah Zhao cast the tattered cloth over the cliff. I presumed he lamented the loss of 50,000 taels. Instead, he sighed. We were so close to verifying the truth of a legend. Alas, what a pity. What do you know? I mused. No wonder he was no longer eager to seek the white peony, expending both energy and time on the serpent. He could not overcome it himself and had hired me for the task. There was indeed a rationale behind it. However, knowing this provided no means of verification, and I must seek my lady. Should any misfortune befall her, my own life would be forfeit. Ah Zhao picked up a somewhat thicker branch from nearby, broke off the twigs, and used it as a cane as he proceeded downstream. After walking 30 miles, the current gradually calmed. I called for Yunzhou to come closer, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to follow Ah Zhao, not for any other reason but to ascertain whether Lu Yukong and the white peony were still alive. After traversing over 100 miles, we finally sighted a village. Ah Zhao, leaning on his stick, entered to inquire, only to be chased out as a beggar. His current appearance was indeed less than favorable, so I took it upon myself to gather information, discovering that Lu Yukong and the White Peony were indeed in the village. They were renting a place from the village chief, and the White Peony, though frail, was under the care of a doctor that Lu Yukong had summoned. Her condition had stabilized. After ascertaining the location of the village chief's home, I led Ah Zhao there. Upon learning that Lu Yukong and the White Peony were alive, I refrained from entering the courtyard with Ah Zhao and departed after escorting him to the doorstep. Exiting the village, I guided Yunzhou along the water route, drifting and swimming downstream for nearly 100 miles until we landed in an unknown small village. The belongings at the inn were of little value, and with the substantial commission that Ah Zhao had given me in hand, I could procure anything I lacked. To be frank, I harbored no fear of the golden goo practitioners, yet I wished to avoid entanglement with them. Their tracking abilities with the goo insects were formidable, but they proved ineffective in water. If their target vanished beneath the surface, the insects would lose their sense of direction. My former employer excelled in the art of intelligence gathering, amassing a vast and varied array of information from numerous sources. Among her most trusted subordinates was an individual known as Enrage, who possessed more insider knowledge than most. Furthermore, the original owner of this body had an extraordinary photographic memory, which her former boss exploited to its fullest potential. The original owner retained within her mind countless martial arts manuals, medical texts, and secret formulas collected by her employer. Once she memorized this information, her boss would destroy the original documents. The original owner willingly served as her employer's living repository, never once utilizing the knowledge in her mind for personal gain. Despite possessing teachings on superior martial arts, she would never practice without her boss's permission. In Chapter 13, The Arrogant Young Lady, the original owner was privy to royal secrets and sensational tales from the martial world, all of which could provoke considerable upheaval. Her employer was a formidable figure, yet tragically fell for a scoundrel, pouring her heart and soul into the relationship, only to meet a disastrous end by self-immolation. I gently caressed the blood-red pendant hanging from my neck, a keepsake entrusted to me by my former boss prior to her demise. The crimson jade was intricately carved into the shape of an eye, resembling a bloodshot gaze. After assuming this body, I deliberately chose to overlook the sensational stories that could incite chaos and instead focused on my retirement endeavors. Yunzhou, with remnants of sweet potato clinging to his lips, offered me a steaming half of a baked sweet potato. With an abundance of pastries and soft delicacies, I was fortunate that he was not picky, accepting whatever was provided. While possessing formidable martial skills is advantageous, he currently lacked the capacity to manage the aftermath. After traversing mountains for several days, we arrived once more at a small town to rest around midday. Upon arriving in each new town, our invariable custom is to dine in the local establishments. Yunzhou and I maintained our guise as rustic farmers. Tranquility has prevailed in recent days, with no adversaries seeking us out. The martial arts tournament has drawn guests from every corner of the pugilistic world, with travelers arriving from far and wide, filling the inns along the way to capacity. Certain more reclusive sects have elected to camp in the wilderness, eschewing the cramped quarters of shared inns. Such a grand event has drawn many individuals who, though unable to enter the Qiongyu Pavilion, are content to revel in the atmosphere of Yuanqing and broaden their horizons. Even in this unassuming town, the inns are bursting at the seams, compelling me to negotiate with the innkeeper for accommodation in the woodshed in the backyard. Yuanqing is but a day's walk from this small town, or half a day for those skilled in lightness techniques. Due to its proximity to Yuanqing, news travels swiftly, and one can often glean the latest gossip. For instance, the widely discussed happy occasion of the forthcoming Liu family nuptials has already become common knowledge. I have no interest in the martial arts tournament and merely wish to bypass Yuanqing and continue northward. However, fate is ever mutable. At dusk, a contingent of soldiers appeared in the town, guarding both gates and declaring that until the conclusion of the martial arts tournament, egress would be forbidden. This regulation is unprecedented, and informed sources claim that an incident has occurred in Yuanqing, prompting the Martial Arts Alliance to order the closure of all routes leading out of the city, including the surrounding towns, which have been designated as a restricted area. Until the conclusion of the martial arts tournament, the event is scheduled to last a month. The majority of the martial artists in the town continue to converge on Yuanqing, while a minority intends to observe for a few days to ascertain the nature of the incident and proceed accordingly if it is not deemed severe. As darkness enveloped the city, a procession of individuals made their way into town, prompting a small faction of onlookers, wary of the unexpected arrival, to hastily depart for Yuan City. The townsfolk, accustomed to the presence of wandering adventurers, possessed a modicum of discernment. With the arrival of this band, every household within the city shut its doors tightly. Even in the sweltering summer heat, windows sealed shut. The innkeeper contemplated closing the establishment, yet it was too late. The group had already reached the entrance, leaving him hesitant to proceed with his intentions. This entourage commandeered the entire inn. Their horses led to the backyard for feeding. Observing the elaborate gear adorning the horses, it became abundantly clear why the townspeople regarded them with such trepidation. They epitomized the darker elements of the underworld. Seldom traveling in groups, their actions shrouded in secrecy and discretion. To see them so brazenly manifesting near Yuan City was an unprecedented occurrence. Is there still someone residing in the backyard? A melodious voice, light and airy, drifted through the air, accompanied by the delicate chime of bells. A woman traversed the inn's lobby, making her way to the rear. The innkeeper trailed closely behind her, slightly bowing as he wore a smile, explaining, "These are guests who checked in this morning. Just two simple folk from the countryside. They are staying in the storage room of the backyard and shall not disturb your esteemed guests." The woman, clad in vibrant red attire, sleeveless top and side-slit trousers, exposed her midriff and lower back. Her hair, styled in dreadlocks adorned with floral tattoos, gave her an unmistakably exotic appearance. With bronzed skin and striking gray-blue eyes, she embodied a perfect fusion of wildness and allure. Bailia, the esteemed heiress of the myriad monstrosity fortress, the only daughter of its lord, Bailey Taiha, is 20 years of age. On her 14th birthday, Bailey Taiha presented her with a divine weapon as a gift, a long whip crafted from the osseous remains of a thunder sea dragon. Despite its origin, the whip possesses a resilience surpassing that of copper or iron, and it is naturally imbued with electrical energy, rendering it a self-charging instrument of shocking force. Consequently, Bailey dons a pair of specially designed gloves to safeguard herself from electrocution during its employment. I have gleaned this information solely from the memories of the original host. The original host had never encountered her personally, but rumor has it that Bailey is ruthless and cruel, having assisted her father in numerous nefarious deeds, earning her the reputation of a fiendish woman who slays without compunction. I find this hard to believe. The woman exudes an air of mastery, while the man is adorned with an aura of nobility. A rustic, perhaps? Bailey chuckled softly as she abruptly uncoiled the long whip from her waist and lashed it towards the cloud boat. I am uncertain as to what prompted her to perceive an air of nobility about the cloud boat, but I am certain that he possesses an abundance of foolishness, for he remained utterly oblivious to the approaching whip. Consequently, I delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the side, where he landed unceremoniously in a horse trough. The whip struck my calf, tearing through the coarse fabric of my trousers and leaving a blackened, cauterized wound in its wake. The weapon lives up to its reputation as a divine instrument, delivering both a dazzling display and grievous injury. Yet, I remained stoic, much to Bailey Yu's dissatisfaction, who prepared to unleash a second strike. "Ah, Miss Bailey, your talent for oppressive bullying seems to have flourished," a mellifluous voice descended from the rooftop. A figure clad in azure stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the luminous orb in the night sky. "Enrage, your proclivity for meddling has only intensified. Shall I prescribe a consultation with a renowned physician, with the bill, of course, footed by you?" Bailey Yu's expression was somber. The contours of her eyes were deep, and when she smiled, there was a hint of passion, while anger rendered her icy. Indeed, I had overstepped my bounds, yet I was merely considering Miss Bailey's welfare. These two individuals, one is beyond your capability to confront, and the other you cannot provoke. The man in blue, Enrage, cast a sidelong glance at both me and Yun Zhou, his elongated eyes reminiscent of a fox, wearing a smile that seemed to conceal ulterior motives. Chapter 14. I am his shadow guard. The original owner had never encountered Enrage, yet was aware that he belonged to the esteemed En family, one of the 4 great clans of the martial world. It was also known that this generation of the En family had produced a remarkable talent named Enrage. At the tender age of 15, he ventured into the martial realm, and over the past decade, he had acted with righteousness, eliminating evildoers, and ridding the martial community of numerous scoundrels. His lock star sword is renowned throughout the realm, besides the unique heavenly star sword technique developed by the En family. He has also mastered a rare internal cultivation method taught by a master. The original owner had never clashed with him, but from the intelligence gathered previously, it was evident that he was a standout among the younger generation of martial arts prodigies. Naturally, Beilia was no ordinary adversary. She belonged to a nefarious sect, which had its own rankings of emerging negative forces within the martial world. Yunzhou struggled out of the horse trough and hurried to my side, crouching down to inspect my leg. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." I refrained from letting him see, instead grasping the back of his collar and lifting him up. Though the wound on my leg appeared alarming and was indeed quite severe, it was inconsequential to me. I could recover in moments. However, with others present, it was imprudent for me to utilize my abilities. Upon hearing Enrage's words, Beilia's interest was piqued regarding Yunzhou. She scrutinized him from head to toe. Her curiosity evident. "Cannot provoke?" "Why so?" His words sent a chill down my spine. His ability to utter such things suggested he might be acquainted with Yunzhou and aware of his true identity. Suddenly, Beilia burst into laughter, her expression transforming with astonishing swiftness, more rapid than the turning of a page. The enchantress instantly morphed into a demure maiden, softly chuckling. "What do you mean by action?" "I have no intention of harming this young gentleman. I merely wish to befriend him." My greatest fears materialized when, before the eyes of strangers, Yunzhou's inner strength surged dramatically, unleashing a lethal strike. The skilled members of the Jingu Association could not guard against his attack, and naturally, Beilia could not evade it either, especially as he wielded no lethal weapon, only a leftover tea egg from dinner. The tea egg struck Beilia on the forehead, instantly raising a large bump. Those around her, responding to her command, unsheathed their blades with a clatter, while Enrage remained motionless, seemingly disinclined to intervene. After a moment's hesitation, I resolved to employ an entirely new martial technique to confront them. My unique ability served as an auxiliary to martial arts training, allowing any technique to be mastered rapidly in my hands. However, the brevity of time came with its drawbacks, limiting the effectiveness of the technique to merely 30% of its potential. Moreover, Zhao regarded it as a treasure. Losing it would cause him considerable distress. The stone coffin manual contained methods for fortuitous practice, as well as explanations for corresponding techniques. I positioned myself to obstruct Yunzhou, forbidding him from making any further moves, while simultaneously attempting to engage Beilia's subordinates using the techniques from the stone coffin manual. She was accompanied by a significant number of followers, with her people filling the inn, and 12 individuals were assigned for her close protection. Of these 12, 4 remained to guard her, while the other 8 advanced toward me with their blades drawn. Their knives bore unusual designs, and their tactics primarily relied on ambush, rendering them exceedingly difficult to defend against. According to the ancient tome of the sarcophagus, luck serves as a shield, at times transforming into a blade, capable of both parrying and piercing. In the absence of a weapon, I can dismantle their lethal maneuvers. Once an opportunity arises for me to make contact, even with the weapon in their grasp, I can channel a formidable internal force into them. This force is not akin to the benevolent transfer of energy. It bears a destructive essence that surges within them, potentially leaving their arms crippled or even leading to their demise. What a futile endeavor. Does Miss Bailey truly wish to escalate matters here? As for Enchi, I cannot divulge my name to her, for I intend to utilize it for acquiring land and property in the countryside. Should she become aware, it would be all too easy for her to trace my whereabouts. The 100 Ghosts Demon Fortress is no reputable sect, and I have no desire to entangle myself with them, inviting endless trouble. Yunzhou's true identity is one that the 100 Ghosts Demon Fortress cannot afford to provoke. As Enrage aptly noted, should she harm Yunzhou, the entirety of the Demon Fortress would face dire consequences. Assassins seeking to eliminate Yunzhou must cloak themselves in the guise of bandits, for no one dares to confront him openly. Yet, after all this time, it is peculiar that no one has come searching for him. So he is merely a loyal guardian, not the elusive master I had imagined. Beilia let out a cold laugh and turned away, leading her entourage with her. She seemed suddenly relieved, not even inquiring further about Yunzhou's true identity. However, should she wish to investigate, her father's connections and the power of the demon fortress would render such inquiries relatively straightforward. Yet, he discarded the chive dumplings I had prepared as a late-night snack for him, food he particularly relished, always ready to be drawn from his pocket at a moment's notice. The vendor's dumplings are characterized by their thin skins and generous fillings, particularly the chives. Chopped chives clung to the dreadlocks, glistening with oil. Their pungent aroma was quite pronounced, inflicting little harm but a great deal of humiliation. How many times must I reiterate? Do not discard items carelessly. If the late-night snack is gone, then you shall endure hunger. In a fit of anger, I struck the back of Yunzhou's hand, applying enough force to redden it. The matter she had set out to address must be of utmost importance, compelling this tempestuous young lady to temporarily endure this grievous insult. Of course, should she uncover Yunzhou's true identity, perhaps we would be spared. Enrage leaped down from the rooftop, approached me, bowed respectfully, and offered a humble smile. His demeanor in stark contrast to his attitude towards Bai Liya. Just as he was about to speak, Yunzhou suddenly burst forth from the woodshed, seized my arm, and pulled me inside, discarding an object behind him and kicking the door shut, effectively isolating Enrage outside. He shoved me into a pile of hay, even arranging more hay around me to cover me thoroughly, much like a grave. From beyond the door came squeaking sounds. It turns out the object he had hurled at Enrage was a rat. This fellow truly believes that everything in the world is suitable for tossing. Chapter 15. The origin. Enrage let out a light chuckle and took flight, leaving behind the phrase, "Until we meet again." As an undercover guard, there exists no distinction between righteousness and malevolence. One serves their master, ensuring good deeds are accomplished and misdeeds are executed. In the heart of an undercover guard, there are only orders, devoid of black or white. I had struck Yunzhou, and Enrage likely recognized that I was not his subordinate, seeking to glean some information from me. Yet Yunzhou remained in a huff, piling a meter-high mound of hay upon me. As he busied himself with this task, I resigned myself to my earthy concealment. In the dead of night, he unearthed me once more, shaking me vigorously. As I opened my eyes, I beheld the worry etched upon his face. Gently, I patted his hand, assuring him of my vitality. His expression was one of skepticism, and every hour, he would awaken to check on me, seeking confirmation of my existence. Though he seemed dazed, I discerned his acute sensitivity to certain states. Each time he encountered a corpse, he exhibited a peculiar unease. His concern for my potential demise was an unspoken sentiment, palpable even without words. Thus, I grasped his hand. The hands of the deceased are cold, while only the living possess warmth. This way, he would no longer need to open his eyes to ascertain my life or death. Through the touch, he would know I still breathed. Bai Liya and her entourage departed the small town before dawn. Yunzhou did not stir until the sun had ascended high in the sky. Although I had awakened early, he held me tightly, rendering me unable to free myself. Reluctantly, I called for the innkeeper, requesting breakfast be brought to the storeroom. Having skipped supper the previous night, Yunzhou inevitably would awaken with an appetite that had doubled by noon. The innkeeper, having accepted my generous tip, provided attentive service. After witnessing the encounter between me and Bai Liya's men the night before, the innkeeper was particularly effusive today, addressing me as heroine and insisting we move to a better room, waiving the lodging fee entirely. I did not decline, as we would be unable to leave for the next month. While breaking through was feasible, it was unnecessary. My ultimate goal remained to purchase land in the countryside for farming, and I had no desire to challenge the authority of the Martial Arts Alliance. The innkeeper's hospitality was abundant, and the attendant was diligent, frequently delivering hot water and tea with snacks. Were it not for my knowledge that the refreshments posed no danger, I might have suspected they intended to turn us into human dumplings. The martial arts conference was held as scheduled, and new guests gradually arrived at the inn. The waiter busily ran to our room, and after several exchanges, we managed to engage in a few conversations. As we became more familiar, he began to inquire about where I and Yunzhou hailed from, which sect we belonged to, and the martial arts we practiced. The inn served as a convenient hub for gathering intelligence. Being so close to Yuan City, this small town was likely a center for information exchange. Yunzhou was a sturdy laborer I had picked up along the way. Though his intellect was somewhat lacking, he was physically capable, adept at performing laborious tasks such as carrying sacks and hauling soil. The waiter chuckled, remarking on my peculiar nature. While others honed their martial skills to achieve fame or to join prestigious sects and amass wealth, I, despite my extraordinary abilities, sought to cultivate the land. In truth, I had never experienced opulence and grandeur firsthand, yet the original owner of my body had witnessed much during her time with her former employer. She had seen and learned everything, and despite the lofty status of her master, happiness remained elusive. The desires she held most dearly were ultimately unattainable. Furthermore, within that echelon, the probability of dying young was alarmingly high. Reaching the age of 50 was a rarity, and many never even had the chance to take a breath. Contemplating these thoughts, I could not help but scrutinize Yunzhou. What hardships had he endured to grow into the person he was today? Surely, his path had been fraught with challenges. The original owner had not seen him in his former glory, But if we were to rewind a decade, there was a time when these two had a connection. The original owner had participated in a survival training in the wilderness, nearly perishing in the mountains. It was a brutal elimination contest, where the consequence of being ousted was death. The half-grown children, deprived of sunlight in the dark guard camp, were cast into the mountains, forced to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the wolves, insects, and beasts of the forest, snatching food from the jaws of danger. Stripped of sustenance and arms. Only those who navigate the mountains unaided shall merit inclusion in the subsequent phase of training. Among the covert guards, camaraderie is non-existent. None shall assist another, lest they encumber themselves. The original host was particularly unfortunate, afflicted with a fever upon deployment. Ordinarily, respite within the training camp would suffice for recovery, however. Exposed to the elements without shelter or covering, and burdened with procuring water, her malady intensified. Seeking refuge, she concealed herself in a secure location, only to be rendered delirious by the fever's intensity. Amidst her delirium, she discerned the sounds of conflict. Sheltered within a hollow tree, she presumed the sounds to emanate from fellow aspirants engaged in skirmishes, struggles for sustenance being commonplace within the camp, and even more so in the wilderness. Yet, as the combat subsided, voices arose in conversation. Succumbing to the irritation in her throat, she emitted a faint cough, immediately alerting the conversing parties to her presence. Her fever had depleted her strength, and engagement at that moment would assuredly result in her demise. However, those conversing in the forest merely approached the tree hollow to investigate, discovering a small girl huddled within, her body ablaze with fever. Rather than harm her, they spared her life, leaving behind a skin of water and a parcel of dried meat. It was a silver-haired youth who had approached the tree hollow to assess her condition, reporting his findings to another who remained perched in the trees. Though unseen, she discerned that this individual, too, was a youth, who instructed the silver-haired boy to leave the water and provisions, and to refrain from disturbing the girl. The original host committed the person's title to memory, and later, as a covert guard for her former employer, and privy to greater insights, she would come to know the identity of her erstwhile benefactor. Yet, what can one do with such knowledge? She was merely a pawn of her former employer, devoid of independent thought. Whether seeking vengeance or expressing gratitude was an impossibility. 2 years prior, in an unexpected encounter, the original self had crossed paths with Yun Zhou. Both were clad in night attire, and in an environment where silence was paramount. They merely exchanged glances before parting ways. My act of saving him was not motivated by any debt he owed to the original self. Rather, it stemmed from a simple desire to perform a good deed, akin to his earlier gesture of leaving water and food for the original self. The toys I had once purchased for him were abandoned at the inn where I previously resided, and upon arriving in the small town, I procured a new collection. Among them, he cherished the rattle drum most dearly, though I cautioned him against disturbing the peace, advising that he should use it judiciously to avoid it becoming a source of noise pollution. If those people on your side do not come to fetch you soon, you shall truly have to accompany me to the countryside to tend to the fields, I mused to myself, knowing he could not comprehend my words. Go, he exclaimed, shaking the rattle drum with a radiant smile. Hero. I poured myself a cup of tea, and just as I lifted it, an incongruous voice intruded upon my ears. How did you find us? With a flick of my wrist, I utilized my internal energy to open the door, revealing a Zhao, her slender waist swaying like a willow. Standing outside. Chapter 16. Stealthily growing stronger, a Zhao had donned a vibrant black outfit, the somberness of black fabric on others contrasting sharply with her attire, which sparkled like a Christmas tree adorned with color. She had adorned herself with an array of diamonds, some were intricately embroidered with pink diamonds, while others formed birds with yellow diamonds. There were also green trees, red flowers, and purple pavilions. Long time no see, hero. Behind a Zhao, there was no one. He had come alone. His injuries had nearly healed, and he no longer wore a human mask. How did you find us? I inquired once more. That potato sprout mentioned it. Her chatter is more incessant than a parrot's. A Zhao moved a chair for himself and seated himself at the table. Bailia? I confirmed. What brings you here? Bailia had gone to Yuan City, and if a Zhao had heard of our whereabouts from her, it meant he had journeyed here from Yuan City. I come bearing good tidings, my lady. Oh, my esteemed princess has awakened, and all is well. I raised an eyebrow, awaiting his further words. The princess was no kin of mine. Her safety was of no concern to me. You are indeed aware, which does not surprise me in the least. A Zhao pulled out a handkerchief, twirling it playfully between his fingers. You are too conspicuous. it is difficult to remain oblivious. The princess has consented to marry young Master Lu, yet there are those who oppose their union. We require assistance. After his declaration, I remained silent, sipping my tea. Compensation is necessary. He extended his tentacle to probe. I continued to withhold my response. Would the Wulian Alliance and the Jiushuang Kingdom's royal family lack manpower? The marriage between the two families would undoubtedly face external opposition and covert sabotage. Such a conclusion is evident to anyone. Could the two families be utterly unprepared? For 200,000 taels, I could confront the entire Golden Gu Association, yet embroiled in the overt and covert conflicts between the Wulian Alliance and various royal families. No sum would suffice. Zhao initially employed temptation. Upon seeing my indifference, he shifted to threats. He spoke of the Golden Insect Society, suggesting that they maintained clandestine connections with various sects within the martial world, warning that entangling with them would lead to endless troubles. Their members, unable to overpower me, might resort to hiring skilled assassins from other factions. It seemed that seeking refuge under a formidable ally was my only option. If you and your master do not betray me, who would suspect my enmity with the Golden Insect Society? I smiled, my gaze fixed on Zhao, and said, if you betray me, will you and your master bear the consequences? Such words of a hero. What enmity could you possibly have with the Golden Insect Society? They are completely unrelated to you. The society has kidnapped our county princess, a heinous crime that will not be overlooked by the kingdom of Jiushuang. These individuals are irredeemably wicked and must be eradicated from their lair, ensuring they can never harm anyone again. Indeed, he shifted his attitude, and I was more than willing to play the fool. While the Shadow Guard seldom roamed the martial world, assassination was the skill in which I excelled. And combined with my extraordinary abilities, taking the princess's life would be a rather simple task. Originally, we were partners. Our transaction meant to conclude with a clear exchange of silver for services rendered. Should he dare to threaten me afterward, there would be no mercy. Would the princess dare to trade places with a commoner? Zhao was not foolish. Without absolute certainty of eliminating me, he would not dare to turn against me. Since that night when my powers aided me in practicing the techniques inscribed in the stone coffin manual, my inner strength has surged dramatically in recent days. My speed akin to that of someone who has mastered dark arts, yet without any signs of losing control. Even if my body sustained some injuries while cultivating, my abilities could mend them. In truth, even if I were to indulge in dark practices, my life would not be at risk. Even if my body were riddled with wounds, my healing powers could restore me completely. Moreover, it is a remarkable skill devoid of any side effects, allowing one to achieve what others might toil for a decade with mere practice. I have been diligently training, not stepping outside these past few days, relying on the attendant for any errands. While Yunzhou plays with his building blocks, I meditate and refine my skills. Zhao, I presume, could hardly fathom the extent of my progress after just a few days apart. Even if my abilities were to remain at the level from days ago, he would think twice before confronting me. Clearly, he does not wish to engage in a one-off transaction, as there may be opportunities for future collaboration. He expended funds to arrange a lavish feast for me and Yunzhou, striving to ease the tension with flattery in hopes of placating me. After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, he became somewhat inebriated, his face flushed as crimson as a monkey's rear, his hand unsteadily raising the wine cup, spilling half before it even reached his lips. Have you heard the news, my friend? A significant event has transpired in Yuan City. His tongue was slightly thickened, rendering his speech somewhat garbled. The Martial Arts Alliance has sealed off Yuan City and its surrounding towns, prohibiting anyone from leaving, leading to rampant speculation about a grave occurrence. However, the wandering heroes in the small town were in such haste that I, lacking the curiosity to inquire further, remain in the dark regarding the situation. Recently, I have been training my palate to tolerate strongly flavored foods, such as scallions and miso, which I had previously avoided. My original self had cultivated a set of instinctual habits, and I am gradually working to amend them. The former leader has been poisoned. Zhao, a bit tipsy, still remembered to lower his voice and secretly informed me. He grinned widely. However, the official narrative claims that Xiongyu Pavilion has been robbed, and they seek the thief. In truth, they are hunting the perpetrator of the poisoning. Will he die? I inquired. Yes, replied Zhao, downing another cup of wine and refilling it. If the antidote is not found within a month, he is doomed. Has the marriage alliance been called off? The leader of the alliance cannot make an appearance. Thus the nuptials must be postponed. Only a select few are aware of the leader's poisoning, and should this information leak, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Why did you divulge this to me? Alas, you surely can keep a secret. The dark guards are notoriously tight-lipped, unwilling to utter a word. Ah Zhao, with his intoxicated gaze and foolish grin, mused, dark guards? I possess extraordinary abilities. Even submerged in a vat of wine, I remain unaffected, still red-faced and clear-headed. He gestured towards the noble figure. You are his dark guard, as the potato sprout mentioned. The potato sprout he referred to must be by Leah, who, having suffered grievances here, would undoubtedly have complained upon arriving in Yuan City. Even Ah Zhao is now aware of the details. No wonder. You are neither relatives nor acquaintances. With your formidable martial prowess, yet you bear the burden of a companion. I must confess, I even speculated whether you might be his child bride, sold to him in childhood to serve as a foolish wife. Ah Zhao, in his drunken stupor, blurted out whatever came to mind. Despite his martial skills, he lacks the subtlety in social matters. Having entered the palace at a young age, he has likely had few opportunities to venture outside, and within the palace, his life must have been relatively comfortable, devoid of significant hardships. My extraordinary abilities reveal that he is genuinely intoxicated, not feigning it. To be inebriated before strangers indicates a lack of vigilance. It is not surprising that Bai Mu Dan either became separated from him or was abducted. Chapter 17. Encountering an acquaintance regardless of whether their master-servant relationship is genuine or merely a facade. I have no desire to entangle myself in the disputes related to the royal family. Should the old leader meet his demise, the martial world is destined to descend into chaos for a time. However, in matters of the world, separation inevitably leads to reunification, and reunification ultimately breeds separation. Those who meticulously strive to maintain the stability of the overarching situation cannot prevent the emergence of turmoil. Once the chaos reaches its zenith, tranquility will naturally return. This world has never lacked those who instigate events. It is impossible to guard against them. Moreover, the death of the original proprietor will undoubtedly stir ripples among the foreign nations. Peaceful days are numbered. Ah Zhao barely tasted a few morsels, filling himself instead with wine, lamenting his own ineptitude before succumbing to slumber upon the table. Yunzhou had already tidied up the remnants of the meal. Ah Zhao's inability to enjoy the feast was largely due to his efforts, as he had devoured most of the sumptuous dishes himself. Upon noticing Ah Zhao sprawled out, Yunzhou prodded his shoulder, nearly dislodging him from the table. With quick reflexes, I caught him and deposited him onto the sole table in the room. Ah Zhao slept like a log, his body slamming against the bedboard without stirring. I summoned the attendant to clear the table and requested another room, offering our current one to Ah Zhao while Yunzhou and I would relocate. At present, I had not yet discarded my habit of sleeping on the beams, making it unnecessary to rent an additional room. Yunzhou would occupy the bed while I would rest upon the beams. One room sufficed for our needs. In the latter half of the night, a figure stealthily ascended to the inn's rooftop, displaying commendable agility, treading upon the tiles with scarcely a sound. Yet, as long as they were alive, I could sense their energy field. The intruder first lifted the tiles from the roof of the adjacent room, which happened to be Yunzhou's and mine. It appeared their objective was a specific individual, rather than a random selection of rooms or occupants. They dispersed, methodically inspecting each room for their quarry. When I arrived at the room, I concealed myself in the blind spot of their vision. They were unable to see me, yet they could observe Yunzhou lying upon the bed. A slender thread dangled down, precariously hovering over Yunzhou's face, oblivious to the peril that surrounded him. When he became the target of an assassination, he was merely an ordinary individual, devoid of any internal strength. A dark liquid trickled down the thread, suspicious in appearance. This was yet another assassination attempt on Yunzhou, and I remained steadfastly by his side, unwilling to move. I had no desire to uncover the identity of his assailants. My sole objective was to ensure his safety. As long as I was in close proximity, no assassin could fulfill their mission. However, those on the roof were not inclined to relent. They surged into the room through the windows, door, and ceiling, transforming the assassination from stealth to open confrontation. Clad in dark attire, they wore iron masks that bore the distinctive mark of a certain faction, half concealed, half revealed, leaving me momentarily bewildered by their intentions. For individuals in black engaged me in combat within the confines of the room, and with no one else present, I felt no need for restraint. I unleashed my extraordinary abilities against them. My powers could both save lives and extinguish them, with the extraction of energy being the most efficient. The moment the four of them made contact with me, they would feel an overwhelming weakness, akin to a severe illness, as if they were on the brink of death. I showed no mercy. Upon contact, they collapsed into unconsciousness. One attempted to flee, but I swiftly intercepted him, seizing his wrist just before he could take his own life. He lost the chance to crush the poison pill in his mouth and, in the blink of an eye, succumbed to unconsciousness. I lifted the masks off the faces of the 4 individuals, and as expected, their features were disfigured beyond recognition. These were the assassins from that household, 3 men and 1 woman, who possessed nothing but poison and concealed weapons, devoid of any personal belongings. The sole evidence of their identity resided in the black iron masks they wore. The assailants who previously targeted Yunzhou bore no insignia, and their martial skills were eclectic, suggesting they were hired killers from outside rather than cultivated from within. Awakened by the sounds of the struggle, Yunzhou leaped to his feet and rushed to my side, his eyes scanning me up and down. I could discern his intentions through some of his gestures. I raised my hand to pat my arm, signaling that I was unharmed. He then turned his gaze towards the 4 assassins on the ground, approaching them to deliver a kick. However, it seemed he discovered something, as he crouched down to grasp one of their hands. The hand he grasped belonged to the female assassin, whose visage was also marred, contorted in a grotesque manner. I noticed an old scar adjacent to her right pinky finger. Bend. Yunzhou's speech capabilities had not advanced significantly, and his pronunciation remained largely inaccurate. When he uttered bend, it could possibly refer to any of the characters for late, 10,000, or carve. Do you recognize her? Setting aside the specific sound he made, his demeanor led me to suspect he had indeed recognized someone familiar. Ben. Despite his earnest efforts, he struggled to convey his thoughts clearly. I too crouched down to examine the wounds on the female assassin's hand, realizing she had once possessed 6 fingers. Her pinky had been severed, leaving behind the scar. Do you wish for her? Without the need for words, a nod would suffice. Yet Yunzhou remained oblivious, still clutching the woman's hand and calling out bend. Observing the situation, I deemed it necessary to converse with the woman. I first neutralized the lethal poison coursing through her body, then proceeded to treat her throat, rendered mute by the toxin, and finally restored her visage, though I refrained from returning her spirit. The poison within them manifested daily, approximately once every 24 hours. And there remained about 12 hours until the next episode. The other issues afflicting the female assassin would require time to address. Thus, I prioritized detoxifying the 4 assassins to ensure they would not succumb to the torment of the venom. The detoxification process was time-consuming, taking nearly 10 hours, leaving me utterly exhausted and seeing stars. The other 3 assassins lay unconscious, while the female assassin gradually regained consciousness under my care. She was utterly weakened, incapable of even crushing an ant. Upon realizing she lay in a bed, her astonishment was palpable. I surmised she anticipated being confined to a dungeon, tortured, or coerced for information after her capture. She bore no shackles nor additional toxins. Fortunately, I was not a covert guardian raised under strict restraint. I could undertake tasks my original self was ill-equipped to handle. My demeanor, however, remained somewhat cold, as I struggled to adopt the gentle disposition of a familiar sisterly figure in the presence of a stranger. The female assassin's expression was one of disbelief. Her eyes filled with suspicion as she contemplated my intentions, likely suspecting a hidden agenda. Do not overthink. Your life is spared because Yunzhou is acquainted with you. Yes. That foolish one, the one gnawing on chicken necks. I gestured towards Yunzhou, seated by the window, indulging in his meal, though from the female assassin's perspective, the positioning of the window eluded her view. I assisted her in rising and turned her head gently so she could recognize the individual before the window. Chapter 18. Is the noble person clad in their own garments? The wanderers of the martial world congregated in the small town, all hastening toward Yuan City. For the past few days, the inn has been devoid of other guests, allowing me to offer Yunzhou food with bones. Aja, inebriated, slept until the sun was high in the sky, and upon awakening, he exclaimed, "Oh no, oh no." He hurriedly dashed downstairs and galloped away on his horse toward the outskirts of the city. The female assassin lay on the bed, while the 3 men sprawled on the floor. After having lunch with Yunzhou in our own quarters, I returned to attend to their wounds. Yunzhou was reluctant to be left alone, so I prepared some snacks and toys for him and brought them into the room. The female assassin turned her head and caught sight of Yunzhou sitting by the window, her facial muscles twitching slightly. Instinctively, her emotions were suppressed, leaving her expression a tumultuous mix of joy and sorrow, tightly restrained. It appeared she recognized him. He seemed dazed now. I had thought he had forgotten the people and events of the past, yet it seemed he had identified you. Hence, I spared your life, administered the antidote. And regarding your voice, you shall soon be able to speak again in a few days. At that time, you may both acknowledge one another." I laid the female assassin back down, instructing her to rest. "The poison within you is peculiar and disrupts your central nervous system. Never mind. What I mean to say is that the attempt on his life may not have been your true intention. If you acted under the influence of another, you need not burden yourself with guilt." The female assassin gazed at me in shock, her mouth opening in an attempt to speak, yet her voice was still silenced. I quickly intervened, assuring her that any words she wished to express could wait until a later time. Without the lethal poison wreaking havoc within her, she would swiftly regain her health. Aside from recognizing her, Yunzhou displayed no further reaction, remaining engrossed in his food and drink. His interest in the female assassin eclipsed by a mere chicken neck. Additionally, the 3 other warriors awoke, equally astonished that they had survived. The 4 of them were rendered mute by poison and could not speak. 3 days later, the female warrior was able to produce a faint sound. Though her voice was hoarse and unpleasant, she did not care about the quality of her voice and urgently beckoned me, wishing to converse. I hastened to her bedside, reminding her to refrain from straining her voice, as it needed to be preserved. In the past, the original owner of this body had eavesdropped, able to discern conversations through the walls, having undergone specialized auditory training. Thus, the proximity of our conversation rendered her soft voice sufficient. The female warrior candidly revealed that she was a maidservant of Yunzhou, having followed him since childhood, yet she was illiterate and could not write, having only honed her martial skills. In my understanding, she served as Yunzhou's personal protector, and unlike modern relationships, the bond between them was not merely one of employer and employee. Typically, a devoted maidservant would exhibit extraordinary loyalty to her master, willing to sacrifice her life or accompany them in death, remaining by their side at all times. The female warrior, named Wanner, was an orphan without parents, unaware of her surname. During her time with Yunzhou, she was known solely by her given name. Her fingers had been severed by the hands of other noble youths, done before Yunzhou's eyes during a period of hardship when they were often bullied. Later, as Yunzhou rose to prominence, he avenged her, even summoning martial arts masters to impart skills to her. He had never regarded us as mere servants, always treating me with the care one would extend to a sister. As Wanna spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. She expressed her profound remorse towards Yunzhou, lamenting her failure to protect her master and how she had been manipulated into becoming an assassin against him. She pleaded for her own demise. I dared not comply. Despite her current state of despair, he could still recognize her instantly. She was acutely aware of the disfigurement of her face, which spoke volumes. It signified that, as she herself had articulated, she had long been considered family in his eyes. Why would I wish to harm a family member? I had no desire to incur the wrath of fate. At that moment, Wanner's emotions were genuine. She was heartbroken and deeply pained, her sorrow flowing like an uncontrollable river. She berated herself for her perceived inadequacy, wishing to strike herself, yet her frail body succumbed to fatigue, leaving her hand to fall limply. "Do not blame yourself, dear girl," I reassured her. "The individuals who captured and trained you are undoubtedly formidable. They are not adversaries you could withstand. There is no need to torment yourself. To maintain good health, one must avoid emotional turmoil and rage." I comforted her, encouraging her to nurture her well-being. Once her health was restored, she could return to her former duties. Caring for Yunzhou indeed presented challenges, yet with a devoted maid by my side, my burdens would be alleviated. Otherwise, I would be compelled to hire help for bathing and dressing him, which would incur additional expenses. Reflecting on Yunzhou's past status, I began to question whether, in his more lucid days, he too had relied on others for such personal care. Could he even dress himself? That posed a conundrum. After my heartfelt counsel, Wanner began to cherish her health, realizing that she and Yunzhou were not enemies, and that her attempt on his life had been orchestrated by outside forces. I gradually returned her sense of spirit. With renewed vigor, her recovery accelerated, and both her voice and body swiftly regained strength. Additionally, the 3 other assassins, who were also guardians of Yunzhou, being of our own kin, I decided to address the matter collectively. Once Wanna regained her vocal capabilities, she accompanied me incessantly, chattering away to the point that I deeply regretted my efforts to save her. It was evident to her that Yunzhou was under my diligent care, and she came to regard me as his benefactor, thereby extending that gratitude to herself as well. "Are you not afraid that I might be a rival sent by his adversaries?" feigning to rescue him in order to gain his trust. I found Zhao's servitude already quite lacking in vigilance, and now Wanner seemed even more indiscreet, as she was eager to divulge even the most trivial details of her master's childhood. Oh, she had indeed shared that. "Missin, you need not intimidate me. I am well aware of the poison that afflicts the master. Though not lethal, it is an ailment for which no remedy exists, rendering him foolish for eternity. No one would squander time and resources on a fool. A person of your caliber would not easily be swayed by others. It would require significant expense and great favors to enlist your aid, and certainly, his enemies would not invest such effort. Indeed, the previous attempts on his life were executed by assassins of mediocre skill, indicating that they had not expended considerable resources. Conversely, Wanner and her compatriots, once trusted confidants of Yunzhou, were abruptly dispatched to eliminate him. What was the meaning of this? Wanner and the others were oblivious to who had compelled them to turn against Yunzhou. According to her account, after the incident, they had retreated to protect him, only to fall victim to the enemy's poison mist. However, upon regaining consciousness, they discovered they had survived, without enduring severe interrogation, but rather being continuously fed poison. The venom ravaged their countenances and throats, and as time wore on, they discovered that even their consciousness was ensnared, their bodies becoming uncontrollable, mere puppets. Chapter 19. Heavy makeup is always suitable reduced to mere puppets. Their lives were no longer their own to determine. Even when confronting masters who were once as close as family, they were capable of lethal actions. In my former world, my abilities were of limited use. The people there needed sustenance, not physicians. Without potable water and nourishment, even the most skilled healer could not save lives. Having arrived here, where sustenance is not an issue, the advantages of my healing art have become apparent. Their usual training ground was a concealed cavern, devoid of any markings that might indicate its ownership. From the moment they awoke, poisoned, to their training as puppet assassins, they had only left the cavern once for this mission. Upon their departure, their senses were suppressed, rendering them oblivious to the presence of mountains or rivers along the way. It was not until they reached the outskirts of the small town that their senses were restored, allowing them to enter the town in search of their assassination target. Unearthing clues about the mastermind behind them would not be easy, since they dared to dispatch them. They must have been well prepared. "Madam, what is this?" Wanner inquired, holding the men's clothing I had given her, her expression bewildered. "How many times must I say it? Do not call me madam. I am merely performing a good deed by rescuing your master. Do not bestow such a title upon me." I instructed the waiter to prepare hot water. To save money, I usually hired someone to bathe Yunzhou once a week. These past few days, the matter of bathing had been delayed due to rescuing Wanner and the others. Now that she had recovered, she should attend to some proper matters. However, my master has declared that anyone who shares a room with him shall be regarded as Our Lady. Since he was 5 years old, he has banished wet nurses and maidservants to the outer chambers, and for many years, no one has been permitted near him. People are living beings. One should not be so rigid in thought. Recently, my master has been sharing quarters with a rat, and he has even caught one with his bare hands. Does that not imply a certain intimacy between him and the rat? Enough of this chatter. Attend to your duties promptly. Without waiting for Wanner to speak further, I swiftly exited the room and closed the door behind me. The bathing tub was shielded by a screen, and Yunzhou sat by the tub, indulging in fried pastries, appearing as a gluttonous little rabbit blissfully unaware of any impending crisis. I intended to descend to the kitchen to fetch him something more to eat. Just as I reached the top of the staircase, I heard a startled cry, followed by Wanner bursting through the door, tumbling out of the room and landing flat on the ground, her head facing my direction. That freshly healed face should not be marred again. "Madam, I told you others cannot approach the master." Wanner, only 18 and possessing a naturally youthful visage, looked particularly childlike when distressed. This should not be. Throughout our journey, various attendants have bathed him without incident. I helped Wanner to her feet and called for an attendant to come up. The attendant entered the room and was not ejected, successfully bathing Yunzhou and changing his clothes without issue. This fellow must be the head of a moral academy, oblivious, yet still aware of the distinctions between genders. I murmured to myself, tipping the attendant generously. I had initially thought to save money by having a free maidservant at my disposal, but it seemed that would not be the case after all. However, upon further reflection, I found something amiss. During the days spent traveling alongside Yunzhou, there were instances when we shared a bed in a haystack. Shouldn't he have cast me aside? How naive, to think he only wore one face. In the ensuing days, I conducted several rounds of evaluations and discovered that 3 of the guards could assist him with bathing, yet Wanner was not among them, nor could Grandma Wu, who was responsible for washing vegetables and dishes in the kitchen. The notion of him sharing a bed with Wanner or Grandma Wu was utterly inconceivable. He would resort to violence. Consequently, I compensated Grandma Wu with 5 taels of silver and purchased 2 new outfits for Wanner. Neither the original owner nor I were inclined towards adornment. Our skills in makeup were lacking, and our martial prowess left much to be desired. Nevertheless, I intended to send Wanner to Yuan City for a reconnaissance. Her appearance needed to be cleverly disguised, in the presence of a master of disguise. Mere illusion techniques would be futile, whereas makeup, one of the 3 nefarious arts of Y Province, would prove far more effective. Madam, I recognize my folly. Please do not permit me to venture out in such a manner. Wanner pouted, her blood-red lips reminiscent of someone who had just indulged in a gruesome feast. You fail to comprehend. This is a cherry blossom mouth, a quintessential beauty trait. My intention was to transform her into a beauty reminiscent of the flourishing Tang dynasty. But the local jewelry shop offered little in terms of taste, and the selection of cosmetics was disappointingly limited. Guards Jia, Ding, and Xian passed by the door, casting a glance inside that nearly caused them to lose their footing in shock. They were now tasked with monitoring Yunzhou, relieving me of the burden of constant vigilance. Yet, as I spoke, my face flaked. The quality of the powder here was subpar. I would require a setting spray shortly. Lacking a spray bottle. I was fortunate that my martial skills allowed me to vaporize water, to harness internal energy to such an extent, only to employ it for applying makeup, would likely incite the ire of martial world practitioners, perhaps to the point of inducing hemoptysis. I have arranged for the guard, Ding Kai, to accompany her to Yuancheng, and have procured a carriage for their journey. While funds for intelligence gathering are indispensable, expenses for attire and props can be economized. The cost of Wanner's young lady ensemble necessitated that Ding Kai be costumed as a no-cost manservant. Upon departure, Ding Kai assiduously avoided looking at Wanner's face, while the guards, Jia and Xian, struggled to suppress their amusement. In this era, heavy makeup is not in vogue. From royal consorts to commoners, most women go without makeup daily, only applying a light touch for important occasions. Thus, they do not appreciate the makeup I applied to Wanner. Yet even subtle makeup cannot conceal her beauty. Moreover, it is not as though no one in this world wears heavy makeup. Members of the demonic sect, for instance, do. Madam, by having Wanner impersonate a member of the demonic sect, I fear the righteous martial artist will be disinclined to divulge information to her. Guard Jia advanced half a step, positioning himself behind me. However, members of the demonic sect will actively seek her out. Madam undoubtedly intends to use Wanner to lure out the demonic sect spies lurking in the shadows. Guard Xian mirrored his action, standing on my other side. What demonic sect? I applied a noble consort-inspired look. Yet, explaining this to them would be futile, so I retorted for the nth time, I am not a madam. Cease addressing me as such. Yes, madam. They both responded deferentially in unison. Yes, I dismissed them to act independently, having finally found someone to watch over Yunzhou. It is time I attend to my own affairs. In a quaint town, there exists a bookshop that specializes in agricultural literature. I purchased every book that could aid in farming, and the proprietor kindly packaged them for me. With the books in hand, I made my way to the pastry shop. Along the way, I brushed past a woman clad in white. She wore a white veil that obscured her features, yet the ethereal fragrance she exuded stirred my senses. What brought her here? Chapter 20. I am a married woman. As Yunzhou appeared poised to cast him out, I timely intervened, inquiring about their actions. And Yunzhou seized the collar of the guard, Jia, and hurled him away, then lunged toward me. I raised my hand to push his face away and instructed the young man to place the items on the table. Since the commencement of the martial arts tournament, the inn had seen little patronage, rendering it akin to our private domain. The innkeeper rarely emerged, leaving only the errand boy to attend to mundane chores, while the cook prepared meals at set times, with no one in the kitchen at other hours. Please inform the innkeeper to procure the ingredients by evening. It would be best to close the inn for the next few days. Yes, madam. The guard, Xian, obeyed my command and proceeded to the back courtyard, where another residence stood, home to the innkeeper's family, including his mother, wife, and children. With business slow, he spent his days with them, only coming by to check on the inn in the evenings. Guard Jia assisted me in carrying the numerous parcels upstairs, and I requested he help the errand boy close the inn, ensuring all doors and windows were sealed. Neither he nor guard Xian questioned my motives. simply adhering to my instructions. The errand boy and guard Jia secured all entrances, locking them from within. A sign reading "Closed" was hung on the main door. As many establishments in the city catering to the underworld had also ceased operations in recent days, the populace has flocked to Yuanqing for amusement, leaving our humble town mired in economic stagnation. Yunzhou remains my constant shadow, even during meals, his presence so close that crumbs of pastry cascade onto my head. I cautioned the proprietor that his own establishment ought to institute a period of sequestered management. He held my words in high esteem, convinced that I possess an eminence surpassing even the young mistress of Baigui Demon Fortress. I did not belie his expectations. At the stroke of midnight, pandemonium erupted within the town as combatants clashed in the skies above. The townsfolk, aware of their own limitations, dared not interfere with those capable of aerial combat. Instead, they secured their doors and windows, feigning deafness to the tumult. One individual battled a multitude, each strike of their palm causing the collapse of nearby rooftops. Accompanied by Yunzhou and my guards, I relocated to the lower floor. The guards, Jia and Xin, cast glances of profound admiration in my direction upon hearing the sounds of battle, yet they remained silent, desperately attempting to minimize their presence lest they attract the attention of the powerful figures outside. The conflict raged from midnight until dawn, at which point successive waves of combatants arrived. These later arrivals, while capable of traversing rooftops, possessed only moderate skill in aerial maneuvers, engaging primarily in ground-based combat. They clashed in the streets and alleys, creating such turmoil that the town's residents dared not venture outside. The stench of blood permeated the air, and the palpable aura of violence caused my hackles to rise. The carnage persisted for 3 days, before new factions joined the fray. At the vanguard was a young man who, for the first time, uttered the name of the preeminent figure, Lu Yinyan. This Lu Yinyan, the lone warrior from the first night, is none other than the leader of Yahweh Platform, the most celebrated beauty in the martial world. Although Yahweh Platform is a martial arts sect, it has always remained aloof from the affairs of the martial world, earning it the moniker of an ethereal sanctuary untouched by the mundane. Since the establishment of the sect, it has exclusively accepted female disciples. Adhering to strict regulations that dictate once one ascends the mountain, they are bound to remain there for life, leaving no room for the notion of marriage. 3 years ago, a daring young man from the martial world boldly ventured into Yahweh Platform, miraculously entering and exiting alive, a feat that cannot be dismissed as mere happenstance. This individual later roamed the realm, proclaiming to all that within Yahweh Platform lies a celestial pond, and upon the pond's surface dwells a fairy. This enchanting fairy is none other than the sect leader, Lu Yinyan. Among the many renowned beauties in the martial world, he dismissed them as mere ordinary women, asserting that none could rival Lu Yinyan's exquisite grace. Her beauty has since evolved into a legend throughout the realm. However, many overlook the fact that she is the leader of Yahweh Platform, and in a sect comprised solely of women. The one attribute that cannot be relied upon to ascend to the position of leader is mere beauty. What Yahweh Platform truly represents may remain unclear to others. Yet I possess knowledge rooted in the memories of the original self, which are terrifying in nature. Lu Yinyan's beauty pales in comparison to her martial prowess. Nonetheless, regardless of the internal dynamics within Yahweh Platform, they remain indifferent to the affairs of the martial world and exhibit no interest in the matters of various courts. Even if the entire martial realm were to crumble, they would observe with detached indifference. Lu Yinyan's appearance in a small town not only contravened their established rules, but also led her to engage in combat with martial practitioners. A person who has traditionally had no ties to any sect of the martial realm now openly assists her in vanquishing her enemies. For 3 days, we have refrained from making a move, subsisting solely on cold dishes, a veritable banquet of chilled delicacies. Even so, we have attracted the attention of a formidable figure. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, Lu Yinyan sent the inn's door flying, gliding into the hall like a wisp of smoke. "Xiaoqi, come forth." Her voice was cool and ethereal, yet she seldom spoke. Sect leader Lu, unable to evade the situation, I boldly stepped out of the kitchen and into the hall to confront her. "Is your master dead?" Her gown swayed without wind, the white veil on her hat fluttering as if caressed by a gentle breeze. "Indeed, yet you still live. I have no desire to perish. You ought to avenge her." "I am incapable. Useless." "Yes. Why? I am married. This is my husband." I pulled forth the cloud boat behind me and pointed at him. The cloud boat, oblivious to the term husband, complied adorably, grinning wide and spilling crumbs of the delicacies he had just consumed. Lu Yinyan fell silent and, after a few moments, turned and glided out of the hall. Only when she had completely vanished did I breathe a sigh of relief. The guard, Jia Xian, approached with evident excitement, exclaiming, "Madam, you have finally acknowledged your status. Is this truly your primary concern?" I felt a sense of indignation on behalf of my predecessor. Why was it that all the subordinate souls in the world were so negligent, while she toiled diligently? It dawned upon me that those who were lazy and unreliable were still alive, while this most devoted individual had perished prematurely. Jia Xian and his fellow guards exchanged glances. As though my inquiry was particularly superfluous, should they not be concerned about anything else? Given the status of your master, surely he has a multitude of concubines. Why then does he lack a wife? Is it not peculiar that his trusted confidants recklessly declare someone as his wife outside? It is hard for the average person to fathom that, with his stature and position, he would struggle to find a spouse. Yet the truth remains, all three of his betrothals had been abruptly thwarted. Chapter 21. The Reemployment of the Guardian at the tender age of 14. His betrothed was his childhood companion, who regarded him merely as an elder brother before turning her affections to his sibling. At 16, his intended was the daughter of his esteemed mentor, entrusted to him during her father's terminal illness. Following her father's demise, she eloped during her mourning period. When he turned 18, his engagement was dictated by parental decree and the words of a matchmaker. However, just as the wedding date was set, news arrived that the bride had given birth to a son. Each of these matrimonial arrangements stirred considerable gossip throughout the town, leading to rumors of Yunzhou's melancholy and fear of marriage. Detractors dubbed him the eternal cuckold. According to Wanner, Yunzhou was truly opposed to these unions. Yet he sought to dissolve the engagements in a gentle manner that would spare everyone's dignity. Wanner suspected that this was a sinister ploy by his adversaries to thwart his chances of finding a bride. I concede that his plight sounds rather tragic. Yet it hardly suggests that he is incapable of marrying. Wanner certainly risks exaggeration. However, the circumstances changed once Yunzhou lost his faculties. I can discern the thoughts of Wanner and the Guardians, who were keenly aware of their master's predicament. With Yunzhou's intellectual faculties diminished, they lack the means to protect him and thus seek refuge in my support. They possess neither wealth nor influence to grasp my attention, relying instead on their master's allure. Although Yunzhou may appear foolish, he remains handsome. Yet, I am not swayed by superficial charms. My concern lies solely with my own safety, compelling me to use him as a shield. At this juncture, I lack the strength to confront someone of her caliber. Fortunately, the Yaoyu platform does not accept married women. No matter how promising a candidate may be, if she is married or has been married, she will not be admitted. The Yaoyu platform is a far more brutal battleground than the Dark Guard training camp. To evade calamity, I would rather play the role of a foolish wife. Being a wife entails little more than providing salaries for the staff, along with accommodation and meals. With a flicker of inspiration, I summoned my guards, Jia and Xian, and inquired about their past professions before becoming my protectors. Their expressions were filled with apprehension as they responded, and I nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Excellent. Madam, that was a long time ago. Why do you ask?" They questioned, "Are you interested in our backgrounds? Farming? Well, the locations have already been chosen. If you do not assist our young master in revitalizing," I candidly replied, "hiding in the countryside is not entirely safe. Many recognize his face. We must prepare for both security and productivity." "Understood, madam." Jia and Xian responded respectfully. Once their health was restored, their martial prowess returned to its former strength, making them more than capable of standing guard and thwarting thieves. The unexpected appearances of certain individuals stirred the winds of change, further convincing me that significant events would soon unfold within the martial world and beyond. This reinforced my determination to cultivate the land in the countryside. I instructed my guards not to address me as madam in public, though Yunzhou's foolishness no longer posed a threat to others. If he were to marry and sire an heir, the situation would markedly differ. Jia and Xian solemnly acknowledged my command, and I continued to protect them under the guise of Yunzhou's Dark Guard identity. The guard Jia remarked that only the leader of the Shadow Guards could command them. Merely possessing the identity of a Shadow Guard seemed too implausible. Hence, he and the guard Xian would henceforth address me as commander, and the leader of the Shadow Guards at Yunzhou perished in his quest to protect Yunzhou, and all the Shadow Guards by his side were eradicated. Now, aside from Yunzhou, no one knows who his Shadow Guards were. Those who are aware of the complete annihilation of his Shadow Guards are precisely the ones who have taken action against them. The assassination attempt by the guards and Wano has likely alerted the adversary to the presence of skilled protectors around Yunzhou, and for the time being, they will refrain from further attacks, granting us a brief respite. However, it should have been thus, yet there are always those who wish to disrupt my tranquility. The individual who was severely injured by Lu Yanyan has dispatched people to seize us. They insist that we are accomplices of Lu Yanyan, which is utterly unfounded. Now, confined within the dank cells of a certain Sect's dungeon, I find myself idly toying with a straw stick as I ponder how to formulate a defense. The captors have not revealed their identities, leaving me in ignorance of their affiliations. Yet, the dungeon that holds us is remarkably fortified. The bricks used for its construction are sourced from the north, a regional specialty, unaffordable for the common folk. The exorbitant shipping costs, coupled with the high price of the materials, unequivocally indicate that this establishment is affluent. That ice stone, don't knock it, I cautioned the guard Xin, who was busily striking the wall with his fists. The edifice crafted from northern ice stone is impervious to external assaults, and escape from within is equally impossible. Oh, this stone is chilling, akin to ice. This is no mere cell, but rather an ice cellar. Guard Xin exclaimed, rubbing his hands together to generate warmth, then settling cross-legged. He and Guard Jia had stripped off their outer garments to provide for Yunzhou. The ice stone is not only formidable, but also frigid. Resembling ice blocks, yet it does not melt, being an unyielding form of ice stone. Confined within a dungeon forged from ice and stone, it felt akin to being cast into a frigid cellar. My internal energy was robust, rendering additional clothing unnecessary. Thus, the guard Jia generously draped his outer garment over Yunzhou. Those capable of harnessing the essence of ice and stone were undoubtedly extraordinary. The elder guard Jia, being the most seasoned among us, commenced to enlighten the guard Xin about the arduous origins of ice and stone extraction from the snowy peaks. Just as he was elaborating on the challenges of quarrying atop the snow-capped mountains, a group approached our cell, with a pale-faced figure leading the way. This individual's visage was ghostly white, complemented by dark lip paint. However, it was plausible that he bore such an appearance naturally, devoid of any cosmetic enhancement. Lacking eyebrows and facial hair, his eyes were nearly devoid of color, with pupils scarcely the size of sesame seeds. Any child encountering him would likely be frightened into tears, and he was clad in a white robe that enveloped him from head to toe. Upon the opening of the door, the pale man's voice resonated with an eerie quality, mirroring his ghastly appearance. The household servants unlatched the cell door, allowing the pale figure to step inside, his gaze sweeping over us before finally settling on Yunzhou. He offered a slight bow, addressing Yunzhou with an air of politeness. "Young master, please accompany me." Yunzhou, with innocent eyes wide open, maneuvered to hide behind me, attempting to shield himself from view. My young master seemed to have lost his senses. Any matters at hand could be conveyed through me. The original owner dared not display such audacity toward her superior, yet I was not a conventional shadow guard, and thus, I was not bound by the same decorum. Indeed, any issues can be discussed with Captain and, I asserted, she can represent my young master. Guards Jia and Xin echoed my sentiments from the sidelines. Chapter 22. I can speak on his behalf indeed. A sense of uncertainty crept into my heart, a foreboding intuition that the forthcoming words might not bode well for me. "Then, I kindly request Captain to accompany me for a brief journey," he stated. The pale-faced man stepped aside, granting access to the prison door. The guard, Jia, appeared conflicted. He wished to accompany me, yet the pale-faced man obstructed his path. This lad seems to fear that I might abandon them to flee alone. Does he not? The pale-faced man guided me through the labyrinthine corridors of the dungeon, during which he compelled me to consume a poison pill. This pill, besides being toxic, could also seal my internal energy. Attempting to forcefully circulate, it would result in instantaneous demise. In the martial world, I am well acquainted with various poisons, having encountered 2/3 of them firsthand. The remaining third consists of lethal types that could prove fatal upon mere contact. The poison pill handed to me by the pale-faced man originated from the herb Immortal Valley. Though it is not particularly rare, one could procure it with wealth, albeit at a rather steep price. I swallowed the poison pill, and they refrained from binding me with iron chains. Upon exiting the dungeon, I was greeted by the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms. The landscape was adorned with artificial hills and lakes, a sight to behold. The stone pathway led towards the residential area, and it appeared that the pale-faced man had an aversion to sunlight, for upon emerging, he was promptly provided with an umbrella for shade. I discerned that his martial arts were imbued with a chilling essence, favoring the cold while fearing the heat. In his current state, if I were to channel warmth into his meridians using my internal energy, his demise would be assured. Taking his life would be facile, however. The priority lay in exiting this grand estate without complications. Following a servant, I entered a courtyard. The entrance adorned with a plaque inscribed with the characters Jin Yu Yuan. Wealth permeated this residence, evident in every facet. The flora and fauna within the courtyard were exquisite specimens from various lands, and every brick and tile of the estate was an imported treasure. Just as I set foot through the gate, I heard a groan emanating from within the house. The pale-faced man called out, "Young master, the person has been brought." Observing the demeanor of the pale-faced man, it is evident that he is not an employee of this household. He stands upright, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. The voice of the young man who was brought in is feeble. I recognize it as belonging to the individual whom Lu Yanyan had grievously injured. The pale-faced man gestured for me to enter, yet he showed no intent of stepping inside himself. The attendants flanking him remained unmoved, and I surmised that the person within possesses ample confidence in the poison pill. They dared to allow a solitary expert to enter. I am not allied with Lu Yanyan, thus I have no reason to harm anyone inside. Hence, I stepped into the room with composure. Upon entering, I beheld a large bed positioned at the center, with a young man sprawled upon it, while 4 maidservants stood attentively by. The youth was swathed in white cloth, resembling a mummy, as he suffered from severe injuries, described in modern terms as multiple compound fractures throughout his body. The physician attending to him possessed commendable skills, yet could not assure that every bone would mend as it once was. Moreover, even if the bones were to heal, the pain would persist. This realm lacks anesthetics or sedatives. There are addictive substances available, yet neither the doctor nor the family would readily administer such drugs to a patient. From the sound of his voice, it appears his constitution is quite resilient, preventing him from succumbing to the agony. "Why is there a woman?" The young man grimaced, turning his head to regard me. He appeared taken aback, as if he had something to convey. I stood against the light, and he attempted to shift his position to meet my gaze. Unable to move, he gestured for the maidservants to offer me a seat. I repositioned myself from the doorway and sat at the head of the bed. Clearly, the original arrangement of the room was not as such. It seemed the bed had been moved for convenience. "Can you make decisions for him?" the young man inquired. "Do you know where this is?" He suddenly shifted the topic. "I don't know," I replied candidly. However, keeping him might yield greater benefits. Without waiting for my response, he continued, "He is foolish and utterly incapable." I reiterated my point. "What is Lu Yanyan's purpose for descending the mountain?" "I don't know. You fought with her. Why do you ask me? Why did you provoke her?" "Indeed. You are acquainted with her." "I know her, but not well." "I present you with 2 choices. Either assist me in eliminating that fool or ascertain Lu Yanyan's intention for coming down the mountain." "What about a third option?" "There is no third option. Your family possesses numerous skilled individuals. Why must I investigate? No one can approach her. Only you are familiar with her." "Then why did you engage her in combat?" I asked once more. "Lu Yanyan possesses something I desire. It cannot be purchased, so I must seize it." The young man asserted with conviction. "What is it?" "You need not concern yourself with that." "Very well. I shall investigate her purpose for descending the mountain. But my young master must accompany me. I cannot trust others to care for him. As long as he consumes the 7-day elixir, he can join you. Guard Jia Xin must remain in the dungeon. The young man refuses to release him. Ironically, the 2 find themselves safer in the dungeon, so I specifically requested extra bedding for them, and the servants placed a brazier in their cell. Keeping the 2 as hostages in the dungeon ensures they need not ingest poison. The 4 of us were captured from the small town and brought to Yuan City, conveniently allowing us to rendezvous with Wanner and the others. Although Yuansheng is indeed a city, its expanse is vast, comparable to that of an entire province. Those who are able to establish residences in Yuansheng are undoubtedly prominent figures within the martial arts world. This locale can be likened to an affluent district for the esteemed and wealthy in the realm of martial arts. Upon our release by the youth, I inquired briefly and soon discerned his identity, though the entrance to his estate bore no plaque. The locals were well aware that this residence belonged to the renowned young master Xiaoyao. Young master Xiaoyao rose to fame over 20 years ago and ventured into the arms trade following his ascent. Gradually, the mention of the Xiaoyao swordplay waned, while the reputation of Shun Bingheng flourished. Shun Bingheng not only excels in forging exceptional weapons, but also possesses a remarkable talent for unearthing legendary arms lost to the passage of time. The legendary Xiaoya sword from a millennium ago and the Luomei needle from a century past are but a few examples of such mythical weapons. Their worth transcends mere weaponry, as they are invaluable treasures beyond compare. The origins of these artifacts remain shrouded in mystery, yet buyers are resolute in their belief of their authenticity. Chapter 23. It's time for sleep. Let us dig a pit. The wealth of Shenbing Hang has accumulated in this manner, enabling it to acquire a residence in the prime real estate of Yuanqing, where every inch is precious. It is said that young Master Xiaoao has but one son, the offspring of his late wife. A devoted romantic, he has remained unmarried since her passing, dedicating his life to his business and son. His only child was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, having never known a mother, and he lavishes boundless affection upon his son, indulging him to an extraordinary degree. Although the original persona had never encountered anyone from Shenbing Hang, he had certainly heard numerous rumors regarding this young master. Most evaluations of him label him as a fool, with prophecies regarding his future direction predicting the squandering of his family fortune, and forecasts about his father-son relationship foreseeing driving his father to the brink of despair. His name is O Yong, which evidently reflects his character. Upon exiting the courtyard of the O family, I swiftly led Yunzhou toward the bustling city center. The carefree young master sought tranquility in his residence, yet the inconvenience of shopping loomed large. Yunzhou had been deprived of snacks for the past few days, his spirits plummeting as if he were afflicted by a melancholic ailment. I needed to rejuvenate him, to restore his vitality. Ouyong had dispatched individuals to covertly observe us, likely his shadow guards, whose methods mirrored those of the original body I was familiar with. They wished to follow our lead. I took Yunzhou to dine in the vibrant marketplace. Yuan City, located at the intersection of four nations, offers an abundance of culinary delights and entertainment. Regional delicacies abound, and while the fare in the dungeons is rather mediocre, I first led him to a restaurant for a sumptuous feast, planning to indulge in snacks afterward. I considered our identities to be unremarkable, devoid of secrets to conceal, and certainly not possessing the refinement of the elite. Thus we required no private room and could dine in the main hall instead. At this hour, the dining area was filled with patrons, and the attentive waitstaff greeted us warmly, arranging a table for us. The other occupant at our table was a young woman, a sword resting beside her, who had ordered merely a bowl of rice and a plate of stir-fried vegetables. Yunzhou and I squeezed onto a bench opposite her. I instructed the waiter to bring forth a selection of the restaurant's signature dishes. The waiter kindly cautioned us that their portions were generous, and a full set might be too much for just the two of us. I reassured him that there would be no waste. I tossed a few copper coins to the waiter, who swiftly dashed to the kitchen, returning with a pot of cold dishes and several plates of nuts. To conceal one's wealth is to maintain an air of mystery. Otherwise, how would others perceive our financial standing? Upon offering a gratuity, the demeanor of the waiter underwent a remarkable transformation. Dishes arrived in a steady stream, each plate more enticing than the last, and Yunzhou's pace in consuming them was nearly on par with the speed at which they were served. The empty plates accumulated before me, while Yunzhou focused solely on his meal. Surrounding diners cast bewildered glances, with some audibly mocking, "This fool can really eat." My unique ability allows me to exert influence from a distance, albeit with diminished efficacy. While I cannot kill or save lives, I can certainly cause discomfort for a day. The individual who had ridiculed Yunzhou, after merely a few bites, clutched his head and complained of a headache. They hastily departed before finishing their meal. Yunzhou, engrossed in devouring pig trotters, remained oblivious to the commotion around him. In contrast, the young lady across from me glanced my way. I began to stack the accumulated plates into the basket prepared by the waiter for convenient transport to the kitchen. The dishes at this establishment were exquisitely crafted. Far from the affordable fare the waiter had described, the plates held only a delicate layer of meat, which Yunzhou polished off in mere moments. I requested a scallion and a bowl of sauce from the waiter, who also presented me with a plate of stinky tofu, which I savored with garlic. Over the past few days, I had made significant strides in refining my dietary habits, indulging in a variety of strongly flavored foods. The young lady opposite me pinched her nose and swiftly polished off the rice in her bowl, leaving behind payment before hastily retreating with her sword in hand. The space she vacated was seized by Yunzhou for his collection of remains. The waiter suggested that I could take Yunzhou to participate in the Big Eater competition, held during each martial arts gathering, hosted by the renowned Weixian Tower. Weixian Tower stands as the tallest and most prestigious establishment in Yuanqing. It is a century-old establishment, an upscale venue equipped with an elevator, Ordinary denizens of the realm can only dine on the first floor. The higher the floor, the greater the status of the patrons. The protagonist had never had the opportunity to visit, and as I momentarily lost track of Lu Yan, I decided to take Yunzhou to Wei Xianlu for a bit of indulgence. Yuan City is, after all, the capital of the martial world, bustling under normal circumstances, and during major events, it transforms into a tourist haven. Every inn is fully booked, and even the storerooms are rented out. While wandering the streets during the day is manageable, with plenty of places to eat and drink, finding a place to rest at night poses a challenge. Just as I contemplated seeking a discreet spot to bury Yunzhou for the night, a familiar face appeared before us. "You have arrived." Zhao waved his handkerchief, greeting us first. At this moment, we were merely 2 streets away from Wei Xianlu. The eating contest spanned 7 days, with a day off between each. And today happened to be one of those respite days. I was considering finding a nearby location to spend the night, ensuring a smooth participation in the contest the following day. "Indeed," I replied, not wishing to mention the matter of the divine weapon and the young master on the bustling street. I merely nodded. "Aren't you coming? Changed your mind?" Zhao urged, pulling me along. I stepped back, evading his grasp, and explained, "I haven't changed my mind. We have other matters to attend to. Now that you are here, what could be so urgent? The sun has set. Whatever it is can wait until tomorrow. No matter the reason for your visit. Is it unreasonable to share a meal with a friend?" Zhao materialized unaccompanied, clutching a cloth satchel redolent with potent medicinal herbs. "We have already dined," I stated. "Another morsel would hasten our interment. To expire from gluttony without accomplishing our mission is an ignominious fate I have never before encountered. What endeavor are you undertaking? Why are you excavating?" Zhao queried, his gaze fixed upon the shovel in my grasp and the adjacent pit, of sufficient dimensions to accommodate a human form. "Repose," I replied. I felt no shame, as each martial arts tournament invariably resulted in some individuals being unable to procure lodging. Adepts would slumber upon rooftops, the less skilled in stables, and the remainder upon the thoroughfare. Good heavens, you are preparing this for him? You intend to inter him alive? Such an act is unconscionable. To recline within this excavation is not to slumber, but to embrace eternal repose. Chapter 24. The allure of instant mastery. The inn teemed with inquisitive eyes and ears. Given Lu Yokong's affections for Bai Muden, it seemed improbable that he would permit her to reside there. Indeed, Zhao escorted us to a secluded and refined courtyard. We entered through the main portal, where servants busied themselves with their respective duties. Bai Muden, having been apprised of our arrival by a servant, personally greeted us. Her demeanor had undergone a marked transformation, as if she regarded me as an equal. Her former hauteur had dissipated. She instructed the staff to prepare a repast and invited Yunzhou and myself to partake in the evening meal. I demurred, informing her that we had already dined. She then directed the servants to present refreshments and tea, indicating her desire to engage in discourse. Yunzhou, oblivious to the nuances of the situation, sat obediently at the table, nibbling daintily upon the pastries, finally exhibiting a semblance of his former refinement. In the living room, we were merely 4, and Zhao waved to dismiss the waiting maidservants. However, a shadow guard who had followed us remained concealed on the roof, perhaps wary of exposure, sending only one to the upper echelons. Bai Muden's martial prowess was rather lackluster. Thus, Zhao remained oblivious to the presence above, for the individual perched aloft was indeed a master of concealment. My ability to sense the existence of living beings does not rely on respiration, heartbeat, or body temperature. As long as they are alive, I can detect them, regardless of how adeptly they hide. I rolled my eyes upward, maintaining my head's position, signaling to Zhao and Bai Muden. While Bai Muden failed to grasp my intent, Zhao understood. He lifted his hand and released a concealed dart, piercing through the tiles above us. The individual on the roof, realizing they had been discovered, promptly retreated. "Is someone following you?" Zhao's dart did not strike the figure, merely startling them into flight. He was unaware of the presence above. "We were brought here against our will. That was an assassin sent by the kidnapper," I elucidated. "Kidnapped? You?" Zhao clearly found it hard to believe. "Your martial skills are formidable. Who could possibly abduct you?" Bai Muden echoed his confusion. "Shen Bingxing, Yong, the only son of the young master of the Carefree clan?" "Indeed, that very son," I quipped, employing a pun to insult. Bai Muden and Zhao, unable to comprehend, were left even more bewildered. "What does he want with your abduction? Have you heard of the Iowa platform?" "Of course we have. Although we are newcomers to the martial world, we have made prior preparations. We are aware of the renowned and ranked clans in the realm. The master of Yayua platform descended the mountain, and Ouyang threatened me to investigate her intentions for doing so. Threatening you? Can you really uncover anything? To gather intelligence, one must seek those skilled in such endeavors. That wastrel from the O family, recklessly abducting people, is utterly lawless. Bai Mutant exclaimed in indignation, striking the table forcefully. It cannot be said that he sought the wrong person. I am acquainted with the master of Yahweh platform, Lu Yin, but we share little camaraderie. If I were to approach her for information, I would surely be met with lethal force. Isn't this simply a death sentence? He is sending you to your doom while keeping a watchful eye on you. Although the Shinbing clan possesses substantial resources, they pale in comparison to the Martial Alliance and the Jiushuang royal family. Bai Mutant's statement was intriguing, as she juxtaposed the Martial Alliance with the Jiushuang royal family, suggesting she has already acknowledged me as the young mistress of the Lu family. Yet, with my subordinates held captive, I am left with no choice but to obey him. Despite my words, the reality is quite different. Initially surrendering was a ploy to ascertain how much Ouyang truly knew and the nature of his grievances with Lu Yin. The individuals he dispatched to abduct us were hardly my match. Now I understand he covets what Lu Yin intends to bring down the mountain. The Yahweh platform harbors martial arts manuals, accessible only to those of pure innocence and restricted to women. What Ouyang referred to likely does not pertain to those manuals. Moreover, on the sheer cliffs of Yahweh platform grows a rare herb known as the Wangwei flower, which outsiders remain oblivious to its effects, merely admiring its beauty. Akin to ethereal blossoms of the celestial realm. In truth, it possesses the ability to preserve one's youth. Consuming an appropriate amount of Wangwei flower pollen daily can ensure everlasting vitality. Lu Yin derives her youthful appearance from this flower. Revealing her true age might terrify her admirers. The brevity of her fame does not imply her youth. Merely, the young man who inadvertently stumbled upon Yayua platform mistook her youthful visage for that of a young maiden. Yet, does this flower warrant the perilous endeavors of Ouyang and various factions? Unlikely. Thus, only one item remains. The cultivation treasure of the inaugural leader of Yahweh platform. Rumored to be an ethereal flower, shrouded in a veil of mist that never dissipates, regardless of the surroundings, has earned the name Mist Flower. It is improbable for a flower to descend from the heavens, especially one with a fiery tail, likely resembling a meteorite in floral form. The first leader of Yayua platform may have utilized the radiation from the meteorite to alter her physique, enabling her to cultivate martial arts with remarkable efficiency. Akin to my current situation. If given the chance, who wouldn't desire to achieve fame in their youth, possessing the prowess of an octogenarian by their 30s? While the Wangwei flower is precious, it blooms monthly, boasting a lengthy flowering period, merely preserving one's appearance without enhancing longevity. However, certain martial arts can indeed prolong life, making the allure of the mist flower even more compelling for practitioners. Moreover, it is rare for an ordinary martial artist to master an exceptional martial art in their lifetime. Those who have already attained superior skills undoubtedly yearn to accelerate their training further. Lu Yin, in this instance, is akin to parading a coveted treasure through the streets. It is no wonder that various factions are drawn to seize her, with Ouyang even risking his life in pursuit. Before Lu Yin, his martial arts prowess was utterly insignificant. Had she not shown mercy, his life would have long been extinguished. Lu Yin was not one to miss her mark. If she were to incapacitate someone, it would only be at her discretion to spare them. Her name had never graced the list of martial arts masters, not because of a lack of skill, but rather due to her unwillingness to descend from her mountain to partake in competitions. In the early days of Yayua platform, many skilled fighters sought to visit Yaoshan, hoping to inquire about martial arts from the celestial maidens residing there. Regrettably, none could breach the barrier at the mountain's foot. All halted within the dense thickets below. Hence, the young man who inadvertently stumbled upon Yaoshan and ascended the moon platform became a legend in the martial world. Now, with the celestial maiden descending the mountain bearing treasures, unaccompanied by aids, the opportunity to seize those treasures was unparalleled. One could not afford to let it slip away. The Wuwa was a precious artifact of Yahweh platform and would not be brought down lightly. Should it be carried, it would require a retinue for its protection, rather than the sect leader wandering alone with it. Moreover, Lu Yin would likely keep the matter of her possession of treasures concealed from outsiders. How then did Ouyang and those who sought to ambush her become aware? Chapter 25. The key to wealth. I surmise that either there is turmoil within Yayua platform, necessitating Lu Yanyan to leave with the treasured artifact, or she herself is in a predicament, absconding with the treasure privately. Both scenarios could lead to a breach of information, revealing her whereabouts to adversaries who would wish to pursue her. Such internal strife inevitably benefits external opportunists. Princess, do not act impulsively. Your current status. The address had transformed to Yokong, and I couldn't help but marvel at the swift progression of their relationship. It is a trivial matter. There is no need to trouble Master Lu. I shall resolve it myself. Involving the Lu family will only complicate matters further. You are our benefactor. If we were to turn a blind eye, what would that make us? Ahem, I cannot bear the title of benefactor. I am merely a hired hand, and the princess need not concern herself. Nonetheless, given the circumstances at the time, even if Zhao were to present 1,000 taels of silver, no one would dare accept it. For all feared the retribution of the Golden Insect Society. Fortunately, we had you. I cast a glance at Zhao, pondering if the princess had undergone some transformation. After so many days, she seemed like an entirely different person. Her character has crumbled, indeed. It was only later, when Kong explained the intricacies of the situation, that I understood the great risk you had taken. Now it is our turn to assist you. When Bai Mudan mentioned Lu Yukong, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Indeed, we later learned that the Golden Insect Society had abducted the princess to concoct a lethal insect poison. Once the insects were refined, the entire royal family of Zhou Shuang would be imperiled, and the princess would suffer a fate worse than death, becoming their puppet. Reflecting on it now fills me with dread. Money is of the least importance. You saved the princess and thwarted the nefarious plot of the Golden Insect Society. And it would not be an exaggeration to call you a benefactor of our Zhou Shuang nation. You both overstate the matter. If that is the case, I would kindly ask Master Lu to rescue my 2 subordinates imprisoned in the O family's dungeon. One is named Jia Dainiu, and the other is Xian Zhuji. These are not nicknames I have bestowed upon them, but their true names. They were both children of impoverished families, their parents uneducated. Yet they toiled tirelessly to save a little money to send them to minor sects to learn martial arts. After several years of learning, they began to seek connections and employment opportunities. Within their sect, they trained diligently but received no income. After much effort to cultivate relationships, and with some financial assistance, they finally secured positions at the Yunzhou Manor. The funds they used were, of course, borrowed from their parents. Once employed, they dedicated themselves to hard work, hoping to impress their superiors and perhaps earn rewards to repay their family debts. When Yunzhou summoned them to his side, he had likely investigated their backgrounds, aware of their impoverished circumstances and the debts incurred in pursuit of employment. He graciously allowed them to advance their salaries, enabling them to clear their debts within a year. Consequently, they held deep gratitude for Yunzhou. Had he not embraced humane management practices, their parents would have faced years of hardship before enjoying even a brief respite. They spoke highly of Yunzhou's kindness towards his subordinates, noting how he consistently offered assistance in subtle ways, alleviating their difficulties without compromising their dignity. This respect fostered a strong loyalty among them, compelling them to follow and protect him, even at the cost of their own lives. I can empathize with their sentiment. The former employer of my original self never regarded her as a human being, yet she was willing to live and die for her, ready to face danger without a moment's hesitation. Had her previous employer treated her subordinates as Yunzhou does, my original self might have found herself ignited, illuminating the night like a human firework to celebrate Yunzhou. She had long recognized Yunzhou's admirable character. Otherwise, I would not have considered him a target for my benevolent endeavors. Had he been a scoundrel shunned by all, I would have cast him into the mountains to be fed to wolves. Rest assured, I shall seek out Yukong immediately to discuss this matter. I had initially wished to keep the members of the Lu family and the royal family of Zhou Shuang from becoming involved. However, upon reflecting on Lu Yinyan's purpose for descending the mountain, I altered my decision. Ouyang's clandestine actions were motivated by a desire to keep Lu Yinyan's affairs confidential. How could I acquiesce to his wishes? In any case, with the impending chaos in the martial world, my involvement would hardly make a difference. They all have their own matters to attend to, allowing me to reside in seclusion with peace of mind. After Bai Mudan departed, I sent Yunzhou to the guest room and quietly slipped out. When Zhao inquired about my whereabouts, I replied that I was going to procure some snacks and supper for Yunzhou, as the provisions at the manor were likely insufficient for his appetite. Zhao was aware of Yunzhou's considerable appetite and suggested sending someone to accompany me for assistance in carrying the items. I did not decline and took 2 maidservants with me. After traversing several streets, I arrived at a commercial district. At a crossroads, I coordinated a time with the maidservants and assigned them tasks, sending each on their way to different shops for procurement. My objective was to locate the markers left by Warner and Ding Kai, who had been in Yuan City for several days. I was curious if they had uncovered any intelligence. Yuan City is a gathering place for martial artists, rife with hidden operatives, making it impractical to leave markers or release carrier pigeons, whether on the ground or in the air. Even if a signal were to be established, it would likely be obliterated or sabotaged by others. The code we had agreed upon was the bookshop, where specific art albums would be consigned for sale. In this era, some individuals even fund the printing of books themselves and pay for space rental, allowing the bookshop to sell them. Provided the finances are in order and no laws are violated, the bookshop does not concern itself with the content of the literature. I did not impose any restrictions on Wana regarding the book's content, but insisted that the title must be the Code of Wealth. In this world, no other book would bear such a name, ensuring there would be no confusion. I stepped into the bookstore, and indeed, prominently displayed on the consignment shelf were several copies of the Code to Wealth. I approached and picked one up, flipping through its pages, which were remarkably simplistic. Each page contained merely a single sentence accompanied by a logo. For instance, the first page featured an illustration of a tree with the caption, "To become wealthy, have fewer children and plant more trees." The second page depicted a small turtle, accompanied by the phrase, "A turtle is good. Wealth cannot be amassed without it." Upon reaching the final page, I found a sketch of a shadowy figure resembling a ninja clad in dark attire, with the words, "Madam. Early. Seek in the Confucius Temple of East City. Morning. Confucius Temple of East City." I extracted some coins and purchased these cryptic books from the proprietor. The bookstore in Yuansheng boasts an extensive collection, and after acquiring these volumes of esoteric wisdom, I browsed a bit longer and purchased a few more books related to agricultural cultivation. Chapter 26. Speak of matters as they arise upon entering the residence. They dared not follow me inside, instead remaining outside perched on a large tree. 2 maidservants assisted me in delivering my purchases to the guest room. I expressed my gratitude and then joined Yunzhou in unpacking. Yuansheng is home to hundreds of snack shops, with each commercial street adorned with them. And the delicacies and dried fruits here are far superior to those in the small town or county. The key lies in the abundant use of quality ingredients and a complete array of accompaniments, substituting fresh milk for water and honey for sugar. One would assume that Yunzhou, having tasted a plethora of exquisite treats, would be unperturbed. After all, there is no snack he cannot enjoy if he desires it. Yet, his current demeanor would lead one to believe he had suffered from hunger daily, deprived of fine fare throughout his life. With no one else present, he indulged freely, devouring the treats with great enthusiasm. I sampled each piece meticulously to discern the ingredients. Furthermore, I acquired a collection of confectionery cookbooks. Relying on daily purchases is unsustainable, particularly as he will soon be farming alongside me. Frequent trips to town for treats are hardly conducive to a settled life. Thus, I intend to prepare snacks at home once we are established, ensuring they are wholesome, hygienic, and economical, be it savory delicacies and pastries, or dried meats and fruits. Even candied hawthorns, I shall endeavor to create them all within our home. I am aware that the covert operatives dispatched by Ouyang will undoubtedly investigate my book purchases at the local bookshop after my departure. The esoteric texts they seek are already in my possession, rendering them unattainable. However, they will likely procure comparable volumes on agriculture and culinary arts. The following midday, Yunzhou was indulging in a hearty repast when his erstwhile forgotten guards, Jia and Xian, were ushered in by Lu Yukong. The 2 guards greeted Yunzhou as if he were a long-lost relative. Yunzhou, instinctively protective of his meal, shielded his rice bowl and promptly devoured a morsel of braised pork from within. Having resided with us for several days, the 2 men were well versed in Yunzhou's proclivities. They promptly waved their hands in reassurance, proclaiming, "We won't take it, we won't take it. Young master, please, dine at your leisure." I scrutinized their complexions and noted their robust health and vigor. There were no visible injuries nor signs of mistreatment. It appeared Ouyang had refrained from abusing them in our absence. Yunzhou remained preoccupied with his braised pork. Guards Jia and Xian, witnessing their master's hearty appetite, were reassured of his well-being and consequently relieved. Lu Yukong offered a respectful bow. I have always eschewed such formalities, a sentiment amplified by the original inhabitant of this body. She reserved her salutations solely for her master. Others rarely glimpsed her countenance. Indeed, those who did were often her intended targets. and she had never faltered. Greetings. I have resolved to greet others in the manner I am accustomed to. Lu Yukong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and remarked, "The esteemed one remains as aloof as ever." He had managed to escape the confines of the Golden Goose Society solely through his own prowess. Yet he referred to me as the esteemed one, unnecessarily bestowing upon me an exaggerated title, undoubtedly laying a trap for me. Upon Lu Yukong's arrival, Bai Mutin received the news and promptly rushed over from her courtyard, her demeanor devoid of any semblance of a lady's modesty. The moment she encountered Lu Yukong, she took his hand, insisting that they converse while holding hands. I was instantly reminded of the sweet and sour fish from lunch, overly sweet to the point of irritation and sour enough to make one grimace. The enamored couple remained blissfully unaware of any issues, their hands seemingly glued together. As they sat down to speak without releasing their grip, they effortlessly steered the conversation toward the topic of healing, for regardless of their casual exchanges, I remained a mere listener, refraining from offering opinions or engaging. Yunzhou was diligently dipping his bun into the dish of vegetable broth, displaying no wastefulness in his eating habits. Lu Yukong expressed his desire to seek remedies in the Valley of Medicine Immortals, while Bai Mutin vowed to do her utmost to apprehend the poisoner. However, both of their endeavors were presently met with obstacles. Lu Yukong had inquired among the disciples of the Valley of Medicine Immortals, who had also sent participants to this martial arts tournament. He had conversed with them, only to learn that the valley's leader, the renowned physician Shui, had embarked on a journey earlier this year, and that no antidote experts remained within the valley. By Mutin's side, sharing her own difficulties, she had dispatched individuals to investigate everyone who had any interaction with the alliance leader Lu, leaving no stone unturned, even pursuing those who had merely crossed paths with him. However, they have not been tainted by the peculiar poison of the leader. The Lu family possesses well-trained hounds, adept at tracking and discerning scents, rendering them professionals in their craft. If the perpetrator can poison from a distance, the area of suspicion becomes vast, making the pursuit of the murderer akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Bai Mutin wore a troubled expression, while Lu Yukong held her hand, applying gentle pressure with one hand while resting the other on her wrist. Their gazes locked in a silent exchange of affection. I can offer assistance, but I must charge a fee. Since I have become embroiled in the chaos of the martial world, it would be remiss to do so without compensation. I require silver in return. You may set the price. Bai Mutin and Lu Yukong replied in unison. To save both of you, the fee shall be doubled. Is that reasonable? After all, Lu Mengzhu is their elder, and he is worth that sum. Deal. The two responded hastily, as if fearing I might change my mind. And I will require meals as well, I added. Bai Mutin and Lu Yukong exchanged a glance at Yunzhou, who was busily eating, and nodded earnestly. Absolutely. In comparison to pursuing the murderer, it is of greater importance to first alleviate Lu Mengzhu's affliction. I prepared some toys for Yunzhou and instructed the guard, Jia Xian, to entertain him. Once he was settled, I accompanied Lu Yukong to the Lu residence. I merely stated my intention to seek clues regarding the poisoning of Lu Mengzhu, without disclosing that I would be treating his ailment. Lu Yukong publicly declared that I was a distant relative of the Lu family, visiting to partake in the martial arts gathering. He referred to me as cousin in front of others, a title echoed by Bai Mutin. Although we are separated by miles, we are still relatives of a sort, and the servants and acquaintances of the Lu family greeted me courteously. Clutching a gift in my hand, I deemed it inappropriate to visit relatives empty-handed. On my way here, I procured a magnificent sword, an item that, when slung across my back, rendered the nature of my offering unmistakable to all. The residence of Lord Lu is vigilantly guarded. Entry is strictly forbidden without a token. The news of his poisoning is shrouded in secrecy, and the sentinels of the courtyard are individuals of unwavering loyalty. Lu Yukong expressed his suspicions of possible traitors within the Wulin alliance, and even within the Lu family itself, hence the reluctance to assign personnel for an investigation. When internal issues arise, they are compelled to seek assistance from outsiders, those entirely unconnected to the Wulin alliance or the Lu family. I emerged as their prime candidate, devoid of ties to the various sects of the martial world, with no conflicting interests with the Wulin alliance, and utterly unfamiliar to the Lu family. If I could be compensated for my services, they would feel assured. For them, any issue solvable by money is hardly a concern. With the grand sword upon my back, I strode into the courtyard, guided by Lu Yukong, while Bai Mutin did not accompany us. Lord Lu's secluded and exquisite abode, adorned with vibrant flora and serene waters. Exudes an unmistakable scent of wealth. Chapter 27. The Life and Death Contract. Many of the exotic plants are of overseas origin. Transporting such delicate flora is far more perilous than that of gemstones or textiles, as they are prone to perish at sea, particularly the rarer varieties. Cultivating them on land requires meticulous care, and the harsh conditions at sea make it exceedingly difficult for these exquisite plants and animals to thrive. The greater the distance traveled, the more precious they become. I find it perplexing that the affluent would squander vast sums of silver on such pursuits. Once the money is spent, even if the rare blooms emit an unpleasant odor, it becomes a characteristic feature. Lu Yukong entered the room without reporting, and I surmised that the condition of the leader Lu was not promising. Indeed, upon entering, I beheld an emaciated old man lying on the bed, his complexion a ghastly yellow, tinged with white, and marked by streaks of black. He was not merely in a dire state. He was on the brink of death. For the past 3 days, my grandfather had remained in this condition, unresponsive to calls. Yet the physician assured that the toxins within him had not worsened. It was a difficult situation. The truth was, the leader Lu's condition was intricate, far beyond mere poisoning. He was besieged by a parasitic toxin, which was not akin to a venomous insect. This toxic entity had taken residence within him, rendering him seemingly immobile and unresponsive to the external world. In reality, this creature was substituting him, secreting anesthetic fluids that kept the leader Lu in a perpetual state of slumber. Regardless of the changes in his body or the discomfort of his internal organs, he would not awaken. Meanwhile, this entity cultivated a facade of false vitality within him, effectively numbing the physician and the leader Lu's family. The bond between the entity and leader Lu had become inextricable. They were now one within the other. Eliminating this entity was not overly challenging, but simultaneously preserving the life of leader Lu and restoring his compromised internal organs posed a formidable challenge. He could succumb at any moment during the restoration process. In this world, there were no emergency facilities, no blood transfusion tools, nor any medications akin to cardiotonics. Have you discovered any clues regarding the poisoning? Is the toxin particularly difficult to neutralize? Lu Yukong inquired with concern. To him, it seemed that the leader Lu's condition was merely grim, yet he might still endure for a time. However, the reality was that leader Lu would not survive the night. In a few hours, the parasitic venom will achieve 50% fusion, and the Alliance leader will perish. However, to others, he will not truly be dead. He will transform into a monstrous entity. In my previous world, I encountered numerous such creatures, where humans venturing out for sustenance often fell prey to parasitic flora and fauna, morphing into grotesque beings. The predicament of the Alliance leader is akin to this, yet the organism residing within him is far more formidable. It camouflages him to appear as though he can still be saved, delaying the necessary treatment. And by the time the family of the physician realizes the gravity of the situation, the Alliance leader will have become a moving corpse. Even the most skilled healer would find themselves powerless in such a scenario. Lu Yukong's expression shifted dramatically, and he urged, "The doctor said his condition is stable." "But my grandfather," I raised my hand to interrupt him, "the poison he has contracted is extraordinary. If treatment does not commence immediately, he will not survive the night. Discuss among yourselves, and should you choose to sign a waiver of life and death, I can make an attempt." After a pause, I added, "If you doubt my capabilities and wish to consult another, that is your prerogative. However, I must caution you not to hold me accountable if matters go awry. Let us speak frankly. Conduct yourselves with dignity and refrain from creating a scene when it comes to the life and death of a beloved family member." Lu Yukong dared not make a hasty decision. Despite being the successor nurtured by the Alliance leader, he remained a junior member of the family. The choice of whether to sign a life and death waiver for treatment was not his to make. I did not intend to place them in a difficult position. But the opportunity to save a life was fleeting, and the consequences of failure could be dire. Should the Alliance leader succumb, the Lu family, being the leaders of the martial arts world, would not be akin to a sect like the Golden Goose Society. If they were to blame me, my future would be far from tranquil. Lu Yukong instructed those outside the courtyard to safeguard the premises while he sought counsel from his elders regarding the matter of detoxification. I found myself unable to leave the small courtyard, for I had come to learn of a revelation that could shake the very foundations of the martial world. The leader of the Alliance would not survive the night. Lu Yukong courteously requested that I remain in the courtyard for a brief moment, without the consent of the family. I would not dare to act upon the life of the Alliance leader. If there were a certainty of a cure, I would have taken decisive action beforehand. Yet I lacked that assurance. During the treatment, the Alliance leader could succumb at any moment. In such circumstances, I could only await the family's signature on a living will. Fortunately, in this world, both the martial community and the authorities acknowledge such documents. Liu Kang wasted no time, reaching a conclusion within the span of an hour. They first summoned 3 physicians to examine the Alliance leader using conventional methods. Subsequently, they invited a disciple from the Medicine Immortal Valley, and both groups arrived at the same conclusion. The Alliance leader's condition was stable, and there was no immediate threat to his life. I could empathize with the Liu family's sentiments, with the majority of doctors in agreement. Only I stated that the Alliance leader would not survive the night. Lacking a medical background, it was no surprise that the Liu family placed their trust elsewhere. Regrettably, the Alliance leader had lost even that slim 50% chance of survival. Liu Kang requested my presence in a private chamber, his eyes bloodshot, seemingly agitated, and his breath quickened, a stark contrast to his earlier composure. He fixed his gaze upon me, questioning whether I dared to guarantee the veracity of my words with both my life and that of Yunzhou. Although I felt unqualified to stake Yunzhou's life, I held firm confidence in my abilities, thus I nodded. After all, without my protection, Yunzhou and the guard, Jia, would stand no chance against the assassins. Should I perish, those who wished to harm Yunzhou would feel free to act. If I were to die, it would undoubtedly be due to the distrust of the Liu family. They would have taken my life, and even if they spared Yunzhou, they would not send anyone to protect him. Without my protection and that of the Martial Arts Alliance, neither Yunzhou nor his companions would survive long. Liu Kang signed a death warrant in his own name, compelling me to cure the Alliance leader of the Liu family. If the Alliance leader were to succumb during the treatment, all responsibility would fall upon him, and the Liu family would not hold me accountable. I can only surmise that he created quite a stir with his elders, as the beloved grandson of the Alliance leader and the future heir of the Liu family. Many would wish for his safety, while an equal number would hope for his misfortune. Those who wished him well would undoubtedly strive to prevent him from signing such a death warrant, while those who wished him ill would delight in his compliance. I remained oblivious to their commotion, but 2 hours later, Liu Kang placed the signed death warrant upon the table. I pressed my handprint upon it, creating 2 copies for both parties to retain. At this moment, little time remained before the Alliance leader would draw his last breath. I locked the door to his chamber. This was my condition for administering the antidote. No one could be present to disrupt the process. The presence of a third party would inevitably distract me. The creature within the Alliance leader was formidable, and I needed to concentrate fully. While it would be straightforward to eliminate the creature using my abilities, the risks were too great. Thus, I first employed Chi Blade to sever the creature's vital organs, akin to decapitating it, ensuring its brain could not relay commands to its limbs before they were separated. Such distractions could delay my efforts to save him. I sprayed alcohol on the concealed blade, using it to slice open the chest of Lord Liu, and promptly employed my unique abilities to staunch his bleeding. The creature, a lifeless body that resembled both a blood vessel and tree roots, was crimson in hue, its head spherical, akin to a tumor. The anesthetic it released greatly aided my efforts, sparing me the expenditure of my energy to alleviate Lord Liu's pain. I severed the creature's head, and as its body began to wither, the peril for Lord Liu escalated. I continuously supplied him with qi and aided in the regeneration of his organs, which had been replaced by 40% of the creature's tissue and required time to regrow. His organs were on the brink of failure, entirely reliant on qi, the essence of life, since they had ceased functioning. At that moment, he was less than a vegetative state. One could only describe him as a living corpse. While I infused him with energy and facilitated the regeneration of his organs, I also cleared away the desiccated crimson creature. Fortunately, these beings clustered together, making them relatively easy to eliminate. Once I had eradicated the remnants, I closed Lord Liu's chest, allowing the incision to heal without sutures. With my presence, even if infection occurred, it would pose little threat, as long as he did not succumb during the regeneration process. His life force was rapidly diminishing, and it was through considerable effort that I managed to keep him barely alive. I remained in the room for 3 days, 72 hours without closing my eyes, reflecting wryly on the arduous nature of seeking fortune through peril. Having previously stated that no one was to disturb me, I subsisted on little more than a few sips of water and a handful of cold buns, as no one was permitted to enter with food or inquire about the progress of my treatment. On the following day, his organs regained a modicum of functionality. I aided in the operation of his organs as his heart lay dormant, and I resorted to manual stimulation to induce its rhythm. Such actions were foreign to me in another realm. There was no necessity for such intervention, for while I could assist in the functioning of one's organs, I could not satiate their hunger. Ultimately, they would perish from starvation. Yet, this world is replete with resources. As long as Lord Lu navigates through this perilous juncture, he shall have medicine and nourishment to aid in his recovery. What I had previously only done to wreak havoc upon monsters and mutated creatures, I now employed to save a life, which left me somewhat apprehensive. By the third evening, his organs had regained function, albeit feebly. Blood clots still lingered within his vessels, but I managed to dissolve them. I endeavored to ensure the circulation of blood throughout his body, preventing ischemia in his brain, particularly safeguarding the areas responsible for memory storage. On the fifth night, his condition stabilized entirely. Although his body remained profoundly weakened, with proper care, he was no longer in peril of death. I summoned Lu Yukong into the room, instructing him to arrange for the preparation of rice porridge for Lord Lu. He was to consume this porridge for 2 days before transitioning to restorative broth. While other matters could be managed by different physicians, Lu Yukong was overjoyed, rushing to Lord Lu's bedside. Upon seeing Lord Lu's faint breaths and serene countenance, which had visibly improved, he promptly organized the preparation of congee. I informed him that I needed a few days of rest and requested that he refrain from disturbing me. 5 consecutive days of exerting my abilities had depleted my energy. I was on the verge of shutting down. Upon returning to our guest quarters, I found our guards, Jia and Xian, standing as sentinels. Their eyes welled with tears upon seeing me, and they were unable to contain their emotions. Young master has been unable to see you and has fasted for 3 days. Exhausted, he initially slept restlessly, hearing the guard Jia speaking, followed by the sound of chewing. Alarmingly close. Regrettably, my eyelids felt too heavy to open and discern who was gnawing near my head. The sound resembled that of a zombie feasting on my brain. Eventually, I slipped into a deeper slumber, oblivious to the noise, yet subconsciously aware that someone was vigilantly watching over me. I slept for a total of 5 days, coinciding with the time spent healing the Lord of the Alliance. Upon awakening, a peculiar sensation enveloped my face and mouth, and I struggled to breathe through my nostrils. With a forceful exhale, I dislodged a grain of rice. As I touched my lips, I found them greased, while guard Jia stood at the bedside with a retracted neck. And Yunzhou sat on the floor, his upper body draped over the edge of the bed. Madam, please do not blame the young master. I advised him that the patient should not consume pig trotters, but he misunderstood and tried to feed you elbow meat. After much persuasion, he finally settled on thin porridge. Yunzhou, with dark circles under his eyes, gazed intently at me. The edge of the bed was strewn with remnants of food, and the quilt was stained with dried rice soup. Yunzhou was particularly sensitive to death. He feared I might succumb. I rose to wash my face in the basin, then changed into fresh garments. Guard Jia discreetly exited, while Yunzhou remained outside the screen, his watchful gaze unwavering. We had arrived with luggage, yet my change of clothes was mysteriously absent, replaced instead by several sets of new dresses. Madam, your old garments were taken by the county princess. She claimed that as a distinguished guest, your needs for clothing, food, and shelter should be their responsibility. Your replacement outfits were hastily crafted by the palace seamstress under the princess's orders, and there are also several boxes of jewelry on the table. How have you fared with the task I entrusted to you? I have changed into my attire, yet I did not glance at the jewelry upon the table. These cumbersome trinkets are not something I intend to become accustomed to just yet. The garments prepared for me by Muden were crafted with care. She likely observed my frequent donning of black attire and assumed I had a penchant for it. Hence she fashioned an entire wardrobe of black garments. However, it is impossible for her to create without a hint of extravagance. Even in black, it must possess an iridescent quality. The fabric is adorned with intricate dark patterns, and there are 3-dimensional embroideries as well. The thread used for the dark patterns is a rare black metal rather than silk. It is as light as a feather and possesses exceptional resilience, capable of being fashioned into metal threads as fine as silk, impervious to cuts and slashes. The buttons are carved from black crystal, but the most precious aspect remains the fabric itself, a luxurious black cloud gauze that repels rain and snow while allowing breathability, draping elegantly without sacrificing a sense of ethereality. The design is also quite unconventional. It is my first encounter with androgynous attire in this realm. This ensemble truly embodies the essence of a lady, perfectly manifesting her grace. What essence do I possess? You are enigmatic, perilous, shadowy. Cough. No. Not shadowy, rather inscrutable. Yes, profoundly enigmatic. Chapter 29. Consultation. Although I strive for discretion, by mutant discarded my previous clothing, leaving me no choice but to don this flamboyant black outfit. Upon seeing me alive again, Yunzhou seemed relieved and promptly fell asleep. The guard, Jia, whispered, "Young master has not slept for several days, remaining vigil at the madam's bedside. Who would dare suggest he take a rest? He would strike them down. You haven't harmed anyone, have you? That is my primary concern." "Ah, no, that has not occurred." "Then there is nothing to worry about. Is the Grand Alliance leader going to be all right?" "He will survive. Considering your ability to cure us from such peculiar and insidious poisons, I was confident you could also heal the Grand Alliance leader. I only have a 50% certainty of healing the Grand Alliance leader. The poisons you ingested were not as potent as the one afflicting him. Alas, we are of insignificant stature, while the Grand Alliance leader is the leader of the martial world. Naturally, the toxin employed against him would be far from ordinary. My current apprehension lies not in the uniqueness of the poison, but in its quantity and method of administration." "You are concerned that?" "Indeed." The guard, Jia, was not unintelligent. He grasped my meaning and immediately turned his gaze towards the slumbering Yunzhou. "He is unharmed. Rest assured, madam. I shall exercise utmost vigilance in safeguarding the young master." I hesitate to even mention it, as it was clearly his excessive concern for Yunzhou's safety that has made it seem as though I am the one fretting over him. Those seeking Yunzhou's demise would not dare to intrude upon the Lu residents to carry out their assassination. And those who plotted against the Grand Alliance leader may not even have any interest in Yunzhou. If Yunzhou were not foolish and had not become a pawn to be discarded, his death within the Lu household would undoubtedly cause a great uproar. However, as he is now devoid of value, his death would not bring any trouble to the Lu family. It might even prove beneficial. The mastermind behind the Grand Alliance leader's poisoning would not engage in a losing proposition, unless those seeking Yunzhou's death could enlist the aid of those who poisoned the Grand Alliance leader, orchestrating a remote poisoning. Regardless of the likelihood, as long as I remain by Yunzhou's side, I shall be able to detect even the slightest disturbance, rendering it virtually impossible to poison him without detection. The guard Jia remarked that the physicians summoned by the Lu family could assemble a football team, as the medicinal concoctions and supplements were constantly being delivered to the residence of Lord Lu with remarkable efficacy. During my slumber, the Lord awakened and expressed a desire to meet me. Upon learning that I had fainted from exhaustion, he ordered someone to stand vigil outside my guest quarters, instructing them to inform him immediately upon my awakening. As I conversed with Guard Jia, our voices were overheard by those outside, who hurried to relay the message. Given that Yunzhou was not expected to awaken soon, and with Guard Jia keeping watch, I took my leave and stepped outside. En route, I encountered a servant, the very one who had rushed to deliver the news. Upon seeing me, he promptly bowed and respectfully stated, "Madam Yun, the Lord requests your presence. Please follow me." It took a moment for me to realize he was addressing me. Madam Yun, the wife of Yunzhou. While I pondered this, I found myself following him into that small courtyard, steeped in the scent of wealth. However, the number of individuals present had noticeably increased. Numerous maids and servants flitted about. Yet silence reigned as they moved with such grace, their skills ensuring that the patient's rest remained undisturbed. Inside the room were Lord Lu and an elderly woman, who was his sister. Once a notable figure in the martial world, she had faded from the scene after marriage, and I had not heard of her for many years. A Kang quickly bowed to our benefactor. The elderly woman, Lu Ying, commanded, prompting Lu Yukong to lift his robe in preparation to kneel. "No need for that. I have merely compensated for services rendered. We are square, no debts between us," I interjected swiftly to halt the gesture. While Lu Yukong refrained from kneeling, he nonetheless inclined his body respectfully and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "What business does Lord Lu have?" I inquired, as I preferred to dispense with pleasantries and get straight to the matter at hand. Lord Lu reclined against the headboard, his complexion significantly improved. The newly regenerated organs were functioning adequately, though he was still greatly depleted of vitality and required ample rest. He had previously sustained hidden injuries, remnants of an old affliction that had not been fully healed, which I deftly addressed. He must have sensed the change. Once he fully recuperated, he would be in better health than ever before. He lavished me with praise, adorning me with the title of Divine Healer, and expressed his gratitude beyond the previously agreed-upon fee. He offered to grant me an additional favor. I declined, asserting that I would not seek any further benefits apart from our established arrangement. Lord Liu insisted that if I refused, he would find it difficult to request my assistance in a matter of urgency. He hoped I would acquiesce to his request. While I could be compensated for my services, the nature of the tasks I undertook would be at my discretion. I desired our relationship to remain purely transactional. The most troublesome aspect of human interaction is favor, and I longed for relationships to be more straightforward. Of course, Yin Zhou was an exception. In a moment of charity towards a foolish beggar in a place I had no intention of revisiting, I never anticipated receiving anything in return. Yet, as fate would have it, I found myself repeatedly coming to his aid, and before long, he became inextricably linked to me. Thus, it became evident that saving a life must come with a fee, establishing a simple and pure monetary relationship. The next time I rescue a beggar, I shall insist on compensation, even if it means taking his tattered bowl. Lord Liu appeared somewhat taken aback, yet being well-versed in the ways of the world. He did not press the issue of fostering a deeper connection with me, instead proposing a price. I desired none of his properties or estates. I sought only monetary compensation. The task he requested was not arduous, conducting health examinations for all within his household to ascertain if anyone else had been poisoned. This poison encompasses any substance capable of manipulating individuals. He has lost faith in the abilities of ordinary physicians, believing they cannot cure him. While I have managed to heal him within mere days, undoubtedly possessing a unique and arcane method, I did not contest his interpretation of my abilities as a secret technique. It is at least a more palatable notion for those of ancient times. Furthermore, he insisted that during the martial arts conference, I remain at the Liu residence to ensure their health, guarding against further acts of poisoning. The city gates shall remain closed until the conclusion of the conference. And should I leave the Liu household, I would merely seek accommodation at an inn, where sustenance and lodging are provided. Thus it was unnecessary to create further upheaval. Therefore, I acquiesced. The leader of the Liu clan did not inquire about my origins or my master, likely because Liu Yukong had previously divulged such information. There is no one of my caliber within the martial world. Their investigations will yield no insights into my true identity. The only person who has beheld my true visage is the former owner of the original body. As for my childhood, I can only assert that the original body bore little resemblance to its adult form. The leader of the Liu clan requires my assistance and must place his trust in me. Were it not for this necessity, even with my remarkable medical skills, the Liu family would not dare to employ me due to my ambiguous background. I advised the leader to rest, and subsequently, Liu Yukong guided him to consultation. The household, with its hundreds of individuals, was organized into groups for examination. With time pressing and the task demanding, I had no leisure for theatrics. I instructed them to enter in groups of 10, to proceed swiftly without lingering, entering from the right and exiting from the left. Seated in the pavilion of the courtyard, I observed them as they passed by the table, each announcing their name as they approached. Before me lay a ledger. Those with issues marked their names with a brush. While the servants of the Liu family, all adept in martial arts, were not particularly weak, including young maidens of merely a few years and elderly servants of 60 or 70. Aside from the few individuals who fled upon hearing the news of the investigation, I also discovered among them those who had undergone facial alterations, those who had become obsessed with their training, those who bore internal injuries, and those who had endured beatings. A total of 19 individuals. Chapter 30. When a handsome man stops me, it may not be a confession. The suspicions surrounding them are for the Liu family to investigate. Ultimately, I also examined the animals in every courtyard of the Liu residence. There were no issues with the family's livestock, but the guests who visited daily warranted caution. During the grand event, relatives and friends of the Liu family, along with martial arts practitioners attending the conference, visited daily. Before the leader was poisoned, the Liu family warmly welcomed guests, allowing entry with both invitation and courtesy cards. However, after the poisoning incident, the Liu family sealed the city gates and no longer permitted visitors to enter. Those who had previously taken residence were restricted in their movements. Officially, it was declared that someone had stolen a treasured heirloom from the Liu family, and the thief had attempted to poison the Liu leader. Fortunately, the leader's poisoning was not severe. His profound internal strength enabled him to dispel the poison with the right techniques and recover after a few days of rest. Consequently, the Liu family heightened their defenses and discreetly dispatched individuals to investigate the stolen treasure. Though they claimed this was done secretly, anyone with a slight connection was aware that the Liu family had lost a precious item. Thus, this martial arts conference introduced a new agenda: to catch the thief. The Liu family likely intended to divert attention, keeping guests occupied with this matter to prevent them from focusing on the unusual state of the Liu leader. However, the gossip and storytelling prowess of the martial arts community rivaled that of some modern marketing entities. In the meantime, someone skillfully eradicated the residual poison within the Liu leader's body. This individual possessed formidable martial skills, appearing and vanishing without a trace, capable of taking lives in the blink of an eye and peering into the depths of one's being in an instant. It is said that she adorns herself in understated yet opulent black attire, her eyes as profound as a frigid pool, her complexion as frigid as ice, exuding an aura that is mysterious, perilous, and shadowy. Halt. Is this a tale from the martial world? Are you infusing it with your own embellishments? I interrupted the guard Jia's description with a slight frown. It appears the subordinate has erred. There is nothing shadowy about me. My inner self is illuminated. Do you understand? Understood. It seems word of the Liu family has slipped out. What else? Furthermore, they say you, no. Rather, they refer to that enigmatic figure. Possibly the mother of the demon sect's leader, suggesting that the leader of the Liu alliance shares an intimate history with her. You are suggesting Fu Ruisi is to accompany O? Clarify your statement. They claim that the leader of the Liu alliance has a past with the demon mother. An old flame rekindled. Oh. From tales of treasure hunting and bandit slaying, we have leapt into the realm of romance. Madam, do not be vexed. They are not speaking of your age, quite the contrary. In fact, it is said that the demon mother is the unparalleled beauty of the underworld, possessing the art of agelessness, her actual age a mystery, always appearing to be in her early 20s regardless of the time. Yet, this is not my primary concern. Are you worried that such rumors might affect your relationship with the young master? My relationship with him can only be influenced by braised chicken feet. Then you. Fame invites scrutiny, and notoriety invites danger. Precisely, I fear that individuals may seek me out to become my disciples, to learn my craft, or to study medicine. The gaze of the Liu family's servants has transformed towards me. Regardless of age or gender, their looks are fervent, as if Columbus had discovered a new world. Though they have never encountered X-rays or CT scans, to them, I embody something akin to that. In the blink of an eye, the rumors that pierce through the hearts of men must surely have originated from them. I overheard two young maidservants clandestinely discussing this matter. They believe I possess a celestial eye and might even wield the ability to read minds. I can only express my disbelief. Human nature is fraught with treachery. Who can truly see through another's soul? The guard, Xin, has departed to safeguard the location, prepared to establish contact with Warner and the others at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the guard, Jia, has been tirelessly gathering various pieces of intelligence on my behalf while remaining with the Liu family. It seems the rumors in the martial world suggest that I am affiliated with a demonic sect, not merely due to my attire of black, but because the sect's saintess speaks of me with utmost reverence. Anyone who dares show disrespect would face punishment. Alarmed, I hastily revisited the memories of my original self, hoping to find any connection to the demonic sect, yet discovered none. I could not help but indulge in wild speculation. Could my original self have a long-lost sister who is, in fact, the saintess of the demonic sect? Perhaps she remains unaware of her true identity, while her sister knows of her whereabouts. This cannot be. I have never even met that saintess. Did you hear what I just said? The guard, Jia, inquired with an elevated voice beside me. What? Warner, how did she become the saintess of the demonic sect? Is this not peculiar? She mentioned being tied up with important matters. Could it possibly involve her becoming the saintess? The saintess of the demonic sect, is it truly her? Yes, Xiao Xin has indeed gathered credible information. I intended for her to adopt the guise of the demonic sect to interact with its members. Never did I imagine she would assume the role of the saintess directly. This girl is undeniably overqualified for her position as a maid. Just as I believed Warner becoming the saintess was already sufficiently dramatic, reality presented me with an even more ludicrous script. As I was on my way to purchase snacks for Yunzhou, I was unexpectedly accosted on the street by an individual whose appearance was strikingly remarkable, embodying every descriptor typically reserved for the protagonists of romantic novels. He approached me with the intention of placing his hand on my shoulder, but I stepped back to evade his advance. Unperturbed, he gazed at me with profound intensity, tears welling in his eyes, and sorrowfully exclaimed, "Mother, you have mistaken me for someone else." He appeared to be several years my senior. Even if I had been a nested doll at birth, it would be impossible for me to have a son older than myself. "Mother, why do you not recognize your child?" he persistently inquired. Because you have mistaken me for someone else, I replied. At that moment, I had brought along 2 young maidservants from the Liu family to assist me with my bags, and they now cowered behind me in silence, seemingly frightened by the encounter. The street, once bustling with passers-by and wanderers of the martial world, had emptied since his arrival. This man was clad in a black robe, the wide sleeves embroidered with a red bird, a unique avian creature of this realm, resembling a hybrid of a peacock and a vermilion bird. You do not think I am the mother of demons, do you, esteemed leader? There exists but one place where such a bird is regarded as a symbol, that being the demon sect. Although the demon sect venerates this crimson bird as an emblem, not everyone is permitted to don garments adorned with its likeness. Followers merely bear a small red tattoo on the back of their hands, while only the sect leader is entitled to wear clothing embroidered with its image and to possess a jade pendant shaped like the red bird. Of course, this bird is not referred to as the red bird. Its true name is the blood bird, said to have been born in a pool of blood, a sacred site guarded by the demon sect through the generations, due to its penchant for feasting on the blood of humans and livestock. Those outside the sect regard it as a harbinger of misfortune, while the sect's adherents perceive it as a symbol of good fortune. The current leader, bearing the dual surname of Shimin and named Wuhan, has a rather intricate family background. His childhood was fraught with misfortune, lacking maternal affection, while paternal love weighed upon him like the towering Himalayas. His biological mother, often referred to as the demonic mother, can merely be considered one of the numerous lovers of the previous leader. In Chapter 31, it is revealed that the only thing the people of the martial world know is that she abandoned her child at the gates of the demonic sect's headquarters. The infant adorned with the token of love shared between her and the former leader. This woman, possessing formidable martial skills and exquisite beauty, revels in her freedom, vanishing without a trace after discarding her offspring. It is rumored that upon the death of the previous leader, the new leader's first order of business was to send people in search of his mother. As it stands, it seems she has not been found. I am quite intrigued as to why you are so certain that I am your mother. Although the demonic sect resembles an asylum, the leader would not act in such a rash and impulsive manner. His unwavering conviction perplexes me. Your surname is In? Yes. You possess medical skills? Indeed. My mother is surnamed In and is skilled in healing. My father claimed she was unique, exuding an aura that is both mysterious and perilous. When gazing into her profound eyes, one feels as though enveloped by an abyss of darkness, profoundly somber. Do you know Garjia? Who is he? Never mind. I thought you two were in cahoots. From your description, I seem to fit the bill in every aspect. Save for one, I am not of an age to have borne a child. Were it not for the memories of the original self, witnessing her grow up, I would have already been convinced that this body is indeed that of the demonic mother herself. When I treated and detoxified the original body, I examined her physique and confirmed that she was indeed an untouched maiden, incapable of having borne children. To ascertain whether she had given birth, one could simply consult a proficient gynecologist for a pelvic examination. In this world, any midwife would be able to determine that with ease. Here, the concept of postpartum pelvic repositioning does not exist. A woman merely observes a brief period of confinement after childbirth, lacking the modern understanding of postpartum care. Additionally, the presence of stretch marks can serve as an indicator. In some, it is relatively straightforward to verify whether one has given birth. The medical standards in this world are limited, lacking the technology to erase certain markings. Contemplating this, I conceived a lucrative idea, perhaps alongside farming. I could embark on a side business, establishing a beauty salon dedicated to alleviating crow's feet and stretch marks. There was a medical clinic nearby, and Shimin Wuhan accompanied me to verify my identity as I entered. The resident physician was an elderly man who refused to examine me directly, instead sending a young apprentice to summon a midwife. The passers-by had all retreated, showing no interest in witnessing the spectacle. Upon arrival, the midwife listened to the circumstances and proceeded to examine my bones, also inspecting my abdomen. Drawing upon her 30 years of experience in childbirth, she concluded that I had indeed never given birth. I raised my hands in a gesture of resignation and said to Shimin Wuhan, regrettably, I am not the mother of the esteemed leader. Yet, Shimin Wuhan remained skeptical and summoned 8 midwives in succession, all providing the same verdict. How could there exist such a striking resemblance among individuals? Could it be? He scrutinized me intently from head to toe. Perhaps you are my sister? Esteemed leader, might it be possible that I share no relation to you whatsoever? I am a shadow guard, once was, perhaps bearing the aura of the dark world, which led this fiend to mistakenly believe that we are kin. Impossible. Where are your parents? Allow me, your elder brother, to verify your identity. I am an orphan. Does it not seem rather hasty for you to claim the title of elder brother without verification? Precisely. You are an orphan, surely abandoned by your mother. Fear not, dear sister, for henceforth, I shall look after you. I have long heard that there is not a single sane individual within the demonic sect, from top to bottom. They're all deranged. Regardless of how normal they may appear outwardly, within lies madness. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I am convinced. The ancient practice of blood recognition is not reliable. My extraordinary abilities, though formidable, do not extend to DNA verification. Have you wed? To whom? Indeed. You are not young anymore. But should you find yourself in an unfortunate marriage, your elder brother can intervene and have that scoundrel release you, allowing us to seek a more suitable husband. No, he is my beloved. If we were to part, I would take my own life. We are bound together in life and death, unwavering and eternal, until the seas run dry and the stones decay. Then let your elder brother accompany you to the Liu family to meet this brother-in-law of yours. Is it appropriate for you to visit the Liu family? What is amiss? I shall accompany my sister to meet her husband. As family, who would dare to intervene? I suspect many would seek to obstruct us. The leader of the demonic sect brazenly at the Liu's doorstep is unprecedented in the martial arts world for centuries. No matter. He is resolute in following me. And I find it futile to argue with a madman. Hastening my pace was merely an endeavor to prevent our food from growing cold. It was never my intention to evade the presence of Shimin Wuhan. Given his remarkable lightness of foot, it was futile to believe we could shake him off. Moreover, the martial skills of the two maidservants were somewhat lacking, making it implausible for them to quicken their pace. Yunzhou stood sentinel at the entrance, with guard Jia accompanying him. Upon spotting me from a distance, Yunzhou hurried down the steps to greet me with a brisk jog. Guard Jia swiftly followed suit. Taking the basket from my hands as we entered the residence of the Liu family, with Shimin Wuhan trailing closely behind. For reasons unknown, the gatekeeper did not obstruct him, allowing him to follow us in with ease. I felt compelled to alert the doorkeeper, urging him to promptly inform Liu Yukong of the arrival of the demonic sect leader, Shimin Wuhan. As I did not encounter the steward of the Liu household, I hesitated to bring Shimin Wuhan inside, thus entrusting the maidservants with my belongings at the threshold, requesting that they deliver them to our guest room. Is this your husband? Shimin Wuhan's gaze remained fixed upon Yuzhou. Yes, he is a bit unwell, slightly daft, I replied. Guard Jia, standing nearby, seemed at a loss for words, having just noticed a man shadowing me, casting furtive glances. Do you know who he is? Shimin Wuhan inquired. Indeed. I nodded. We wed after his misfortune. Had he not fallen into such a plight, I would never have had the opportunity to become his wife. I spun this tale without hesitation, my eyes unwavering, leaving Guard Jia visibly astonished. How profoundly affectionate. Fortunately, your temperament does not mirror that of your mother, remarked Guard Jia, his shock palpable, as if his eyes might pop from their sockets. Yunzhou was unfamiliar with Shimin Wuhan and could not comprehend our conversation. He gazed intently towards the guest room, though nothing was visible. Yet, I understood what occupied his thoughts. In Chapter 32, the demonic sect requires talents such as yours. The leader of the demonic sect, Shimin Wuhan, visited, and this news reached the ears of Lord Liu, transforming into an alarming report of an impending confrontation. Unable to face the challenge personally, he dispatched the elders and skilled fighters from his household, along with Liu Yukong, to confront the visitors. Upon seeing them brandishing weapons, I realized they had misconstrued the situation. Young Master Liu, I apologize for the intrusion. I have met with my sister-in-law and am reassured by the depth of their affections. I shall take my leave now, no need to see me off. Shimin Wuhan was undoubtedly the most courteous leader of the demonic sect I had ever encountered. He even performed a respectful bow to the Liu family members. This left them utterly dumbfounded. They had arrived with hostility, accompanied by dozens of skilled fighters, seemingly prepared for battle. Yet, Shimin Wuhan bore no such intentions. After bowing, he simply turned to depart. This left the Liu family members appearing as though they were bidding him farewell. They stood there, weapons in hand, exchanging glances of confusion. While Shimin Wuhan had already taken his leave, his long hair billowing in the wind, his wide sleeves flowing gracefully with his movements, reminiscent of an immortal embarking on a distant journey, leaving behind an ethereal silhouette. Such a remarkable figure. Liu Yukong, attempting to mask his embarrassment, tossed his sword into a nearby flower bed and waved his folding fan gently. His thoughts wandered far afield. But upon realizing that Shi Min Wu Hen's visit was not a provocation taking advantage of Lord Lu's weakened state, the Lu family collectively exhaled in relief. Though Shi Min Wu Hen's mind might have been peculiar, his demonic abilities remained profoundly effective. Historically, leaders of the sect who mastered their skills to the utmost often succumbed to madness, leading to their untimely demise in middle age. He, however, did not falter. At the tender age of 20, he reached the pinnacle of his craft and has exhibited no adverse effects for 8 years. All those who dared to challenge him have returned defeated, and among his peers, none can stand against him. The venerable elders of the martial world, esteemed for their wisdom, would never seek out a young prodigy for a sparring match. Thus, Shi Min Wu Hen roams freely within the realm of martial arts, with the lesser skilled avoiding his presence. It is less a matter of fear of the man himself, but rather a trepidation of his formidable demonic arts. For a century, the leader of the demon sect has committed numerous heinous acts, leaving countless victims in the wake of his malevolent powers, who have suffered greatly. Consequently, those who wield such powers instill fear in others. Upon encountering Shi Min Wu Hen in person, I find a discrepancy in the tales that circulate within the Jianghu. Advancing steadily to the zenith of demonic arts may not be devoid of repercussions. It is conceivable that the issues plaguing his mind stem from his practice. The manner in which energy flows within his brain is peculiar. Should he disperse his demonic powers, perhaps his mind would revert to normalcy. Yet, in the affairs of the world, it is often said that one must gain at the cost of another. The balance of gain and loss is a personal choice, and he is certainly aware of the price of mastering such dark arts. If this is indeed a misunderstanding, the Lu family need not maintain their defensive stance. I am an orphan. The original body was oblivious to its lineage, and my unique abilities cannot ascertain DNA. Thus, whether I am truly the sister of Shi Min Wu Hen remains a matter of conjecture. Is there still a possibility? Having just shaken off Lu Yukong, the guard Jia approached, shrouded in mystery, and inquired, "Madam, you are the secret protector of the young master, are you not? We believed that no one survived the dark guard camp, yet you have endured, finding the young master and shielding him along the way. In the past, you could only admire him from the shadows, but this misfortune has afforded you the opportunity to approach him openly. Now, the young master relies on you considerably. It seems you have finally realized your long-held desire. Perhaps, you might consider joining the demonic sect, for they are in need of individuals like you. I offer this suggestion sincerely. Are you truly one of them? The sister of Shi Min Wu Han." The guard Jia's eyes widened in astonishment. "No wonder you had Xiao Wanner disguise herself as a disciple of the demonic sect. Did you already know your true origins and seek a chance to acknowledge Shi Min Wu Han?" "No, Wanna's situation was purely coincidental. So, once the martial arts conference concludes, are we to relocate to the demonic sect?" "No, the plan remains unchanged. We shall go to the countryside to farm." "Why is the lady so adamant about farming?" "It is a passion. Yet, you have purchased a plethora of introductory books. You cannot farm." "Oh, just because I cannot. Does that mean I cannot have a passion?" "Indeed, I shall certainly assist the lady in cultivating the land and increasing the yield." I nodded in satisfaction and waved him away to guard the entrance. Yunzhou has already dazzled with a basket of snacks, sitting by the bed, piecing together his toys. During these days of leisure, I have prepared a complete set of literacy cards for him, featuring words, phrases, and illustrated item and animal cards. Whenever I find the time, I take them out to teach him, for his mind has been severely afflicted by that peculiar poison. It is no wonder that those who harmed him feel at ease. Even with divine doctors in this world, no cure can be found. If a cure eludes us, we shall treat him gradually. If it takes a lifetime, then so be it. I shall always be by his side. The Shadow Guard most detests entanglements. The original owner, let alone romantic relationships, had not even a single ordinary friend to converse with. I do not perceive such loneliness as detrimental. In fact, I intended to adhere to this solitude. However, since I have taken in this fool, retaining him does not seem unfavorable. Loneliness is fine, companionship is also welcome. Whether he is foolish or not is of little consequence to me. Just as I was about to retrieve the card to teach Yunzhou literacy, a graceful figure glided through the doorway. "Greetings, Brother Jia." I acknowledged the valiant guard, Jia, who happened to pass by. "It has been a while since I last saw you." I had not encountered Bai Muden and her attendant in recent days, having only donned the garments prepared by Bai Muden. "Do not mention it. The household has been exceedingly busy," A Zhao remarked as he entered, making a beeline for the teapot on the table, lifting it high and tilting it to quench his thirst. His lips did not touch the spout, yet his movements were fluid and practiced. He drained an entire pot of cool tea without spilling a drop. Busy with wedding affairs? I inquired, having heard from guard Jia that the entire Liu household was occupied with the betrothal preparations between the Liu and Bai families. Indeed, our family is quite small, and the county princess is rather headstrong. Originally, the leader of the Liu family and His Majesty had agreed upon the engagement. However, the princess insisted on an immediate marriage, demanding to be wed forthwith. Oh, the commotion it has caused. His Majesty was so enraged that he smashed the imperial writing desk, splattering ink all over the noble concubine. Chapter 33. People aspire for greater heights, my dear. Marriage is a matter of great significance, much like in my homeland, where both parties invest considerable importance. Furthermore, for a county princess, beloved by the sovereign, how could her wedding not be a grand affair? To orchestrate a flawless celebration, how could one neglect to prepare in advance? It is quite commendable if a marriage can be realized within a year following the engagement. The sudden decision of Bai Mutin to hastily marry is quite unreasonable, as it would be abnormal for her family to remain unperturbed. Her unwavering stance of marrying none but June indicates that her union with Liu Yukong is already a foregone conclusion. In comparison to her wedding, I find the competition for the position of the Wulian Alliance leader far more riveting. For decades, Alliance leader Liu has steadfastly held his position, thanks to his robust health, which has never faltered. This year's gathering was initially a celebration of his re-election, but due to his poisoning, his continued leadership has come under scrutiny from various sections. Those who have recovered from their poisoning face no such doubts about their standing. It is not uncommon to be ensnared in treachery while navigating the martial world. As long as one survives and can neutralize the poison, they remain a true hero. However, the expectations placed upon Alliance leader Liu by the martial community are indeed stringent. They regard him as a symbol, an unwavering emblem of righteousness within the Wulian, just as a flag that stands tall signifies the integrity of the martial path. Any sign of wavering may prompt many to seek a more steadfast representation. Why not replace it? Certainly, there are ardent supporters of Alliance leader Liu and the Liu family, who staunchly back his re-election, vowing to stand by the Liu family no matter the circumstances. The martial world has always been a realm of black and white, good and evil. Where there are supporters of one cause, there will inevitably be detractors. The constant strife is rather tiresome. Ever since Shimin Wuhan unilaterally declared me a sister, the martial world has grown even more vibrant. Wanner and Protector Ding can finally reach out to me openly. She invited me to a tea house, where she elucidated everything in a private room. Upon their arrival in Yuanqing, she and Protector Ding encountered several young martial artists who mistook her for a member of the demonic sect and sought to trouble her, only to be driven away by her and Protector Ding. Those several adolescents she had initially dismissed as mere children engaged in playful antics. However, the so-called parents who later approached were esteemed figures of significant repute. She, alongside her guardian Ding, found themselves overmatched and nearly incapacitated, but fortunately, assistance arrived in time. The demonic sect boasted over 3,000 adherents, all concentrated around their forbidden territory. Although Shimin Wuhan held the lofty position of sect leader, he recognized each one of these individuals. Upon seeing Wanner, who was merely dressed akin to a member of the demonic sect, he deduced that she was not one of his employees. He presumed that she admired the sect and wished to join but lacked the means to do so, thus opting for a guise reminiscent of modern cosplay. Wanner and her guardian Ding exhibited a rather eclectic martial arts style devoid of any discernible sect characteristics, resembling an unorthodox approach. Provided they had not previously pledged allegiance to another sect, Shimin Wuhan would be inclined to welcome them into the demonic faction. Nevertheless, the sect mandated an initiation test, a non-negotiable requirement. Failure to pass meant that even the sect leader held no authority to grant exceptions. It was during this phase that Ding was eliminated, deemed unfit for membership. As for Wanner, the test results took Shimin Wuhan by surprise. The original sect had established the role of a holy maiden, which was quite unique, necessitating a girl of exceptional constitution. After 3 consecutive generations, the position had remained unfilled. To his astonishment, Wanner turned out to meet the criteria. Shimin Wuhan, having rescued her, felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Promptly summoned the 4 protectors of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning to ensure her safety. Consequently, Wanner found herself accompanied wherever she went, compelling her to send Ding to the bookstore and instruct him to wait for us daily at the designated meeting spot. "Madam, how have you become the leader's sister? Initially a servant, now a lady," Could this be a scheme orchestrated by the demonic sect against the young master? Juana's current smoky makeup, crafted by the Rain Guardian among the four protectors, has transformed a once charming girl into an endearingly comical panda. Is this the manifestation of the demonic sect's authority? Shimin Wuhin has encountered Yunzhou and harbors little interest in him. It is unlikely to be a conspiracy, merely a bout of madness. During your time in the demonic sect, did you not notice that their minds are rather unhinged? I have perceived that. Hence, when shall you rescue me, my lady? No. You too have been captured by them. What shall we do? I shall heed your every command. This is inappropriate, my lady. I remain the young master's maid. And even if I receive monthly allowances, I am still but a servant. Moreover, in the young master's time of distress, it is our duty to remain loyal. Should an opportunity arise, it is my role to earn and support the young master. My lady must not disrupt the hierarchy. As you wish. It is only natural to find certain beliefs hard to relinquish. In this world, individuals like me, forsaking our masters to survive as dark guardians, are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, my position as a protector of Jia Xin now bears the added implication of an unrequited affection for my master, an honorable achievement to leverage for ascent. After decades of unavailability for suitable candidates, the demonic sect will undoubtedly scrutinize her closely. The position of the saintess appears to be anything but nominal, entailing significant responsibilities. Matters involving the forbidden grounds are shrouded in secrecy within the demonic sect, and the saintess's duties are linked to the blood pool of the forbidden area. The specifics remain unknown to the outside world, yet my concern does not lie elsewhere. I fear they may cast Warner into the blood pool as a sacrificial offering. In ancient times, certain individuals were capable of actions that seemed impossible. Thus, I wish to assist her in extricating herself from her predicament. Though such a feat was beyond my current means, the demonic sect was affluent, and securing a position there might not necessarily be a misfortune. Warner, barely 18, had little future as a mere maid. If she could find employment within one of the esteemed martial arts sects, the benefits would be considerable, and I had no justification to impede her aspirations. However, she was the unparalleled holy woman of the demonic sect, a figure of great significance to them. Did she truly believe they would allow her to depart so easily? Should she insist on leaving the demonic sect to follow her lord, it would only bring him trouble. Furthermore, with the protection of the sect's four great guardians, she would be quite safe and would no longer serve as a pawn for Yunzhou's adversaries. Chapter 34. Strong words uttered, I expressed my thoughts candidly, and upon hearing my words, Wana was moved to tears, grateful for the madam who had considered her plight. I urged her to cease her weeping, lest her makeup be ruined, rendering her appearance even more startling. As they awaited us in the hall below, just as we were about to descend, we heard the sounds of a scuffle emanating from downstairs. However, when the four guardians entered the hall, the patrons had all fled. It should have been a state of clear-out. It was implausible for the four of them to be in conflict amongst themselves, which suggested that an individual who disregarded the demonic sect had made their entrance. Recognizing the familiar sounds of slicing air and crackling energy, I had already deduced the identity of the intruder. While someone was aiding her in combat against the four guardians, as Warner and I descended the stairs, we only caught a glimpse of a red figure restraining the guardians, while Bailia stood nearby, wielding a whip, suggesting her engagement in the fray. Upon noticing Warner had come down, the guardians intended to protect her, but the figure in red sensed their intentions and obstructed their path. You go deal with that wretched girl. The figure clad in red addressed Bailia. From her voice, it was evident that she was a woman. However, during the fierce combat, her disheveled hair and swift movements created illusions, making it nearly impossible to discern her gender at a glance. Bailia, with her whip in hand, approached the staircase. Is it you? She exclaimed, astonished to see me. Indeed, it is I. I had positioned myself in front of Warner, thus naturally standing before her as well. Bailia rushed over, her immediate focus upon me. We shall settle our accounts later. Step aside and allow me to eliminate this vixen. Her eyes burned with fury, directed at Warner, akin to a rightful partner confronting a rival. Do not presume that donning a new outfit elevates your status, regardless of whom you have sought refuge within Yuan City. Anyone who obstructs my path must perish. Her words were fierce. Bailia, incensed by my demeanor, lashed her whip towards me. I harnessed my inner energy within my palm, raising my arm to firmly grasp the whip. She was momentarily taken aback. The Lei-Hai long bone whip was adorned with protruding bone spurs and crackled with electricity. No one could hope to catch it barehanded. It was likely that since acquiring this formidable weapon, She had never witnessed anyone daring enough to barehandedly seize the whip. The hastily learned technique I had mastered allowed for the manipulation of inner energy at will, whether throughout the body or concentrated in specific areas. It could transform a needle into a weapon or a shield for defense. At that moment, by gathering my energy in my palm, I essentially donned a pair of thick, insulated gloves impervious to piercing. Naturally, these gloves served as more than mere protection, as I tightened my grip on the whip. The resilient sea dragon bone shattered beneath my strength, resulting in the whip snapping with a resounding crack. My power had not originally been so formidable. It was only after practicing that accelerated technique that I had grown stronger. It was a remarkable martial art left behind by a master of the martial world, capable of inciting fierce competition among the entire community, leading to bloodshed and strife. The Liu family possesses a library, and as I was the savior of the Liu clan leader, they permitted me to peruse its contents for a day. Within the pages of an ancient tome, I discovered records concerning this extraordinary martial art. In truth, the documentation existed solely within a diary. 3 centuries ago, a peculiar figure emerged in the martial realm, a veritable devotee of martial arts. Not only did he stealthily learn the techniques of various schools, but he also expressed disdain openly, criticizing their methods as mundane and feeble. He chronicled his insights in a diary, asserting that he had mastered the most formidable martial techniques in existence. Indeed, he became invincible, and during that era, every sect yearned to acquire his knowledge. Some even set aside past grievances, eager to send their most gifted disciples to become his apprentices. However, this individual possessed an eccentric temperament, seemingly afflicted by the legendary condition of emotional detachment, unfeeling towards his parents and relatives, indifferent to the charms of beautiful maidens. With no intentions of procreation or mentorship, he traversed the world for many years, accompanied only by a peculiar serpent, which he affectionately named Ada. The corners of his diary featured a sketch of Ada, which, despite its diminutive size, bore a striking resemblance to the creature I had slain in the cave. Eventually, this enigmatic figure withdrew from the world of martial arts, a decision directly tied to Ada. In its youth, Ada had merely scavenged for chickens and dogs, but as it matured, it developed a taste for human flesh, becoming uncontrollable. When pursued by those seeking retribution, the master, unwilling to part with Ada, chose to retreat from society and seclude himself in the depths of the mountains. A Zhao grew up in the imperial palace of the kingdom of Jiushuan, and perhaps he had heard this tale through certain channels, or even glimpsed the portrait in the diary. Thus, when he assumed that Bai Mudan and Liu Yukong were within the cave, he was astonished to discover the monstrous figure depicted in the writings. Consequently, he surmised that what Ada was safeguarding might be the remains of a remarkable individual. This extraordinary person lived a life devoid of kinship, and should he possess unparalleled secrets, there would be no one to inherit them, ultimately taking them to the grave. Indeed, this was the case. However, Ada was of a rather peculiar species, capable of enduring for centuries. Its stature seemingly grew with the passage of time, reminiscent of a creature from a fantastical narrative. The formidable martial arts that allowed this extraordinary figure to traverse the world unchallenged had been swiftly mastered by me, rendering the confrontation with Amir Bailia an effortless endeavor. When her whip snapped, it resembled a small beast deprived of its claws, too timid to engage me further. The Lei Hai Long Gu whip must have loomed in her mind as an indomitable force. Her established perceptions were abruptly shattered, and it was only natural that she struggled to accept this revelation. She likely began to doubt my humanity. "Sister Chiyu," she exclaimed, retreating repeatedly, her gaze fixed upon me as if I were a monster. The woman in red withdrew from her entanglement with the 4 great guardians, approaching Bailia. While casting a glance in my direction, her true form resembled an encyclopedia, with a wealth of knowledge rivaling that of a vast library. The name Chiyu resonated prominently in the martial realm. She was a traitor of the demon sect, the daughter of a deceased elder. It was said that she had violated the sect's rules and was subsequently cast out. However, after her departure, her martial path grew increasingly nefarious. She mastered the long-lost shattered bone palm, becoming a scourge of the martial world. The Martial Alliance had dispatched numerous assassins to eliminate her, yet she had evaded them all. At present, she has unexpectedly ventured to Yuanqing, onto the very turf of the Martial Arts Alliance. Chapter 35, The Demise of Xiaochang and Ahua. The 4 guardians, in their engagements with her, dared not approach too closely, presumably out of fear of being struck by her bone-corroding palm. A few years her senior to Shimen Wuhan, Her talent for martial cultivation is no less remarkable. Having departed from the demonic sect for many years, her current skill level must have ascended several plateaus. Even the combined might of the four guardians is insufficient to overcome her. At this moment, she gazes upon me, her eyes exuding an immense pressure. Her appearance and demeanor suddenly evoke the image of the formidable Master Dongfang from martial arts novels. Ah, yes, her surname is indeed Dongfang. Many within the demonic sect bear compound surnames and, when choosing names, invariably lean towards modesty. Shimin Wuen's name is straightforward and easily understood, much like this woman in red. Crimson Moon is her alias in the martial world. Her given name is Dongfang Buliang. Furthermore, the demonic sect boasts 4 hall masters, one of whom, named Murong Wu, was acquainted with the original body. The demonic sect is replete with eccentrics. Murong Wu is an avid reader, wholeheartedly pursuing an official career. He participated in the imperial examinations 3 times, each time ranking among the top 3, only to be disqualified due to his association with the demonic sect. He even served as a retainer for a certain nobleman, which is how the original body had a few clandestine encounters with him. Who are you? Crimson Moon, clad in red, narrowed her eyes, her tone fraught with hostility. She is the younger sister of the demonic sect's leader. If you dare harm her, sect leader Shimin will not spare you. Wanner's intentions were benign, hoping to invoke a powerful backer to intimidate Bailia and Crimson Moon. However, she was unaware of Crimson Moon's background. Mentioning Shimin Wuan at this juncture would only prove counterproductive. Younger sister? I have never heard of him having a younger sister. Contrary to my expectations, Crimson Moon did not erupt in anger. She merely appeared perplexed. The outsider, Qi Wei repeated, her gaze becoming perilous. No wonder you appeared like a beggar when we first met. It turns out you have ingratiated yourself with the leader of the Shimin sect. A person like you is the epitome of treachery and cunning. It is conceivable that the identity of your sister is a fabrication, merely a ruse to ascend to greater heights. The pain of Bailia's severed whip only now begins to take effect. What a farce. What status do you possess that the leader of the Shimin sect would deliberately associate himself with you? Must he assume the role of your elder brother? Sister Qi Wei, I perceive that both this woman and that girl are of dubious origin, harboring ulterior motives. Perhaps they possess some beguiling sorcery that has deceived the leader of the Shimin sect. We cannot allow them to escape. They must be eliminated together. With a surge of murderous intent, Qi Wei raised her hand to strike me. Wanner attempted to step forward to shield me from the blow, but I forcefully pushed her aside with a wave of qi. Qi Yue's bone-corroding palm harbors a potent toxin that, once it infiltrates the human body, can erode bones and transform a person into a gelatinous creature. It bears a resemblance to the mythical bone-melting palm found in novels, yet there exists a fundamental distinction. The so-called poison in her palm is not merely a toxin, it is a living entity, similar to the parasites within the Alliance leader. This creature enters the body and voraciously feeds on the marrow within the bones. As it rapidly proliferates, it will devour the very bones of its host. According to his research, the bone-corroding palm does not operate solely through internal energy, that is merely supplementary. The crux lies in the venomous creature residing within the palm of the hand. Mastery of this martial art requires the constant wearing of gloves, just as Qi Wei does. Moreover, the palm of these gloves features a circular aperture, roughly the size of a yuan coin. This serves as the exit for the creature, which possesses a venomous stinger, akin to the needle of a bee, capable of detaching from the body and piercing human skin. Within lies tiny insect eggs, and this syringe containing the eggs possesses the ability to regenerate. The creatures remain in a dormant state, awakening only when the host summons them with internal energy, at which point they prepare to strike. This peculiar diary holds little significance in the Liu family's library, having been relegated to a dusty corner, untouched for many years. Upon my entrance, I perused the titles, bypassing those previously examined by the original owner and selecting only the unread tomes. The Liu family likely did not anticipate that within a mere day, I would peruse the entirety of their library, excluding the volumes already explored, those easily found elsewhere, and trivial works, coupled with my remarkable ability to retain information and absorb knowledge at a glance. It was no challenge to survey an entire floor of books in a single day. Just as humans possess vitality, so too do insects. They are merely energy forms. Without their energy, they cannot survive. When Qi Yu and Bai Liu observed me accepting the blow directly, their expression shifted to one of astonished delight. Qi Yu launched another strike, and I readily reciprocated, determined not to disappoint her. The 4 guardians screamed as they rushed forward, but I paid no heed to their attempts to intervene. Yet, Through my tear-streaked vision, she found no signs of poisoning in my palm. My hand remained pristine, unblemished, untainted. Conversely, Chiyu suddenly raised her hand. Incredulity etched across her face as she examined her palm. Although she had shielded them with her internal energy, preventing external harm, she was powerless to counteract my ability to disrupt their life energy. Enraged, Chiyu lunged at me like a wild tempest, only to be intercepted by the four guardians. The venomous creature perished, yet her martial prowess remained unscathed. It simply lacked the poison that once accompanied it. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. For the four great protectors harbored a deep-seated apprehension of her, wary of being ensnared by her toxic touch. Bereft of such concerns, the quartet unleashed their full potential. While Chiyu found herself devoid of any distinct advantage, the two factions were evenly matched, capable of achieving a stalemate. Bailia summoned her subordinates, intending to seize the opportunity while the four great protectors were preoccupied with me and Wan Air. Her whip lay shattered, and she retreated into the throng, seeking refuge behind her followers. Madam, Wan Air, noticing my unscathed hands and having ceased her tears, was confident in her agility against the minions of the demon fortress. Yet, the minions would not engage her openly, resorting instead to underhanded tactics. Perhaps having witnessed my martial prowess, she felt little trepidation. As anticipated, the minions of the demon fortress brandished their bows, the arrows tipped with a conspicuous green hue, clearly laced with poison. Chapter 36. Have I strayed into the wrong world? The poisoned arrows were unleashed, yet they were thwarted by the chi shield I had erected. Their quivers were nearly depleted, none able to pierce the protective barrier. Chiyu found herself at a disadvantage as well. She instructed Bailia to retreat, recognizing that prolonged combat would not favor them. With the bone-eating insect deceased and the sea dragon whip severed, their escape was inevitable. Should enmity linger, we would surely meet again. The four great protectors were also mindful of their primary duty to safeguard Wan Air, refraining from pursuing. I merely remarked that it was the subjective conjecture of their leader. The four protectors nodded in unison, acknowledging that, as the leader's sister, I ought to be respectfully addressed as the Demon Maiden, in accordance with the Sect's customs. I sincerely suggested they call me by my given name, thus sparing the honorific. My explanations regarding my origins are utterly disregarded by them. Regardless of the veracity of Shimin Wuhan's words, they accept them as truth without question. It is no wonder that the martial world speaks of the demonic sect as being united, like an ironclad entity. If the leader is deranged, then the entire faction is similarly afflicted. I then inquired why Chiyu sought to kill Wana. Chiyu has numerous enemies in the martial world. Yet she and Wana should have no connection, so what could be the source of animosity? Yuhu Fa, the sole female among the four protectors, is known by her birth name, Dugu Bushian. Approaching 30, she is quite knowledgeable about the affairs within the sect. According to her, in her youth, Chiyu harbored feelings for Shimin Wuhan, but after her confession was rebuffed, her love turned to hatred, leading her to defect from the demonic sect. Her transgression against the sect's rules involved employing seductive techniques on her fellow disciples, and it is unnecessary to inquire who that disciple might be. However, her endeavor was thwarted, and she was injured by Shimin Wuhan while attempting to escape from the forbidden grounds. Chiyu yearns to become the sect's holy maiden, for only the holy maiden may be the rightful wife of the sect leader. Other women, despite sharing a marital bond with the leader, possess no legitimate status. Even if they bear numerous children, it is ultimately of no consequence. My desire for her to become the holy maiden stems from the hope that she would find a secure place to thrive, a sturdy tree to lean upon. I never envisioned that she would seek the sect's protection through the institution of marriage. Matters of marriage should always be consensual. Are you aware of this? I fear she may be kept in the dark. Are you willing to marry Shimin Wuhan? I am willing. Very well. It seems you all are competitors in love and marriage, each racing faster than the last. I admire them in my heart. I had thought that the relationship between Bai Mudan and Lu Yukong was developing at a swift pace, yet I was unaware that another couple was progressing even more rapidly. Observing Wanner's demeanor, it did not appear forced or insincere. While Shimin Wuhan was undeniably handsome, her master belonged to a similar ilk, and she should have been immune to such allure by now. If it were not mere infatuation with beauty, then perhaps there lay another reason. In any case, I find it hard to believe in love at first sight. After all, she is affiliated with Yun Zhou and cannot be carelessly betrothed. She nodded resolutely, expressing her willingness to marry Shimin Wuhan, for he had saved her. The moment he descended from the heavens to vanquish the villains, she had fallen for him at first glance. At this moment, I felt a wave of disorientation, pondering whether I had not traversed time, but rather found myself within the pages of a romantic novel, where those around me could so effortlessly engage in love and marriage. From my perspective, the most implausible notion of love at first sight, uttered from Juana's lips, imbued me with an uncanny sense of unreality. Yet her expression spoke volumes. The burgeoning feelings of a young girl, her bashful and timid gaze was unmistakable. She had found a new job, a beloved, and a new subordinate to protect her. Thus I harbored no further concerns. She also shared with me all the information she had gleaned upon entering the city. Previously, I had not specified what I sought to learn. Hence, when I initially sent her, I had not articulated the type of information I desired. Consequently, whatever she encountered or overheard, she relayed to me, allowing me to sift through and discern the pertinent details myself. Certain matters are known only to the former employer of the original self, while others remain oblivious. The former employer's remarkable acumen lies in the strategic placement of her pieces, ensuring that even in her absence, operations continue seamlessly, adhering to the predetermined course, progressing step by step. However, once they commence their actions, I can discern the impending chaos, allowing me to retreat to a sanctuary untouched by turmoil. Perhaps, should the situation escalate, there may be no refuge left on this land, compelling one to seek sustenance abroad. On my way back, I overheard discussions regarding the recent string of bizarre deaths in Yuan City. The deceased had perished during the night, their bodies seated in a cross-legged position, gazing skyward, with their eyes, noses, mouths, and ears transformed into dark, hollow voids as if scorched by fire. Yet their surrounding skin remained unblemished. The cerebral matter of the deceased had vanished, leaving only empty skulls. From the night before last until last night, 7 individuals had succumbed to this fate. Each of these 7 hailed from different sects, all being formidable experts within their respective circles. Yuan City possesses its own official authority, where ordinary criminals are a rarity. Thus, martial artists investigate matters of the Jianghu, with the responsibility of solving cases and apprehending wrongdoers resting upon the members of the Martial Arts Alliance. Upon hearing of this incident, my mind became preoccupied, causing me to neglect the task of purchasing snacks. Yunzhou, noticing my empty hands, momentarily dimmed his bright eyes, yet this was fleeting, as he soon resumed his cheerful demeanor, tugging at my sleeve as we made our way to the residence. His simplicity is, in fact, a source of comfort. He never causes a fuss. I entrusted the guard Jiao with my money, asking him to procure the snacks. With me by Yunzhou's side, he no longer needed to follow me closely at every turn. Since I settled in the Lu residence, I have been conducting health examinations for all members of the household every 3 days. The remuneration provided by the leader of the Lu clan is generous. Even if I were to perform daily checks, I would be more than willing. Should her family oppose her, she would dare to proceed with her intentions alongside Lu Yukong, transforming raw intentions into a completed reality. Her family should be most aware of her temperament. Once she sets her mind on a course of action, they are powerless to deter her. Otherwise, they would only incite chaos, leading to greater embarrassment. The official narrative released by the Lu and by family states that the leader of the Lu clan is unwell, thus converting the engagement into a formal wedding ceremony. The Lu family revels in this auspicious turn, believing that the leader's health will improve more swiftly amidst the celebration, whether others choose to believe it or not. The word has circulated, and the stance of both families is essentially one of acceptance, believe it or not. Under my regimen, which predominantly focuses on treatment with supplementary dietary and medicinal therapies, the leader's health has markedly improved. He has demonstrated his prowess before those in the martial arts community who questioned his re-election, temporarily stabilizing the situation. Consequently, the entire Lu family treats me with utmost respect, granting me the liberty to roam freely within their estate. Chapter 37. With great rewards comes a crowded street during the martial arts conference. Incidents are most likely to occur. Although the Martial Arts Alliance has invited reputable sects, there are always unscrupulous individuals from the underworld who manage to infiltrate. In this ancient era devoid of heavenly eyes, the ability to disguise oneself is limitless. Under false pretenses, they can blend in, and more ruthless individuals might resort to ambushes, seizing identification and invitations before altering their appearances. The city guards at the gates cannot conduct meticulous checks. As they scrutinize faces one by one, the impersonators often evade detection, while the reputable sect members are left seething with frustration. It is akin to standing by the subway entrance and being doused with makeup remover. much to the discontent of both the made-up and the bare-faced. Then there are those with remarkable martial prowess, who are impervious to any barriers. Take Shi Min Wu Hen, for instance, who would dare impede his entry into the city. Whenever a grand assembly convenes, the city gates become a bustling epicenter. Often, individuals unwelcome in Yuan City attempt to force their way in. Their martial skills are typically mediocre, and the gatekeepers are unperturbed, often managing to fend them off or call for reinforcements. Yuan City possesses a patrolling force, always ready to respond to any incidents. Rarely do large groups attempt to breach the gates, 3 to 5 individuals at most. Exceeding that number would certainly escalate matters. My lady, you are not listening to me. What did you say? A bounty. A handsome reward for anyone who can apprehend the murderer. The Martial Alliance offers a substantial sum. Do you wish to pursue the killer? How could I? With my limited skills, I wouldn't even qualify as a victim. The murderer specializes in eliminating elite martial artists. Then why mention such a reward? Isn't it because of you? Do you wish for me to be embroiled in this? Oh dear, if you were not to ensnare others, who could possibly ensnare you? I meant to say, the reward. Will you not claim it? For you, it would be akin to picking it up off the ground. Picking it up off the ground. Working for by Muten and Aja is what I would call easy money. This master and servant duo spend money like water. Though the Martial Alliance is also affluent, their extravagance is not on par with that of the prodigal princess. The murderer has slain several martial arts masters, employing bizarre methods. I, a hero, a figure clad in purple, gracefully floated through the doorway of the guest room. I wish to inquire whether a Zhao bears the surname Chao. As the thought of their master-servant relationship crossed my mind, he appeared, elegantly waving a handkerchief. His petite steps revealed a foundation in traditional opera, gliding toward me with an ethereal grace. Clad in a purple robe draped with sheer fabric, adorned with a crown of amethyst lotus, he exuded an otherworldly aura. His countenance was strikingly beautiful. If he remained silent, he could easily be mistaken for a celestial being. I had previously stated my preference against being referred to as a hero. Female hero, he called my name, but refrained from including the word hero. All right, esteemed physician. Let us get straight to the matter at hand. We implore you to assist us in capturing the perpetrator, as our esteemed princess has offered a generous reward. It is entirely at your discretion whether to apprehend or eliminate the culprit, provided that you prevent him from instilling further terror within the city. Which perpetrator are you referring to? The guard Jia inquired hastily. Indeed, with the princess's wedding approaching, the incessant deaths in the city have overshadowed the joyous occasion with an air of despair. Would you not agree that this murderer is utterly vile? Should he not be dealt with? But capturing the murderer is a matter for the Martial Arts Alliance. I cannot involve myself in such affairs. My current status is merely that of a distant relative of the Liu family, and while I might freely move within their residence, my reach does not extend to law enforcement. If I were to pursue the culprit in a personal capacity, I would be reluctant to do so, as it would entail competing openly with many others, a prospect to which I am unaccustomed. Our princess offers a sum double that of the Martial Arts Alliance. A Zhao gestured with his hand, a proud expression on his face. Does your princess possess a mind? I asked instinctively. Indeed, several. How did you know? A Zhao's expression turned to one of surprise. Never mind that. I shall accept this task, though I cannot guarantee success. The most advantageous aspect of serving the White Peony is the allowance for failure. At present, I find myself averse to engaging in endeavors where success is a matter of life and death, such has always been the path of the Shadow Guards, and I value my own life too highly. Alas, if you are unable to manage, it is certain that others will fare no better. A Zhao placed 2 silver notes upon the table, declaring them as a deposit. After his departure, the guard Jia Kai closed his mouth, which had been agape in astonishment. Goodness, the princess must be extraordinarily wealthy. This deposit is equivalent to a bounty. Perhaps you might seek other opportunities. I could inquire if the princess requires additional eunuchs. Those I recommend are likely to be favored. Madam, please refrain from pressuring me. One moment. You urged me to join the demonic sect, and now you propose I become a eunuch. This is a perilous venture, akin to stepping into a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. If you desire my demise, simply end it swiftly. Do not subject me to this torment. The demonic sect wields power, and the princess possesses wealth. Are they not both enticing destinations? It has been many years since I have engaged in such activities. Madam, you must allow us time to acclimate, to become familiar, and to practice. No matter, I shall endeavor to recover the initial investment. You take care of Yinzhou at home. Madam, might you take Xiao Xian along? Take Xiao Xian. I am not assuming the role of a Lion King. It is unnecessary, as an additional person would only complicate matters. I prefer to go alone. With guards Jia and Xian together safeguarding Yunzhou, I can truly rest easy. As dusk descended, it was indeed time to venture out. The night was devoid of moonlight and stars, yet the lights of Yuan City shone brightly. I had intended to seek a lofty structure, to stand atop the roof and observe the surroundings. However, upon releasing my abilities, I discovered that the rooftops were teeming with people, leaving me without a place to stand. The crowd is immense, likely filled with bounty hunters awaiting the capture of the murderer. In the shadowy corners of the streets below, numerous skilled individuals remain concealed. There are people everywhere, leaving me at a loss for where to place my feet. Let us not even mention it. The perpetrator will not make an appearance tonight. I am also preparing to wash up. It is time to retire to bed. How do you know? Do you know who the murderer is? The guard, Xin, was making the bed when he turned around, his gaze fixed intently upon me. I do not know, but I am certain he will not act tonight. The city is rife with surveillance. The murderer has nowhere to hide and will not commit any crimes. What surveillance? The guard, Jia, looked utterly perplexed. Pay no mind to it. Just rest easy. Yunzhou stealthily burrowed into the covers, mistakenly believing I would not notice his furtive movements. 2 nights ago, he indulged in fried pastries beneath the covers. Last night, he savored fried sweet potato slices, and today, he craves roasted pig trotters. Does he not realize that this world lacks dishwashing detergent? How difficult it is to clean the grease from clothes, bedding, and pillows. He curled himself up in the blanket, appearing rather pitiable, yet I know him too well in his current state. I approached and lifted the covers once more. Sure enough, his cheeks were puffed, and the scent of candied chestnuts wafted from the bedding. Chapter 38. Not a foolish victim, Yunzhou recognized his misdeed and hurriedly leaped from the bed to wash up anew. I took all his snacks and locked them away in the cabinet, watching him lie back down, eyes closed. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Guard Jia rushed in with fervor to report that I had foreseen correctly. Indeed, no similar crimes occurred last night. Guard Xin brought breakfast along, and I invited both of them to sit down and join us for the meal. I expressed to them that the conditions for farming in the countryside might be rather dire. At that time, our home may only possess a single table. If they were to crouch in the yard with their bowls during mealtime, how would the villagers perceive me and Yunzhou? Upon arriving in an unfamiliar place, seeking to settle and establish roots, one must refrain from drawing too much attention. The guards, Jia and Xin, upon hearing this, assured me they would strive to adapt to dining at the same table with us. Guard Xin, with a beaming smile, placed a bowl of porridge before me, grinning foolishly. Speak your mind. Having spent a considerable amount of time with them, I have come to understand their personalities quite well. Just by their expressions, I can discern their intentions. The bounty issued by the Martial Arts Alliance has drawn numerous eyes. Last night, I had no place to hide. Several excellent observation spots were simultaneously occupied by others. You take up too much space, leaving no room to squeeze in. I glanced at Guard Xin, whose robust physique could easily occupy the space of 2 individuals. No, we need not observe from the shadows. We can directly examine the corpse. Guard Xin pulled up a chair and sat beside me. I am not a coroner. What could I ascertain? Would you be able to perform an autopsy? Though I lack the skills of a coroner, is it not true that medicine and autopsy share commonalities? Surely, you can do it, right, Dainyu? Guard Xin redirected the conversation towards Guard Jia. Guard Jia had already slipped 2 fried dough sticks into Yunzhou's hands and pushed a small dish of side dishes closer to Yunzhou. Indeed, madam. The poison among the leaders of the Lu Alliance, which many physicians failed to detect, you discerned with a mere glance. An autopsy is but a trivial matter. You flatter me. Wait until I fall from grace, and we shall all face the consequences together. The subordinate vowed to advance and retreat alongside the young master and the lady. The guards, Jia and Xin, clasped their fists in salute. Quickly finish your meal. I must go inspect the body. You shall remain to protect Yunzhou. Are you not aware that Yuan City is fraught with danger, yet still dare to leave your master's side? I would not, and I shall ensure the master's safety. Please, rest assured, my lady. I finished the porridge in my bowl, wiped my mouth, and rose to depart. Such a heinous murder in Yuan City is tantamount to provoking the Martial Arts Alliance. They will undoubtedly pursue this matter with greater zeal than I. The deceased body has likely been examined numerous times already. Now that the Martial Arts Alliance has issued a bounty, anyone seeking to capture the murderer can access the autopsy records. The residence of the deceased is not located within the same district. Yuan City is vast, and traversing it on foot from south to north would take several days. The corpses are not centralized. They are kept in the district where the deaths occurred. Each district has an ice cellar for storing the deceased. And the district where the Liu residence is located also has a courthouse, which houses 2 charred remains. Given the considerable distance between the victims' residences and the fact that they perished almost simultaneously, many speculate that there is more than one assailant, likely implying a group was involved. It is rare for someone to act alone in a provocation against the entire martial arts alliance, and their conjecture holds merit. I arrived at the courthouse within my district and explained my purpose to the clerk, who allowed me entry into the courtyard, issuing me a small wooden token inscribed with a number. The courtyard was filled with people, each holding identical tokens. I was designated number 126, with 120 individuals ahead of me. My lady, you have arrived too late. It seems you will not be able to view the autopsy records today. Those ahead of you have queued since last night. A middle-aged swordsman, bearing scars upon his face, leaned against the pillar at the entrance, engaging me in conversation while holding a wooden plaque numbered 99. However, if you are willing to part with 100 taels of silver, there are those outside who sell handwritten copies, he continued. 100 taels? That is quite a profit. The contents of the autopsy records are not lengthy. Those with a sharp memory could memorize them after a few readings. Once one individual has committed them to memory, they could easily transcribe multiple copies for sale. Compared to the bounty, this sum is but a mere trifle. Moreover, many are not motivated by profit. They seek notoriety and are indifferent to such paltry amounts. Given that so many have perused the autopsy records yet no one has apprehended the murderer, it seems futile to examine them further. I turned and returned the plaque to the gatekeeper. The middle-aged swordsman followed suit, handing back the plaque and accompanying me out of the government office. My dear lady, others may have overlooked it due to their lack of talent, but perhaps you could uncover a clue? No, but I do possess a copy. Purchased for 100 taels. Would you care to see it? The swordsman patted his chest, revealing a paper object tucked within his garments. How much do you charge? How can you assure its authenticity? 50 taels, quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? As a wandering swordsman of integrity, if it proves false, you may seek me out, and I shall compensate you with the bounty. A wandering swordsman of integrity? Indeed, that is I, a visitor from the renowned sword void of the Celestial Mountains. How do you know? The middle-aged swordsman's demeanor shifted instantly, his smile fading as he regarded me with suspicion. Produce it, if it is counterfeit. I shall report you to Sword Void. I produced a 50-tael silver note and extended it towards him. No, my dear lady, he coughed. I must confess. This handwritten record is a forgery. You must possess some significant influence. I implore you to show leniency. If this is false, then who possesses the truth? I retorted. The genuine documents yield no useful clues. Those who have examined them have informed me that the autopsy report is of little value in apprehending the perpetrator. However, should you be willing to pay, I could arrange for you to witness the body firsthand. How much? This amount, he said, extending his palm and waggling his 5 fingers before me. 500 taels? I inquired. He nodded emphatically. To see it in person is guaranteed. Far superior to merely perusing the autopsy report. Indeed. Good day, I replied, having no intention of parting with my money, and turned to leave. The middle-aged swordsman pursued me, suggesting that the price was negotiable. No thank you. I prefer to see it for free. I had no desire to trouble the Liu family. But waiting in line at the magistrate's office was an utter waste of time. Spending 500 taels merely to glimpse a corpse was outrageous. I directly approached Liu Yukong, who would undoubtedly be aware of the White Peony's request for me to capture the murderer. He had been exceedingly busy of late, but upon hearing my account, he swiftly removed the jade token from his waist and handed it to me. This was the Liu family's pass, a universal one. In Yuan City, with this jade token, there was no place I could not enter. Chapter 39. The youth and the insect clue. Upon presenting the jade token, the officials at the magistrate's office promptly opened the door to the mortuary for me. The others were left to wait in line, while I arrived donning a black veil. My attire having shifted from my usual garb, the individuals in the courtyard, unaware of my identity, speculated about my origins. They did not whisper. I could hear their discussions at a normal volume. Those holding the general jade token of the Liu family naturally assumed they were members of the Liu clan. In the mortuary, I beheld the bodies of 2 victims, and as the rumors suggested, their facial features had transformed into black voids, with the edges of the wounds appearing relatively neat, while other areas bore no signs of burns. It seemed as though someone had meticulously used a laser to carve holes into their faces. Yet, in this world, laser technology does not exist. The corpses were encased in ice, remarkably preserved. As I approached, I employed my abilities to take a closer look. To my astonishment, there were still living organisms within. Dormant life forms resided within the bodies, though they were minuscule, likely insect eggs. The autopsy techniques in this world are rather rudimentary. There is no practice of extensive dismemberment. Opening the abdomen is the limit, and the internal organs are not examined in detail. Only the size and coloration of the organs are noted. It is no wonder that the swordsman remarked that the coroner's records are of little use. The insect eggs had parasitized the victims' hearts, leading to their sudden demise. Hence their swift deaths without any cries for help. The larvae grew and burrowed into the brain, depleting the cerebral tissue and creating several gates through which they exited the body. Once again, it was insects, utilizing living organisms to commit murder. Since the appearance of the red moon, I began to harbor doubts. The bone-devouring insects she had once harbored in her palm had long since become extinct. Where had she procured them? Such creatures are rare and elusive. Akin to the martial arts manuals hidden within caves, sought after by countless wanderers for centuries without success. I remained oblivious, yet stumbled upon them by chance. If it were not for her fortuitous luck, it must surely be the case that someone had gifted them to her. Within the realm of the Lu Alliance, there exist parasitic creatures such as the bone-eating worm of the red moon and the chain-killer worm. Who in this world could possibly harbor such a multitude of bizarre insects? Should these insects infect a person, it would elucidate the simultaneous demise of the victims. If they were infected around the same time, it is only natural that the onset of their afflictions would coincide, as the growth cycle of these creatures remains remarkably stable. Whether they ventured forth together or separately, the timing of their affliction would hardly vary. As I departed from the mortuary and stepped through the gates of the yamen, the swordsman known as the Immortal Blade hastened to catch up. "Mississippi, please wait for me." I chose to ignore him and continued on my way, maintaining my pace without haste. The Immortal Blade wore a broad grin. "Miss, I must confess, I failed to recognize you as a distinguished member of the Lu family. However, you do not quite resemble a typical Lu family member. Might you be the esteemed guest who has recently arrived from afar? Your sight is not as poor as you claim." My veil nearly reached my knees, cloaking me entirely, yet he could still discern my identity. "Might I have a moment of your time?" The Immortal Blade persisted with his amiable countenance. The street bustled with martial artists, all possessing keen hearing, thus I nodded, allowing him to lead me to a secluded courtyard. The courtyard was tucked away, surrounded by nothing but vegetable fields and woods. He ushered me to sit beneath a grape trellis, presenting me with chilled tea and a platter of nuts, extending his warm hospitality. "If you have matters to discuss, feel free to speak candidly, Sir Swordsman." I did not touch the tea or nuts. The rumors have been exaggerated. "I wish to ask for your assistance in saving a life." Oh, his words truly took me by surprise. I had anticipated that he would inquire about the autopsy. He seemed so invested in apprehending the serial killer, seeking me out with such purpose, yet it was not for the sake of solving a case. "I have an adopted son, orphaned from a tender age, his background pitiable. He wandered the world for several years, suffering much hardship. I was acquainted with his parents, who entrusted him to me before their passing. However, due to interference from others, we were unable to meet. For years, I have been searching for his whereabouts, and only last month did I finally locate him. Yet he had fallen victim to a rare and peculiar poison. I consulted numerous physicians, yet none could cure him. I had heard that a distinguished guest had arrived at the Lu residence, renowned for their medical expertise, but alas, my status prevented me from meeting such an eminent individual. To my astonishment, today I fortuitously encountered this extraordinary healer, only to discover that she is a remarkably young maiden. The words of the sword-wielding maiden were heartfelt and sincere, her energy resonating with integrity. It must surely be the truth. When a person lies or speaks truthfully, their energy manifests distinct variations. Thus, I could ascertain their honesty without the need to scrutinize their expressions or gestures. What sort of strange poison afflicts him? Initially, he experienced increasing bouts of drowsiness each day, and subsequently, his sleeping hours extended. In recent days, he has been in a state of profound slumber, scarcely awakening. Presently, we can manage to administer a bit of rice soup, if only treating ailments can be quite costly. Of course, I would expect nothing less. Please, dear maiden, do not hesitate to state the price. I shall first examine the patient, then provide an estimate. Please follow me." The sword-wielding maiden led me into a room, And there, in the western chamber, lay a youth upon the bed, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age. He appeared emaciated, on the verge of losing his composure. Aside from that, he seemed otherwise unremarkable, as if merely in a deep slumber. I instructed the swordsman to wait outside and to refrain from interrupting my examination of the patient. The swordsman promptly exited the room, securing the door behind him and standing guard outside. Utilizing my unique abilities, I examined the young man and was astonished to discover parasites within him. These creatures continuously secreted a substance akin to sleep-inducing hormones, which are naturally produced by the human brain, resulting in the boy's unending slumber, akin to a deep stupor. Prolonged unconsciousness can indeed lead to fatal consequences. These parasites lacked any formidable abilities, making them relatively easy to deal with. I proposed a fee to the swordsman, who, without hesitation, agreed. I proceeded to perform an extraction treatment on the youth. His wounds were minor, and removing the parasites was uncomplicated. Thus, I charged the swordsman a modest sum of 500 taels of silver. Given the multitude of bounty hunters in the city, it was unlikely that no one would be tempted. This young man and his affliction could very well be the key to unraveling the mystery. However, as the boy remained in his stupor, I instructed the swordsman to summon me upon his awakening. The swordsman's smile was now imbued with sincerity, and he expressed his gratitude profusely, revealing the depth of his concern for the young man. "May I inquire about your esteemed name, fair lady?" The swordsman, remembering his forgotten question only after I had exited the courtyard, hurriedly pursued me for my name. "Anshi," I replied, leaving my name before turning to depart. Upon returning to the guest room of the Liu residence, I found 3 burly men staring at each other in confusion. "What seems to be the matter?" I asked, removing my hat and placing it on the nearby table. Chapter 40. The annihilation of a family. Yunzhou rushed over, pointing at the jujube tree in the courtyard, exclaiming, "Eat jujubes, eat jujubes." "I won't eat those. Instead, take the jujube medicine." "Why would I eat that? I bought you red bean cake. Have some." He remained silent, never revealing his negative emotions to me, a feat that is exceedingly challenging for a fool. The guard, Jia Xian, observes him when he is displeased. He resorts to striking them. Although he refrains from using martial arts, his fists are far from insignificant, and his blows can be quite painful. Guard Jia remarks that Yunzhou fears I might cast him aside, which is why he refrains from expressing his temper towards me. His mind has yet to recover, and I diligently monitor his condition daily. His caution and meticulousness arise not from reason, but from instinct and intuition. The elder brother, reduced to a pitiful state over some snacks, now possesses sufficient capital for farming. The expenses for food and drink are negligible, and I endeavor to indulge him as much as possible. Despite his incessant eating, his diet consists mostly of modest fare: candied chestnuts, sugar-coated hawthorns, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and 8 treasure porridge. The most extravagant items are the marinated delicacies. Yet, truth be told, the prices in this world are remarkably low. When compared to the prices in my original world, all food seems exceedingly affordable, particularly snacks like dried tofu, edamame, salted peanuts, and an array of pastries and nuts, all available at bargain prices. Upon seeing the snacks I carry, Yunzhou's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Guard Jia took them from me and unwrapped the paper package, while Guard Xian, grinning, leaned closer and inquired, "Madam, what treasures have you procured today? Has success come swiftly?" I replied, "Not quite, just a modest find." I touched the bamboo tube hanging at my waist, advising him to keep a watchful eye on Yunzhou, as I had matters to discuss with Lord Liu. Nowadays, I can enter any courtyard of the Liu family without prior notice. The servants and maidservants, upon seeing me enter a courtyard, will promptly run inside to inform their master. I arrived at the doorstep of Lord Liu's courtyard, where the gatekeeper hurried inside to announce my presence. Lord Liu appeared in excellent spirits, having mostly recovered. During his illness, a multitude of affairs had accumulated, and now, in preparation for his wedding, he was busily attending to them. The Liu family had not dared to cease his daily medicinal supplements. Upon seeing me, Lord Liu set aside his pen, his desk cluttered with various books, papers, and documents awaiting his approval. "Greetings, Lord Liu," I said as I entered. Ancient physician, Lord Liu insisted on addressing me in this manner, refusing to call me by my name directly. "There is an item that may be related to the recent string of homicides. Given your extensive knowledge, I would like to request your insight." I unfastened the bamboo tube at my waist, revealing that the sleep-inducing creature within had been exterminated and posed no further threat. It was extracted from a young man's body. He was poisoned, rendered unconscious for days on end. This creature has the ability to induce prolonged slumber. I seek your expertise to ascertain what it is, whence it came, and who might cultivate such a being. Lord Liu rose and circled the desk to stand beside me. Rest assured, it is dead and will harm no one. I poured the creature from the bamboo tube onto a sheet of white paper on the desk. The creature was the size of a peanut, adorned with black patterns. Lord Liu leaned in for a closer inspection, pondering for a moment before stating that while he had not seen it with his own eyes, he had heard of a similar creature in his youth. He recounted a tale of an individual who had a passion for insect collection, distinct from the practices of the Golden Goose Society. This person did not cultivate poisonous insects, but rather amassed a collection of the world's most extraordinary insects. Within his assemblage resided insects capable of eliciting laughter, tears, perpetual slumber, and somnambulistic wanderings. This individual's collection of insects garnered the attention of certain denizens of the pugilistic world. Upon verification of their efficacy, they sought to procure the insects of utility to them. The collector demurred, perhaps surmising their nefarious intentions in their desire to employ the insects for malevolent purposes, resolutely refusing to part with his treasures. This refusal precipitated his demise, for these individuals were assuredly not of virtuous character. Failing to acquire the insects through purchase, they extinguished the lives of the collector and his 30-odd family members, seizing all the insects. This incident reverberated throughout the martial world. The then Wuling Alliance leader, Lin Yebin, dispatched individuals to meticulously investigate the perpetrators of the massacre. Alas, their inquiries yielded naught after 2 years, and the matter was ultimately shelved. Subsequently, there have been no incidents of peculiar insects causing harm. None. To slaughter a family of 30 and then refrain from employing the stolen insects for malevolent purposes is incongruous. The homicidal theft transpired decades ago, and only now are we witnessing a series of fatalities attributed to peculiar insects. This suggests either that this group has acted with utmost discretion, engaging in surreptitious acts of entomological malice that have remained undetected, or that they were dissatisfied with the original insects. Utilizing the collected insects as a foundation, they have dedicated years to cultivation. The insects capable of imperceptible assassination are no longer the recreational insects of mere amusement and discourse. Very well, I shall not intrude upon your affairs any further. Should physician and desire to investigate this matter, the Liu family and the Wuling Alliance shall render their utmost assistance. Do not hesitate to request any aid that may be required. I shall. Farewell. Although I accepted by Muden's remuneration, such a heinous homicide transpiring during the martial arts assembly is exceedingly detrimental to the entire martial alliance and the Liu family. Should anyone apprehend the culprit, thereby ceasing the unwarranted deaths within the city, the martial alliance and the Liu family shall provide their support. Of course, with so many individuals pursuing the bounty, the Liu family cannot possibly extend preferential treatment to each one. Similar to how the Yamen provides access to autopsy reports, one must still queue to peruse them. The Martial Alliance's issuance of the wanted poster effectively transformed Yuan City into a surveillance network teeming with countless human monitors. Every rooftop, street corner, and conceivable hiding place was saturated with individuals lying in wait. They merely awaited the perpetrator to emerge and inflict harm. This tactic proved efficacious, as the city experienced 2 consecutive days of tranquility, devoid of any new victims. However, according to the leads I've unearthed, the perpetrator does not necessitate nocturnal intrusions into their victims' chambers. Mere daytime contact suffices. Thus, the sheer number of individuals lying in wait at night proves futile in apprehending the culprit. Guard Xin was particularly inquisitive as to whether I had discovered any leads. After tidying up Yunzhou and attending to my bedtime preparations, he lingered around me. As the investigation had only just commenced, I refrained from divulging too much, urging him to retire for the night, promising to regale him with the entire process upon the apprehension of the perpetrator. The subsequent morning, a young maid arrived with a message, informing me that someone awaited me at the rear gate of the Liu residence. Zhao and Bai Muten, mistress and servant alike, were not individuals known for their discretion. Their solicitation of my investigative services had become common knowledge within the household. Consequently, the maids, servants, domestic staff, and guards congregated in clusters during their leisure hours, scrutinizing my daily routines in search of subtle clues pertaining to the progress of the investigation. Each of them fancied themselves a veritable Sherlock Holmes, propounding their deductions with remarkable conviction. Today, strangers came to my door, speculating that one of them was the witness I had located. They seized the opportunity to whisper among themselves, oblivious to the fact that I could hear every word. Chapter 41. The artificial Death Star awaiting me outside the back door was the swordsman of the immortal sword, his face beaming with joy. Upon seeing me, he exclaimed that his adopted son had awakened. He recalled my instructions to promptly inform me once the boy regained consciousness. The swordsman was taken aback when I mentioned that I would bring supplements for the youth, suggesting that the boy might be linked to a series of heinous crimes. If he recovered swiftly, he could potentially provide me with significant assistance. Grateful for my life-saving efforts, the swordsman assured me that he and his son would fully cooperate with my investigation. The boy's eyes sparkled with vitality, and he appeared considerably better than the previous day. As it was still early, we had ample time to converse, so I encouraged him to take his time and speak at a leisurely pace. The boy introduced himself as Cheng Fei, an orphan from a young age. He recounted a harrowing experience of being kidnapped by masked villains, who intended to deliver him to the Skull Palace. The Skull Palace is a nefarious sect in the martial world, situated in a place where skulls are piled high, and white bones stretch endlessly across the ground, hence its ominous name, Bone Mountain. Beneath Bone Mountain lies the Sea of Withered Bones, a vast expanse littered with remnants of both human and beast, creating an ocean of skeletal remains that instills terror. Consequently, those in the martial world regard this place as an ominous sight, avoiding it at all costs. Bone Mountain is perpetually shrouded in a toxic white mist. Anyone, be it human or animal, who ventures into the fog will swiftly be reduced to mere bones. Only a hidden path, veiled within the mist, serves as a safe passage, allowing travelers to navigate without succumbing to the deadly haze. The Skull Palace atop White Bone Mountain exudes an air of enigma. During the daylight, this structure seems to vanish, only to emerge with the onset of night. Whether it is mere sorcery or an opportunity remains a mystery, yet some believe that its inhabitants are not of this world. However, I contend that since it is a sect within the martial realm, its dwellers must be human rather than specters. Those who enter the Skull Palace often find themselves transformed into something neither human nor ghostly, living a life more akin to a living death. A masked villain harbored a sinister intention to send the young Cheng Fei there, motivated by a deep-seated vendetta. At the tender age of 6, with his parents lost and his home shattered, Cheng Fei took the sect leader as his kin and the ascending heaven gate as his sanctuary. Tragically, merely 6 months after his initiation, the sect leader passed away unexpectedly. The members of the ascending heaven gate regarded him as a harbinger of misfortune, accusing him of causing the leader's demise. The leader had been the cornerstone of the sect, and with his sudden departure, the entire ascending heaven gate teetered on the brink of collapse. In the wake of the leader's death, misfortune plagued the sect, and the disciples endured hardship, directing their resentment towards Cheng Fei. Some claimed he was a star of calamity, while others believed that the leader had saved a treacherous wolf. Conspiracy theorists speculated that Cheng Fei must have enemies lurking nearby, who had orchestrated the leader's demise and plotted against the ascending heaven gate, creating chaos within the sect. The members bullied Cheng Fei both openly and covertly, expelling him from the dormitory designated for disciples and forcing him to reside in the pigsty. Other disciples would hurl stones at him daily and deny him food, compelling him to scavenge alongside the pigs. After enduring a year of such abuse, Cheng Fei could no longer bear the torment and contemplated escape. Yet, on the eve of his planned flight, a sudden upheaval erupted within the sect. Under the cover of darkness, intruders infiltrated the gate, slaughtering all within and absconding with the bodies. He found solace in the pigpen, huddled with the swine for warmth and slumber, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Although he heard the commotion, he dared not venture outside. A disciple from the inner circle rushed towards the backyard, perhaps seeking refuge, yet was swiftly pursued by the cloaked assailants, meeting his demise not far from the pigpen. Cheng Fei, enveloped in the stench of mud and filth from his time with the pigs, remained undetected by the dark figures. He refrained from crying out or moving, watching as the assailants hoisted the corpse and deftly leapt over the courtyard wall with their acrobatics. He spent the entire night with his eyes wide open, not daring to close them until dawn. Once daylight broke, he released the pigs from their pen and set all the poultry free, before making his own escape down the mountain. The now deserted Tung Tian Min was relegated to the unknown files of the martial arts world. This incident became common knowledge among martial artists. Following the death of their leader, Tung Tian Min faced harassment and bullying from neighboring sections. Many assumed that the sect could not withstand the pressure, as there was no one to succeed the leader, leading to their quiet dissolution under the cover of night. In truth, apart from the leader, the remaining members of Ting Tianmin possessed mediocre skills, lacking any promising martial talents. While their sect had its issues, it was precisely this awareness of their own limitations that kept them humble in the martial world, avoiding conflicts and living cautiously. The leader's willingness to stand against injustice and save Cheng Fei illustrated his benevolent nature. Who could wish to extinguish the sect he had painstakingly nurtured after his passing? I find some merit in the conspiracy theories. Ting Tianmin had no enemies, and the only individuals they had crossed were likely those intent on harming Cheng Fei. Moreover, the method employed by the massacre's perpetrator was peculiar, diverging from the typical vendettas seen among ordinary sections. Cheng Fei, having endured abuse throughout his life, had never confided in anyone about his experiences. He wished for the tormentors to vanish, yet he was taken aback when they truly disappeared. Their absence did not bring him joy. Once again, he found himself like a drifting lily, cast adrift on the streets, reduced to begging. A kind-hearted stranger noticed him secretly observing the martial arts practice at his residence and inquired if he wished to learn. Cheng Fei expressed his desire, and the benevolent man took him to the Shunzheng Hall to study martial arts. However, during his time there, tragic news struck. Mr. Liu, his benefactor, had died unexpectedly, and the Liu family's wealth was seized by greedy relatives. Mr. Liu's only son drowned under suspicious circumstances in the garden pond. It was evident to all that the young Master Liu's death was shrouded in mystery, yet no one dared to raise a complaint. His mother had passed away long ago, and a group of uncles insisted that he had met with a tragic accident. Cheng Fei, upon hearing this news, sought to report the matter to the authorities. But as a mere child of 8 or 9, his speculations were dismissed, and he was beaten and cast out. His peers at Shunzheng Hall advised him, suggesting that the officials were likely in collusion with the Liu family's pack of wolves, warning him against pursuing the matter further for fear of losing his own life. With both of his benefactors meeting untimely and unclear fates, he gradually began to believe in the notion that he was a harbinger of misfortune. The master and fellow disciples at Shunzheng Hall treated him well, yet he feared that his presence would bring them harm, leading to their untimely demise as well. Thus, he stealthily departed from there. In his wanderings as a beggar, he found himself surprisingly safe. It seemed that as long as someone offered him kindness, he was destined to meet a tragic end. Could there truly exist such a harbinger of doom in the world? I remained skeptical, suspecting that unseen forces were at play. Chapter 42. An innocent man wronged. Cheng Fei's tale is extensive. I sat at the table while the celestial swordsman prepared a pot of tea for me. Cheng Fei lay there, his voice soft and engaging as he recounted his tale. This marked his second experience as a beggar, during which he encountered an elderly beggar who treated him with fierce disdain, often resorting to blows and harsh words. The old beggar, with a peculiar temperament, shared a dilapidated temple with him and consistently bullied him. Yet, in a clandestine manner, the old beggar imparted martial skills to Cheng Fei, teaching him indirectly and with subtlety. Cheng Fei, in turn, practiced diligently in secret, wary of revealing his abilities in public. Years passed, and upon the old beggar's death from a grave illness, Cheng Fei joined a merchant caravan, leaving behind the city where he had lived for several years, determined to start anew elsewhere. Not long after, he encountered a celestial swordsman, who found the youth strikingly familiar due to the resemblance of his brows and features to those of his father. The celestial swordsman soon recognized him by the birthmark behind Cheng Fei's ear, confirming him to be the son of his late friend. Initially, the celestial swordsman wished to adopt Cheng Fei as his godson, but the boy vehemently refused. It was only upon learning of Cheng Fei's past that he understood the boy feared bringing misfortune upon himself. The celestial swordsman, claiming to be an immortal from overseas, assured Cheng Fei of his ethereal protection, asserting that he would never meet a premature demise. He demonstrated his indestructible form, leaving Cheng Fei both astonished and convinced of his words. Consequently, Cheng Fei accepted him as a father figure. They journeyed to Yuan City to investigate the circumstances surrounding the tragic fate of Cheng Fei's parents. The celestial swordsman had yet to uncover the identity of the perpetrator responsible for their deaths. The masked villain who had abducted Cheng Fei remained shrouded in mystery. Both the celestial swordsman and I shared the same sentiment. Cheng Fei was not a harbinger of doom, and the later figures, such as Lord Liu, were likely victims of foul play. The individuals behind these tragedies were most likely the masked villain who had taken Cheng Fei, or the very murderer of his parents. The father and son duo delved into the events of the past, and within a few days, they received a message indicating that someone possessed knowledge of the truth, inviting Cheng Fei to meet privately. Xian Jianku opposed his solitary venture. However, Cheng Fei, youthful and impulsive, feared that declining would mean forfeiting the opportunity to uncover the truth. Thus, unbeknownst to Xian Jianku, he stealthily proceeded to the designated location. Ultimately, he fell victim to a narcotic fragrance and was rendered unconscious. Upon discovering Cheng Fei's absence from the room, Xian Jianku realized his independent action and immediately set out to pursue him. Yet, he arrived too late. Cheng Fei had been taken away, and there was no trace left at the scene to follow. Meanwhile, upon regaining consciousness, Cheng Fei found himself submerged in a shallow pool, teeming with small, wriggling insects. The sight repulsed him, prompting him to scramble out of the water and remove his clothing for cleansing. What manner of insects were they? I inquired. There were all sorts, various sizes, differing colors, some with legs, others without, some with wings, and some without. Far too many, utterly revolting. Was anyone around? Do you recall the exact location? I remember. I can lead you there. If the divine physician wishes to go immediately, I shall carry this lad. Then let us proceed. Observing Cheng Fei's pallor, I noted that he had merely been lying down for too long without proper nourishment for several days, rendering him feeble. However, given his youth, he would recover swiftly with a few hearty meals and some restorative soup. As we traveled, Xian Jianku recounted details regarding Cheng Fei, leading me to believe that the Cheng family of three might be pivotal to solving the case. Cheng Fei had been but a child at the time, suggesting that his parents were likely privy to certain knowledge before they were silenced. Cheng Fei's father was the renowned swordsman Cheng Jiangyan, and his mother was Shi Ying, a disciple of the medicine Immortal Valley. The couple has garnered a modest reputation in the martial world, championing justice and healing the sick, epitomizing a celestial partnership. Cheng Jiangyan possesses an introverted nature, shunning social interactions, akin to what one might describe as social anxiety in my former world. He has scarcely any friends, and the pursuit of companionship proves to be exceedingly challenging for him. The swordsman, who can befriend him, shares a similar essence with his wife, Shi Ying. This connection embodies the principles of pursuit, attachment, and flirtation. Wherever he goes, she follows closely, incessantly engaging him in conversation, even if he remains silent. She fills the air with her chatter. The swordsman has also remarked that Cheng Fei bears a striking resemblance to his father, thus providing a glimpse into Cheng Jiangyan's appearance: thick brows, bright eyes, and an aura of righteousness. At the tender age of 16, the rain-drenched swordsman Cheng Jiangyan ventured into the world, wielding an ancestral blade that only targeted malevolent bandits, upholding the values of the righteous path. It is no wonder that Shi Ying would pursue him ardently. In the realm of the herbal Immortal Valley, Shi Ying often faced ostracism from her peers. Although her master recognized her exceptional talent, she was disheartened by the focus on esoteric practices rather than legitimate healing. Frustrated, she packed her belongings and ventured out alone, only to encounter danger and nearly fall victim to bandits, from whom she was ultimately rescued by Jiangyan, leading her to attach herself to him. Esoteric practices? In my view, the art of poison can also be seen as a form of medicine. It is certainly not a mere diversion. The adept in detoxification must surely comprehend Shi Ying's perspective. Poison can indeed harm or heal, contingent upon the wielder's intentions. Indeed, Shi Ying possesses a kind heart. She would never resort to using poison to cause harm. As the clues gradually come into focus, I shall redirect my inquiries towards Shi Ying. Please, enlighten me about her. She may appear lively and talkative, constantly chattering beside Jiang Yan, yet once she delves into her studies on toxins, she becomes utterly absorbed, neglecting sleep and silence, ignoring everyone around her. When she immerses herself in her research, she transforms into an entirely different person. Has she achieved any results? Indeed, numerous ones. This girl is quite obsessed. During her fervent explorations, she has even resorted to self-administering poisons, swallowing vial after vial, a sight that is truly alarming. Are there any findings related to insects? This, I cannot say for certain. Whenever I visit their home, it is primarily to enjoy drinks with Jiang Mian, and I seldom engage in discussions about toxins with Shi Ying. He paused for a moment, seemingly recalling something, and added, Shi Ying possesses a notebook dedicated to documenting her insights and experiences in toxin creation, but after the couple's tragic demise, that notebook was among the missing belongings. He took a breath and continued, At that time, I was preoccupied with the search for the missing Cheng Fei, leaving little room for other thoughts. Your question has made me realize something. He gently lifted the listless Cheng Fei and sighed. It was Shi Ying's concocted poison that brought calamity upon their family. Was it not? There is certainly a possibility. I do not conceal the truth. If it were a vendetta or an attempt to silence them, after eliminating the Cheng couple, knowing Cheng Fei's whereabouts, it would have been simple to finish him off as well. Yet, the puppeteer chose not to act, opting instead to shadow him from the shadows. Was it merely to witness his misfortunes and take pleasure in them? There seems to be no need for such theatrics. The Sword Immortal remarked that Qing Jiangyan traverses the martial world devoid of friends or romantic confidants, while Shi Ying, residing in the Medicine Immortal Valley, is also an anomaly, unlikely to possess a devoted admirer. Moreover, she does not follow him upon leaving the valley. Her child only remembered the pangs of love and hatred years later. If it were not for a crime of passion, why subject an innocent child to such turmoil, neither allowing him to perish nor granting him peace? Certainly. There exist individuals in this world who derive pleasure from tormenting others without cause, but instinctively, it seems that Qing Jiangyan's family has not encountered such a lunatic. In Chapter 43, titled A Commotion from an Official Trip, the Sword Immortal and Qing Fei had just arrived in Yuan City to investigate past events when someone sought them out, requesting a private meeting with Qing Fei. This child, a long-term beggar, would have few enemies in the martial realm, most likely the murderer from years ago, who has consistently sent someone to monitor him. At the slightest hint of movement, they would dispatch someone to follow him. Cheng Fei led us to a village within the city, where the predominant architecture was of brick and stone, intermingled with processed mud or clay. However, this village was entirely composed of grass huts, reflecting dire living conditions. Cheng Fei did not permit us to enter the village. Instead, he guided us around it and towards the mountains behind. Beyond the mountains lay a forest, through which a small river meandered, flowing towards the village. The pond he mentioned was located beside this river, and he recalled it vividly due to a particularly unique tree standing beside it. While the trees in the entire forest were green, this singular tree exhibited red bark, branches, and leaves. It was memorable and easy to locate. The pond still existed, containing water just deep enough to cover one's feet, certainly not sufficient to drown anyone unless one were to lie face down. However, there were no insects in the pond as he had described. Only a few small fish and shrimp swam within. He has been poisoned for several days. If those insects were deliberately thrown into the pool by someone, it is likely that there will be individuals who come specifically to clean up the scene after his departure. Cheng Fei pondered aloud. There were clearly numerous insects at that time. It was particularly horrifying. Look inside and see if there are any like this. I removed the small bamboo tube and poured out the drowsy insects for him to observe. Yes. There are indeed such creatures. Cheng Fei exclaimed with excitement. That confirms it. Someone intentionally released insects into the pool to bite you. It must be the murderer of Jiang Yin and Shi Ying, who did not even spare the child. How vicious! The sword master exclaimed indignantly. Both Cheng Jiangyan and Shi Ying have been killed, and the assailant clearly had countless opportunities to eliminate Cheng Fei, yet refrained. I suspect the problem lies with Cheng Fei. Xiao Fei. What problem could Xiao Fei possibly have? He was only 6 years old back then. However, he was also bitten by the insects, nearly succumbing to sleep. I estimate that among all the insects in that pool, this one is the gentlest. You are aware of the recent series of murders. I suspect that the perpetrator of these killings is likely the same individual who harmed Cheng Fei's parents. What are you suggesting? Could it be that they are utilizing the toxins developed by Shi Ying for murder? Precisely. Moreover, Cheng Fei's role in this is that of a unique existence. Someone the murderer cannot kill, yet also wishes to eliminate. Physician, I have a request. I would spare no expense, even if it costs a fortune. The sword master's expression grew solemn. You may speak. Very well. But it is not I who shall take him in. Rather, it is you who shall take me in. I cannot bring him to the Liu family, but he may stay in your home. The pursuit of a killer is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a day or two. Once one accepts such a responsibility, it is imperative to approach it with utmost seriousness. Should those who harmed Cheng Fei discover that he still lives, they will undoubtedly attempt to make contact with him once more. Remaining by his side affords a greater opportunity to encounter the murderer than lurking atop a roof in the futile hope of catching a rat. I penned a letter to Lord Liu and the guard, Jia, informing them of my intention to reside outside for several days, and requested they keep a watchful eye over Yinzhou. The immortal swordsman and Cheng Fei had rented a modest abode, arriving in Yuan City ahead of time to secure this inexpensive courtyard. which provided space for gardening and the potential to raise chickens and ducks. However, their spirits were not inclined towards such pursuits. They had been preoccupied with gathering various tidings. After Cheng Fei was poisoned, the immortal swordsman tirelessly sought medical aid for him. When Cheng Fei fell into a deep slumber, the immortal swordsman stumbled upon a bounty notice from the Wulin Alliance, leading him to engage in the trade of replicated records. Once a carefree wanderer of the martial world, he lived for the moment, with little savings to his name. In his quest to treat Cheng Fei, he depleted his resources. He confessed that were it not for his financial constraints, he would not have made such exorbitant demands. A small official within the government, an old acquaintance, could be persuaded to grant a glimpse of the corpse for a mere 50 taels. Now that the poison afflicting Cheng Fei has been neutralized, their most significant expenditure has vanished. With the remaining silver, the three of us can sustain ourselves in Yuan City for a while. After 3 days of feasting, I advised him to cease, as Cheng Fei's digestive system remained delicate. He could not consume such quantities. It was wasteful for just the two of us to partake in such lavishness. I had not yet shaken the habit of modest eating, as overindulgence would upset my stomach. On the 4th day, instead of the awaited killer, we were graced with the arrival of Yunshou and the guard, Jia. Following behind were several of the Liu family's retainers, clad in ordinary livery, yet I knew them to be formidable experts secretly cultivated by the Liu household. What brings you here? Has something occurred? I was tilling the soil in the courtyard, intending to make a preliminary attempt at cultivating some quick-sprouting crops. Madam, the young master insisted on coming. We couldn't restrain him. When we tried too forcefully, he became serious. Look, guard Jia indicated his swollen left eye, a dark, purplish hue. Indeed, further obstruction would have endangered our lives. Guard Xian's right cheek was severely swollen, distorting his speech. I sighed deeply, inwardly cursing this persistent shadow for the trouble he caused, yet I couldn't disregard the safety of guards Jia and Xian. I was acutely aware of the extent of Yunzhou's capabilities when he became serious. The rented courtyard of the Wandering Swordsman was only sufficient for 2 occupants. With my arrival, he and his son had to share a bed. Now, with the addition of 7 individuals, it was utterly inadequate. The Liu family's retainers unloaded their baggage, explaining that they had brought tents and assuring me that they could sleep in the courtyard. They erected their tents, lit a bonfire, and created an atmosphere akin to camping. The Wandering Swordsman inquired about my relationship with Yunzhou. Having already fabricated a story, I could only maintain the fabricated identity for the time being. I stated that I had once been Yunzhou's shadow guard and was now his wife. The Wandering Swordsman was taken aback, as there were no comparable occurrences in either the martial world or the imperial court. However, since Yunzhou was my lord and husband, the Wandering Swordsman's attitude toward him was undoubtedly respectful. The small courtyard comprised 2 rooms. He and Cheng Fei shared one, while I occupied the other. Now that Yunzhou had arrived, it was only natural that Yunzhou and I would share a room. As for the guards Jia and Xian, they discreetly refrained from inconveniencing the sword immortal, opting instead to dwell in a makeshift shelter constructed from bamboo in the backyard. The diminutive courtyard, now accommodating 10 individuals, posed the question of whether those lurking in the shadows would dare to emerge. Since my occupancy of this abode, a certain tree in the neighboring woods had become the perch of 2 individuals. They would alternate shifts, maintaining a constant vigil from the forest, an ideal vantage point for observation. With keen eyesight, they could discern the number of occupants in the courtyard, their genders, and ages. From this distance, even the exceptionally skilled sword immortal would be unable to detect their presence, assuming they were masters of concealment. My supernatural ability merely allowed me to perceive ghost-like orbs of energy, 2 small entities flickering intermittently in the tree. Following the arrival of Yunzhou and the others, a visitor presented himself the next day. Disguised as a peddler of needles, threads, and other small wares, he pushed a cart while hawking his wares along the way. As the sole residence within several miles, the peddler headed directly for the courtyard, standing outside the gate to inquire whether the occupants required any needles, threads, or cosmetics. He also offered sweets and tea. Upon hearing the mention of sweets, Yunzhou promptly emerged from the house, tugging at my sleeve as I studied the soil in the courtyard. Any visitor attempting to make contact with the courtyard or its inhabitants would be indulged. However, Yunzhou was to be kept away from them. I rose, extracted a few coins from my purse, and signaled to the Liu family guards on either side. The person outside the gate wore a cheerful smile, his attire indistinguishable from that of a rural peddler. Were it not for the multitude of living creatures upon his person, suspicion would have been difficult to arouse. I'll take all the sweets. I placed my money into his card and reached out to receive his candies. He picked up a wooden candy box, which contained 9 compartments, each filled with a different type of sweet, totaling 9 varieties. Shall I take them all? I inquired playfully. Ah, splendid. Since you are so generous, I cannot be stingy. I shall gift you this candy box. Just remember to look after my business in the future, as I often traverse this area, he said, his smile radiating warmth. What is the matter? I asked, steadying the candy box and gazing into his eyes. I feel, he stammered, swaying slightly, causing his cart to topple over, and he collapsed to the ground. Someone help him inside, I commanded. As I spoke, 2 guards from the Liu family rushed out, lifting the merchant and carrying him into the courtyard. Surely, those in the distant woods witnessed this scene and would report it to their superiors. I sealed the candy box with my chi, preventing the living creatures inside from escaping. The merchant, too, had the entities within him snuffed out by my chi, rendering him a non-threat to the outside world. What if someone ambushes us on the way? The guard, Xin, expressed concern. It is safest to remain with the lady. Rest assured, Madame Yuan, the leader has commanded us to ensure your safety. We will not allow young Master Yuan to come to harm. Then protect him with all your might. Do not worry about me. I am unscathed. Understood. The divine physician? The celestial swordsman, who had been cooking in the kitchen, rushed out, wielding a kitchen knife. The assassins sent by Cheng Fei have arrived. I have captured the killer they dispatched. You and Cheng Fei should prepare yourselves. They will soon send more. After several days of recuperation, Cheng Fei had nearly regained his strength. His martial prowess was the weakest, relying solely on rudimentary physical combat skills, devoid of any internal energy. As evening approached, mealtime should have been upon us, yet the small courtyard remained desolate, devoid of any signs of culinary activity. The wind rustled through the trees, the leaves whispering softly. But beyond this sound, there was another, exceedingly subtle noise, the delicate footfalls of many individuals, moving stealthily on tiptoe. The sky was painted crimson by the setting sun, and amidst the human footsteps, an unusual sound emerged, reminiscent of flies yet akin to bees, buzzing as it approached the courtyard. Upon entering the house, I secured all doors and windows, sealing every crevice, ensuring the stove and roof were tightly fastened. At my command, the guard Jia, along with the diligent protectors from the Liu family, sprang into action. Cheng Fei and Yun Zhou were sheltered within their midst as they closed all entrances and fortified the openings, forming a defensive circle with their weapons at the ready. I alone remained in the courtyard, unperturbed by these creatures, for they posed no threat to me. The approaching swarm consisted of a multitude of dark insects, becoming nearly invisible as twilight deepened, particularly under the cover of night. Though their collective buzzing was loud, a mere 2 or 3 could easily deceive the unwary. Even skilled practitioners might sense their presence, yet dismiss them as ordinary flying pests. At that moment, they surged into the courtyard, enveloping themselves in a protective aura, surrounding me completely, yet failing to harm me. Instead, with a single breath, I crushed them all. They were slightly larger than mosquitoes but smaller than bees, armed with stingers intended to pierce. My chi burst forth, splattering droplets of black liquid onto the ground, which rose in wisps of smoke from the soil. It appeared that not only did these creatures possess venom in their tails, but the entirety of the insect was toxic. With the poisonous insects exterminated, a group of cloaked figures encircled me, wielding their own projectiles, needles, dark as shadows, serving as stealthy weapons in the night. One of the needles struck the chicken coop, and one of the hens I had been nurturing fell silently, expiring without a sound. The use of needles for assassination indeed leaves no bloodshed, rendering the scene immaculate and easily cleaned. The venom coated upon the needle must be an instantaneous, lethal toxin, causing instant death upon contact. Cheng Fei recounted that when the Tianmin was eradicated, its disciples perished without uttering a word, leaving no traces of blood. Poison needles. I deliberately voiced this to alert those within the dwelling. The cloaked figures were not solely targeting me. 2/3 of them were advancing towards the house. They hurled iron claws, ensnaring the wooden boards of the doors and windows, forcefully tearing them apart. The rent for this house was modest, and both the courtyard walls and the structure were constructed from inferior materials. The wooden planks forming the doors and windows crumbled under the grasp of their iron claws, making close combat inevitable. They seemed aware that I was the most formidable adversary among them, thus dispatching a skilled individual to restrain me. 1/3 of the cloaked figures were sent flying by my force, yet one managed to cut through their ranks, approaching me directly. This individual moved with a swiftness akin to fast-forwarding a video, appearing before me in the blink of an eye. Clad entirely in black, she wore an additional black cloak, the hood obscuring half of her face, yet I discerned that she was a woman, likely in her 30s. As I employed my ability to scan her, I was truly astonished. At such a juncture, could she still be considered alive? Chapter 45. The finished product. I beheld the completed state of Leader Lu, who had succumbed to poison. The living entity within her had supplanted her, becoming the sovereign of this corporeal form. She exhibited no fear of blades or swords. The invulnerability of the celestial swordsman was but a mere trick, a child's plaything, while her body embodied true indestructibility. Fortunately, my method of taking lives did not rely on knives or swords. Should the creature within her dare to emerge, I would not hesitate to seize it. Initially, it concealed itself within her flesh, utilizing her body to assault me. Upon realizing it could not harm me, as my own aura shielded me, it extended its tendrils, attempting to poison and parasitize me. Ultimately, the creature within her was but an animal, employing familiar tactics of attack. Its sole advantage was the absence of pain and the rapid healing of wounds. The black-clad individuals had surged to besiege the small dwelling, and the woman and I battled from the courtyard into the open, exchanging blows until the wooden door of the courtyard was shattered, collapsing at an awkward angle. The creature extended its tendrils from her mouth, only to be grasped tightly by me. Engaging in a test of strength was entirely unnecessary. I merely infused my aura into its being. The creature exploded, and she fell lifelessly, her breath extinguished. She was merely a puppet. Yet her existence confirmed that the individuals who had come today were indeed the ones who had poisoned Leader Lu. They were a cadre of enigmatic individuals skilled in the art of employing insects for malevolence. The garb of the black-clad men bore a resemblance to that of the Golden Worm Society, yet I had engaged with their members before, examining their forms. They were all practitioners of poison, while today's visitors were, in fact, insect manipulators. I have reason to suspect that this group of individuals today is deliberately masquerading as members of the Golden Insect Society in an attempt to mislead us. Perhaps they have been operating under the guise of the society all along, as they are adept at utilizing insects for their deceptive schemes. The sounds of a fierce struggle erupted from within the small dwelling, the violence so intense that windows and doors were shattered, and the thatched roof was torn asunder. The guard, Xian, was struggling to hoist the cloud boat onto the roof. However, the thatched structure proved precarious, nearly causing the vessel to crash down. Below, figures clad in black pursued relentlessly, with some emerging from the shattered windows and doors, only to tumble to the ground, lifeless after a few rolls. The courtyard was drenched in their blood, for the black-clad assailants were no match for the adept sword-wielders within. In a desperate move, they scattered insect powder in an attempt to abduct Cheng Fei. Despite my prior warnings, they had ripped their garments to cover their mouths and noses. Yet the powder still found its way into their eyes. Instinctively, they recoiled, inadvertently granting the black-clad figures an opportunity. The remaining 4 assailants managed to incapacitate Cheng Fei, intending to carry him away. Utilizing their lightness of body, they soared into the air. Seizing the moment, I released a volley of chi needles, which boasted a commendable accuracy, surpassing even that of a shotgun. Among the 4 black-clad figures, one was struck by the needle, though non-toxic, the chi had entered their body. In a frenzied response, they unleashed a swarm of grotesque insects, simultaneously extinguishing their own breath. The grotesque creatures, both crawling and flying, converged upon the living. The corpses of the other black-clad figures, upon death, also released a multitude of insects, which began to swarm towards the living within the house. The sword-wielders caught Cheng Fei as he fell from the grasp of the black-clad figures. The impact of the landing roused him from unconsciousness. He and the cloud boat were shielded by the group, remaining in their initial protective formation. In the chaos, the creatures flailed about aimlessly, prevented from advancing another step. Indeed, the figure cloaked in black has unleashed the insects, intending for them to autonomously assault the living. Yet, they remain stationary, encircling but refraining from attack, indicating their wariness of something. I am familiar with all the individuals present in the room. The guards Jia, Xian, and Yunzhou possess no capability to repel these creatures. The guards of the Lu family, like others from the clan, frequently undergo my parasite examinations. They do not possess the constitution to resist parasitic infestation. The sword immortal may be enveloped in ethereal energy, yet it is Cheng Fei who stands as the most likely candidate for insect resistance. He once lay amidst a pool of insects, with bizarre creatures crawling over him, Yet he was only afflicted by the least potent of the parasites, the sleepy one. Cheng Fei had just been rendered unconscious, and upon regaining consciousness, he complained of a headache. The sword immortal assumed he had sustained a severe injury and urged me to examine him swiftly. I stepped into the circle of insects. They neither attacked nor dispersed. Upon entering the room, I beheld Cheng Fei, and my mouth involuntarily formed an shape. Thankfully, I managed to rein in my expression just in time to avoid shattering my fade. Divine physician, little Fei has a headache. Could you ascertain whether his mind has been damaged? The sword immortal implored anxiously. Not at all, I initially refuted. And just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, I added, his affliction extends beyond his mind. His entire being is deteriorating. The sword immortal immediately fell into a state of panic, cradling Cheng Fei's frail form and beseeching, please, divine physician, save my son. I would pay any sum. Do not fret just yet. Cheng Fei's condition may not be as straightforward as you presume. His ailment could be a result of a fetal tether. Is this illness beyond remedy? The sword immortal remained at his side, uncertain of how to alleviate his suffering. The guards of the Liu family sought my counsel on how to address the insects outside. They hesitated to act rashly, for the insects were venomous, and crushing or incinerating them could release their toxins. Given the noxious nature of these creatures to humans, I directed everyone indoors, away from the insects. Subsequently, I released an aura to disrupt their vital energies, causing them to perish from within. Discovering empty, dilapidated jars in the kitchen, I gathered the deceased insects, sealed them within with mud. Outside, the corpses decomposed rapidly, with the black-clad figures nearly entirely putrefied. However, the puppet woman's body remained remarkably unchanged. I resolved to retain this corpse, enlisting the aid of the Liu family's guards to bury the black-clad individuals. Due to the sweltering weather, the presence of the remaining corpse in the courtyard rendered it uninhabitable. Madam, how should we dispose of this body? Guard Xin inquired, gesturing towards the female cadaver. She serves as evidence, for the time being. Store her in the cellar. Noticing a cellar in the corner of the courtyard, I instructed Guard Xin to wrap the female corpse in cotton bedding and place her inside. Esteemed physician, the black-clad men possessed nothing to identify them. One of the Liu family guards stated, having meticulously examined each body before burial. Judging by their attire, they resemble members of the Golden Goose Sect, another guard remarked. The Golden Goose Sect is notorious for employing goo insects to harm others. Could they be responsible for poisoning Chief Liu? A third guard speculated. The Golden Goose Sect once abducted Liu Yukong and by mutant with the intention of cultivating goo within them. Their innocence in the matter of poisoning Chief Liu is questionable. Whether they succeeded or not remains uncertain, but their intent was undeniable. However, I am not convinced that those who came to kill us and seize Cheng Fei today were members of the Golden Goose Sect. The chief has instructed us to be at your disposal, esteemed physician, and should there be anything we can assist you with, please do not hesitate to command us. A fourth guard interjected. In truth, their surnames are simply first, second, third, and fourth, with each name consisting of 4 characters, making it quite easy to remember just the surname. Chapter 46. The safest place is where I am. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand in the light. They will undoubtedly send more people. There is no rush. As long as Cheng Fei is in our custody, under our protection, they will come knocking. Occasionally, I exhibit traits reminiscent of my predecessor, a woman of profound cunning and ruthless disposition. Despite years of close observation, I learned nothing of her ways. Now, having just assumed her body, I find myself influenced. Madam, what do those people seek from Cheng Fei? Questioned the guard, Jia, perplexed. Yunzhou is well protected. Not a scratch upon him, his gaze fixed on me as if fearing my sudden departure. In moments of crisis, he becomes anxious. I approached and patted his shoulder, offering reassurance, and he ceased his vigilant watch. To understand their intentions, one must comprehend what Shering discovered and applied to Cheng Fei years ago. This revelation struck like thunder on a clear day, leaving the sword-wielding immortal in shock. His expression turned incredulous as he pressed for details. What did Shering do to Xiao Fei? I shook my head. I am unaware of the specifics. But Cheng Fei's body is undergoing transformation, evolving into something otherworldly. By dawn, he shall no longer be human. This statement astonished the immortal even more, nearly causing the water kettle to slip from his grasp. I am not truly a physician, and I hold no medical ethics to uphold. I find it difficult to delicately disclose the nature of his ailment. I spoke as I observed. Cheng Fei's body was undergoing a transformation. In my estimation, He was on the verge of becoming a humanoid insect, or perhaps a mutated human with insect genes. At first glance, he still appeared human, however, to the insects. He was indistinguishable from them. A creature of such size, resembling a giant insect in the eyes of these beings, might be perceived as a king of insects. Until now, he had shown no signs of his insectoid nature. His sudden affliction today occurred without any external provocation. This suggests that someone had tampered with him long ago. The individuals responsible for his parents' demise had been shadowing him, choosing not to eliminate him, perhaps aware of his uniqueness. They might have intended to abduct him just as his transformation was imminent, having previously cast him into an insect pit, perhaps to hasten his metamorphosis. Once he evolves into a humanoid insect king, they will likely seek to exploit him for unknown purposes. My speculations remained unvoiced, merely traversing the corridors of my mind. The immortal swordsman was primarily concerned with whether Cheng Fei would survive. I could not ascertain. This affliction undoubtedly posed a threat to his life, necessitating vigilant observation. The swordsman hoped for my intervention to heal Cheng Fei. His condition was exceptionally rare. I had never performed restorative treatment on a mutated human, neither in my previous world nor in this one. Although I had encountered such a case now, the value of human life in this realm was not to be trifled with. Lives are not expendable for experimentation. A death here would elicit little concern, akin to the fate of weeds. Indeed, while some lives are treated as inconsequential, many are cherished and cared for. For instance, if I were to wave my hand and bring about his demise, Cheng Fei, it is likely that the sword master would follow him into the abyss. As long as he survives this night, he would have traversed the perilous threshold. Starting tomorrow, he could continue to exist as a mere human-shaped insect. To be honest, my words are meant to console, yet upon hearing them, the swordmaster's complexion turned as pale as parchment. If survival is the only goal, the distinction between man and insect becomes trivial. Naturally, what I can accept may not be palatable to others, and it is entirely human to feel deeply affected by such harsh realities. Cheng Fei managed to pass the night unscathed, emerging from the danger zone. Throughout the night, he incessantly murmured about his discomfort. The sword master remained by his bedside, tending to him with unwavering dedication. As dawn approached, Cheng Fei's pain subsided, and the sword master fed him a bowl of shredded chicken porridge, after which he peacefully fell asleep. Fearing a nocturnal ambush, the guards maintained a vigilant watch, taking turns to safeguard the vessel, while the sentinels, Jia and Xin, also rotated shifts to protect the cloud boat. I descended into the cellar to examine the female corpse below. More precisely, I sought to investigate the parasitic entity residing within her. In the realms of martial arts, toxic substances are generally classified into two categories: biological toxins and botanical poisons. There has been no record in a century of injuries solely caused by biological entities devoid of toxins. The bone-eating worm of the Crimson Moon has been classified as a poison, thus not recorded among the accounts of purely biological harm. Incidents of toxic insects inflicting harm are predominantly linked to the lore of pestilential creatures. Once the truth of such occurrences is unveiled, the martial community would inevitably draw parallels to the Golden Goose Society. Lighting a candle in the cellar, I began to dissect and examine the female corpse. Her thoracic and abdominal cavities were mere shells, yet her brain retained a considerable amount of tissue. Given its preservation, it seemed she possessed the capacity for speech and retained memories. Interestingly, parasitic organisms possess the remarkable ability to expedite the healing of wounds in women. Yet they themselves lack such capabilities and are inherently fragile. Instead of tendons and muscles, her limbs are intertwined with the tentacles of these parasites, which fill the subcutaneous spaces like fibers. Having encountered far more repulsive entities in my previous world, I felt no discomfort upon witnessing this. Should this creature be a derivative of Shuring's research, she must undoubtedly be a prodigious biologist. In my former world, her place would be indispensable in any team dedicated to the creation of bioengineered warriors. The Shurian couple has been deceased for a decade, yet we remain oblivious to the extent of the mysterious organization's research on parasitic organisms, the number of individuals subjected to experimentation, or how many have been successfully transformed into puppets. Nevertheless, they still require Cheng Fei and wish to obtain him. No, only in your presence, madam. Is there safety? Elsewhere is fraught with peril. The bizarre creatures from yesterday were insidious and unpredictable, and even the Liu family fell victim to their venom, necessitating your intervention. Why should we seek distant refuge? This matter was originally none of your concern. We could simply find a place to hide. as those who control the monstrous insects would not specifically seek us out. That cannot be, for those who manipulate the creatures would not pursue us, but your son. Well, we must remain in your company at all times. Who knows if those over there would take the opportunity to strike at him while we are apart. Alternatively, I could impart a set of techniques to you and Xiao Xian, once mastered. They would ensure your invincibility and eliminate the need to rely on others for your son's protection. If you are willing to teach, it stands to reason that we should be eager to learn. However, you are well aware of the limitations and the talents of both myself and Xiaoxin. While we can certainly study, the transformation into accomplished individuals seems rather challenging. Forget I said anything. I shall retire to rest. I waved my hand, and the bodyguard Jia performed a respectful bow before retreating. I am indeed cognizant of the capabilities of both him and bodyguard Xian. They may manage to learn external martial arts, yet it is somewhat late for them to begin training in internal disciplines. Unless a significant physical transformation is undertaken, the risk is proportional to the potential reward. Chapter 47. That individual has arrived. Bodyguard Jia and Xian are unwaveringly loyal to Yunzhou, willing to risk their lives for his protection. Should I express my wishes, they would likely agree to bear the peril of death. Nonetheless, I hold a favorable impression of them and would prefer not to subject them to experimentation. The group hardly closed their eyes throughout the night, and by noon, someone from the Liu family arrived with a message announcing an extension of the martial arts conference. They also delivered a wedding invitation for the union of Bai Mudan and Liu Yukong. The messenger conveyed a message from the leader of the Liu clan, stating that doctor need not worry. Even if the esteemed physician does not attend, unexpected guests will surely arrive. It would be better for the doctor to join in the festivities. I asked the messenger to relay that my current troubles are multiplying. If the leader of the Liu clan does not mind, I would like to bring a few friends along to participate. The martial arts conference is secondary. The primary focus is the 60th birthday celebration of the Liu clan leader and the wedding of Liu Yukong. Those with pure intentions will merely seek to join the revelry, while those with ulterior motives will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to cause unrest. The leader of the Liu clan seems to have sensed my concerns. I fear that my presence might attract trouble. His implication was clear. Regardless of my attendance, troublemakers will inevitably appear, so I should not harbor any worries. In the afternoon, Cheng Fei awoke to find Xian Jian gazing at him with a worried expression. He sprang from his bed, stretching his arms and legs with the vitality of a vigorous youth, reassuring Xian Jian that a good sleep had restored him completely. Indeed, he was entirely transformed. With Shi Ying deceased, Cheng Fei's predicament remained unsolvable, and my intervention proved futile. Xian Jian, suppressing his sorrow, managed to force a smile and said it was good that he was fine. It seemed he was reluctant to disclose the truth to Cheng Fei, casting a pleading glance in my direction, to which I responded with silence. Cheng Fei assumed his weakness stemmed from the fright caused by the black-clad assailants the previous day, compounded by his exhaustion from hiding and evading within the confines of the house. Neither Xian Jian nor I spoke of it, and even those who were aware would remain tight-lipped. During dinner, I informed Cheng Fei that in a few days, I would be attending the wedding of the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance's grandson, and the leader had graciously permitted me to bring a few friends along, inquiring if he would like to join me. Having never lived in a bustling city, Cheng Fei was dazzled by the splendor of Yuan City. However, his initial encounter with villains and subsequent poisoning had left him with little desire or time to explore. Upon hearing of the opportunity to attend a banquet at the home of the martial arts leader, his excitement nearly propelled him from his seat. Yet, his expression soon dimmed as he murmured about the unresolved vengeance of his parents. I clarified, your family's enemies may also be present. Our attendance is not solely for the wedding. At my words, Cheng Fei's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, and he nodded fervently, exclaiming, we must go. We must go. Having wandered the streets in his youth, witnessing the capriciousness of human nature and bearing deep-seated enmity, it was indeed rare to find such clarity and brightness in his gaze now. Transformed, Cheng Fei exhibited no signs of ailment. His complexion was rosy, and his voice rang clear and confident. After dining, I joined the swordsmen in mending the doors and windows of the house they rented. The previous day's brawl had nearly demolished the place, and the masked assailants would not take responsibility for the damage. Thus, it fell upon the two of us to rectify the situation. The swordsman wielded the saw and plane with a finesse that rivaled his swordsmanship, revealing himself to be a remarkably skilled carpenter. The repaired doors and windows surpassed their former state, yet seemed somewhat incongruous with the dilapidated house. Intrigued, I casually inquired, swordsman, Now that you have avenged your grievances against Cheng Fei, what are your plans? Plans? The swordsman paused, setting down his saw to mark the wood with another tool. Would you be interested in joining us to the north? I intend to purchase land there to cultivate and lead a life beyond the tumult of the martial world. A life beyond the martial world? He ceased his work and glanced at me, then at Yunzhou, who was vigorously munching on sugarcane. Even if you and he could attain such a life, would it truly be peaceful? He has already lost his senses. Why pursue total annihilation? As long as the divine physician does not find us unworthy, my son and I would gladly follow you to cultivate a pastoral existence. The swordsman's earlier bravado was tempered by a sudden deflation in his concluding words. The moniker Old Du resonated more with the common folk, and I appreciated his carpentry skills. Thus, Old Du the carpenter felt more fitting than swordsman Xianjian. Guard Zhao wished to procure new attire for Yunzhou, as this was a formal occasion, hoping his young master would not appear too shabby. Regardless, we did not enter through the front door, but rather through the back entrance of the Lu residence. We attended as in-laws and did not mingle with the guests from the martial realm. The task assigned to me by Lord Lu remains the inspection of the residents within the estate for any signs of parasitic infection. We feign a leisurely stroll through the garden while surveying the premises. Today, the Lu residence will host a multitude of guests, comprising not only individuals from the martial world, but also dignitaries from the four nations. The family of Baimuden will undoubtedly send representatives, especially after the news of her impetuous marriage reached them. Following an outburst of frustration, the monarch hastily selected individuals to attend. It would be unseemly for the bride's family to be absent at her wedding. Naturally, the royal families from several other nations will also dispatch envoys to extend their congratulations. The wedding, arriving unexpectedly, has necessitated a change in the gifts originally intended for the engagement banquet, now transformed into a wedding celebration. However, I never anticipated that he would also be present. Furthermore, Lord Lu has arranged for him to stay at the Lu estate. Upon encountering that familiar visage, my gaze flitted past him, yet within, a tempest of emotions surged. The sentiments of the original owner continue to resonate within me. She has always been emotionally desolate. Save for her unwavering devotion to her former employer, a loyalty as steadfast as the sun and moon. The sudden appearance of this man, who indirectly contributed to her former employer's demise, inevitably stirred a tumult within her heart. "Madam, do you know who that man is?" inquired the guard Jia, a notorious gossip-monger of this realm. I concealed any interest I might have towards him, yet he leaned closer, whispering inquisitively. "Who?" "I am here to conduct a physical examination, and my gaze cannot linger on any particular individual for too long." The master of Lucian Pavilion, Luo Shiran, a prominent figure in the realm of Xingyu, Jia murmured, covering his mouth. "He is the prince of Xingyu, yet he has ventured into the martial world, overseeing Lucian Pavilion." At that moment, Luo Shiran cast a casual glance in our direction, prompting Jia to immediately silence himself. I cast him a glance, indicating that he need not speak further. Of course, I am well aware of Lucian Ge. It is the largest intelligence agency in the entire martial world. Chapter 48. The unexpected guest. We did not take the initiative to engage with him, yet he approached us nonetheless. His gaze lingered on the cloud boat behind me for a brief 2 seconds, yet his expression revealed nothing of whether he recognized it. If anyone could discern intelligence from his visage, then this so-called head of intelligence ought to reconsider his profession. "Are you the esteemed Shani?" The original self had suspected that this individual had rehearsed his voice, each word meticulously crafted, with pitch, enunciation, and pronunciation tailored to elicit a specific response from his interlocutor. However, when he spoke, there was no trace of artifice. It came across as remarkably natural. "I have encountered the prince. Though my words were courteous, I did not bow. When I was by my former employer's side, I had seen Luo Xiaoran countless times, yet I had never shown my face nor uttered a sound. I was merely a backdrop. I heard that Shun Yi is investigating a series of homicides." Luo Xiaoran wasted no time and went straight to the point. "Indeed. Have you uncovered anything?" "Some leads, but not much." "Related to the insects?" "Yes." I was not surprised that he was aware of the strange insects. He might even have knowledge of the few massacre cases that transpired years ago. Unfortunately, collaborating with him was out of the question. Obtaining information from him would be tantamount to signing one's own death warrant. The original self had a precise descriptor for him, a handsome serpent. Shiman Wuhan exuded a masculine charisma, while Zhao possessed an alluring femininity, and Luo Shiran perfectly occupied the space between them, bearing the visage of a handsome man yet harboring the heart of a venomous serpent. Had his former employer not been afflicted by an incurable condition known as love brain, would he have resorted to self-immolation? I possess certain information regarding that. Should the esteemed physician and require it, do not hesitate to inquire. Luo Xiaoran refrained from referring to himself as this king. He presented no airs before anyone, perpetually wearing a gentle smile. Thank you, Duke, I remarked, effectively marking the conclusion of our discourse. While it was indeed possible to continue the conversation, Luo Xiaoran had the remarkable ability to keep any dialogue lively and devoid of awkwardness. Whether it was necessary remained to be seen. He bid farewell at an opportune moment and turned to engage with others. He never surrounded himself with a throng. His demeanor resembled that of a wandering scholar, clad in soft-hued attire. As we shifted to another courtyard, the guard Jia Kai whispered, "Madam, why did you not inquire about what he knows? Why did the conversation come to an abrupt halt?" I shot him a sidelong glance. Given your awareness of the nature of Lucian Pavilion, how dare you maintain connections with them? Interactions with strangers, devoid of prior acquaintance, could range from mere gossip to perilous exchanges of life and death. Engaging in intelligence sharing with someone like Luo Xiaoran left no room for casual banter. To be candid, my young master seldom allowed us to delve into such matters. It was only through my own inquiries that I gleaned some tidbits from the martial world. Indeed, the guards, Jia and Xian, were merely protectors, tasked with safeguarding the residents and accompanying the young master during his outings. If any secrets were at stake, they would not be entrusted to them. Such matters were reserved for those who operated in the shadows. Ah, it appears you are testing us. Indeed. It is rather unusual for one to be unaware of such matters. The guard, Jia, chuckled in a rather pedestrian manner, while the guard, Xian, quickly grasped the situation and nodded in agreement. They presumed I was a shadow guard. Though this is indeed the case, I am not the shadow guard of Yunshou, and I have intentionally deceived them, yet they remain steadfast in their belief. Shadow guards possess knowledge of the world far exceeding theirs. Yunshou, appearing slightly anxious, tugged at my sleeve, neglecting to offer me any snacks. Since his encounter with Luo Xiaoran, he has remained in this state. However, his mental faculties have not improved. This reaction is merely instinctual. Could it be that he is acquainted with Luo Xiaoran? It is not entirely implausible. But my primary concern lies in discerning whether they are allies or adversaries, and whether Luo Xiaoran might discover Yunzhou's folly and exploit it to his detriment. Divine Physician, a voice, peculiar in tone, interrupted my contemplation. The very utterance of those 3 words carried an air of sarcasm, revealing the character of the speaker. Following the sound, I beheld the young master of the Divine Arms Guild, O Yong, glaring at me with ill intent. It was evident that O Yong harbored a great deal of resentment. However, as a guest of the alliance leader Lu and the one who had cured his ailment, he was obliged to maintain decorum for the sake of the martial arts community and the Lu family. Otherwise, he would have stormed in long before today rather than merely glaring at me with such sarcasm. Has young Master O's injury healed? I inquired, surveying him closely. I noticed that someone was holding a chair behind him. His steps appeared unsteady, suggesting he could not remain standing for long before needing to sit. Thanks to the Divine Physician, I am indeed much improved. That is good to hear. I was unaware of your remarkable recovery during your visit to my residence. My medical skills are modest, and I must admit that my energy is limited. I cannot engage in multiple tasks simultaneously without achieving nothing, appearing rather clumsy in the process. Much to the amusement of young Master O. Today, Lu Yanyan will attend the birthday banquet of Leader Lu. Should physician and assist me in procuring the item, I shall reward him handsomely, and I vow to keep my word. However, his declaration, made through gritted teeth, lacks credibility. Those who cannot disguise their emotions are often easier to handle. The banquet will be attended by many, and I may not be able to pay attention to young Master O, so you must exert yourself. I prefer not to show him courtesy and instead offer him a cold smile. Instantly, his eyes spark with fury, and the person assisting him attempts to rush at me, but is halted by his command. His usual tyranny matters little, today at the Lu residence. With officials from 4 nations and prominent figures from the martial world present, he would be wise to avoid trouble. How audacious you are. And, having dismissed O Yong, now comes by Leah. She arrives today without her whip, adorned in an elegant attire, completely shedding her previous nefarious garb. Were she to remain silent, others would merely assume she is a junior disciple from a reputable sect. Yet, Bai Liya's arrogance pales in comparison. The young lady from the demon fortress daring to infiltrate Leader Lu's home for the banquet. Who does she presume to represent? As I speak, I produce a specially crafted whistle. issuing a sharp note that summons the elite guards of the Liu family, who swiftly encircle Bai Liya. This is a rogue element from the martial world infiltrating our midst. I appreciate your efforts in apprehending her. I had previously arranged with Leader Liu that any irregularities observed during the patrol would prompt immediate action. In addition to checking whether any of the Liu family or their guests have been poisoned, it is imperative to expose those who engage in sabotage. Bai Liya, infuriated, found herself at a disadvantage without any divine weapon at her disposal. She was swiftly captured by the adept members of the Liu family and taken away. Her martial arts were sealed, and it was evident that she regretted revealing her identity prematurely. Her presence here undoubtedly indicated a plan for destruction, and it was merely a matter of time before she was discovered. Observing her demeanor, it seemed she had exposed herself before completing her nefarious objectives. If she was here, it was highly likely that Qi Yu was as well. In fact, I would eventually uncover their whereabouts as I inspected each courtyard. Chapter 49. The uprising of the fowl and hound. Were it up to me, I would never enlist such an impulsive ally as Bai Liyu for a significant undertaking. As I traversed several courtyards, I caught sight of Qi Yu, standing beside an individual, their conversation punctuated by suggestive glances. Clad in a pristine white dress, she masqueraded as a benevolent angel in white, yet the allure in her eyes seemed oddly discordant with the identity she portrayed. In the realm of martial arts, many donned white garments. However, only those from the Medicine Immortal Valley adorned themselves with white jade lotus hairpins, a hallmark of the Female Physicians Guild. This guild was not merely a sanctuary for female healers. The Medicine Immortal Valley upheld no gender segregation in medical practice. Both male and female apprentices learned and treated patients side by side. Only those who vowed to remain unmarried for life, dedicating their existence to the noble pursuit of medicine, would enter the Female Physicians Guild for study and service. The martial community bestowed upon them profound respect, viewing them as enlightened healers. Moreover, they frequently provided free medical assistance to the impoverished, and in particularly dire cases, they would even offer financial support to treat those in need. Thus, although the Women's Medical Hall is under the management of the Medicine Fairy Valley, the public perception of them in the martial world diverges significantly. It embodies a sense of distant admiration and reverence. Over the course of nearly a century since its establishment, no scandal has emerged regarding any of its members suddenly wishing to marry or inexplicably longing for romance. The original individual had encountered a few of them, and through the lens of contemporary society, they appear to be a group wholly devoted to their professions, fervently immersed in their fields to the point of neglecting rest and leisure. Family, marriage, husbands, and children would encroach upon their time dedicated to medical research, and they would wish for every hour of the day to be utilized, 12 hours devoted to mastering medical techniques, and another 12 to healing the afflicted. The women of the Women's Medical Hall eschew cosmetics, favoring a minimalist style in their attire, and their hair is styled in a remarkably simple manner. Outside the hall, it is often quite casual. Qi, by donning their attire, evidently seeks to masquerade as one of the practitioners from the Women's Medical Hall. However, she has adorned her brows, applied lipstick, and dusted her face with powder. In addition to her white jade lotus hairpin, she sports a red plum blossom pin. Qi has a penchant for red, and wearing an entirely white ensemble likely causes her discomfort. Yet, in her endeavor to disguise her identity, she cannot resist. Perhaps she possesses a compulsive affinity for the color red. The moment I laid eyes on her, I suspected a connection to the insectoid organization. Previously, I had vanquished the bone-eating insect in her possession, and today she has brought along two more. Her demeanor leads me to believe she harbors unwavering confidence in the bone-eating insects. In such a state of assuredness, would she venture out with a backup supply? It is likely that someone stands ready to replenish her stock should she find herself lacking. She seems not to have prepared any herself. The bone-eating insect perishes upon leaving its host. Thus, it is inconceivable that it could be contained within any vessel for transport. Who is the individual beside her? I signaled for the guard, Jia, to approach. This person is unfamiliar to me. I have neither seen nor heard of him. According to his position, Jia should also be unaware, yet he is an active figure, having already ventured into the courtyard at dawn to engage in work alongside the maidservants and servants of the Liu family, while indulging in gossip. He possesses far greater insight into the guests permitted to enter the Liu household today than I do. The sect that the original individual has never even heard of evidently lacks prominence in the martial world. Chun Lingdu himself possesses an unremarkable appearance and average martial prowess. However, He not only received an invitation from the Liu family to attend the wedding banquet, but has also garnered the attention of Qi Yu, who, in his presence, feigns shyness. This individual must be extraordinary. What is his situation? I inquired directly of guard Jia. His father has ascended to immortality, with one attaining enlightenment. The status of the entire family rises correspondingly. It is said that an immortal, who enlightened his father, is currently residing with them. This is a recent development. The Feiyun sect maintains a low profile externally, yet has presented an elixir to the leader of the Liu family, prompting the invitation extended to Chen Lingdu for the wedding banquet. An elixir? Does such a thing truly exist in this world? I remain skeptical. I do not know, regardless. The leader of the Liu family accepted it and has shown particular favor towards Chen Lingdu, despite having had no prior dealings with him. Has the Chen family risen in status, thus prompting Qi Yu to curry favor with Chen Lingdu? Are the celestial ascension, elixirs, and immortals indeed real? I remain unconvinced. Suddenly, guard Xian interjected, "Isn't that physician in?" Before I could seek her out, Qi Yu approached me, feigning surprise. What is the relationship between her and Bailia? Having infiltrated under false pretenses, only to brazenly confront me. Could this be a novel stratagem? The esteemed physician in? Chen Lingdu accompanied her, arching an eyebrow with a disdainful smirk. She is none other than physician In, whose medical prowess in detoxifying the Alliance chief surpasses that of numerous renowned physicians in the martial world. Crimson Moon feigned deference toward me. Exalted medical skill notwithstanding, she remains but a mortal, daring to style herself a divine physician. In comparison to the immortals, she is utterly insignificant. Audacious. Guards Jia and Xian simultaneously stepped forward, poised to dispute Chen Lingdu's words, but I gestured for them to desist. This woman is Crimson Moon, the bewitching enchantress. Her corrosive palm technique is renowned throughout the martial world. Proceed with caution. Halt. Seeing that I was about to depart, Chen Lingdu vociferated, deliberately amplifying his voice to draw the attention of all those present. The landed estates guards naturally recognized Chen Lingdu. They meticulously scrutinized every guest today, committing them to memory, irrespective of whether they were aware of any assumed identities. Chen Lingdu, unlike Bailia, was a distinguished guest personally invited by the Alliance chief. The landed estates guards were obliged to exercise circumspection in their interactions with him. They contemplated apprehending Crimson Moon, but upon observing Chen Lingdu's protective stance, their actions faltered. To whom are you referring as rabble? Chen Lingdu retorted. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your meaning. You, an itinerant quack who materialized from obscurity, fortuitously cured the Alliance chief, and now fancy yourself an eminent figure? How dare you slander Miss Lin of the Female Physicians' Hall as a demonic sorceress of the martial world? Chen Lingdu's words were intended not only for me, but also for the benefit of those in the vicinity. A murmur of hushed whispers immediately permeated the air. The landed estate's courtyards comprised 7 chambers, each named after one of the celestial stars. Different courtyards host different guests, each adorned with unique artificial landscapes catering to individuals of varying statuses. Today, a canopy has been erected in the courtyard, furnished with tables and chairs laden with fruits, cold dishes, and refreshing tea. Guests either sit or stand, some wandering in pairs to admire the scenery, yet all are captivated by the resounding voice of Chen Lingdu. What joy can surpass the delight of a lively spectacle? The essence of humanity lies in our penchant for gossip. She is a siren, a celestial being. A mere glance at her palm reveals much. A practiced master of the bone-eating palm, her palm bears a black lump the size of a coin, harboring the bone-eating worm within. I wear a faint smile as I observe Qi Yu, undeterred by Chen Lingdu's righteous indignation, my focus solely on her. Chapter 50. Ascend or Plunge. Her assumed identity is that of a physician from the medical hall, a woman surnamed Lin. This identity likely bears some truth, for the Lin physician has probably met with misfortune. Qi Yu finds herself in a precarious situation as Chen Lingdu, with a facade of integrity, admonishes her to stand unyielding against shadows of doubt, urging her to demonstrate her innocence. Should I utter falsehoods? The Feiyun sect and fellow martial artists would certainly seek retribution from Lord Liu. Qi Yu has also disguised her palm, covering the black lump with human skin, allowing her to extend her hand, provided I am not present. In my absence, she could deceive others, yet she is aware of my capabilities. I would eradicate her worms. Clenching her fist tightly, she likely seeks to protect the bone-eating worm. What do you say shall be the outcome, if Our Lady is indeed correct? How shall young Master Chen atone for his transgressions? The guard, Jia, raised his chin, regarding Qinlingdu with disdainful nostrils. I offered the elixir, gifted to me by the immortal, to her as an apology. This elixir is one of only two in existence. One was presented to Lord Lu, while the other was bestowed upon me by my father. Ah, what a bargain! I interrupted the guard Jia, not out of a desire to consume the elixir and ascend, but purely out of curiosity regarding its nature. My former employer had gathered intelligence from various sources, scouring the world for wonders. Yet I had never heard of anyone achieving immortality through the consumption of any substance. Qiyu was unwilling to vindicate herself, lacking the means to prove her innocence. How could she conceal the living creature? Would she dare to consume it herself? If that were the case, she would surely meet her demise, thus inadvertently corroborating my claims. As it turned out, Qiyu would neither swallow the evidence nor obliterate it. She seized Qinlingdu, the individual closest to her, demanding that the Lu family's experts withdraw, as she intended to leave the Lu residence. Qinlingdu, realizing the gravity of the situation, vehemently condemned Qiyu as a malevolent enchantress. His betrayal was instantaneous. Yet Qiyu remained unfazed by his vitriol, her palm pressed against his throat, and with a mere sting from the bone-corroding insect concealed in her grasp. Qinlingdu would be finished. I pondered whether the elixir could save him. The guards of the Lu household turned pale. If a life were lost today or a guest abducted, they would bear the consequences. Regret flickered across the faces of several, yet it was too late. I instructed them to take action, but they hesitated to subdue Qiyu, even to separate her from the other guests. Had they done so, regardless of her prowess, she would have merely fled after overcoming them. Now, the matter involves Qinlingdu, who is under the divine protection of the Feiyun sect, a rising power in the martial world. Qinlingdu is also the legitimate son of Qin Xiangtian, the rightful heir of a prestigious sect. Should any misfortune befall him, the guardians of the Lu family would not be able to bear the consequences. They all turned their gazes towards me, no one daring to act recklessly. The other guests, including the hostage Qinlingdu, also looked at me. What are you staring at? You have lost. Now hand over the elixir to me. I reached forward nonchalantly and declared. The expressions of those around me varied, while the Lu family's guardians wore pained faces as they signaled for guidance. They required a decision-maker to be present. Qinlingdu, furious, nearly bulged his eyes in rage, appearing as if he were about to explode. A bet is a bet, Master Chun, the guard Jia chuckled, interjecting cheerfully. Qinlingdu cast a glance at Qiyu, noticing that she merely guided him back towards the courtyard wall without obstructing my demand for the elixir. Gritting his teeth, he reached into his robe and retrieved a small brocade box. He tossed the box towards me, deliberately throwing it low, intending for it to fall to the ground for me to pick up. Employing my internal energy, I solidified it like a palm, catching the small brocade box steadily. I remained motionless, yet the box hovered in midair before gracefully flying into my hands, leaving Qinlingdu wide-eyed in astonishment. As the box landed in my grasp, I stood still, while the Lu family's guardians adjusted their encirclement, following Qiyu towards the courtyard wall. The space where we conversed was quite distant from the wall, separated by a lotus pond, an arch bridge, and a pavilion, all of which were populated with guests. Among the guests, someone stepped forward, attempting to block Qiyue's path, determined not to let the enchantress escape before their eyes. Otherwise, how could the reputation of the esteemed sects be preserved? Indeed, upon opening the ornate box, I discovered that the pills within contained minuscule, live insect eggs, reminiscent of black sesame seeds. The pills exuded a delightful fragrance, accompanied by an ethereal aura, glistening like polished jade orbs. Consuming such a bizarre concoction raises the question, will it lead to ascension or demise? If this elixir harbors insect eggs, what then of the one presented to Lord Lu by the Flying Cloud sect? At this moment, an elder from the Lu family arrived with a group. As Lord Lu was occupied in the main hall, and the newlywed Lu Yukong was also preoccupied, a relative from the Lu family, having agreed to release Qiyu, assured her that they would not impose any difficulties. The preservation of Qinlingdu's life was the paramount concern of the Lu family. Madam, is this truly an elixir? The curious guard, Jia, scrutinized the black orb in the ornate box. That is toxic. Consume your sesame pills instead. I gestured towards his crossbody bag, which I had crafted for him, allowing him to snack conveniently while on the move. Inside were fragments of nuts and honey, both fragrant and sweet. Otherwise, Yunzhou would not have come seeking the elixir. He had consumed black sesame pills for 2 days, mistaking the elixir for the same. What did you say? How audacious. You dare to claim that the ascension elixir bestowed by the immortals is toxic? Qinlingdu, who had appeared weak, was invigorated by my words, swiftly approaching me. I misspoke. My apologies. It may not necessarily be toxic, but it is undoubtedly unclean, and consuming it might lead to gastrointestinal distress. Qinlingdu, angered by my remarks, raised his fist in retaliation. Indeed, he was a distinguished guest of Lord Lu. Yet I was not only a favored guest, but also the benefactor who had saved the Lord's life. While outsiders might only be aware of Lord Lu's minor poisoning, the insiders recognized that I was the one who had preserved his very existence. If I were to be assaulted by Qinlingdu, it would be akin to delivering a slap to the face of Lord Lu himself. I harbor no fear of escalating matters. After all, I am a mere nobody in the realm, a trivial figure. Should Qinlingdu's fist so much as graze my visage today, I would ensure he is left destitute. Regrettably, the Lu family did not afford me that opportunity, as they intervened and escorted him to another courtyard to recuperate and calm his nerves. I shall keep the elixir safe, and should anyone harbor animosity towards me in the future, I will graciously offer it to them. Qinlingdu's performance today was far from commendable. It inevitably tarnished the reputation of the Flying Cloud sect. Being a small sect, it is often overlooked by others, and his penchant for boasting led him to publicly wager and lose the elixir, ultimately becoming a pawn in the hands of a demoness, who escaped due to his folly. He has achieved nothing of merit. Chapter 51. A hefty investment in poison. Subsequently, I conducted rounds through the various courtyards, encountering suspicious individuals. I summoned reinforcements without delay. Once they arrived, immediate action was taken without hesitation. It appears that the guards communicated the urgency of the situation amongst themselves, as they could not afford to be lax in their duties. Today's banquet could withstand no further upheavals or unforeseen events. The Lu family maintained a heightened vigilance. Their spirits fully engaged, regardless of their assigned roles. Their eyes were wide open, akin to brass bells, attentively monitoring every movement. A thief cannot act without trepidation. And through the fluctuations in the energy fields of individuals, I discerned those whose calm demeanor was merely a fade, while their hearts raced as if to the rhythm of rock music. I paid special attention to the tea and food in each courtyard, ensuring there were no living creatures within. While I cannot detect the presence of toxins and dead matter, I had prepared a full day's worth of provisions for Yunzhou last night, including rations for the guards Jia and Xian. Today, the four of us shall partake in none of the culinary offerings from the Lu family, nor shall we touch the tea they have prepared. A theatrical troupe performs just outside the main hall, accompanied by a musical ensemble playing at the entrance of the Lu residence. The distance between us is sufficient that none intrude upon the other. Moreover, a renowned musician graces the elegant courtyard with his melodies, while guests skilled in various instruments join in harmonious performances, creating a symphony of sound. The minor disturbances caused by the Lu family's guards swiftly fade into the background of this lively atmosphere. Those apprehended from outside are ushered into a secluded courtyard, while suspicious servants are taken to the dungeon. Before the auspicious hour arrives, the steward in the dungeon uncovers a significant conspiracy. He promptly sends for me to explain the situation, hoping for my assistance in averting the impending crisis. Is Lu Yukong under restraint? I inquire, my surprise evident. Indeed, replies a servant responsible for tending to the young master's garden. He reveals that he applies a powdered substance to the fresh flowers placed on the windowsill, as the young master has a habit of inhaling their fragrance each morning upon waking. The steward's brow glistens with sweat, his expression fraught with anxiety. What is this powder? What effects does it have? I ask. It induces madness, causing sudden episodes that could harm those nearby. When is the onset of the affliction expected? Tonight. Understood. I shall go and see him. Perhaps my calm demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance in the steward, who began to calm down. Believing I must possess the means to cure Lu Yukong and prevent any disturbances this evening. Tonight marks the wedding night of Lu Yukong and Bai Mutin. And among those close to Lu Yukong, there is no one but Bai Mutin. Should he inflict harm upon her, whether willingly or unwillingly, the alliance between the Lu and Bai families would be irrevocably shattered. It is preferable not to become adversaries. Should we collaborate again, would the Bai family not take offense? The powdered poison is an inanimate substance, subtly infused with floral fragrance, making its prolonged, minimal application exceedingly difficult to detect. During my time at the manor, I, too, failed to notice any peculiarities in that servant's behavior. He may have realized that I only checked for signs of poisoning, and he was confident that no one would uncover his nefarious actions. As long as the dosage remained insufficient, Lu Yukong would not descend into madness. His lively demeanor would deter any suspicions directed towards him. However, today is different. Today marks the day of Lu Yukong's affliction, and his agitation has begun to manifest. When he finished dispersing the last packet of powder, I caught sight of him. He greeted me with a smile, yet beneath that facade lay a profound anxiety, not born of genuine positivity. A servant who appears courteous and smiling, yet harbors negativity within, having just exited Lu Yukong's quarters. I promptly sounded the whistle, summoning the guards of the Lu family to apprehend him. Lord Lu had previously cautioned that it is better to mistakenly execute than to let a culprit slip away. Particularly when it concerns members of the Lu household, any offense would be addressed later. The overseer of the dungeon discovered packets of the undestroyed poison concealed on his person. Upon the revelation of his misdeeds, he did not immediately take his own life, indicating a desire to preserve his existence. Thus, the overseer exerted little effort in extracting the truth regarding the madness. However, he was merely the executor of the poisoning, not the mastermind behind it. Someone had offered him a substantial sum to carry out the act, and he could not resist the allure of wealth. Aware that initially Lu Yukong would exhibit no symptoms, he continued his actions with a sense of security, remaining undetected for an extended period. The steward frightened him, proclaiming that I could devour brains and souls, consuming not only the intellect but also the very essence of the individual, thereby acquiring the entirety of their memories. However, there was a grave consequence. Those whose souls were swallowed would be doomed to eternal damnation, with no hope of rebirth. I found his words oddly familiar, reminiscent of legends from my original world, and a particular idiom sprang to mind, perhaps akin to acting as an accomplice to a tiger. The servant, suddenly apprehended, believed himself to have executed his duties flawlessly. After much contemplation, he likely concluded that I was no ordinary individual, for how else could I discern his wrongdoing? His facial expressions were expertly controlled, revealing nothing. When he encountered me again outside, it was impossible for me to witness his act of poisoning. Once suspicion took root in my heart, it birthed a lurking dread. Coupled with the steward's exaggerated threats and deliberate intimidation, he ultimately divulged the truth. Under duress, he reasoned that if he remained silent, his fate would be to have his head severed and his brain extracted for my consumption. While ancient individuals might not have valued their earthly existence, they certainly held their souls in high regard. The threats of becoming a wandering spirit, eternally trapped and scattered, proved effective. However, an ordinary person would lack the capability to enact such threats. Had the steward employed the guards or Lu Yukong to intimidate him, he would undoubtedly have remained skeptical. The steward recounted this as a heroic deed, yet I felt no joy in it. The servant's belief in his words was indeed influenced by a fear of death, but also by my fearsome reputation. I cast a glance at guard Jia, who instinctively shuddered before cautiously inquiring, "What is it? Does the lady have any commands?" Perhaps the steward's method of intimidation held some merit. As I arrived at the entrance of Lu Yukong's courtyard, the gatekeeper did not engage with me, instead exchanging knowing glances with the guard, Jia. I was aware that Jia had cultivated a profound camaraderie with the servants of the Lu family, having formed friendships with half of them while the other half remained unacquainted. The poisoned servant belonged to the latter group, those who had not yet been befriended by him. The two individuals at the entrance of Lu Yukong's courtyard were undoubtedly members of his social circle. Jia proactively requested to remain at the gate, to which I consented. Lu Yukong is one of the main protagonists of the day, and with noon having passed, it would not be until the evening's auspicious hour that he and Bermudan would exchange vows. In this place, there is no notion of not marrying at night. As long as it is an auspicious time, even a ceremony at 2 o'clock in the morning is permissible. Earlier that day, Lu Yukong had dined with his father, the leader of the Lu clan, hosting guests, and at noon, he had shared a meal with envoys from various nations and the upper echelons of the Martial Arts Alliance. In the afternoon, he was to meet with representatives from the Bai family, as the monarch of Jioshuang Kingdom had dispatched his elder sister, Princess Changning, to visit. She had been staying with Bermudan. I had previously inspected Bermudan's courtyard and found no irregularities. Princess Changning, in her 40s, treated Bermudan with maternal affection. "Inchini, what brings you here?" Lu Yukong, having indulged at lunch, was currently recuperating in his room. At this moment, I detected no harmful substances within him. His life force appeared normal, and all organs were functioning as they should. "Do you have a habit of inhaling the fragrance of flowers each morning?" I retorted with a question. "Indeed, why do you ask? The flower pot by your window has been poisoned." According to the perpetrator, it contains a slow-acting toxin that will take effect tonight. What? Am I poisoned? Lu Yokong's intoxication dissipated in an instant, awakening him from a state of drowsiness. I discern no apparent flaws in your demeanor. Thus, after your wedding with Biomutant tonight, it would be prudent for you to retreat to the secret chamber to avoid inadvertently causing harm to others. Very well, I shall return to assess your condition thereafter. Having conferred with Lu Yukong on a suitable strategy, I exited his courtyard, only to discover an additional presence among the rockery. Beneath the small waterfall cave at the base of the rock formation in Lu Yokong's courtyard, an individual was concealed, their energy subtly detectable by me. I gestured to my guard, Jia Xin, to flank the sides, and signaled a silent alert. Yunzhou trailed closely behind me, never more than 3 steps apart throughout the day, even accompanying me to the restroom at midday. From above the courtyard wall and the surrounding trees, the guards of the Lu family descended, encircling the rockery. Jia and Xin arrived first, their intent not to capture but to prevent the individual from escaping. Once the Lu family guards were present, they called out, "Who goes there? Step forward." The person inside the cave remained motionless and silent until the Lu family guards brandished their crossbows, preparing to unleash a barrage of arrows. The initial few projectiles struck the fragmented stones of the rockery, mere inches from the concealed figure, who likely realized she had been discovered and that the guards were not merely attempting to deceive her. Emerging from the cave was a young maid, around 14 or 15 years of age. Guard Jia, positioned nearest to her, scrutinized her features clearly and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Who are you? Why are you masquerading as a maid of the Lu residence?" The Lu family had hundreds of maids, while the male guards were not acquainted with all of them. The female ones were well known to him, including the aunt responsible for washing vegetables and tending the fire in the kitchen, the matron in charge of crafting noodles, and the widow Wang overseeing the laundry. It is no wonder he harbors a profound aversion to the prospect of ascending through the ranks of eunuchs. The young maid, timid and compliant, gingerly made her way outside. Aye. As she drew closer to the guard, Jia, the distance between them gradually diminished, and an ominous premonition washed over me. With a swift motion, I unleashed a wave of qi, striking the young maid through the barrier of guard Jia. He appeared momentarily bewildered, patting his back and chest. The young maid, once timid, transformed with agility akin to that of a lithe lynx, deftly evading my qi strike as she leaped over the artificial hill and around the towering trees, darting toward the adjacent courtyard. The guards encircling this area would not allow her escape. They unfurled a heavenly net, an intricate tool for capture. The size of the net expanded with the number of individuals wielding it. 18 guards deployed their net, sufficient to envelop the artificial hill. No matter how nimble the young maid, she could not elude the heavenly net, which was specially crafted and impervious to ordinary weaponry. Yet, the young maid remained unfazed. She drew another dagger from her calf and slashed, creating a breach in the net. The guards of the Lu family momentarily faltered before switching to firearms, which, while lacking the potency of modern flamethrowers, were nonetheless formidable weapons in the hands of ancient warriors. Surrounded by a sea of flames, the young maid faced the choice of charging through or incapacitating several guards. After a brief moment of hesitation, she opted for the latter. Fully aware that suffering burns was inevitable, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. I could discern that her movements were not entirely unrestrained. She was reluctant to engage with the guards of the Lu family. She was reluctant to engage with the guardians for 2 possible reasons. Either she was acutely aware of her own inadequacies, or she feared revealing her true abilities. When we discovered her, she exhibited profound astonishment, as if the very notion of being found had never crossed her mind. I could not help but suspect she possessed the skill of invisibility. Her overwhelming confidence rendered her unable to flee with full force once discovered, as she had not considered how to conceal her prowess. I dismissed the first possibility after observing her lightness of foot. Her agility surpassed mine, a feat not achievable by mere adolescents. The guardians of the Lu family were also inferior in their lightness of foot, and should she choose to act, I am confident she could best them, at least incapacitating 2 or 3 without difficulty. Given her innate martial prowess, this young girl should be capable. However, her restraint, combined with the Lu family's tactic of overwhelming her with numbers, made escape exceedingly difficult even for her exceptional agility. She suffered burns, became ensnared, and the guardians approached to seal her martial capabilities. A group of guardians escorted her to the dungeon, and by evening, all the guests invited by the Lu family had arrived. With envoys and royal relatives from various nations present, the perimeter of the Lu residence had long been cleared. The streets were devoid of pedestrians, and the buildings nearby were occupied by guards from different countries and masters from various sections. The hidden guards brought by the guests were unable to enter the Lu residence. They concealed themselves beyond the courtyard walls, mostly on rooftops and in corners. With such vigilant watch, not even a fly could penetrate the defenses. The birthday banquet commenced, followed by the wedding ceremony. Everything appeared to proceed seamlessly. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within me, as those I had encountered during the day filled me with disquiet. Furthermore, there were Leah and Chi With, who had assumed false identities and expended effort to infiltrate. Why were they so easily exposed? Indeed, it was I who first recognized them. Yet they ought to have been aware of my connection to the Lu family. Prior to infiltrating, they should have conducted thorough investigations. Fearing that I might expose their scheme, they should have concealed themselves. At the very least, they should not have approached me directly, but rather evaded me like the woman hiding behind the rockery. Their swift departure felt decidedly unnatural. An insistent sense of conspiracy lingered in the air as I kept my gaze fixed on Lu Yukong and Bai Muten. The wedding proceeded without a hitch. No objections were raised, nor was the groom or bride abducted. Following the ceremony, the newlyweds were ushered into their bridal chamber. I made my way to Bai Muten first, finding her in the company of relatives, accompanied by elite guards dispatched by Lord Jiushuan. Once I ensured her safety, I proceeded towards Lu Yukong. In the western courtyard, flames raged fiercely, and the servants of the Lu family sounded the alarm, with specialized teams rushing to extinguish the fire. Clearly, the Lu family had anticipated the possibility of such an incident. Thus, when the fire erupted, they acted with remarkable composure to manage the situation, soothe the guests, and maintain order. Yet, in that moment of ignition, my unease reached its zenith, prompting me to dash towards Bai Muten's courtyard. Lu Yukong was in a secret chamber, known to but a few, and he was already poisoned. The likelihood of further peril was minimal. Bai Muten, upon hearing of the fire, stood anxiously in the courtyard awaiting news. She was concerned for Lu Yukong, but felt reassured upon learning that the fire did not originate from his or the leader of the Lu family's quarters. Chapter 53. Did I kill? Lu Yukong and Bai Muten were relatively safe. Thus, if one wished to sow discord, only one target remained. I hastily made my way to the courtyard of Lord Lu, with guards Jia and Xian steadfastly following my side. They could not comprehend my urgency, believing that Lord Lu was the least likely to encounter any misfortune. As the leader of the martial arts community, he was surrounded by the most elite protectors of the Lu family. Today, no matter what transpired, he would be unharmed. However, reality struck swiftly, as I discovered that the small courtyard of Lord Lu was devoid of guards, and the house contained no signs of life. As guard Jia pushed open the door, we found Lord Lu sprawled upon the floor, lifeless. At that moment, a servant appeared, rushing to the doorway. Upon seeing the corpse, he fled in terror, exclaiming that Lord Lu had been murdered. By the time I reached the courtyard's entrance, a throng of people had gathered. I looked up at the sky. What was once a night illuminated by a bright moon was now shrouded in ominous clouds, with gusts of wind heralding imminent rain. I resolved to seek out Lu Yukong first, as the crowd pressed into Lord Lu's small courtyard. Some called out to me, eager to inquire about the situation, but I only stated that Lord Lu was dead and that I needed to ascertain Lu Yukong's safety. The Lu family, understanding the gravity of the situation, dispatched someone to accompany me. Lu Yukong remained hidden within the secret chamber of his room, succumbing to his affliction as predicted, his mind spiraling into chaos. Had he not locked himself away, the chamber would have been in utter disarray. He resembled a ravenous zombie, his eyes bloodshot, baring his teeth, and his fingernails had inexplicably grown an inch longer. Those accompanying me gasped at the sight. The servants of the Lu family, however, maintained their composure, accustomed to facing crises with a steady demeanor. Quickly suppressing the shock, I immediately dispatched someone to report the situation to the elders of the Lu family. They did not raise their voices, maintaining a low profile, while I remained in the secret chamber to keep watch. Lu Yukong's symptoms did not resemble those of poisoning. There were no toxins or living entities in his body, yet his life energy exhibited peculiarities, intermingled with another form of energy. His current condition was unlike anything I had ever encountered, leaving me at a loss for how to treat him. Madam, what has happened to young Master Lu? Has he transformed into a monster? The guards, Jia and Xian, huddled closer behind me, encasing Yunzhou in a protective circle. I do not know. We must inquire with the individual who administered the poison. But the steward mentioned that this person is unaware of the nature of the toxin he used. Did he not speak the truth? Guard Jia interjected. It is the one who hired him to poison that we must question, Guard Xian added. I nodded in agreement. Yet soon a group of individuals approached, the leader displaying a troubled expression, politely apologizing and requesting that I first retire to the dungeon for rest. Guard Jia immediately asked for clarification. The newcomer reiterated the apology, stating that it was the second master's directive. The servants of the Lu family refer to the leader, Lu Mengzhu, as Mengzhu, and only address his son as the Yi or Heir Yi, with Lu Yukong being the young master. The elder son had perished many years ago due to a tragic mishap while practicing martial arts, and should anything happen to Lu Mengzhu, it would fall upon his younger son, Lu Peng, to take charge of the situation. I had not encountered Lu Peng during my previous visits to the Lu residence. He had only just arrived last night. I had seen only the Lu family members, and as an outsider, it was unnecessary for him to seek me out in the middle of the night. With Lu Mengzhu and Lu Yukong present, it was certainly not appropriate for him to be the one overseeing the affairs today. The speed with which they wielded their authority was indeed remarkable. Whose authority is it to apprehend others? How dare you show such arrogance towards the benefactor of the Lu family? At this moment, the guard Jia stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of me. Surely, there must be a valid reason for detaining someone? The guard Xian furrowed his brow, suppressing his anger as he inquired. Well, the second master stated that whoever discovered the body is the most suspicious and should be restrained first without fail, replied the servant, his tone increasingly feeble. Is it necessary to imprison someone merely based on suspicion? Could we not simply summon Our Lady to clarify the situation face to face? What rationale is there for immediate incarceration? The guard Jia's frustration grew with each word. You may convey to your second master that while entering the dungeon may be easy, exiting is a different matter altogether. Let him consider this carefully before repeating himself. I gently patted guard Jia and Xian, signaling them to remain calm. This trivial matter I could handle myself. Being confined to the dungeon is of little consequence to me. After all, where there are shadows, the dark guard shall follow. And the dungeon is a place I am quite familiar with. Yet, to be unjustly suspected is a slight I refuse to endure. I have endeavored to assist the Lu family in ensuring today's banquet proceeds without incident, only to be wrongfully accused of murder. If I intended to harm Lord Lu, why would I bring a multitude with me to discover the body? Those who suspect me are either exceedingly foolish or acting with intention. Although I do not know Lu Peng, he has successfully evoked my disdain. Guards Jia, Xian, and Yun Zhou are unwilling to part from me. If there is to be a detention, it must encompass all four of us. The Sword Immortal and Cheng Fei, who were resting in their guest room, rushed over upon hearing the news. Cheng Fei insisted that I could never be the murderer and that the Lu family must have made a grave error. The Sword Immortal, seasoned in the ways of the world, simply asked what I required of him. In truth, I wished for them to depart from the Lu family estate first. However, considering the guards and hidden sentinels outside, it seemed improbable for the two of them to escape. Since escape was not an option, they might as well remain in the room and refrain from venturing out. This evening was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Lu Yu, not only the helmsman of the Lu family, but also the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, had suddenly passed away, whether by foul play or natural causes. His demise was a matter of such gravity that it could alter the very fabric of the martial world. The servants of the Lu family escorted the four of us into the dungeon. As he had mentioned, we were here to rest. Thus, the cell assigned to me was clean and hygienic, the bedding freshly changed, and the furniture was not the dilapidated wood typically found in prisons. Guard Jia was in the cell next to mine, while Yun Zhou and I shared a cell, separated only by a wooden partition devoid of a solid wall, allowing for unobstructed communication. The dungeons of the Lu family were categorized by quality. There were 1-star cells and 3-star cells, and we were fortunate enough to occupy a 5-star cell. There were no instruments of torture on the walls, no rodents or cockroaches on the bed, nor any foul odors permeating the air. The toilet was equipped with a lid, crafted from quality materials, ensuring proper sealing. Madam, why have you entered? Guard Jia exclaimed, pacing the floor and cursing the Lu family for their oppressive actions. Indeed, the grave offense of assassinating the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance could not be taken lightly. Moreover, imprisoning you in the dungeon was tantamount to declaring you a suspect to all. Guard Xian also wore a troubled expression. Do not fret. Let us wait for their next move. Chapter 54. The VIP cell in the dungeon. A brazier flickered to life. Yunzhou had accompanied me throughout the day, and although it was time for rest, he followed me into the dungeon. After sitting by the brazier for a while, he began to yawn. Concerned that he might inadvertently lean into the flames, I suggested he retire to the bed. The guard, Jia Xian, also succumbed to fatigue and soon joined him in slumber. The other cells lay deep underground, while our VIP cell was situated in a semi-basement, featuring a ventilation window that measured 10 centimeters in height and half a meter in width. The window lacked any railing, as no sane individual could possibly escape through it. I could hear the relentless patter of rain seeping through the window as the dry cell gradually filled with dampness. I tucked Yunzhou under the covers and added a few logs to the brazier. According to modern time, it was approximately 10 o'clock at night. In ancient times, this hour was typically reserved for slumber, yet the sounds of activity from the Liu family persisted unabated. Even amidst the torrential downpour of the night, individuals continued to traverse between the various courtyards. Some approached the dungeon but were intercepted by the guards. Around 10:30, a servant from the Liu family arrived, informing me that the second master had discovered evidence indicating that Lord Liu had died from the absence of internal organs. Today, I and Shini was the only one within the Liu residence capable of such a feat, causing death without the use of poison, without employing curses, and without damaging the skin. The second master instructed the servant to convey to me that should I willingly confess my guilt, he would permit me to take my own life, thus settling the matter without implicating others. The servant tasked with delivering this message dared not meet my gaze, his tone and demeanor profoundly subservient. You may inform the second master that my family has retired for the night, and it would be inappropriate to disturb them. Tomorrow morning, I shall respond to him with my actions. The servant furtively glanced at me, catching sight of the smile gracing my lips as I regarded him with an earnest gaze. He approached alone, carrying only a lantern, his footsteps so light that they were nearly inaudible. His voice was barely above a whisper, ensuring that he did not rouse the guards, Jia, Xian, and Yunzhou. Before long, the sound of a guqin wafted through the window, although melodious. It carried an undercurrent of oppression. The music seemed to emanate from all directions, making it impossible to discern its precise origin. The guards of the Liu family sought the source of the sound, leading to an encounter with someone, as the melody escalated from a tranquil hum to an urgent crescendo, transforming from a lyrical tune into something akin to rock. The noise startled the guards awake, and Yunzhou sat up, his eyes bleary as he searched for the source of the commotion. Rest easy, it's nothing. Someone is merely fighting outside, and they cannot breach our defenses. In truth, the guqin artist outside was orchestrating a massacre, extinguishing flames of life with her music. Hey, is your surname in? Humph, are you truly a divine healer? A figure suddenly appeared outside the cell door, a dulcet voice dripping with disdain. I recognized her as the young girl who had previously hidden among the rocks. How had she been released from the depths so swiftly? No, something was amiss. Her shoes were stained with blood, and there were spots of crimson on her dress. Aside from the singed portions, the rest of her attire remained intact. She must not have been tortured upon her entry, which meant that the blood was not her own. She had killed a guard and escaped. I am not a divine healer, merely an ordinary shadow guard. What nonsense. I care not whether you are a healer or not. I only wish to know if you can cure strange ailments. If you can, I will take you out. Farewell. May you find your way. Yet you have cured the old ghost of Liu's peculiar ailment. That was merely a stroke of luck. I am but a mediocre physician who dabbled in treatment, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. If you wish to heal someone dear to you, it is best not to seek my assistance. I shall pay handsomely. How much? 10,000 taels in gold. Quickly, take me to see the patient. Some ailments cannot afford to be delayed, but you must not accompany them. Then it is settled. Do not flatter yourself with high praise. It seems your master is of greater significance than 10,000 taels of gold. Indeed, after her departure, the captured poisoner approached, standing outside our cell, glaring at me with a malevolent grin. Esteemed physician, how does it feel to lose your freedom? You served the Liu family diligently, yet they have imprisoned you as a murderer. How ironic. The Liu clan will undoubtedly find evidence to condemn you for the death of their leader. By tomorrow, your demise is inevitable. Why not let me send you on your way now, sparing you the agony of the blade? Have you ever heard the saying? What saying? The villain perishes from excessive chatter. Do you think? I have. I believe you have not. As the servant spoke, he spat out a small pill, rolling it in his palm before preparing to toss it into the cell. I summoned my extraordinary ability, transforming chi into needles, which pierced through the iron bars, aiming for the servant outside. Just as he was about to throw the pill into the cell, he sensed the anomaly and hastily attempted to dodge, but alas, his agility was insufficient to evade all the chi needles. Several needles pierced his arm and calf. If these were ordinary concealed weapons, as long as they were not coated with deadly poison, injuries to the limbs would not be of great concern. However, my gas needles do not merely puncture the target. Once they enter the human body, they transform back into gas, which I can manipulate to navigate at will, directly infiltrating his heart channels, causing him to succumb to a heart attack. The pill in his hand fell to the ground before he could even throw it away, releasing a plume of yellow smoke upon impact. I directed the airflow, propelling the yellow smoke towards the servants. In an instant, the body disintegrated into a putrid yellow sludge, even the clothing dissolving into the mixture. Madam, what has happened to you? Yunzhou, along with guards Jia and Xin, were startled awake by the servants' exclamations. They sprang out of bed and rushed to my side, alarmed to see a pool of yellow liquid on the ground outside the door, and hurried to check for any injuries on me. I am unharmed. You may return to sleep. It is still early. We cannot sleep. It seems someone intends to harm you. We must remain alert to protect you and the young master. Indeed, what kind of venom is this? It is so insidious. Yunzhou, unable to articulate longer sentences, anxiously grasped my hand, examining me repeatedly. Corpse powder, highly corrosive. Do not worry, I can handle it. The first part of this statement was directed at guards Jia and Xin, while the latter was meant solely for Yunzhou. What is that sound outside? It seems someone is playing the piano. At this moment, guard Jia noticed the commotion outside and hurried to the window to listen closely. In such heavy rain, who would be playing the piano? Tonight is meant for Master Lu's. Guard Xin, equally puzzled, approached the window, attempting to peer outside. But the window was too high for him to see, even on tiptoe. Chapter 55. The Gathering of Dog Urine Moss features the enigmatic proprietor of the Oddities Pavilion, the Blood Pianist. I surmised that the guards, Jia and his companions, were unfamiliar with the musician's melody, thus I took it upon myself to enlighten them. The Oddities Pavilion specializes in seeking out individuals born with physical deformities, training them in the arcane arts, and honing them into lethal assassins. The Blood Pianist, endowed with 3 arms from birth, possesses a unique playing technique that no one can replicate. Her music, once initiated, invariably leads to a bloodbath. However, the Lu family boasts a multitude of skilled fighters. Outside the courtyard, there are formidable warriors from various nations as well. Guard Jia and Xin turned to regard me intently. The Blood Pianist's martial prowess is both peculiar and formidable. She is the reigning queen of assassins in the martial world. Having refrained from direct confrontation for over a decade, it is said she has been in seclusion, diligently honing her skills. Upon her emergence, she is undoubtedly more formidable than ever, and the Lu family's guardians would likely prove no match for her. Moreover, how can you be certain that there are no accomplices among the foreign dignitaries present? Even in this modern age, where facial recognition technology is commonplace, no device can penetrate the depths of the human heart. As the saying goes, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. Amidst today's seemingly harmonious banquet, how many harbor ulterior motives? Guard Jia, visibly troubled, fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "What shall we do then? Should we seize the opportunity to escape?" "No," I replied, "we are safer here. The Blood Pianist's target is the martial alliance in the Lu family. As long as we remain inside and do not venture out, she will not seek us out." My knowledge of the Blood Pianist was gleaned from the memories of the original owner of this body, who possessed an intricate understanding of various national assassin organizations and their notorious lone operatives. She had meticulously studied methods to counteract such assassins, motivated by the desire to protect her employer from potential threats. Much like the Blood Lute Master, she practices the art of the tri-armed lute. Should one of her hands be severed, her extraordinary abilities would be rendered ineffective. However, approaching her remains a formidable challenge. Could it be that she aspires to become the leader of the martial arts world? The ingenious ideas of Guard Jia left me utterly astonished, prompting a desire to deliver a swift kick to him. She has come seeking vengeance, to slaughter the Lu family and ascend to the position of martial arts leader? That would only be feasible if the entire martial arts community were to perish. Vengeance. Guard Xin hastened to the iron bars separating the 2 cells, his face alight with curiosity. In his youth, Lord Lu led a righteous faction of martial artists to eradicate a minor sect notorious for abducting children, subjecting them to brutal training in arcane arts. How cruel. Such scum deserve to be eradicated. Guard Jia also rushed over, eager to hear more. The leaders of that minor sect were the Blood Loot Master's parents, both of whom were dismembered by a flurry of swords. Her husband fell victim to Lord Lu's blade as well. She alone managed to escape, but in her flight, she plummeted down a cliff. Though her life was spared, she lost her unborn child and was left with a lasting ailment, rendering her unable to bear children ever again. Did Lord Lu not recognize her as an enemy? Surely, he should not have allowed the existence of the anomalous being's pavilion. Guard Jia was perplexed. At the time, the Blood Loot Master was gravely injured and had fallen into the abyss. Everyone presumed her dead. For over a decade thereafter, she lived in obscurity, working as an assassin while concealing her true identity. Yet, her 3 arms are a striking feature. How could she possibly hide them? Guard Xian inquired. When her parents and husband were slain, she deliberately concealed her 3rd arm, leaving Lord Lu unaware of her unusual physique. At that time, she had yet to acquire the blood zither, receiving this divine weapon only after her descent into the abyss. I continued, Guardian Jia, acknowledging the effort. While they both fixed their intense gazes upon me, inquiring, "How do you know this?" "A secret," I replied, offering them merely 2 words. My thoughts drifted like the melodies from outside, sinking into the ocean of the original self's memories. To know what the original self knew was to possess that knowledge myself. The Blood Zither Master, having borne no offspring throughout her life, embraced an abandoned infant upon learning of her own condition, nurturing the child as her disciple and raising her as if she were her own daughter. This forsaken child, endowed with the Master's true teachings, practiced many peculiar arts. The Master named her Ling Long, and after her seclusion, Ling Long took on a disciple, none other than the original self. However, their bond was not fated. It was merely facilitated by the original self's employer, akin to a one-on-one private tutoring session in modern times. Ling Long was capricious in her actions, embodying both righteousness and malevolence. The Blood Zither Master imparted to her extraordinary skills, which she wielded at times to save lives and at others to inflict harm, entirely dictated by her whims. Fond of the original self, she generously shared all her knowledge without reservation, even recounting the enmity between the Blood Zither Master, Lord Lu, and the martial arts alliance's tales to the original self. Aware that practicing incomplete forbidden techniques could lead to madness, she recklessly immersed herself, ultimately perishing in a hidden chamber. The original self's employer had compensated her for 5 years, yet she imparted only 3 years of instruction before her untimely demise. The original self's employer often expressed envy, wishing to emulate her carefree spirit, unconcerned with anyone or anything. The Blood Loot Master must have just emerged from seclusion, still unaware of Ling Long's demise. The original body and her master perished simultaneously in the inferno, leaving no means to convey this devastating news to her. She remains oblivious to the fact that Ling Long has taken on an apprentice. "Madam, do you hear? It seems there are sounds of battle outside, though they are faint due to the distance." Guard Jia moved a chair to the window and stood upon it, attempting to extend his ear beyond the frame. Unfortunately, his ears were not as long as a rabbit's, and extending his head was out of the question. Naturally, chaos would ensue. The death of Lord Lu was merely a signal, akin to shattering a cup as a call to arms. Whatever transpires tonight will not surprise me in the least. Wanner has the protection of Shiman Wuhan and the 4 great protectors, while Bai Mudan is safeguarded by the formidable experts of the Jiushuang Kingdom. As long as Cheng Fei and Du Li heed my advice to remain indoors, they shall be safe. Lu Yukong is confined within a secret chamber. Given his current predicament, the Lu family will not release him. The 4 of us in the dungeon are, at least, secure. So I harbor no concerns regarding the Lu family or the potential chaos in Yuanqing. As long as those instigating trouble do not enter the dungeon, ha ha ha. And how does it feel to be a prisoner? Some individuals, despite their reluctance to think of him, inevitably find him appearing. Chinlingdu, what is it that you take pride in? We are in the Lu family's dungeon, not your Feiyun sect's. Oh, right. Does the Feiyun sect even possess space for a dungeon in such a small area? Indeed, they do, but after constructing the dungeon, there would be no room left for sleeping, leaving the members of the Feiyun sect with nowhere to stay but to wander aimlessly. Guard Jia and Xian harmonized. And sensing Chinlingdu to the point of turning red in the face, the Feiyun sect is an inconsequential entity in the martial world, and they must have endured their share of grievances. Once fame is attained, one might think they could finally hold their head high, yet instead, they are met with the sarcastic jibes of the guard, Jia, which only fuels their ire. It was merely his own loose tongue that initiated this exchange. There is no need for us to yield to him. His intentions are far from noble, and he has no desire for camaraderie. So there is no reason to tolerate him. You, a mysterious and mediocre wanderer of the martial world, hand over the elixir, and I shall allow you to retain your life. Jia, your words are excessively harsh. What you consider mere grass is regarded as treasure by others. One cannot disparage another simply due to their ignorance. What are you barking about, Mutt? Your master has yet to speak, yet you presume to growl with authority. A good dog protects its master. We were merely preparing to call out, lest a rabid dog attack my lord. Woof. Master, beware, the mad dog is in a frenzy. Is this what you seek? I retrieved the elixir from my bosom and smiled at Chunlingdu. He radiated an aura of murderous intent, his desire to kill palpable. Regardless of whether I surrender the elixir, he intended to eliminate us. Give it back. Chunlingdu's gaze was filled with unmistakable greed as he fixated on the elixir. I tossed it to him, while Jia, the guard, and Xin were perplexed by my willingness to return the elixir so readily. The two had already braced themselves for a deadly confrontation, eager to engage. I cast them a glance, and they immediately quelled their fervor. Chunlingdu, having secured the elixir, let out a sinister laugh and commanded his subordinates, shoot them down with a hail of arrows. Wait, a sudden voice called out urgently. Chunlingdu was taken aback and turned to see that it was Yong, not a member of the Lu family. His expression relaxed slightly. Does young master wish to save them? No. Allow me to clarify one matter first. I shall leave once I have asked my question. I would not wish to impede the affairs of the young master. Yong was rather courteous towards Chunlingdu. The Chun family has become a new darling of the martial world, and it seems that Shun Bingxing does not wish to offend him. It appears that you are unaware of the current situation. The Lu family has already identified her as the murderer of the Lu Alliance leader. By tomorrow, the entire martial realm will be aware of this matter. You cannot be oblivious to the esteemed position of the Lu Alliance leader in the martial community. Even if the Lu family chooses not to pursue the matter, your survival will be utterly impossible. Yong asserted with a tone of certainty, then revealed a faint, mocking smile, gazing at me as though observing a performance. Although cursing may not resolve the issue, it certainly provides a sense of catharsis. I must engage in matters that bring me relief. I cannot merely listen to others recount them. In this world, there are sunflowers that thrive under the light, and there are also weeds that cluster in dark corners. After my sigh, I expressed my sentiments, yet my reflections seemed to displease the two individuals outside. Yong, no longer inclined to maintain his facade, revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. Initially seated on the chair carried by the two men, he was incensed by my words and abruptly stood up. A medical miracle. Has young Master Os broken leg healed? It seems I truly possess the skill of a divine healer. Words alone can effectuate healing. At this moment, Chunlingdu stepped aside, creating space for Yong. How large could a dungeon be? Neither group could fit at the entrance. Yong even brought over an armchair. Once he placed it down, there was no room left for his subordinates to stand. Speak, he commanded. Who is Lu Yinyin to you? I know her, but we are not acquainted. I spoke the truth. Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. Despite Li Y New York N's evident partiality towards you, you feign unfamiliarity? Yu Ying, his patience waning, produced a porcelain vial from his sleeve. Within writhed a multitude of minuscule creatures, resembling ants. Young master, he inquired, before their demise, would you object to a modicum of torment? Yu Ying, clutching the vial, sought CHNLNGD's assent. Pray, indulge yourself, UGNGZ. CHNLNGD responded, delighted at the prospect of my suffering. Yu Ying, proceeding to uncork the vial, commenced to enlighten us on the contents therein. Such is the wont of antagonists, prone to divulging the nature of their stratagems. The creatures he unleashed were a species of venomous ant, cultivated through artifice. Absent in the natural world, his incessant exposition was superfluous, for I was already privy to the existence and attributes of these ants. My mentor, LNGLing, had imparted comprehensive knowledge to the original host, surpassing Yu Ying's rudimentary explanation. The guards, G and XN, were frantic, assailing the iron bars. Separated as they were from us, Yu Ying harbored no intention of releasing the ants into their cell, for their numbers were meager, their efficacy diminished by dispersion. He gingerly placed the vial upon the ground, as if handling a precious artifact. UGNGZ, can you truly control these creatures? CH and LNGD inquired. A hint of unease in his tone. Before Yu Ying could retort, The ants, destined for our cell, abruptly altered course, ascending Yu Yang's footwear. They scaled his shoes, infiltrating his socks, and burrowed into his trousers. Yu Yang, aghast, his complexion ashen, stamped and swatted, endeavoring to dislodge the venomous horde that now enveloped him. His subordinates hurriedly stepped forward to assist him, while he shouted and dodged. Just moments ago, he had educated them on the fact that these venomous ants must not be swatted. Killing one would cause its toxic fluid to ooze out, instantly corroding clothing. And contact with skin would result in poisoning. Yet, human instinct and reflexes are not easily governed by reason. After he had finished swatting, and just as he remembered this caution, his subordinates resumed their attempts. Ouyang's complexion shifted from pale to a vivid green, visibly transforming from head to toe. He removed his shoes and socks to combat the ants, his feet already swollen beyond recognition, engorged in green. In no time, he resembled a green giant, his clothes torn apart in the process. Chen Lingdu was genuinely frightened. It was apparent he contemplated fleeing, but Ouyang, having arrived later, blocked the exit. Now, with his enlarged stature, he effectively sealed their escape route. Chen Lingdu's subordinates shielded him while he glared at me from within the cell, gritting his teeth in resentment. Kill her with a rain of arrows first. This which is exceedingly sinister. One of his men unslung the short bow from his back. And at such close range, even if we hid beneath the window, we would still be pierced like hedgehogs. Chapter 56. The dungeon safety. Chen Lingdu's subordinates reacted swiftly, attempting to draw their long swords to deflect the short arrows. However, the cramped space outside left little room to stand, let alone wield a sword, to avoid injuring their own. Their movements were necessarily constrained. The more robust among them used their arms as shields, while those with lesser skills could only dodge vital areas, striving to redirect the arrows toward less critical parts. Of course, avoiding the arrows entirely would be ideal, but with the green giant and his men blocking the way, Chen Lingdu and his subordinates had little space to maneuver. Our cell is situated at the end of the corridor, with an exit on one side and a bare wall on the other. The exit is obstructed by someone, leaving the wall devoid of any place to hide. Chen Lingdu, however, is somewhat fortunate. He pulls one of his subordinates to shield him, while the others rely on their own abilities. Lacking internal energy and speed, they can only brace themselves to take an arrow head-on. Do not panic. I possess the antidote, Chen Lingdu murmurs. Indeed, the young master has the antidote. Fear not, brothers. A young man beside Chen Lingdu quickly affirms. Chen Lingdu does have an antidote, but it is merely for poison. The arrows I return to them are not only laced with toxins, but also infused with a peculiar energy. This energy has infiltrated their bodies, and at my command, it wreaks havoc within them, causing excruciating pain that prompts them to wail, followed by an unbearable itch that penetrates to their very bones. What is happening to them? Chen Lingdu has promptly distributed the antidote pills to his subordinates, who have consumed them, yet their reactions are more terrifying than the symptoms of poisoning. He casts a questioning glance toward the interior of the cell. When comparing martial prowess to supernatural abilities, I feel the latter holds the upper hand. Ouyang metamorphoses into a green giant, rampaging through the corridor, while Chen Lingdu's subordinates writhe on the ground in agony. He is infuriated, yet helpless, yearning to open the cell door and retreat inside. His martial skills are rather unimpressive. The Flying Cloud Sect remains inconspicuous, and his abilities do not stand out in the martial world. Regrettably, the cell's bars and locks are specially crafted, rendering his sword ineffective in severing them. He furrows his brow, hesitating for 2 seconds as his subordinates writhe in pain, instinctively reaching out for him in search of assistance. He recoils in disgust, yet finds no refuge. A flicker of determination crosses his eyes as he produces a celestial pill and swallows it. Madam, Yunzhou suddenly spoke, nervously tugging at my sleeve, even altering his form of address. Do not be afraid, they cannot enter. The number of monsters outside was increasing. I assumed it was their grotesque appearances that frightened Yunzhou, so I explained. Humph, regardless of the sorcery you employ, once I ascend to immortality, I shall make you tremble in terror, Chen Lingdu declared, striking a pose reminiscent of soaring into the heavens. Our young master has learned to address the lady. The two, momentarily distracted from their usual concerns, exchanged celebratory high-fives, their tense expressions replaced with joy. Suddenly, Chen Lingdu, who was preparing to take the elixir for ascension, clutched his stomach and groaned in agony. What is wrong with him? The guard Jia, ever curious, wondered aloud if ascending to immortality could cause stomach pain. What ascension? If it truly were an elixir, would the lady return it to him? Would it be that straightforward? The guard Xin believed he had discerned the truth and shot Jia a disdainful glance. Oh, indeed, who is the lady? She is not so easily swayed. Snatching something from her is akin to taking food from a tiger's mouth. I am still here, I kindly reminded them, questioning whether the employer-employee relationship could endure such remarks. Jia, suddenly aware that he was speaking ill of the boss in her presence, covered his mouth in feigned innocence. At over 20 years of age, he was the eldest among the four. Such childish antics seemed rather unhinged. They too had recognized that we were no longer in danger and ceased to worry about our safety. Outside, a green giant crashed against the wall, causing dust to rain from the ceiling as his minions lay sprawled on the ground. Chunlingdu and his companions were entangled in a chaotic mess, the internal energy within him coursing smoothly from his esophagus to his intestines, thoroughly cleansing his gastrointestinal tract. I had thought as much. This elixir indeed causes a rapid reaction. I utilized my inner strength like a fan, directing the unpleasant odor outside. Despite the commotion in the dungeon, not a single member of the Liu family ventured in to investigate. Chunlingdu and Yong were correct. Tonight, no one would pay attention to this side of affairs. Fortunately, one of Yong's subordinates was astute enough not to obsess over his frenzied master and promptly dashed out to fetch the antidote. His subordinate hastily administered the antidote, which, in truth, was a straightforward remedy for the venom of the toxic ants, requiring merely a single herb, albeit with a rather pungent scent. What an overwhelming stench. Did you feed him excrement? Guard Jia Xian's cell was conveniently located near Yong's resting place, and as Yong's subordinate approached with a large bowl, they quickly covered their noses. Not only was there solid matter, but also liquid, resembling the waste of swine, freshly excavated from the pigsty. How could it not be fresh? I took the initiative to clarify their confusion. Upon hearing my explanation, Guard Jia Xian could not suppress a dry heave. Such a peculiar poison naturally requires an extraordinary antidote, specifically targeting the venom of the toxic ants. I approached the ventilation window, inhaling a couple of breaths of the humid, fresh air. You know how to counteract the poison? Yong's subordinate, upon hearing my elucidation, widened his eyes in disbelief. The original self was akin to a living encyclopedia of this world. Her master not only collected rare tomes for her, but also hired numerous teachers, with Linglong being just one of them. Her master intended to cultivate her into the most versatile dark guard in the world, devoid of independent thought, yet proficient in every conceivable skill. Any task conducted in secrecy can be entrusted to the enigmatic Dark Seven. For instance, should the boss be poisoned, Dark Seven would instantly ascertain the nature of the toxin and the antidote required. A person so meticulously prepared would never have entertained the thought of one day succumbing to suicide. What a farce. My esteemed spouse is a divine healer and has long seen through your trifling schemes. The guard, Jia, stood tall, regarding his adversary with disdain. Impossible. This venomous ant, just as the individual was about to articulate something, he was abruptly silenced by a slap from Yong. At this moment, Yong lacked even the strength to throw a punch. After ingesting the antidote, he was seized by waves of nausea, not due to the ant's venom, but likely because of the overpowering taste of the remedy. Upon hearing his subordinate about to disclose the origin of the venomous ants, he swiftly interrupted. Silence. Do you wish to court death? Yong's voice was feeble, and even his slap lacked vigor. He mustered all his remaining strength to utter a final word before losing consciousness once more. Yet he remained still, unwilling to extricate Yong nor to leave himself. A group lay sprawled in the dungeon corridor, if I am not mistaken. The individual who entered earlier had also taken the liberty of closing the dungeon door and locking it from within. He was evidently wary of intruders. The Liu family SVIP cells numbered 4, yet the 2 unoccupied rooms were locked, containing beds and chairs, though regrettably, Yong and his companions could not access them. Open the door. Open the door. Please. Guard Jia had barely rested for 3 minutes when a loud knocking resounded at the dungeon door. The member of the family resting in the corridor jolted in fright, while Yong and his subordinates had all succumbed to unconsciousness. Shenlingdu and his men, after enduring excruciating pain, also fell into a state of semi-consciousness. In the corridor, only one agile and intact individual remained, whom Yong referred to as Ba. His companions were all designated by numerical names, akin to Enshi. Outside, the persistent pounding on the door was vigorous, as if an attempt were being made to force it open. The dungeon door, however, was exceptionally sturdy, It housed many formidable rogues from the martial world. And to prevent their escape, the entire structure was constructed from specially designed composite materials, requiring an immense quantity of explosives to breach. "Is the esteemed physician Inchin present?" I inquired. While I did not recognize the initial knockers, the subsequent voice calling out was all too familiar. It was Zhao. The guard Xian rose from his chair and approached the cell door, listening intently. It was likely Bai Mutin had arrived. I approached the cell door, channeling my energy to unlock it from within, and pushed the door open. The expressions of the adjacent guard Jia and Xian, as well as Oba outside, were all one of astonishment. Those dark guards confined within the cell were deemed inadequate by their original master. Hence, she had specifically sought the expertise of a locksmith, who elaborated on the constructions, principles, types, and techniques of locks. Unlike the original's reliance on tools for unlocking, I employed an intangible force. In practical terms, my method proved far more convenient, rendering any search futile. Oba, who had initially displayed a disregard alongside his master, now stood in shock, his psychological shift quite pronounced. Even in his gaze toward me, a palpable fear was evident. "How did you accomplish this?" The guard Jia stammered in disbelief. I refrained from rushing to explain, choosing instead to proceed to the dungeon entrance to release the captives. As Oba regained his composure, he urgently interjected, "Stop. Do not open the door. There is a murderer outside." I disregarded his plea, approaching the dungeon entrance to allow Bai Mutin and her companions to enter. Bai Mutin still had a case fee that had yet to be settled. Once I resolved the case, I would have to request the payment from her. Since my discovery regarding Cheng Fei, there had been no further fatalities in the city attributed to the monstrous insects. Although the culprit remained at large, the desired outcome for Bai Mutin had been achieved. Her wedding proceeded as scheduled, free from the ominous shadow of death. Of course, tonight's events were an entirely different matter. Outside the door, Bai Mutin and Zhao arrived with a group, all appearing disheveled. Lu Yukong was shackled in chains, supported by two individuals standing behind Bai Mutin. His condition was still far from normal, flanked by Cheng Fei and the Sword Immortal. I had always believed that where heroes gathered, safety prevailed, even within a dungeon. Zhao's hair was disarrayed, her meticulously applied eye makeup now resembling that of a panda. Upon seeing me as the one who opened the door, her face lit up with delight. "Come in," I beckoned, stepping aside to allow the group entry. The last person to enter promptly closed and locked the door behind them. They arrived drenched from the storm, their clothing soaked, and water dripping from their hair. Some bore stains of blood, while others sported injuries. I opened the doors to the other two VIP cells, inviting Bai Mutin and her entourage to rest. The men accompanied Lu Yukong into one cell, while the women entered another, which included a female elder from Bai Mutin's family. Zhao certainly followed the women into their quarters, remaining steadfastly at Bai Mutin's side. Shadow guards stood watch outside the dungeon, refraining from entering. If a murderer truly found their way to the dungeon, they would merely be the sacrificial pawns, buying time for those inside to escape. Bai Mutin, observing the chaos in the passageway, adjusted her disheveled hair as she approached the doorway to peer outside. "They came to kill our matron amidst the turmoil in the Lu family tonight," Guard Jia interjected. "To assassinate the divine physician? Have they lost their minds?" Bai Mutin exclaimed in shock, quickly losing interest in the commotion outside. "Divine physician, please assist my husband. What has befallen him?" After hastily arranging her hair, she urged me to check on Lu Yukong's condition. The poison afflicting Lu Yukong was peculiar. It was best to consult the one who concocted it for an appropriate antidote. I had never encountered such a scenario before. Acting impulsively in treatment could be detrimental to him, so it was prudent to observe first. However, Bai Mutin expressed her concern. "The Lu family has fallen into the hands of his uncle, and I do not trust that individual. Just moments ago, there was an assassination attempt on a Kang. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Who would go to such lengths to eliminate him? If a Kang could awaken, the elders of the Lu family would support him. His succession was a decision long made by grandfather." Zhao replied indignantly, "Humph, with both the leader of the Lu family and the son-in-law in peril. Those who stand to gain the most are surely the masterminds behind this. What a coincidence it is. This is clearly a premeditated act of murder." Bai Mutin's eyes reddened as she gazed upon Lu Yukong's deranged state. Has the cause of the leader's death been ascertained? On one hand, I believe the Lu family would not lie about the circumstances surrounding the leader's demise. On the other, I cannot fully trust their words. During the autopsy, the Lu family initially prohibited outsiders from entering. However, Zhao, with his remarkable agility, concealed himself on the rooftop to eavesdrop and overheard the entire process. "Oh, If I am not mistaken, the weapon that claimed the life of the Lu leader must have been crafted by the individual who created the poisonous ants. I suddenly directed my words toward Ba, shifting my gaze to him. In an instant, Ba's complexion turned ashen, his shock transcending mere astonishment, utterly petrified with fear. No, 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 you are mistaken. That is not the case, Ba vehemently denied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chapter 57. No space left. Ba was privy to the inside story, and upon being suddenly confronted with the truth, his mind was thrown into disarray. Mutant and the others were unaware of the poisonous ants. The guard, Jia, took on the role of the class representative and recounted the events that had just transpired. What? You mean Chun Lingdu consumed the elixir, and Mutant was born into royalty? He ultimately could not articulate the two crude words. I assumed the dungeon carried that scent. It turns out it was he, Zhao remarked, covering his nose with a handkerchief. Casting a disdainful glance at Chun Lingdu's lifeless body sprawled in the corridor. Is the matter of ascension genuine? The swordmaster inquired, standing protectively by Cheng Fei at the door of the cell, refraining from entering the men's quarters. That would depend on whether the elixir consumed by Master Chun and that of Chun Lingdu are of the same kind. I mused, reflecting on my own ability to traverse through the wasteland era. What else in this world could be deemed impossible? Perhaps ascension is indeed a reality. Yet, the elixir consumed by Chun Lingdu is unequivocally unrelated to ascension. Guard Jia expressed concern for the situation outside, having unlocked their prison door. He invited the swordmaster and Cheng Fei to rest in his cell while inquiring about the circumstances beyond. The swordsman and Cheng Fei were splattered with mud, as if they had rolled in a mire. The guard, Jia, draped a quilt over Cheng Fei, who had just recovered from a severe illness and still appeared somewhat weak, his pallor exacerbated by the rain. The guard, Exine, suggested that he lie down on the bed. Earlier, he had placed the teapot beside the brazier, and now the tea was still warm. Exine poured a cup of hot tea for Cheng Fei, who, after drinking it, succumbed to sleep on the bed. In our room, the tea was given to Mutant, whose elderly female relative was in poor spirits and lay on the bed in the dungeon, speaking not a word. Mutant's reaction was quite subtle. While she had fled with her elder, she showed no concern for her well-being, offering not even a word of comfort. Ever since I uncovered the truth about Ba, he had fallen silent, sitting in the corner and attempting to minimize his presence. I paid him no mind, as others sought him out. Mutant caught my words and exchanged glances with Zhao, who promptly approached and dragged Ba before her. Zhao gripped Ba's shoulder with pressure. Despite his hands appearing soft as tender tofu, they were the hands of a practitioner capable of breaking bones. Ba yelped in pain, his cries awakening Ouyang and the others, with Chan Lingdu barely managing to open his eyes. They were bewildered by the sudden appearance of a group in the dungeon and were unsure of what had transpired. Ouyang soon realized that the one screaming was one of his subordinates, his expression turning grim. What are you doing? Ouyang scrambled to his feet, pushing against those beside him. His subordinate had been knocked unconscious by him in his Hulk-like state. He had not held back, resulting in several sustaining concussions, though he was likely unaware of the severity. His subordinate lay unconscious, utterly devoid of strength, rendering him as helpless as a fish at the mercy of its captors. As he regained consciousness, the lingering taste of the antidote still clung to his palate. He uttered a single word before succumbing to retching, collapsing against the wall in a fit of nausea. Alas, can this place still harbor any semblance of humanity? What ails you, young Mastero? The guard, Jia, feigned ignorance, a smirk of schadenfreude adorning his features. Chen Lingdu was in turmoil, his own sickness manifesting, as the unsanitary conditions of the VIP dungeon dragged both of them down. O's fury threatened to spill over, as Zhao relentlessly subjected him to interrogation, leaving him utterly devoid of options. All he could do was feebly threaten, asserting that Ba was a person of significance, and that even the esteemed Mutant could not harm others without cause. Mutant retorted with a cold laugh. Without cause? What business do you have bringing a band of subordinates to the Lu family dungeon? If you intend to assassinate Physician N, you ought to consider your own weight. To harm others only to bring harm upon yourself, and yet you dare claim I act without provocation? O retorted immediately, I came merely to inquire about Physician N. How does that equate to an intention to kill her? You clearly unleashed venomous ants to poison my lord and lady. Just look at your current state to understand the potency of those creatures. Had it not been for your own mismanagement, the repercussions would have befallen us. You cannot feign innocence. This is premeditated murder. Guard Jia interjected, hands on his hips. Upon hearing the word murder, Chen Lingdu, who had been feigning consciousness, hastily closed his eyes in a pretense of death. O found himself at a loss for words. As Oba had already confessed under a Zhao's relentless questioning that it was he who had unleashed the venomous ants, any attempt to shift the blame onto me, to turn the tables and distort the truth, was now too late. Thus, he reversed his stance, declaring that I was the murderer identified by Lord Lu, who had brutally slain the esteemed leader, Lord Lu himself. He had always held Lord Lu in high regard, and individuals like me, deemed as malevolent villains, ought to be exterminated. He merely sought to avenge Lord Lu. What was inappropriate about that? Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless Chun Lingdu rose, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, I seek vengeance for Lord Lu, and this sorceress, with her dubious origins and sinister arts, must be eliminated for the good of the martial world. The bodyguard Jia furiously reprimanded them, attempting to launch an assault, but was restrained by his companion, Xin. Even if you claim to avenge Lord Lu, how do you account for the matter of the venomous ants? Bai Mutin's gaze was fixed intently on Ouyang, refusing to follow his line of reasoning, persistently clinging to the source of the poisonous ants. The venomous ants were linked to a series of heinous crimes in the city, and Ouyang's possession of them inevitably connected him to the perpetrator. In a bid to distance himself from the criminal, Ouyang divulged the existence of another organization, Wan Jinji, which dealt in treasures, illicit goods, and prohibited items banned by various nations. Anything deemed unsellable in the open market could be found within Wan Jinji. Ouyang claimed that he had acquired the venomous ants from Wan Jinji, asserting that reputable sects resorting to black market purchases of forbidden toxins was indeed a disgrace, sufficient to tarnish the reputation of the divine soldiers before their peers in the martial world. His admission was akin to a desperate plea for survival. If he had indeed purchased the venomous ants, regardless of their origins, Oba would not have been so easily intimidated. Furthermore, he had previously cautioned Oba against speaking too freely, implying that he should refrain from jeopardizing everyone's safety. I interpreted his words as a warning. Should Oba dare to reveal the identity of the venomous ant's creator, the entire O family would face dire consequences. At present, Ouyang only admits to purchasing the venomous ants, and though it is a source of embarrassment, it does not necessarily expose the mastermind behind it. He insists he acquired them from the black market, utterly oblivious to the origins of the supply. Upon awakening, Oba steadfastly refuses to divulge another word. Ultimately, the Divine Weapon Guild is under the authority of Ouyang's father, O Changming. Without concrete evidence, eliminating Ouyang would be untenable, even for the Martial Alliance, which would find it difficult to justify such an act to the Divine Weapon Guild. Bai Mutin could not genuinely bring harm to Ouyang for the time being. Her only course of action is to interrogate his subordinates. With Oba refusing to speak, Bai Mutin finds herself at an impasse with Ouyang. She feels a deep sense of regret for me. Now a member of the Lu family, I have exerted great effort in organizing the banquet for them, only to be unjustly accused and cast into a dungeon. I narrowly escaped death at the hands of Ouyang and Chunlingdu, and she longs to avenge me and uphold justice. However, this evening is not conducive to clarifying the truth, as the entire Lu family is engulfed in chaos. Bai Mutin hesitates, and Ah Zhao understands her plight, inquiring on my behalf if there exists a means to rescue the Lu family from their dire circumstances. She is aware that the Lu family's actions today were unscrupulous. Thus, she feels it inappropriate to further beseech me for assistance. Ah Zhao, however, is driven by urgency, willing to cast aside his own pride. The multitude of guards outside, along with the hidden assassins, cannot be thwarted by mere mortals, and I am powerless to intervene. This is the stark reality, and I discern the rights and wrongs in this matter. The one who has wronged me is Lord Lu Er and Lu Yukong, leaving Bai Mutin blameless. Should a way present itself to save them, I would not remain indifferent. The crux of the matter is that the external assassin wields formidable influence, and charging in would only result in the loss of another life. Her sonic abilities could disrupt my energy, perhaps with several more years of practice. I might shatter her sonic barrier, but that is certainly not within my capabilities at present. At just past midnight, a group of individuals gathered around the entrance of the dungeon, and one among them stepped forward to knock on the door. The knocker called out, urging those inside to open the door, proclaiming the arrival of the second master. Bai Mutin instantly tensed, casting a glance at Lu Yukong beside her, seemingly apprehensive that Lu Peng might be pursuing Lu Yukong. However, from the shouts of those outside, their demeanor did not reflect that of a hunt. Rather, it suggested a desire to evade danger. They appeared unaware that the guard had fled, presuming that the Liu family's sentinels remained within. Bai Mutin had no intention of granting them entry, yet Ouyang and Qinlingdu seemed to view her as a beacon of hope. Oba, having suffered a broken arm at the hands of a Zhao, managed to rise and approach the door. Bai Mutin attempted to intervene, but her elder female companion abruptly cleared her throat, silencing Bai Mutin's protest. I observed their interaction with a dispassionate gaze, neither opposing nor hindering Ouyang's advance towards the door. Guard Jia sought to intervene, but Guard Xian, glancing at my expression, restrained Guard Jia from speaking. Meanwhile, Yinzhou had, at some point, produced a braised chicken foot, gripping it tightly without taking a bite. I hurriedly snatched it from him, stowing it away in a paper bag and placing it in my pocket. Lu Peng arrived with a contingent of people, equally disheveled as Bai Mutin and her companions. Several had suffered broken bones, barely managing to walk inside. Upon entering the dungeon, Lu Peng hesitated when he noticed the absence of a guard. Ouyang persistently urged him to come further in and rest. Yet, all 4 VIP cells were occupied, leaving no space for them to recuperate. He was taken aback to see that the doors to all 4 cells stood wide open, although the conditions within the VIP cells were superior. Their locks were the most robust and unique among all the cells. The guard possesses only the authority to lock the door, lacking the key to unlock it. The key to the VIP cell is exclusively held by the head of the Liu family. It is likely that the key resides with Lord Liu, concealed in a location that others would undoubtedly struggle to discover. I surmise that Lu Peng does not possess the key either, which explains his evident surprise. Clearly, his intention in confining us was to ensure our demise. The cell occupied by Liu Yukong presents a barrier, as he exudes an air of unapproachability, making it difficult for Lu Peng to share the space with him. The chamber belonging to Bai Mutin is solely occupied by female relatives, rendering it inappropriate for him to enter. The quarters of Guard Jia and Xian are occupied by Cheng Fei, who lies trembling under the covers. His frail body unable to withstand the chill. It would be unseemly for Lu Peng to forcibly remove the child from his bed in plain view of others. Even if he wished to, the immortal sword master would not permit it. As for the room shared by myself and Yunzhou, I harbor no objections to his entrance. On the contrary, I extend a warm smile, inviting him to join me. Yet, he declines my invitation, retreating further the more I express my cordiality. Qinlingdu kindly advises him to maintain his distance, warning that I possess sorcery and should not be approached. Lu Peng's presence instilled a sense of confidence in Ouyang and Qinlingdu. However, their current condition is abysmal, with all their strength dedicated to mere conversation. Ouyang sways unsteadily, while Qinlingdu remains unable to rise. Having spent many years away from home, Lu Peng returns in the midst of middle age. His energy field appears tumultuous. Having observed individuals' energy fields since my arrival in this realm, I can discern those who are skilled practitioners from ordinary folk, as well as those with potent inner strength versus those who are feeble, and identify whether their martial arts align with righteous or malevolent paths. To discern the essence of another's being, one must engage in physical contact, probing their meridians. However, I can merely observe with my eyes. He skillfully conceals his true self. His gaze tranquil and undisturbed, his breath steady and prolonged. Accompanied by his subordinates, he sits on the ground in the corridor, where empty cells lie beneath. Yet they choose to congregate in the VIP chamber. Ouyang, in a state of urgency, inquires about the situation outside, to which Lu Peng shakes his head, proclaiming that the calamity of the martial world has arrived, fulfilling a prophecy from a century past. Ouyang, bewildered, questions the nature of this prophecy. Although he is unaware, I am informed and readily articulate. The demonic sound reverberates across the land, heralding the calamity of the martial world. Ouyang remains perplexed, while Lu Peng suddenly widens his eyes, his expression reflecting a complex amalgamation of emotions. 1 part bewilderment, 2 parts astonishment, 3 parts skepticism, and 4 parts trepidation. Aside from Lu Peng, none present comprehend the gravity of the words spoken. Who are you? Lu Peng's calm demeanor dissipates, replaced by a burgeoning fury, his voice laden with ominous intent. No. Such a prophecy cannot be known by mere shadow guards. Who are you truly? Lu Peng's frustration escalates. Shadow guards are privy to the most profound secrets. Why would they not be informed? Often regarded with disdain by their masters, the seemingly inconsequential shadow guards possess the greatest knowledge of the world. Lu Peng, caught in uncertainty, hesitates at my assertion. It depends on whose shadow guard it is. His shadow guard? He scoffs, concluding that it is impossible for them to be aware. After a moment's contemplation, he arrives at this judgment. casting a disdainful glance at Yunzhou, akin to observing an insignificant insect. What is wrong with our young master? Do you know who he is? The bodyguard, Jia, unable to tolerate the slight against his master, promptly demands an answer. What does it matter? It is precisely because I am aware that I can assert with utmost certainty that you lack the privilege to know this secret, for even he does not possess such a right. Lu Peng's tone was extraordinarily arrogant, and I sensed that he was on the verge of losing control. Oh my, who do you think you are? Such audacity. The guard, Jia, was determined to confront Lu Peng with equal fervor. Indeed, second master, her identity is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. This woman. Ouyang leaned closer to Lu Peng, whispering discreetly. Lu Peng furrowed his brow, pressed his hand against his nostrils, and patiently listened to Ouyang's words. I am well aware of the origins of the venomous ant. There is no need for concealment. I revealed the content of Ouyang's hushed conversation, amusement dancing in my eyes. What you keep secret from others, you have chosen to disclose to Second Master Lu. What sort of transaction exists between you? Chapter 58. Escape from the Lu family. What nonsense are you spouting? Ouyang's expression faltered momentarily as he cast a glance at Second Master Lu and deceitfully replied. I was merely informing Second Master that you possess the ability to unlock doors with supernatural skills. Enough of this. Other matters can be discussed later. In the face of imminent danger, the most pressing concern is to devise a strategy for retreat. Lu Peng, with a sense of righteous urgency, intercepted any further discussion regarding potential collusion between him and Ouyang. Indeed, with formidable foes at hand, we must deliberate on how to counteract them. Chun Lingdu stood beside Ouyang, his subordinates gradually regaining consciousness, assisting him to lean against the wall for support. Their ability to move was due to my intention not to kill them, but rather to exhaust their strength. However, the energy still resided within them, leaving them incapable of expelling it on their own. Their bodies were rigged with the timed explosives I had installed, rendering me unperturbed by any further actions they might attempt. Chun Lingdu inquired about the situation outside, to which Lu Peng responded that the esteemed guests of the Lu family had been promptly relocated to the secure chamber. Bai Mutin refrained from joining the others in the chamber out of concern for Lu Yukong. She had previously communicated with the guard Jia regarding her efforts to rescue Lu Yukong upon her arrival. Her suspicion that Lu Peng harbored intentions to eliminate Lu Yukong was not unfounded. After the alarm sounded, Lu Peng immediately organized a retreat to the safe chamber. Even considering the collateral branches of the Lu family, yet neglecting Lu Yukong's safety entirely. Rushing to retrieve Lu Yukong, she fortuitously encountered an assassin, but fortunately, Zhao's formidable skills rendered the assailant no match for him. Had she taken Lu Peng's word at face value, Lu Yukong would now be a lifeless corpse. She came perilously close to losing her beloved, and, despite her extreme urge to confront Lu Peng the moment he appeared, she restrained herself, holding back her fury to coexist with him in the same room. I could see the true energy emanating from her clearly. I surmised she was wary of potential external threats, and thus preferred to avoid a direct confrontation with Lu Peng for the time being. I speculated that Lu Peng and the attackers targeting the Lu residents were likely in cahoots. He should not be in such a precarious state unless feigning a ploy of self-sacrifice. However, observing his palpable emotions, it was evident he was genuinely enraged, suggesting a possible rift between him and the external assailants. Chun Lingdu spoke lightly of repelling the enemy, but the mere mention of those words darkened Lu Peng's expression. Unaware of his misstep, Chun Lingdu pressed on, inquiring if there was a method to drive back the attackers. If he possessed such a solution, he would not have sought refuge in the dungeon. The truth was evident, he was powerless against the murderous fiends outside. The perpetrators of the massacre at the Lu family estate are driven by a desire for vengeance, leaving no room for negotiation. At just past 1 a.m, a knock echoed through the dungeon's heavy door. Warner stood alongside Shimin Wuhan outside, who bore the marks of injury. I granted them entry, and a gust of wind, laden with the thick stench of blood, rushed in. Warner supported Shimin Wuhan as I directed them to my cell for rest. Shimin Wuhan suffered from internal injuries. Blood stained the corner of his mouth, yet it had not been fully wiped away. Given Juana's limited skills, she was unable to channel her energy to heal him. As they walked, Juana recounted that upon learning of the Lu family's assault, Shimin Wuhan disregarded the objections of his protectors to come to my aid. However, their journey was fraught with peril, as they encountered numerous strange individuals along the way. Shimin Wuhan fought valiantly, overcoming 5 barriers and slaying 6 adversaries, until he reached the threshold of the Lu residence. Upon witnessing the carnage surrounding the estate, a chill of despair washed over him. Wanner, distraught, wept bitterly, her eyes swollen from tears, convinced that both I and Yunzhou had met our demise. Yet Shimin Wuhan remained unconvinced. He insisted on seeing bodies to believe the grim news. Amidst the heap of corpses, they discovered a survivor still gasping for breath. Upon seizing the man and inquiring, Shimin Wuhan learned that I had been cast into the dungeon by Lu Peng. The revelation of my confinement seemed to restore his composure. With the sounds of a duel echoing from within the estate, he and Wanner stealthily infiltrated, taking time to locate the dungeon. Fortunately, the pursuing assailants had not entered the estate, and the chaos within had obscured their presence. I urged Shimin Wuhan to sit on the bed as I utilized my extraordinary abilities to heal his wounds. Despite the fact that this leader of the demonic sect exhibited signs of instability, his commitment to rescue me during such a critical moment stirred my emotions. His internal injuries were grave, and the assailants who inflicted them could not have been mere foot soldiers. I exerted considerable effort to treat him, yielding remarkable results. His internal injuries, if left to his own devices, would require at least 1.5 years to heal. However, with my extraordinary abilities, he required merely a month of recuperation to achieve complete recovery. He was well aware of this, and after allowing him to test his own strength, he was taken aback. It became evident that my sister was indeed a miraculous healer. He arrived at this conclusion, revealing a gratifying expression reminiscent of a doting father. Lu Peng's subordinates cast furtive glances in my direction. They had numerous injured comrades, some with fractures, writhing in agony, and a few had even succumbed to unconsciousness due to pain. The dungeon lacked both medicine and medical personnel, and the surrounding carnage showed no signs of abating. They yearned for treatment, yet I remained the sole physician in this dismal place. However, they found it difficult to voice their needs. Firstly, Lu Peng had not spoken, and secondly, I was imprisoned here at his behest. Even if they mustered the courage to plead, it was highly unlikely that I would tend to their wounds. The 4 VIP cells and a corridor were crowded with individuals, yet the atmosphere was profoundly oppressive. In this unspeakably awkward silence, only Yunzhou was audibly cracking sunflower seeds. Who had lent him such audacity to unjustly accuse the sister of Shimin Wuhan? Yet he remained silent, enduring the scorn hurled at him by Shimin Wuhan, who condemned him for his treachery. Despite the tempest of anger brewing within him, he stifled his rage and remained composed. With formidable foes outside and personal adversaries within, any attempt on his part to retaliate would surely lead to his own demise. Lu Peng's cultivation of sinister arts was extraordinarily potent, yet he had become ensnared by his own madness, rendering the use of such powers a perilous gamble. It was entirely plausible that while vanquishing his enemies, he might also precipitate his own downfall. In my eyes, his current state presented the most manageable challenge. With a mere whisper of energy, his life force would collapse like an avalanche, leading only to his own obliteration. At that moment, his subordinates were gravely injured, and neither Ouyang nor Chun Lingdu, standing beside him, proved to be of any use. Conversely, our side boasted intact combat strength, including myself, the Sword Fairy, the guard Jia Xin, Wanner, and Shimin Wuhan. As for Yunzhou, he had once again produced a marinated chicken foot, only to have it snatched from him and tucked away in my pocket. I never prepared such highly destructive weapons as snacks for him. Those were provisions arranged by guard Jia Xin. After Shimin Wuhan finished berating Lu Peng, he intended to escort me away from the Lu family. Before Lu Peng could utter a word, Ouyang grew agitated. Who dares to obstruct me? Shimin Wuhan responded, finally exhibiting an aura befitting his appearance, addressing Ouyang in a domineering tone. Chen Lingdu muttered softly from the side, she is the murderer of the Lu Alliance leader. A sharp glare from Shimin Wuhan silenced Chen Lingdu immediately, causing him to lower his head, unwilling to meet his gaze. Such a commanding presence is not possessed by all, while Chen Lingdu could occasionally exude arrogance. It paled in comparison to the aura of the demon sect leader. At that moment, the two of them embodied contrasting energies, one like a majestic eagle, the other a timid quail. The small quail huddled against the wall, not daring to utter a sound, while his allies, Ouyang and Lu Peng, remained silent as well. Despite their current quietude, once we exited, they would undoubtedly compile a list of my 9 great crimes by tomorrow, inciting righteous figures in the martial world to denounce and besiege me. Shimin Wuhan surveyed the crowd, declaring with authority, those who wish to preserve their lives. Follow me. We shall depart. My mutant addressed the guard attending to Lu Yukong. Wait, Kongo is a member of the Lu family, and you are the young mistress of the Lu family. How can you leave with members of the demon sect? Lu Peng did not impede us, but he did intervene with Bai Mutin. A glimmer of calculation flickered in his eyes, likely pondering how to frame Lu Yukong and Bai Mutin. I must safeguard both my life and that of a king. No one shall stand in my way. Bai Mutin, already suspicious of Lu Peng's ulterior motives, found it preposterous that she would heed his words now that he obstructed her path. With a wry smile, Lu Peng remarked, "Since you are so resolute, you may take your leave." Humph. First, he associates with nefarious individuals, and now he entangles himself with the forces of darkness. Young Master Lu is truly inclined towards malevolence. Perhaps aiming to betray the martial arts alliance? Chen Lingdu dared not meet Shimin Wuhan's gaze, but seized the opportunity to mock Lu Yukong. However, Lu Peng shot him a glare, and I understood his intention. He aimed to craft a narrative of Lu Yukong's betrayal of the martial arts alliance. Lu Yukong indeed had connections with wicked factions, and tonight he had gone berserk, threatening harm. Now, having followed Shimin Wuhan, even if he regained his sanity by morning, he would be left speechless. After all, his madness was genuine, as was his departure with Shimin Wuhan, while the assassin who sought his life had fled, and the one who poisoned him had dissolved into nothingness. The events of today had been tumultuous and chaotic. Lu Peng would surely seize the narrative high ground, as long as he survived the night. At 2 a.m, amidst the torrential rain at its peak, we followed Shimin Wuhan out of the dungeon, leaving the Lu residents behind. The Sword Immortal and Cheng Fei accompanied us as well. The dungeon was left with only Lu Peng, Ouyong, and Chen Lingdu. The lanterns from the banquet had been extinguished, and the downpour obscured all visibility. The moonlight, starlight, and lantern light were no longer to be relied upon, and our group could only proceed in darkness. With every few steps, one could easily tread upon a lifeless body. The matriarch of the Bai Mutin could only be carried by others. A throng of onlookers surrounded the Lu residents, suggesting that those obstructing the path had deliberately allowed Shimin Wuhan and Wanner to enter. Given the crowd's density outside the Lu household, it was easy to enter but exceedingly difficult to exit. Shimin Wuhan was prepared to confront them head-on. His internal injuries had significantly improved thanks to my extraordinary abilities. However, I was reluctant to let my healing efforts be compromised and instructed them to wait several meters away from the courtyard wall. I too maintained a cautious distance from the wall. The torrential rain provided enough cover so that those outside would not notice my presence. I crouched down, pressing my hand against the ground, releasing chi threads that billowed forth like wisps of smoke, slithering out like serpents. These threads bore no malice, gliding through the puddles on the ground, quietly approaching the individuals beyond the wall. Amidst the deluge, no one detected the transparent chi threads concealed within the waterlogged earth. These threads wormed their way beneath their feet, penetrating their soles. They should have felt a tingling sensation coursing through their bodies, rendering them unconscious. As the crowd outside fell, I propelled H-Orb toward Shimin Wuhan, akin to the impact of a small stone striking him. He promptly gathered his men and approached, and together we scaled the wall. Those guarding this side of the courtyard collapsed, and we hurried past the fallen bodies, racing toward the city's outskirts. Shimin Wuhan mentioned that he had a safe haven within the city. Following the news of the Lu leader's demise, Lu Peng had sealed off Yuanqing. Yet, it remained uncertain whether his forces were still present. The most likely scenario was that the faction responsible for the massacre at the Lu estate had already taken control of the city gates. Regardless of whether the gatekeeper is from the Lu family or another faction, hostility is assured. Thus, Shimin Wuhan resolved to remain within the city for the time being. Yuan City is vast, and finding a place to conceal oneself would not pose a challenge. The torrential rain would wash away our traces, and Shimin Wuhan led us to his temporary abode. This location was even more secluded than the modest courtyard rented previously by Cheng Fei and the Sword Immortal. With wild grasses towering above us, the courtyard had only been tidily arranged in a rudimentary manner, with weeds growing tall. Yet, the interior was immaculate. The tables, chairs, benches, beds, and desks were all dust-free, suggesting that someone had been diligent in their upkeep. While referred to as a courtyard, it actually contained numerous rooms, though only one had been tidied for habitation. The others required cleaning before they could be occupied. Finally, having found a place to rest, the maidservants of Bai Mutin busied themselves with various tasks, boiling water, tidying up, and by the time dawn approached, the group had managed to prepare themselves adequately and enjoyed a restful slumber upon the dry beds. While they slept, I remained awake. Bai Mutin had arranged for someone to keep watch. My insomnia was not born from fear of pursuit, but rather from the recollection of certain matters. It was only when Lu Peng refrained from mentioning the prophecy that I realized I had completely forgotten about it. The martial arts prophecy from a century ago had been silenced by an edict from the then leader of the martial arts community. Thus, Lu Peng was certain that only a handful were privy to this knowledge, and even among the nobility, there were no channels through which to learn of it. The original edict was ruthless, ensuring that no loose ends remained. The original host had become aware of this matter by overhearing Lu Yanyan conversing with her employer, present during their exchange. The original host was merely a vessel of knowledge. She absorbed the information without contemplating its authenticity. Now the prophecy has come to fruition, and the original self has no opportunity to ponder. The dilemma has fallen upon me. Though I have no direct ties to the Lu family or the martial world, the disappearance of the entire martial realm will not affect my plans for agriculture. However, the realization of the prophecy signifies the commencement of the original proprietor's scheme. Chapter 59. Stopped at the city gates at 4:15 in the morning, the torrential rain transformed into a gentle drizzle, pattering softly. The maidservants at Baimutan's residence rose to prepare water and meals, while the night guards changed shifts in silence, their movements light and their footsteps soft, careful not to awaken their slumbering masters. The guard, Exine, awoke later than those at Baimutan's side. He waited for them to finish in the kitchen before he entered to cook. The kitchen was stocked with rice, flour, and eggs, and he simply boiled a few bowls of noodles, frying some eggs to serve to Yun Zhou and me, and sent 2 bowls to the Sword Immortal and Cheng Fei. Perhaps in the future, he could open a small noodle shop. Once we commence our agricultural endeavors, he would no longer need to serve as a guard. Xian possesses a stout physique, yet has a delicate disposition. I have observed his remarkable domestic skills. He is adept at tidying up. When we settled at the inn, he took it upon himself to handle the cleaning, laundry, and cooking, excelling in all these tasks. Juan arose later than him when she arrived in the kitchen. Xian's noodles were already prepared. She utilized the hot pot and broth to prepare a bowl of noodle soup for Shimin Wuhen. Baimutan's elderly female relative was unwell and had not eaten that morning. After finishing her meal, Baimutan personally came to request my assistance in examining the elder. Though she was not closely related to her, their relationship was not so strained as to wish for the other's demise. I provide medical treatment without the need for favors. Payment suffices. Upon entering the chamber of the elder, Baimutan instructed the maid within to withdraw and commanded a Zhao to stand guard outside the door. If the ailment were merely a result of rain exposure and a chill, such secrecy would be unnecessary. In fact, after ushering me inside, Baimutan exited to attend to Lu Yukong. The room was left with only me and the elder of Baimutan. Upon sensing my presence, she opened her eyes to gaze at me. Though she remained seated, her frailty was evident. Yet, she exhibited neither fever nor signs of a chill. I approached the bedside and, utilizing my abilities, examined her condition. I had long surmised that her ailment was not illness, but rather pregnancy. Upon her entry into the dungeon, I had detected another small energy cluster within her. Last night's turmoil had disturbed her pregnancy, and given her age and the prevailing societal context, she was a textbook case of advanced maternal age. Lacking modern prenatal care, she likely remained unaware of any complications with her fetus. "Divine healer, save me," she uttered weakly, gathering her strength over a considerable period to articulate those words. "Should I preserve the mother or the child?" I inquired. The prognosis for the mother was hopeful. Despite her frailty, with diligent care, her health could be restored. However, the situation for the child was dire. Not only was the fetus exceedingly weak, but it had also been poisoned. The process of detoxification would likely prove too arduous for the infant to endure. Even if born, it would emerge tainted. Survival, though possible, would be accompanied by inherent physical deficiencies. Congenital defects such as missing limbs or stunted growth were beyond my healing capabilities. The poison had already ravaged the child's eyes, and even the brain and internal organs had suffered. The child, upon birth, would not only be blind but potentially afflicted with cognitive impairments and frailty. Even if the poison were eradicated, the irreversible damage to its sight would render it a blind child with eyes. Indeed, a miraculous physician. I beseeched the esteemed healer to cure my ailment. Her words were veiled, yet their meaning was clear. Her treatment was not solely for the child, but rather for her own preservation. It was my inaugural experience employing my abilities to terminate a pregnancy, and the procedure proved to be uncomplicated. Moreover, I could alleviate her pain, easing her suffering. Her frail constitution could hardly endure any further tribulation, thus a painless method was preferable. Her maid had already prepared warm water, and when the fetus was delivered, I refrained from showing it to her, for the sight was truly harrowing. I wrapped the child in cloth and entrusted it to her maid, who ventured outside to find a suitable place for burial. The fetus did not succumb to poison without reason. The toxins within were unrelated to its diet. My efforts could only extend to treating the mother, hastening her recovery. By midday, she was able to eat normally, though her maid, concerned for her delicate stomach, had only prepared porridge. I accepted my fee and departed without uttering a word or inquiring further. The fewer secrets of the court that one knows, the better. Sister, Shimin Wuhen called upon seeing me. I am not your sister, yet I must express my gratitude for your assistance. Thank you for saving us. I wished to clarify the misunderstanding that had arisen, and with nothing pressing at hand, I felt it was an opportune moment to do so. Were I an ordinary person, an orphan with no significant ties, familial connections would be inconsequential. However, we are not ordinary. Shimin Wuhen remains the leader of the demonic sect, and acknowledging this kinship could potentially unravel a myriad of troubles. There was no need for pleasantries with my elder brother. Perhaps this year I might welcome a nephew or niece. He released Junzhou's wrist, and as soon as her hand was free, she resumed indulging in the fried peanuts in her bowl. In the morning, the guard Xian had not attended to this matter, likely brought in by Wanner. As the air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted peanuts, the leader's thoughts remained as unconventional as ever. Perhaps it is time to consider our exit from the city. I find it impossible to communicate with him on a normal level, as he does not follow my line of reasoning, since he is reluctant to discuss it. We may temporarily set aside the matter of recognition and instead focus on our departure from the city. Wanner left guard Ding behind with the 4 great protectors, while Shimin Wuhan suggested that they could get in touch with them to gather information. Given our current predicament, it is unwise for our group to make an appearance. Having escaped from the Liu family, both those seeking to annihilate them and their kin would likely wish to capture us. Wanner, being a stranger to the Liu family, had never visited before. She altered her appearance, changing out of her dark sect attire into a set of clothing provided by the household staff. She found a suitable outfit and set out with an umbrella to deliver a message. Shimin Wuhan, concerned for her safety, insisted she should not go alone. Wanner felt capable enough, but Shimin Wuhan disagreed. His conviction prevailed over her feelings. Thus, he tore the door curtain, fashioning a strip of fabric to wrap around his head, concealing his entire visage. He donned the attire of the servants and followed Wanner out. Bai Mudan also wished to send someone out. Yet her maid lacked martial prowess, and she dared not dispatch any guards from Liu Youkong's side. Though she had the courage to venture into the martial world with a Zhao, she could not bear to remove even one guard from Liu Youkong's vicinity, as it would compromise her sense of security. Wanner explained that Shimin Wuhan remained with the 4 great protectors to summon the disciples of the Dark Sect and devise a plan to escape Yuan City. All the guards at the city gates had been replaced, new faces standing resolutely like sentinels, preventing anyone from exiting the city. Inquiring is met with hostility, and the city is in a frenzy searching for the fleeing members of the Liu family. The martial artists within the city are also restrained by an unknown force, and the leaders of the righteous sects, along with their disciples, have fallen victim to a peculiar poison. The upheaval that transpired last night in Yuan City was nothing short of cataclysmic. Our confinement in the dungeon allowed us to remain largely unaffected by the chaos. We merely witnessed the Liu family being ruthlessly slaughtered, and the formidable intruder's martial prowess was extraordinary. Our survival amidst her sonic attacks was sheer fortune. In a single night, Yuan City was turned upside down, the leader of the Liu alliance was slain, the Liu family was obliterated, and other righteous martial artists within the city were subdued. This scheme is vast in its design and deeply concealed. While there have been sects that have opposed the martial alliance in the past, they were all eradicated. Moreover, throughout the centuries, no sect has ever been able to stand against the entirety of the martial alliance. Being caught in this predicament leaves me somewhat disoriented. Even the demon sect, traditionally regarded as a formidable rival by the martial alliance, does not possess such strength. The unknown force will not relent until it has purged the martial alliance and the entire martial world. They are dispatching agents throughout the city to hunt down the fleeing righteous martial artists and members of the Liu family. We are undoubtedly among their targets. Waiting idly will only lead to their inevitable arrival at our doorstep. Thus, Shimin Wuhan is conferring with the 4 guardians on how to break through the encirclement and facilitate our escape from Yuan City. She wishes to hasten the journey of Liu Yukong to the kingdom of Jiu Shuang for his safety. Chung Fei and the Sword Immortal have resolved to accompany me. Even though Chung Fei is neither a member of the Liu family nor a figure of notable righteousness, he too is in peril. The provisions brought by the guard Ding will sustain us for several days, as we cannot venture out to procure snacks. My inclination is to forego food. Yet Wan Er is unwilling to let her master suffer from hunger. In the wake of the rain, she resumed her foraging for mushrooms and frogs. Leaving no creature in the vicinity of the courtyard that could be cooked and consumed unpursued. The guards, Jia, Xian, and Ding, were tasked with the physical labor, while she took charge of the culinary preparations. The detestable nobles, even now, reveled in preferential treatment. As one who had formerly toiled for them as a member of the lower class, I felt compelled to resist, and thus, I abolished Yun Zhou's late-night snack. The courtyard was sparsely illuminated, and after nightfall, the rooms were plunged into darkness. He was left to consume his late-night meal in the gloom, and from the darkness, the sound of him gnawing on bones, like a rodent, could be distinctly heard. After a mere 2 days of residing in the courtyard, Yun Zhou's 4 subordinates had become a veritable plague upon the surrounding area, scavenging every last wild fruit, game, and mushroom. Fortunately, on the 3rd day, Shimin Wuhan arrived, bearing a plan for their departure from the city. His plan was remarkably straightforward: locate a subterranean passage and use it to escape. Given the size of Yuan City, the existence of a secret passage leading out of the city was not implausible. Shimin Wuhan had learned from the 4 guardians that such a passage existed within the city, and its location was not difficult to deduce. Those who required the use of such a passage would be either individuals or goods, attempting to evade detection. Whether people or merchandise, they would be operating in the shadows, unable to pass openly. The city's clandestine merchants, who trafficked in people and goods, each had their own hideouts. The secret passage was most likely to be found beneath one of these hideouts. Shimin Wuhan dispatched members of the demonic sect to search, and they had already located 2 potential sites. Given that our group was too large to travel together unnoticed, Shimin Wuhan proposed that we split up. As it happened, Bai Mutant and her group were headed in a different direction than us, and the 2 secret passages were located to the north and south, respectively. The demonic sect's headquarters were also located to the north, but Shimin Wuhan was willing to escort Bai Mutant and her group out of the city first. Wanner entrusted me with her care, imploring me to accompany her. After meticulously charting our escape route, we divided our forces. One group ventured south, while the other meandered along the roadside. Shimin Wuhan had prepared disguises for us. For instance, Chung Fei transformed into the guise of a young girl. With his fair and delicate features, he convincingly embodied a youthful maiden. Wanner, assuming the role of his sister, paired with him, while Xianjin Ke, in a sacrifice of appearance, masqueraded as an elderly woman, albeit a truly grotesque one, marked by pockmarks and age spots. The guards, Jia and his companions, adopted the facade of elderly men, while Yunzhou, unable to alter his stature for a female disguise, instead focused on modifying his facial features. I endeavored to render him less appealing, giving him uneven eyes, a crooked mouth, and skin marred by blemishes. As for myself, I donned the appearance of a beggar. None of us chose to impersonate martial artists. Instead, we opted for the attire of ordinary citizens, striving to appear as inconspicuous as possible. The unknown forces guarding the city would apprehend any martial artists, imprisoning them, whereas they exercised more leniency towards common folk, allowing them some freedom of movement, albeit with restrictions on their comings and goings. Each street and residential area was patrolled, necessitating registration for the entry and exit of ordinary residents. Shimin Wuhan procured travel permits for us, ensuring that we would not draw attention by frequenting the streets. We agreed to proceed in pairs, convening at a prearranged location in the northern alleyway. The establishment that previously facilitated smuggling had shuttered its doors, and its proprietor had vanished without a trace. Yun Zhou and I formed one pair, while Wanner and Chung Fei constituted another. Xianjin Ku and Guard Jia presented themselves as an elderly couple, and guards Xian and Ding paired up, masquerading as vegetable vendors. Accompanied by Yun Zhou, both mute mendicants, and a simple-minded beggar, we were clad in matching pauper's attire. Our journey had been progressing swimmingly until, by sheer misfortune, we encountered an acquaintance. While most would have failed to recognize us in our disguise, it was none other than Lu Yan'an. Her perceptive nature was such that she could unearth me even were I concealed within the confines of my abode. She hailed me, inquiring as to my disheveled state. The city is fraught with peril, I elucidated, with martial artists being apprehended left and right. I merely seek to evade their grasp. She, however, remained conspicuous in her pristine white garments, making no attempt to conceal her identity. It led me to suspect whether she might be in league with the enigmatic faction. Upon hearing my explanation, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, she remarked, yet if you were my disciple, none would dare to harass you. Her words were a thinly veiled attempt to enlist me into her ranks, an offer I had no desire to entertain. Moreover, her implication was unmistakable. She was indeed affiliated with the unknown entity. We can manage on our own, I politely demurred. You may attend to your affairs. You shall not manage to depart the city, she insisted. Come with me. And without further ado, she seized my arm and began to lead me away. Yunzhou stiffened with tension, his hand instinctively reaching into his pocket for the hickory nuts, gathered and roasted by 4 pests specifically for him. The shelled nuts could serve as makeshift projectiles. I restrained his hand, instead taking the bag of snacks and hanging it around my neck. Engaging Lu Yanyan in combat would be imprudent. Fortunately, we had previously agreed that, should anyone be absent at the designated time, the others were to proceed with the evacuation plan without delay. We were determined to avoid a scenario akin to the endless rescue attempts of the Calabash brothers. Not following Lu Yanyan would undoubtedly attract the attention of those around us. I pondered whether I should incapacitate her, contemplating the probability of success. None. After a brief pause, I resolved to speak the truth. Fabrications are too easily verified, and honesty is far more commendable. Indeed, before her demise, the original owner's employer had entrusted her with a task, yet upon its incompletion, she chose to take her own life. Upon assuming the original body's identity, I naturally considered the task null and void, as it was no longer my obligation. The one who issued the command has perished, and her endeavors have been forsaken. Continuing the mission would serve no purpose. Had I been the original, she would have undoubtedly pursued the task to completion, only to die in loyalty thereafter. However, I am not her. I lack her fidelity and tenacity. It does not surprise me that Lu Yanyan is aware of the original owner's circumstances. Perhaps I am the sole individual cognizant of their mother-daughter relationship. For years, they have communicated through the exchange of messages encoded in a unique cipher known only to them. While I am aware of their familial bond, the content of their correspondence remains a mystery to me. It is conceivable that the original owner conveyed significant matters through these letters to her mother, Lu Yanyan. Why do you not act? Lu Yanyan's tone was calm, leaving me uncertain whether it was a reproach or something else entirely. I had become infatuated, too absorbed in love to attend to my responsibilities. This explanation is absurd, yet it seems more plausible than the notion of a soul transference and rebirth. A slight fissure finally marred Lu Yanyan's previously impassive visage as she turned to me. I met her gaze with composure, simultaneously grasping Yunzhou's hand to showcase our affection before her. Yunzhou gazed at me in confusion. His eyes filled with innocence as he brought my hand closer to his face and playfully nibbled on it. Only when I extracted a roasted potato from the snack bag did he finally release his grip, and I exchanged my hand for the delightful morsel. Lu Yanyan observed us with a slight furrow in her brow, and I forced a laugh, exclaiming, "How adorable! I truly appreciate him just the way he is." Lu Yanyan raised an eyebrow, questioning, "You have a penchant for fools?" In her presence, I could not employ the nuances of my secret affection, for she was well aware of my role as her daughter's hidden guardian, trained from a young age, rendering any possibility of becoming Yunzhou's protector utterly implausible. The tactics I might use to deceive guards like Jia were futile here. Indeed, there was a certain simplicity and sincerity about fools that appealed to me. They were straightforward, allowing me to dictate the terms. Whether Lu Yanyan believed me or not was uncertain, but I was beginning to convince myself. I had attempted to approach her using a sense of energy, yet she remained impenetrable, shielded by an invisible barrier that rendered my efforts ineffective. Though I was an adept with unique abilities, I still fell short when faced with the realm's supreme martial artists. Primarily due to my limited practice and the incomplete integration of my powers with martial skills. Lu Yanyan guided us to a towering building, 9 stories high, which could be classified as modern within the context of Yuan City. The columns of the edifice were adorned with vibrant depictions of flowers, birds, and fish, reminiscent of a contemporary marketplace. However, upon reading the sign, it became clear that this was not merely a market. It was the Quanfang Pavilion, an upscale establishment in Yuan City, where one could indulge in drinking, conversing, singing, dancing, and even partake in lavish services. I was genuinely taken aback by Lu Yanyan's choice to bring us here, for I was well aware of the reputation of the Yaoyu platform, and it was precisely this awareness that made her presence in such a venue all the more surprising. Lu Yinyan only ascended to the Yayua platform after giving birth to her daughter. Since then, she has remained on the mountain, adhering strictly to the platform's rules, never engaging with men. Is she descending now to return to a secular life? The area surrounding the flower pavilion is guarded by individuals of an unknown faction. Their uniforms a striking combination of red and white, suggesting they might have previously engaged in similar roles. At the entrance of the flower pavilion, 2 guards clad in these red and white garments respectfully saluted Lu Yinyan, allowing her passage without inquiry about her companions. True to their word, they asked no questions, and Lu Yinyan ushered us into the grand hall. Given the events of the previous night, I had assumed that such a public venue would be closed. However, the hall was bustling as usual. We had ventured out under the cover of darkness, hoping to escape unnoticed. At this hour, the nightlife was just beginning, and the flower pavilion was ablaze with light, alive with song and dance. Patrons, adorned in an array of eccentric costumes, epitomized the essence of performance art in this world. Upon seeing Lu Yinyan, they cast curious glances her way, yet she remained unfazed, her beauty drawing countless eyes without her seeming to notice. Consequently, they also directed scornful looks towards me and Yunzhou, quickly averting their gaze in disdain. My skeletal makeup and Yunzhou's crooked mouth paint evidently did not meet their approval. The flower pavilion featured an elevator, and Lu Yinyan guided us to it, taking us directly to the top floor. This uppermost level served as the residence of the proprietor, who was also a striking beauty. It is said that in her youth, many noblemen and aristocrats from various countries sought to take her as their legitimate wife, and numerous chivalrous heroes wished to retreat with her to pastoral life. The vibrancy of her youth gradually faded away as she waited, and it was only in her early 30s that she established the renowned Qiwenfang Pavilion in Yuanqing. In the blink of an eye, over a decade has passed. The once dazzling beauty of 18 has now entered middle age. Yet, the legends she left behind in the martial world have never lost their luster. My understanding of Qiwenfang Pavilion is rather limited, as all I have gleaned comes from the tales told by the guard Jia. It appears that the owner of Qiwenfang Pavilion is of the same age as Lu Yinyan. Both are stunningly beautiful, yet I have not heard of Lu Yinyan's acquaintance with the owner. Outside the entrance of the 9-story lift, guards clad in red and white attire stand watch. Upon exiting the lift, we find ourselves in a corridor adorned with a colorful carpet over a wooden floor, and the walls are embellished with an array of peculiar decorations. The overall ambience of the corridor resembles that of a primitive tribal altar, starkly contrasting with the notion of a beauty's fragrant chamber. At the end of the corridor stands a statue of a stout, short stone figure with oversized eyes that bulge like brass bells, its mouth forming an O shape, its expression vividly conveying surprise from every angle. Above this stone figure, mounted on the wall, is the head of a wolf, its fierce expression baring teeth and glaring menacingly at anyone who approaches. My curiosity about the owner of Qiwenfang Pavilion has been piqued. Could she be a deep-skinned beauty clad in a grass skirt and crowned with flowers? The answer soon reveals itself as a luminous, long leg emerges from a door on the left side at the end of the corridor. The leg belongs to a figure dressed in an exceedingly short skirt, not of animal hide, but rather resembling a traditional outfit of an ethnic minority. With a significant portion removed, the attire leaves her legs exposed, her waist bare, and her shoulders revealed. The belt around her waist was adorned with a string of silver bells, while a tinkling necklace graced her neck, and her wrists and ankles were similarly embellished with jingling ornaments. In essence, her every movement produced a melodious sound. Thus, we first heard her before we laid eyes on her, ultimately catching sight of her face. Yin, who are these two? The woman, clad in resounding ornaments, had a voice as clear and youthful as a girl ass. My apprentice and her husband. Lu Yinyan had taken it upon herself to accept me as her disciple, while also facilitating our marriage certificate. Your apprentice? Is she not getting enough to eat? The newcomer's tone and demeanor belied a childish innocence. Her appearance was overly youthful. Lu Yinyan maintained a visage of someone in her 20s, yet this woman, if she were indeed the proprietor of the fragrant pavilion, seemed incongruous in such a state. She appeared akin to a girl of merely 12 or 13. While one may preserve their looks, the eyes reveal the truth. A person weathered by life's trials cannot reclaim their former innocent clarity. Xiang, they are well. You ought to rest now. Lu Yinyan's demeanor towards the young girl before her was strikingly different from her usual self. Her voice was gentle, and her gaze softened. Given that she called her Xiang, it was likely correct. She was indeed the owner of the fragrant pavilion, Yunanxiang. The youthful Yunanxiang. still retaining traces of baby fat, pouted playfully, saying, "I don't want to sleep yet. I'll wait for Yin Yin." I had just examined Yu Nanxiang's condition and confirmed that she had indeed been poisoned, yet the toxin was unfamiliar to me, and I could not guarantee a remedy. Therefore, I added, "There may be danger. I cannot be entirely certain. It might not be curable." However, Lu Yinyin remained unperturbed. "Take your time to resolve it." Her words weighed heavily on my heart, suggesting that they had no intention of allowing us to leave. At that moment, 10 minutes had elapsed since our agreed-upon time of escape. I wondered if the guards, Jia and the others, had managed to flee. Lu Yinyin had arranged for Yun Zhou and me to stay in the luxurious room opposite the Moon's South Fragrance, complete with a scenic balcony and a grand bed. Just as we entered, someone arrived with hot water and fresh clothing. Dressed as a beggar, I lamented my misfortune at encountering an inescapable acquaintance. I helped Yun Zhou remove his makeup and change out of the beggar's attire. The Jujus were gathered by the guards outside the small courtyard of Wuhan at the west gate. They were slightly tart with little flesh, yet he savored them with delight. The attendant soon returned with a spread of dishes and several plates of dried fruits and snacks. After inspecting the food for poison and finding none, I urged Yun Zhou to partake. He relished the meal and packed some snacks for later. After a brief wash, I decided to step outside. It was clear that Lu Yinyin wouldn't permit Yun Zhou to accompany me. Upon her agreement, I left lightly burdened, opting to descend from the 9th floor window rather than using the main entrance or elevator. The attire Lu Yinyin prepared for me was a modified version of night clothes, while Yun Zhou received a splendid outfit, comparable in quality to those he had previously worn. I began to suspect that Lu Yinyin had uncovered Yun Zhou's true identity. Upon departing from Chuanfang Pavilion, I sensed someone trailing me and spent some time evading my pursuer. After taking a circuitous route to our rendezvous point, my anxiety eased slightly upon finding no one there. The guards had left a mark in the shop, indicating their presence. Traces of their passage were evident in both the secret passage and outside, signifying they had entered. The footprints indicated an entrance without an exit, and the absence of chaos suggested they had entered without facing danger. Within the shadows of the hidden passage, the guard Jia Lu conveyed a discreet message to me, indicating that they had departed and would await us at a specific location. Their departure was a relief. My concern lay in their potential refusal to leave. In such circumstances, anyone who could escape should do so. Lingering would risk being ensnared. To my astonishment, I encountered a familiar face outside the Pavilion of Blossoms, an individual by the surname In. Balia's astonishment mirrored that of a person confronted by a specter. "It is I replied. Her association with an unknown power did not surprise me, however. Her astonishment at my survival was quite remarkable. "How is it that you are still alive?" she inquired. "I simply am," I retorted. "Why haven't you perished?" "Because I have not." This unfruitful exchange persisted for half a minute, as her mind raced with thoughts. "You are. No, it cannot be. You are from the Martial Alliance." "I am not of the Martial Alliance. I am but a wanderer. I do not belong to any faction within the martial world. I offer my services to whoever compensates me, nothing more. When the leader of the Lu Alliance paid for my antidote service, I obliged. When Bai Mu Dan hired me to pursue a villain, I complied. My opposition to Bai Liya was not due to her allegiance to the demon fortress, but rather because she had failed to pay me and had resorted to violence and insults. I could play the role of the villain, yet they seem to have already branded me as a hero. I shall no longer indulge you in idle talk. Now that no one stands behind you, prepare to meet your demise." Balia unsheathed 2 short blades from her waist. With her whip rendered ineffective, she was compelled to resort to alternate weapons. The short knives sliced through the air towards me. Her martial prowess was rather lacking. I deftly flicked my fingers, deflecting the blades, causing her hands to tremble with numbness, leaving her powerless as the knives clattered to the ground. The essence of internal energy is absent within her. Thus I took the opportunity to infuse a surge of qi into her being, allowing it to lie dormant within her body for the time being. I struck her with sufficient force to send her soaring, tracing a parabolic arc before she landed. The name echoed once more, prompting a silent scoff from me as I faced the crimson moon, Chi Yu, who intended to use the bone-corroding insect to poison me. Her hand was poised to strike, but perhaps recalling the disadvantage this tactic posed, she abruptly altered her gesture, forming a fist directed toward me. Did she truly believe that I could not vanquish the insect without touching it? Allow me to enlighten her, for her understanding is flawed. I too launched an attack, meeting her fist with mine. Her internal energy repelled me, yet my chi traversed through her fist, entering her body and crushing the bone-corroding insect within. "Ow!" Yu was driven to madness upon sensing the demise of the insect, once again extinguished in her palm. She screamed in fury, her rage surging to its zenith. Disregarding the fact that the insect still resided in her grasp, and raised her hand to strike at me. After exchanging blows with her for several rounds, I had eradicated her bone-corroding insects, leaving her with none. It appeared she was intent on a desperate confrontation, and I had also infused chi into her body. Just as I contemplated bringing her life to an end, a voice emerged, halting my intentions. Chapter 61. Alone and ready to strike. I need not look to discern the identity of the newcomers. It was evident there were two. The appearance of Ouyang and Qinlingdu together did not surprise me. Their emergence from the gates of the Chuanfang Pavilion elicited no astonishment either. They were aligned with Lu Peng, who was suspected of having ties to the bloodbath involving the Lu family, and similarly, they might also be connected to unknown forces. The tranquil physician. Should you harm the esteemed Qiyue, the rain-overturning heavenly palace shall not spare you. The rain-overturning heavenly palace? I have not heard of it. Yet the mention from their lips suggests it is likely the name of an unknown power. After days of recuperation, both individuals have regained their strength, their voices now imbued with confidence. Young Master O, why engage in further discourse with her? She is now isolated, providing us the perfect opportunity for revenge. Qinlingdu's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Yet, there seems to be a flaw in his reasoning. Were they not previously deterred from killing me in the dungeon due to the presence of others? Clearly not, for they had already attempted to take my life when it was merely Yunzhou and I in the cell. Ouyang hesitated, as his most formidable poison ant had been easily turned by me. In terms of martial prowess, his old injuries rendered him incapable of withstanding even a single strike from me. Qinlingdu dared not act alone. Within his eyes, fear mingled with the desire to kill, his mouth loud, yet his body motionless. Qiyue, perhaps emboldened by their encouragement, seems convinced that I would not dare offend the rain-overturning heavenly palace, or that should she perish, they would seek vengeance on her behalf. In any case, she launched another assault against me, while Beilia, Ouyang, and Qinlingdu lurked nearby, poised to strike. They are not bound by the ethics of combat. I unleashed an aura shield, enveloping myself in a protective cocoon. Invisible to their eyes, I was encased in an intangible aura, resembling a sea urchin. The aura shield defended me from harm, while the aura spikes could be likened to tentacles, serving as weapons. As they sought an opportunity to ambush me, I too was on the lookout to retaliate with aura. Beilia fell first. Without a word, as her body was already infused with the energy I had injected, all it took was to manipulate it to sever the blood supply to her heart. They believed I was isolated and thus vulnerable. Coincidentally, I too felt liberated once alone, ready to unleash my abilities. Beilia collapsed silently, lifeless. Qinlingdu, taken aback, soon followed suit. By the time Ouyang realized the gravity of the situation, it was too late. His eyes widened in shock before he also fell, breathless. Qiyu, swift in movement, could not escape the energy coursing through her veins. Evading my visible strikes did little to protect her vital points. She was acutely aware of her own training, as was I. The unorthodox techniques she practiced, relying on speed for victory, were honed in a relatively short span, yielding conspicuous results. However, the drawback lay in the propensity to succumb to madness. Once out of control, her defenses would be rendered futile. I stirred her internal force, leading her to the brink of insanity, plunging her into a frenzied state, her senses overwhelmed, blood seeping from her orifices. Coupled with the venom of the bone-eating insect invading her system, the cumulative effects proved fatal, and soon Qiyu breathed her last. In the span of less than a minute, the true confrontation unfolded. The occupants of the Chuanfang Pavilion, alerted by the commotion, emerged to witness 4 lifeless bodies sprawled at the entrance. Having never seen my true visage, they rushed out in a throng, encircling me. Mistaking me for a righteous figure from a prestigious sect, they demanded my name and affiliation, inquiring who I sought. The righteous individuals participating in the martial arts convention had either been killed or captured by them. They presumed I had come for vengeance or to rescue my imprisoned companions. Eager to discern whether I sought to save someone or avenge a grievance, I am unfamiliar with any of the esteemed heroes from the righteous sects. Nor did I recognize anyone among those who perished that fateful rainy night. They intended to take my life, and in a bid for self-preservation, I had no choice but to eliminate them first. This single explanation suffices, for I am acutely aware that they require no justifiable reason to slay me. These individuals are not inclined towards reason. Indeed, they disregarded my explanation, still convinced I was there to settle a score. They perceived me as just and themselves as unjust. Thus, regardless of my motives for killing them, they would demand my life in recompense. A few inconsequential beings, their demise is inconsequential. Who would dare seek vengeance against my disciple? A light, ethereal voice floated down from the rooftop, clad in flowing garments of purest white, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. It was Lu Yinyan. The demons and specters encircling me instantly altered their demeanor upon sighting her, retreating and abandoning their encirclement. Lu Yinyan alighted gracefully before me, and the onlookers' attitudes towards her divided into two distinct categories. One group revered her, while the other admired her beauty. Upon learning I was her disciple, their gazes towards me softened considerably. It is evident that Lu Yinyan holds a significant position within this organization. Navigating the martial world, beauty can be both an asset and a liability. However, one cannot rely solely on mere appearance. Strength is the paramount foundation. More crucially, one must possess sufficient capability for self-defense. Lu Yinyan possesses such abilities, rendering her beauty merely a subject of admiration. Since I am a disciple of Senior Lu, it seems fate has decreed that they must face this calamity. Indeed, it was they who initiated the conflict. The young girl, in a desperate bid for self-preservation, inadvertently caused their demise. Their deaths were not in vain. The speed at which these individuals shifted their narratives was astonishing. One uttered a word, and another followed suit, thus rendering my transgressions null and void. Lu Yinyan led me upstairs, where others emerged to attend to the bodies of Chi-Wei and her companions. Upon returning to the room on the top floor, Lu Yinyan cautioned me to exercise discretion. Within the organization known as the Rain-Covering Palace, she could manage any adversary I might provoke, save for the Emperor's favored one, whom I must never antagonize. After years of serving as a shadow guard, I found myself abruptly reassigned to the role of a snack procurement officer. Yinzhou, having failed to locate any food, climbed into bed to rest. As we had just arrived, Lu Yinyan refrained from mentioning the matter of detoxifying Yunyanxiang. After the guards, including Jia, departed, I was free from distractions and enjoyed a restful slumber. In the morning, someone brought hot water and breakfast. The lively and talkative maid who entered busily engaged in her tasks while conversing with me. I had inquiries of my own. Noticing her red and white uniform, indicative of her affiliation with the Rain-Covering Palace, it was evident that the blossoming fragrance pavilion had been seized by them, with their personnel stationed on both floors. Being entirely unfamiliar with this enigmatic organization, I took the opportunity to gather information from the maid. The Rain-Covering Palace aspired to overthrow the entire martial arts world, having meticulously plotted their strategy, weaving an expansive net in anticipation of this martial arts assembly to ensnare the esteemed factions of the Jianghu. They were forming an alliance of villains while infiltrating the righteous sects, manipulating individuals to act as their informants. Their operations were shrouded in secrecy and caution, akin to spiders silently spinning webs in shadowy corners. However, the Empress exhibited rather peculiar behavior, frequently resorting to biting, reminiscent of a zombie. Duantian usually confines her in a lofty structure within the Heavenly Palace, known as the Fuyun Pavilion. This edifice is constructed from gold, precious gems, exquisite jade, and silver notes. Within its walls, a variety of rare animals and flowers are nurtured. Everything essential for human existence can be found inside, yet the Empress still often escapes, pouncing and biting upon encountering others. The couple resides on the 8th floor, and the young girl has cautioned me against venturing there. Should I encounter a woman clad in red, with eyes of the same hue, I must flee without hesitation. The Heavenly Palace resembles an underground organization, and there have been no tales of them in the realm. Even I have heard nothing of their existence. The young girl brought up last night as events, stating that the Heavenly Palace has resolved matters with the O and Chen families on my behalf, assuring me that their people will no longer seek vengeance upon me. As for the Demon Fortress, the old lord is unwilling to relent, yet he lacks the strength to confront the Heavenly Palace. An opportunity for assassination may arise, but as long as I remain within the influence of the Heavenly Palace, the Demon Fortress has little power over me. Essentially, she subtly warned me that leaving the Heavenly Palace would be perilous, advising against such a course. On the other hand, Chi-Wei is more manageable. She holds a certain status within the Heavenly Palace, yet her mastery of dark arts is entirely reliant on its support. As a disciple of the demonic sect, she has been pursued for her life, saved by the Heavenly Palace, which also provided her with the bone-eating insect. Should she perish, as long as the Heavenly Palace does not seek retribution, no one would avenge her. Moreover, the Heavenly Palace is not a benevolent family. They have doubted her capabilities after I repeatedly vanquished her bone-eating insect. The Heavenly Palace has chosen to protect Lu Yinyan's favored disciple, discarding Qiyue as a pawn. After breakfast, Lu Yinyan sought me out, expressing a desire for a serious conversation. She brought along Yunanxiang and placed her in our room while I accompanied Lu Yinyan to the adjacent room for a private discussion. I instructed Yinzhou to engage amicably with Boss Yu, sharing some light snacks. Upon entering the room, Lu Yinyan settled at the table, inviting me to sit comfortably without reservations. Following her suggestion, I chose a chair positioned at a moderate distance from her. She remarked that I differed from her daughter's description, believing I had previously concealed my true nature. With her daughter's passing, my true self had now emerged. She preferred this interpretation, as it spared me from fabricating tales to deceive her. I candidly admitted that I had indeed been masquerading before, and my authentic self was now laid bare. However, I confessed that I had not adhered to the customary practices regarding serving my master. Lu Yinyan chose not to dwell on this matter, instead articulating her steadfast reason for wanting to accept me as her disciple. Having left Tiayutai, time was of the essence for her, as the rules were not so rigidly enforced there. It was rather that once one descended the mountain, their days were numbered. She was no exception, with little time left to live, and she was eager to pass on her teachings. Yet, having just descended, her circle was limited, and she was reluctant to impart her skills to a stranger. Fortunately, she encountered me, a familiar acquaintance well-versed in her background, and as a subordinate of her daughter. I possessed a solid foundation in martial arts, making me her ideal candidate. Though she spoke little, her meaning was clear. I utilized my abilities to examine her condition, but found no discernible issues. I then inquired whether she had been poisoned. She shook her head, indicating that poison could be remedied, yet her situation was beyond salvation. She was neither ill nor poisoned. As life approaches its inevitable conclusion, she has exchanged her existence for something else. How can one retrieve a life that has been bartered away? The Yaoyu platform harbors such enigmatic matters. And I have come to learn yet another secret. I find no reason to decline her offer. She wishes to take me as her disciple without any additional stipulations. Oh, but there is one condition. She hopes that I can inter her and her daughter together. I inquired if cremation would suffice, with their ashes laid to rest side by side. She nodded in agreement, expressing no particular demands on the matter. After all, transporting a corpse is a formidable challenge, and preservation poses its own dilemmas. Once Lu Yinyan had finished recounting her own circumstances, she turned to inquire about my certainty in resolving the poison of Juananxiang. I replied that I had merely a 30% chance, as I had never attempted an antidote before. It would require exploration, and unforeseen complications might arise during the process. Lu Yinyan nodded gently, stating that one must do their utmost. If all else fails, we could be laid to rest together, whether it be one or two. The act of cremation remains the same, and I readily acquiesced. As we conversed into the midday hour, we discussed matters relating to her former employer. She was well aware of his plans and the prophecy of a bloodbath within the martial world. Her indifference towards the fates of the martial realm was palpable. She descended the mountain for a singular purpose, one that even eclipsed the tragedy of her daughter's demise. The items she brought down the mountain were coveted by Yong, along with many others, and it turned out that Yong was affiliated with the same organization as her, which created an awkward predicament. Unable to seize the treasures, and unable to overpower her, they found themselves in the clutches of a formidable boss, rendering collaboration within the same organization a plausible scenario. The individuals gathered by the Rainstorm Sky Palace may harbor grievances among themselves, yet under the boss's command, they are still capable of working together. The room is situated atop the building, from whence do they acquire the earth. Upon a second glance at the windowsill, I observed that all the flower pots were empty, with the vibrant blossoms discarded nearby and soil piled upon the table. Two individuals were joyfully playing, their hands covered in dirt, while a collection of small delicacies lay at the edge of the table. They unabashedly indulged in the treats with their freshly soiled hands, enjoying both their food and their playful antics. She had previously shared with me the nature of their relationship. The two were childhood companions and fellow disciples. Lu Yinyan was 2 years the senior of Yunanxiang, and their bond was akin to that of sisters. However, the one whom Yunanxiang secretly admired was none other than their master. Lu Yinyan, an orphan, had always regarded Yunanxiang and their master as family. After the master's abrupt departure, she and Yunanxiang relied on one another for companionship. Following her ascension to Yaoyuan platform, Lu Yinyin maintained a continuous correspondence with Yunanxiang. At that time, the original owner was still quite young and resided within the heavily guarded palace. It was Yunanxiang who acted as the intermediary, facilitating the exchange of letters between mother and daughter. Chapter 62. I had no intentions in the Jianghu affairs. The affairs concerning Lu Yinyin and Yunanxiang's generation were not extensively known to the original owner. Now that Lu Yinyin has confided in me, it appears she is indeed imparting her final words. Having been isolated from the world for many years, Yunanxiang was her sole friend outside the mountains. The separation between her and the original owner's father was not amicable, and they had never met again after parting. Her relationship with the emperor of the Fuyu Tiangong was strictly professional, devoid of personal ties. Among her carefully nurtured shadow guards, I alone seemed trustworthy enough to be entrusted with such matters. Although my loyalty may appear somewhat lacking from my actions, as long as my life is not at stake, I am capable of carrying out other tasks, which is Lu Yinyin's new assessment of me. Once she had conveyed her wishes, she commenced to impart her martial skills. Speaking of martial arts, one cannot overlook another secret of the Yaoyuan platform. The world is aware that the martial prowess of the Yaoyu platform can only be cultivated by those of youthful form. Yet few know of a practice accessible to all. When she ascended the Yaoyu platform, she had already given birth to her original self's employer, rendering her no longer a child. However, the number of individuals privy to this secret was scant, as the outside world believed her to be unmarried and childless. Her ascent to the pinnacle of the Yaoyu platform was undoubtedly due to her mastery of formidable skills. Initially, she would not have been accepted. But the then master of the platform, recognizing her exceptional innate talent, a rare martial genius, could not bear to let such potential go to waste, thus making an exception to retain her and impart to her a set of techniques unknown to outsiders. Time has proven that the skills she acquired were superior to those typically employed by the Yaoyu platform. Those who were aware of her exceptional entry into the fold, sanctioned by the platform's master, have gradually passed away, leaving no one to remember this affair years later. Whether those individuals met with untimely deaths by misfortune or whether she silenced them remains unspoken. Now that she has resolved to take me as her disciple, there is no longer a need to conceal this significant secret. Recent events have unfolded in rapid succession, leaving my mind in a state of disarray. Engaging in practice would provide me with the time to contemplate and clarify my thoughts. Lu Yinyin managed to send away Yunanxiang, and I held no grievance against Yunzhou. I assisted him in washing his hands, tidying the table, and summoned someone to bring lunch. The martial arts alliance has crumbled like a collapsing edifice, with those steadfast in righteousness either perishing or grievously injured, while a portion remains imprisoned. The remainder have either long since aligned themselves with the forces of the overcast sky palace or have become opportunistic, swaying with the winds of change. For instance, the Lord of Yuan City, after lunch, as I ventured out to procure snacks for Yunzhou, I fortuitously encountered him in the hall of the fragrant gathering pavilion. I refrained from leaping from the heights during the day, for such an act would draw undue attention. It was far more prudent to descend the stairs in a seemingly normal manner. In the grand hall, I encountered an individual surrounded by a circle of people, engaging in lively conversation. Some referred to the person at the center as the Lord of the City. A smile graced his face, and his eyes sparkled with delight, as if he were basking in the glory of spring's favor. They spoke of Lu Yu's demise, declaring that the Lord would henceforth be the true ruler of Yuan City, no longer just an inconspicuous figure. It is no wonder that people often say, while one may guard against external threats, the most treacherous betrayals often come from within. Yuan City faced dire tribulations, suggesting that the Lord may indeed be one of the conspirators. In truth, the authority of the Lord of Yuan City is quite limited. He oversees minor affairs, while major decisions rest with the Martial Arts Alliance. While he is lauded as the ruler of a city, his actual responsibilities are akin to those of a neighborhood committee member. Among the various lords throughout history, it is difficult to believe that none harbored ambitions to usurp power from the Martial Arts Alliance. However, relying solely on one's own strength is futile, compelling them to seek the support of more powerful allies. Upon noticing my descent from the staircase, the Lord's gaze shifted, parting the crowd to inquire, "Isn't this Dr. Inshin?" My prowess in detoxification for the Alliance leader, Lu, is widely acknowledged throughout Yuan City. I had previously encountered this lord at both a birthday celebration and a wedding banquet. He appeared to be of similar age to Alliance leader Lu, sporting a beard flecked with gray and exuding a demeanor of kindness and humility in his speech. Yet, as the saying goes, one may know a person's face but not their heart, At that time, I failed to perceive any unsettling currents beneath his surface. I had no desire to engage with him and proceeded towards the exit. He, being a shrewd individual, recognized that my unimpeded entrance and exit amidst the territory of the rainy day palace must have deeper implications. Unlike the impulsive actions of Bailia and others, he redirected his inquiry to those around him, seeking to understand the situation. The regulars in the hall had witnessed my confrontation with O Young and his companions the previous night. They introduced me as Lu Yin Yan's disciple, confirming my status as one of their own. The lord of the city immediately retracted his hostility and greeted me politely, devoid of any semblance of seniority or imposing authority. He adeptly managed his emotions, as evidenced by the slight undulation of the energy sphere that soon returned to a state of tranquility. Such fluctuations are commonplace among individuals and cannot be construed as indicators of negative emotions. Discerning one's true state is exceedingly challenging. Before my departure, I placed the cloud vessel in the room of Moon South Fragrance to thwart any potential ill intentions during my absence. My excursion to procure snacks served merely as a pretext. My true destination was the Liu residence. Within the guest room of the Liu family lay the books I had acquired along the way, and our luggage still remained there. Several days had elapsed since the fateful night of the Liu residence's plunder, yet the lingering scent of blood clung to the air. The torrential rain that night had failed to wash away the remnants of violence. Perhaps the blood had seeped into the very soil. I was oblivious to the fate of the bodies, and now the Liu residence stood desolate. Had I not traversed here with my extraordinary abilities? Even if my original self had not succumbed to toxicity, I would have perished in the inferno. As I leapt over the firewall, my body bore numerous burns. And without medical aid, the threat of infection alone could have claimed my life. The gates of the Liu residence were firmly locked. Yet I scaled the wall to retrieve our belongings from the guest room. The guest quarters remained largely untouched, showing no signs of vandalism. In contrast, the areas where conflict had erupted were marred, with several large cracks marring the walls, and the roof of the pavilion in the garden mysteriously vanished. Even the lotus pond had not escaped unscathed. The water had inexplicably disappeared, revealing the muddy bottom. Thoughts of the lotus flowers and the fish that once inhabited the pond were futile, as I could only find their remnants among the surrounding grass. The entire Liu residence exuded a foul stench of decay. Peaceful healer, I emerged from my room, burdened by my luggage, intending to ascertain whether the remains of Lord Liu had been interred. However, not a soul from the Liu family was present. All the bodies had been taken away, and the whereabouts of Lord Liu's remains remained a mystery. Suddenly, I was called out, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. Perhaps I should refer to you as Dark 7. The newcomer exuded elegance, resembling a gentleman of refined grace. What prompts such a statement, Lord Luo? I observed Luo Shiran approaching from the direction of the back garden, a small cloth bag in hand. What brings us to this topic? Shall we begin with your final mission? He smiled, as if discussing the weather. My final mission? Yun Zhou had summoned me to procure candied chestnuts. I continued to feign ignorance. She has passed away, yet you remain. I merely wish to clarify, was it due to the last mission? How did you know I am Dark 7? Very well. Let us exchange secrets. I possess an innate sensitivity to scents, and every individual carries a distinctive aroma. I can perceive it and discern it without fail. It is not that I live because I fear death, nor is it my desire to continue executing missions. It is as simple as that. The smile etched upon Luo Shiran's lips appeared almost permanent, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, making it challenging to gauge his true intentions. Thus, I found myself perplexed as to why the original soul's employer held such obsessive affection for him. Could it be the result of some enchantment? While others experienced the delicate barrier of a woman pursuing a man, these two faced mountains of separation. Perhaps this individual harbors no romantic inclinations at all. You are quite astute. Would you care to visit the Lishan Pavilion? No, I intend to acquire land and cultivate it. Will you not join the Fuyu Tiangong? I am merely a re-employed shadow, devoid of ambition, unwilling to wade through murky waters. These are the agricultural tomes I have acquired. As I aspire to bid farewell to my former life, as I unveil a corner of my luggage, revealing the books within, I reflect on the laborious efforts that led to their accumulation, which I cannot easily forsake. As for why he returned to the Liu family, what he carried in his hands, and how he escaped that night, I have no desire to know. Her schemes are not they unfolding one by one? Her brilliance lies in the fact that, regardless of her fate, the plan she has laid will unfold as she envisaged. Luo Shiran walks alongside me, and due to our proximity, I can sense the chill emanating from him. I have yet to discern whether her calculations are flawless or if, as the rumors suggest, she possesses an innate ability to unravel the mysteries of fate. The secrets of the master are not for me to disclose. What if I were willing to purchase this secret? You could have inquired directly with her. She has always been candid with you, unlike me. With no witnesses to my demise, I may not speak the truth to you. Should you insist on acquiring the veracity, I have no objections. You harbor resentment towards me. You still have feelings for her. Luo Xiaoran's facade of a smile fractures, revealing a bittersweet expression beneath the mask. I do not resent you. I merely think her foolish. And I refuse to play the fool myself. Hence, I do not serve a master. I find it rather absurd that my original self and Luo Xiaoran had never exchanged words. I presumed that we would have nothing to discuss, yet inexplicably, we found ourselves engaged in conversation. The final task assigned to my original self by the master was to assassinate Luo Xiaoran. The original master once contemplated departing this life alongside the man, yet she abruptly changed her mind and chose to end her own life first. She neither rescinded the mission nor imposed a deadline upon the original self. Perhaps she lacked the authority to make the ultimate decision, thus relinquishing the choice to the original self. There existed the option to directly follow her master into death, forsaking the task. However, she did not anticipate that the original self had sustained a hidden injury during a prior mission. Since the original self remained silent, no one would be aware to inspect her condition. Although this injury did not incapacitate her, it prematurely activated the poison within her, causing its effects to manifest sooner than expected. Consequently, that night, the original self was utterly incapable of executing the final task. The original master did not possess the ability to foresee the future, but was adept at discerning the human heart. Yet, she ultimately misjudged the heart of one she trusted the most, Dark Seven. She believed Dark Seven to be merely a puppet, an automaton programmed to carry out commands, or perhaps an advanced artificial intelligence. Unbeknownst to her, Dark Seven's loyalty was intertwined with a thread of affection. It was this very intuition that led her to remain silent about her injury, as revealing it would have hindered her ability to vigilantly protect her master. Whether as an observer or influenced by the emotions of the original self, I felt a tinge of sorrow for the master's fate. Had she not suddenly succumbed to the whims of romantic thoughts, the geopolitical landscape of these four nations might have unfolded differently. As I walked alongside Luo Xiaoran, we engaged in conversation, feeling curiously as though we were long-acquainted friends. Perhaps it was Luo Xiaoran's demeanor that differed from that fateful evening at the banquet. Or perhaps I was no longer apprehensive about being recognized by him. We spoke of the original self, her master, and the devastating fire. Do you know where she was buried? I inquired. I have just arrived, having barely escaped from peril, and I cannot afford to concern myself with anything else. Furthermore, given the original owner's esteemed status, her death would undoubtedly prompt numerous individuals to assume responsibility for her affairs, naturally leading to the organization of her funeral. It is inconceivable that she would be left unburied or hastily interred. Thank you. At this moment, we have reached the entrance of the Lu residence. I made my way towards the wall, employing my abilities to ascend it and leap outside. A mere exchange of words is insufficient for me to place my trust in Luo Xiaoran, although he has shown some semblance of affection for the original owner. I cannot ascertain the authenticity of his sentiments. My exceptional memory does not equate to extraordinary intelligence. I must concede that, in comparison to him and the original owner, I feel rather dim-witted. On my return to the fragrant pavilion, I purchased several boxes of dried fruit candies for Yinzhou. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards did not impede my passage. With my luggage slung over my shoulder and snacks in hand, I ventured inside. The number of people in the hall had doubled, and the surroundings had been thoughtfully arranged, with clusters of dancers and musicians adorned in vibrant attire. From the conversations swirling around me, I discerned the phrase celebration, leading me to ponder whether this was a festivity hosted by the Rainstorm Palace in honor of their victory over the Martial Arts Alliance. The maid who had delivered our meals earlier navigated through the throng and approached me, bowing respectfully. She mentioned that she had been waiting for me for quite some time, as there was an important event tonight. She had brought me clothes, only to discover that I had stepped out. However, she stated that it was the Emperor's directive for me to attend this evening's gathering. A mere nameless individual, a minor shadow guard, has been specifically summoned by the formidable antagonist. I felt a surge of anxiety. I set down my luggage and moved behind the dressing screen, picking up the attire laid upon the chair. I inquired, "Is this the gown you have prepared for me?" The young maiden tilted her head, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she giggled. "Indeed, knowing you favor black, I specially sought this out for you, guaranteed to fit perfectly. This was no mere formal gown. It was a replica of Lu Yinyan's attire, an exact duplicate in design, save that hers was pristine white, while mine was pure black. Lu Yinyan, adorned in simple white robes, her wide sleeves flowing, moved with the grace of celestial clouds. The skirt, when drawn out, could span a full 180 degrees, with white silk ribbons cascading from the waist, weighted down by white jade pendants. And now, everything was rendered in black. Was this some sort of master-disciple matching outfit? Nay. To venture out thus attired would only transform us into a spectral duo. Chapter 63. The Titans Ascend. I expressed my reluctance to change, preferring my original attire. The young maiden vehemently shook her head, declaring it her mission, one that must be accomplished. If I refused to change, she would not leave, but would watch me until I acquiesced. I reluctantly relented, unwilling to waste time arguing with a young girl over such a trivial matter. The crux of the matter was that Lu Yinyan, in her white attire, resembled a celestial being descended to earth. I, however, in this black garb, resembled a phantom emerging from the night, perhaps even wielding dark magic, like a female incarnation of Voldemort. The young maiden, ever effusive, clapped her hands upon seeing me emerge in the dress, exclaiming, "Truly, you are worthy of being one of us in the underworld. Your aura is a blend of darkness and coldness, exuding a chilling presence, yet with a touch of the spectral." "Enough, be on your way," I retorted, suddenly longing for the Guardia, whose compliments were never so cutting, regarding the matter of doing nothing in the dungeon on the night of the incident. Then joining the villains at the banquet, I pondered it at length, but could not understand. However, I pondered that this is merely an annual gathering for junior employees, and participation alone suffices. As the lights shimmered to life, the hall was filled with an unending array of melodies and performances. Beyond the dances, there were juggling acts, illusions, and even animal training displays. Notably, there was a boxing exhibition featuring young and attractive women, for today was a day of celebration, and bloodshed was deemed inappropriate. Had seasoned fighters taken the stage, the lack of restraint could have led to dire consequences. Thus, the boxing matches were left to the unskilled, whose display consisted merely of flowery gestures and fanciful kicks, merely for entertainment. I initially intended to retreat into the crowd, seeking solace in a dim corner. Yet, Lu Yinyan insisted that I accompany her. As her disciple, I could not shirk my duty and was obliged to escort her. The entire assembly of eccentric personalities from the martial world had converged upon the hall of the Qiufeng Pavilion, reminiscent of a grand gathering of mythical creatures. The bizarre appearances of these individuals would surely incite criticism from any costume designer in a period drama. As Lu Yinyan graced the hall with her presence, a dwarf adorned with rhinoceros horns rushed over, clutching a bouquet of flowers. I hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene, as it was my responsibility to protect my master. However, Lu Yinyan was quicker to act. With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, the dwarf and his flowers were sent flying. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and all who obstructed the dwarf's path promptly made way, as if they were accustomed to such spectacles, their movements fluid and practiced. I overheard someone remark, "The earth-drilling dragon is quite persistent, having been blown away by the fairy 100 times, yet refusing to give up." The dwarf, bearing the moniker of earth-drilling dragon, deftly landed, flowers now tucked in his mouth, and performed a couple of rolls on the ground before quickly regaining his composure. His movements were agile, and his control over his body surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Even when cast away by Lu Yinyan, he bore no resentment. Removing the bouquet he had been toying with and continuing to smile at her with a playful grin. Given Lu Yinyan's striking appearance, it was entirely natural for her to have admirers and suitors. Her visage bore no traces of time, her beauty transcended age. Regardless of her years, there were many willing to marry her. The earth dragon refrained from approaching further, tossing the flowers towards her, which she elegantly brushed aside, transforming them into a cascade of petals. Several men who had intended to engage her in conversation hesitated upon witnessing this. The celestial emperor had arranged for her a seat at the first table to the right of the main position. This table, designed for two, was set with 2 chairs, with Lu Yinyan seated close to the principal position. The Hall of Blossoms was a mansion of opulence in Yuanqing, with every detail, from the stone flooring and carpets to the wall decorations and table settings, exuding luxury. The tableware utilized by the esteemed guests, including wine vessels and dishware, was no exception. This was a lofty edifice constructed of wealth, splendid and extravagant, where Yunanchang had lived a life of excess for many years. lost in a haze of intoxication, leading others to believe she had succumbed to despair over an unattainable love. Alternatively, it was speculated that she used such indulgences to numb herself and escape reality. However, Lu Yinyan asserted that the purpose behind Yu Nanchang's construction of this grand building was not as the world presumed. Regrettably, Yu Nanchang did not disclose the true purpose of her establishment, leading Lu Yinyan to hope that their meeting would unveil this secret. Consequently, Yu Nanchang maintained a close relationship solely with Lu Yinyan, regarding her staff within the building with suspicion. Those who usually mingled closely with her were treated as strangers, their interactions marked by aloofness. Upon descending the mountain, Lu Yinyan sought refuge with her, coincidentally arriving at a time when the Hall of Blossoms was without its owner, leaving everyone uncertain of their next steps. Within the confines of the city, every physician had been summoned, yet none could alleviate the poison afflicting Yu Nanxiang. Her loyal employees harbored no intentions of seizing her assets during her amnesia. The appearance of Lu Yinyan alleviated their pressing predicament. They were aware that their employer had a senior sister with whom she shared a profound bond, maintained through years of correspondence. They knew this senior sister was named Lu Yinyan and had heard the tales regarding the most beautiful woman in the realm. Lu Yinyan's identity was difficult to fabricate, for her visage was the ultimate proof. Impersonating the first beauty was an arduous task. Even with the art of disguise, one could not replicate her countenance. Even if someone could mimic her appearance, they could not replicate her demeanor. This ethereal quality eludes description. It is akin to when people converse with her. They invariably mention me, and when referencing me, they always say, she is strikingly similar to, the esteemed disciple of Lu. They extol Lu Yinyan as a being not of this world, boldly declaring her akin to a celestial maiden. However, when they extol me as not of this world, they refrain from uttering the term celestial maiden. Do they think I am unaware? They wish to imply that I resemble a female ghost. Lu Yinyan belongs to the heavens, while I am of the underworld. My original self was a shadowy guardian, dwelling in obscurity, lurking in the shadows since childhood, regardless of day or night. Naturally possessing a pallid complexion and with little exposure to sunlight, my skin was ghostly white, almost unnaturally so. Since assuming control of this body, I have frequently ventured outdoors to bask in the sun, sometimes traversing mountainous paths under the harsh rays, enduring prolonged exposure. That morbid pallor has long since vanished. Now this body radiates with the essence of sunlight. Perhaps my perspective is overly tinted? A multitude of fiends and phantoms take turns praising me as one destined for a villain's existence. Stereotypes, indeed, a quintessential stereotype. I maintained a scowling demeanor throughout, yet they seemed utterly unconcerned, showering compliments with even greater enthusiasm. This exasperating exchange of pleasantries persisted until an individual entered the hall, at which point it ceased. The newcomer made quite an entrance, accompanied by 2 rows of attendants, each a blossoming young maiden, adorned in identical pastel pink gauzy dresses, revealing arms and legs. Preceding them was a figure clad in a long robe of deep green, intricately embroidered with golden threads. This individual, with hair as white as snow yet possessing the visage of youth, exuded an androgynous charm, standing impressively over 6 feet tall. Upon his arrival, a momentary silence enveloped the hall. The steward responsible for greeting guests promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. Addressing him as Master Xiao, there are few surnamed Xiao within the martial world, and only one who bears the title of Island Master. Observing the young maidens behind him, my understanding began to crystallize. What martial sect lacks a niche for esoteric arts? The Bu sect on Bu Island is such a faction, reputedly harboring numerous mythical Bu birds. These creatures, steeped in legend, have not been witnessed alive for nearly 3 centuries, though reports of sightings on Bu Island have emerged over the past decade. Its authenticity remains unverified, as I have not sought confirmation. My awareness of Bu Island stemmed from researching Bu birds, and my knowledge of its master, Xiao Beitu, arose from investigating the island's background. The Bu sect occupies a remote island, devoting themselves to their practices, seldom venturing into the world. Their only interaction with the outside realm is when they require medicinal supplements. The maidens trailing behind Xiao Beitu are likely his sources of such remedies. My gaze swept over the maidens, not lingering, yet I discerned the general essence of the scene. As a sect that practices nefarious arts, it is not surprising for the winged pair to attend tonight's villainous celebration. However, the sudden silence of the crowd indicates that something is amiss. Among the nefarious, There are those who have recently boasted of devouring children, and others who take pleasure in humiliating the wives and daughters of others. Yet, the practice of indescribable techniques should not render this group of ruffians mute, until the truth strides forth before me, or more precisely, before Lu Yinyan. Yinyan, you have finally descended from the mountain. Xiao Beitu gazes at Lu Yinyan with a gaze filled with deep affection, his tone a blend of resentment and joy. Thankfully, the muscle memory of my original self prevents me from distorting my expression and collapsing my facade. The guard, Jiao Ruo, would likely be howling by now. What astonishing news is this? There is a story between these two. To control my nearly uncontrollable expression, I summoned all my composure. Yet, in my effort, I inadvertently drew Xiao Beitu's attention. Who is she? My disciple. Ah, I see. Do not be alarmed. I am merely reuniting with your master. And there is no need for you to be angry. I am not angry, not angry, not angry. I merely feel a strain as if I might suffer internal injury from suppressing my desire to express curiosity. To my surprise, my excessive effort resulted in a frown that betrayed a hint of ire. Elder, you misunderstand. I have always possessed a naturally displeased countenance, an innate trait. Not directed at anyone in particular, I explained. This is the lair of villains, and unless I wish for my own demise, I would never show disrespect to the elite among them. If it were possible, I would gladly eliminate all the rogues in the hall. Yet I currently lack the strength to do so. One of the essential qualities of a shadow guard is patience, the ability to endure what ordinary people cannot. I quietly took note of those rogues who delight in harming others, intending to settle scores with them when the time is ripe. Xiao Beitu settled behind the table adjacent to ours, and I contemplated switching seats with Lu Yinyan, for Xiao Beitu consistently cast his gaze over me towards her. Had it been a mere ordinary look, it would have sufficed. However, his gaze was so unsettlingly lascivious that it sent shivers down my spine, leaving me vulnerable to collateral damage. Yet, Lu Yinyan showed no inclination to change her position. As the esteemed guest of the Heavenly Emperor, should she swap seats with me, I would be left face to face with the nefarious Big Boss. The Big Boss, unfamiliar with my presence, likely had no desire for such a confrontation. Thus, I could only employ my skills of endurance. Alternatively, should I consider switching places with Xiao Beitu? Just as this thought began to blossom, I found myself ensnared by Lu Yinyan's unwavering gaze, which held me captive for a full 5 seconds, laden with a clear warning. I began to reminisce about Yunshou, who was a creature of simplicity, indulging in eating, sleeping, or playing, requiring no concern from others. His company was immensely easy and comforting. As I languished in this suffocating atmosphere, the arrival of another concluded this stifling tension. The guest at the table opposite us arrived last, aside from the Heavenly Emperor. Following her was a tall, robust man, carrying a guqin almost as tall as himself. From the sound of his footsteps, the instrument must have been exceedingly heavy, as it was sheathed in leather, obscuring its true form. It is the blood lute master, someone murmured softly. Judging by the reactions of those present, it seemed they too had never witnessed the true visage of the blood lute master. The glances directed towards her brimmed with curiosity and inquiry. For it was said that the blood lute master possessed 3 arms, and the onlookers scrutinized her, as if seeking to uncover that hidden limb. The blood lute master possesses no beauty. The passage of time has etched deep lines at the corners of her eyes. Her visage bears the weight of years, appearing far older than one would expect at her age. An elderly woman with hair ashen and frail, her countenance is weathered, yet her eyes betray a fierce glimmer that is difficult to conceal. She stands in stark contrast to the notion of benevolence, her back hunched and her gait slightly limping. The opulent garments draped upon her frame evoke an unsettling aura. Her fingers are stained a deep black, with nails that are long, sharp, and dark, resembling the claws of a burrowing creature. As Xiao Beitu entered, the crowd fell into silence, largely due to the tale of his connection with Lu Yinyan. Their curiosity piqued as they quietly observed the unfolding drama. It was only upon the blood lute master's arrival that the hall was truly engulfed in an oppressive stillness. Those who had dared to speak moments earlier now refrained from using their normal volume, whispering apprehensively, only to be silenced by a nudge from their companions, a gesture urging them to remain quiet. The blood lute master took her seat behind the table opposite us, with a robust man standing sentinel behind her, burdened with the lute that remained unplaced upon the ground. It is no wonder she sought such a towering figure to bear the weight of her instrument. Carrying such a heavy object without respite could easily lead to crippling ailments. The man, it seems, possesses extraordinary strength, maintaining an impassive demeanor despite the weight he carries. As Lu Yinyin settled into her chair, a throng of individuals approached her, eager to engage in conversation, while none dared to approach the Blood Loot Master, whose mere presence commanded a profound respect. They even stifled their breaths, for she was the formidable force behind the massacre of the Lu family. The number of lives she extinguished that night was likely beyond her own reckoning. Not only the members of the Lu family, but also the martial experts of the city had fallen beneath her Loot's deadly serenade. We fled from the Lu family, making our way towards the courtyard of Shimin Wuhan, where I could still hear the mournful strains of the Qin, echoing like the wails of a tormented spirit. Her very existence instilled fear not only in righteous individuals, but also in the nefarious beings of her own faction. Come here. The Blood Qin Master sat down, her gaze fixed directly upon us, locking onto me as she spoke in a deep voice. Lu Yinyin shifted slightly, but I stood up first and bowed to her, saying, "Master, do not worry, I am unharmed." All eyes in the hall turned towards me. I walked forward with composure and bowed to the Blood Qin Master. "What brings you to me, esteemed elder? Do you recognize my disciple?" I removed the necklace from around my neck and presented it before the Blood Qin Master. The moment she entered, I knew she would recognize the necklace. Before her demise, Linglong had instructed her original self to inform her master of her passing, lacking tangible proof. She understood her master's temperament and feared that she might be met with violence. Thus, she left behind a necklace for her original self to wear at all times, forbidding its removal. Chapter 64. The Empress does not bite. The Blood Qin Master recognized the necklace, which could hold items within it, upon twisting the pendant. A small note was revealed. It was left by Linglong. The original self, being an honest person, was aware that the note was intended for the Blood Qin Master. She had worn it all these years without ever daring to open it and peek inside. After reading the note, the Blood Qin Master displayed a sorrowful expression and invited me to sit at her table. Lu Yinyin was somewhat reluctant, but I reassured her that the Blood Qin Master would not pose any difficulties for me. My departure granted Xiao Beitu the opportunity to swiftly take my former seat. Lu Yinyin did not fan him away. Xiao Beitu's martial prowess far surpassed that of the little dwarf. If Lu Yinyin wished to dismiss him, they would inevitably engage in a fierce altercation within the hall, leaving tables and chairs to suffer the consequences. The Blood Zither Master scrutinized me intently, posing several inquiries. She appeared quite pleased and did not conceal her emotions, stating that Linglong had only taken on one disciple, making me her grand disciple. With Linglong absent, it was only fitting that she continue my instruction. The antagonistic overlords were eager to accept me as their apprentice. What a predicament this presented. Yet, in the presence of the Blood Zither Master, I could not express my lack of interest, for she was not the type of elderly lady who would take such sentiments lightly. Lu Yinyin accepted me as her pupil out of necessity, with little time left to properly assess a suitable candidate. Our bond as master and disciple was not particularly profound. However, to snatch away a student in her presence would indicate a blatant disregard for Lu Yinyin. The expressions of the various antagonists in the hall were diverse. Lu Yinyin remained silent, while Xiao Beitu spoke up, wearing a smile as he bowed respectfully to the Blood Zither Master. "Senior, since your beloved disciple taught Xiao Qi before Yinyin, you naturally hold the position of her ancestral master." Upon hearing this, Lu Yinyin finally regarded him with a glance, albeit one of disdain. Nonetheless, since Yinyin had already taken me as her apprentice, the distinction between ancestral master and master did not conflict, as they were not of the same generation. Xiao Beitu maintained his smile and continued to mediate the situation, prompting the others to voice their agreement, as they too wished for the celebratory banquet to proceed without discord. Both the Blood Zither Master and Lu Yinyin were formidable experts. Should they clash, the very structure of the building could crumble. In terms of lineage, the Blood Loot Master is indeed an elder. However, in the realm of villains, such matters are seldom acknowledged, for power reigns supreme. My thoughts had already drifted upstairs, contemplating that should they engage in conflict, I must swiftly ascend to retrieve Yunzhou. The Blood Loot Master nodded, signifying her tacit agreement with Xiao Beitu's words. Her apprentice had perished, and there was no contention between Lu Yinyin and her deceased disciple. If I may express my view, both are merely teachers of the original self. A language teacher and a mathematics teacher can certainly coexist. Neither Lu Yinyin nor I can be regarded as true master and disciple, thus rendering any rivalry futile. The original self's proprietor did not intend for her to cultivate genuine master-disciple bonds from childhood, as she was never assigned a long-term and stable mentor. It resembled the arrangement of hiring a multitude of tutors, each instructing her in their respective subjects simultaneously. The original self held respect for every teacher. Yet none possessed a particularly close relationship with her, not even Linglong. Lu Yinyan's silence implied her acquiescence, indicating she bore no resentment towards my status as a disciple to the blood lute master. The hall buzzed back to life, the music resumed, and the beauty continued to dance. The blood lute master further inquired about my background, such as the identities of my parents and whether I had siblings. These matters could be addressed truthfully. The original self was an orphan, and as for siblings, there were none by birth, but now there exists an elder brother. I reluctantly acknowledged the position of Shimin Wuhan. Otherwise, should he unexpectedly appear one day claiming to be my brother, I would be at a loss for words, unable to clarify the situation. Furthermore, the validity of our sibling relationship remains unverified. He asserts the truth, while I contest it. Neither side possesses evidence to substantiate their claims. Under this premise, his conjecture holds far greater persuasive power than mine, and naturally, bystanders are more inclined to believe him. So be it. What does it matter to be the sister of the leader of a demonic sect? At present, I am even an apprentice to the villainous sound magician. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, a voice called out from the entrance. The emperor has arrived. The joyous melodies ceased once more as a figure adorned in resplendent attire entered the hall. Two young men flanked him, clearing a path, while behind him, two groups of young boys and girls carried various items. They held an array of brocade boxes, varying in size, each one unique in design. This formidable antagonist, crowned with a golden diadem and clad in a golden robe, wore golden boots, and every ornament upon him gleamed with the luster of gold. Even the pouch at his waist was fashioned in gold. Gazing upon his visage, one could see his eyes accentuated with gold makeup, and his lips dusted with golden powder. He ought not to be called the emperor. He should be dubbed the Oscar. The little golden figure, radiating blinding brilliance, strode into the hall and approached the throne positioned at the center. The young man adjusted his garments as he turned to take his seat, casting a smile downwards at the gathered demons and monsters, revealing two golden incisors. This emperor is so dazzling. How does he manage to conceal himself in everyday life? Appending the martial world is not an endeavor accomplished overnight. He has schemed for many years. What strategies has he laid out? With a visage such as his, he would undoubtedly capture the attention of all wherever he goes, unless he were to lie beneath the ground, presiding over matters in a subterranean palace. The heavenly emperor exchanged a few pleasantries, expressing particular gratitude to the blood lute master and Lu Yanyan, while also acknowledging several other meritorious figures. I find little joy in leadership speeches, and I could not help but drift into reverie. Upon concluding his remarks, he declared the banquet officially commenced, introducing a plethora of entertainment options. Lu Yinyan awaited the arrival of the leaders to deliver their speeches, and she intended to depart immediately after their conclusion. Xiao Beitu wished to accompany her, but she cast a glance in my direction, prompting me to look at Blood Qinshi, who nodded in assent. Without hesitation, I rose and made my way toward Lu Yinyan. Xiao Beitu, with a resigned smile, remained in the hall to indulge in libations with the others. I ascended the stairs behind Lu Yinyan, aware that she would not linger long with Yunnan Fong, and I harbored some concern for Yunzhou. The guards at the entrance were present in full force. Not a single one was absent. It was a celebratory banquet, and there was no room for an extra individual to join the two. My thoughts immediately turned to Wanner, yet her voice did not resonate in the same manner. Lu Yinyan, like a gust of wind, swept to the door and pushed it open. Inside, indeed, were three individuals, two women and one man. The man was Yunzhou, who was amusing himself on a toy pony, a customized creation from Lu Yinyan for Yunnan Fong, a rocking horse suitable for adults. Yunzhou's physique seemed to dwarf the toy, evoking a sense of him overpowering it. The two women were engaged in a game of tossing sandbags on the floor. I recognized Yunnan Fong, while the other was an unfamiliar face. She appeared several years younger than before, still retaining a memory of Lu Yinyan. Today, she was left in Yunzhou's room to play together. Though they were reintroduced, she had forgotten us entirely. They had accompanied their master to treat patients, and the families of the patients had invited them to reside in their opulent homes. The patients Lu Yinyan referred to, along with their families, were, in truth, themselves. In any case, Yunnan Fong's memory was ever-changing. Whatever lie was told to her today would be forgotten by tomorrow. "What is this?" Lu Yinyan inquired, directing her gaze toward the women in the room. One of the women picked up a sandbag, engrossed in her own amusement, neither introducing herself nor acknowledging our presence. She appeared to be in her early 30s, with delicate creases at the corners of her eyes. Dressed in a riot of colors, she resembled a vibrant butterfly, her hair styled in playful twin tails, embodying the spirit of youth. This was Akai, our neighbor from downstairs. Yu Nanshang was unaware of who resided below, having forgotten that Lu Yinyin had not specifically informed her. However, both Lu Yinyin and I were well acquainted with our downstairs neighbor. Lu Yinyin's expression shifted slightly as she grasped Yu Nanshang's arms, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Noticing that Yu Nanshang bore no injuries, I hurried over to Yun Zhou's side to check for any harm. Upon confirming that both of them were unscathed, Lu Yinyin and I simultaneously exhaled in relief. Lu Yinyin inquired of the guard outside why the Empress was present in this location. The guard remained motionless and silent. Sensing something amiss, Lu Yinyin nudged the guard, who collapsed without any attempt to protect himself. Lu Yinyin, utilizing her internal energy, lightly struck him from a distance, ensuring he did not fall too harshly. The guard's eyes were wide open, yet his body remained immobile. Their physical forms appeared entirely normal, and their life energy was stable. This was neither an illness nor poison. They were simply immobilized by an unseen force. Just moments ago, there were only 3 individuals in the room, and neither Yun Zhou nor Yu Nanshang possessed such capabilities. Lu Yinyin and I simultaneously turned our gazes towards the elder sister playing with the sandbag. She must be the Empress's favored one, the blue butterfly, known for her erratic behavior and tendency to bite. The rumors surrounding her suggested she resembled a zombie from apocalyptic cinema. Yet, what we observed was merely peculiar behavior, far from the terror of a true zombie. Akai, this is my senior sister, Lu Yinyin, Yu Nanshang introduced, unaware of the tales regarding the blue butterfly, as she pulled Lu Yinyin's hand. Afterward, she pointed to me, saying, "This is Yun Gij's wife, Sister Yun." Brother Yun. I shielded my face with my hand, concealing the smile that danced at the corners of my lips. Yun Zhou ought to address Yu Nanshang as Aunt Yu. Yet now he had been relegated to the status of brother in her eyes. Even Lan Kaidai, older than Yun Zhou by several years, seemed to have lost her senses, shamelessly taking advantage of a forgetful elder. "Are you here to fetch me?" Lan Kaidai inquired, as she set down her sandbag and approached me and Lu Yinyin with a couple of strides. No one at the banquet was aware that she had slipped away, so Lu Yinyin and I were indeed not there to collect her. I anticipated Lu Yinyin's response, but before she could utter a word, Lan Kaidai added, "Where are your morning staffs?" "The chains?" Lan Kaidai scrutinized our hands, seemingly searching for the 2 instruments she mentioned. Lu Yinyin frowned and asked, "What are those?" It dawned on me. "Do you think we are the black and white impermanents?" Lan Kaidai tilted her head, inspecting us earnestly. "My mother said the black and white impermanents are male. Have they now transformed into females?" At her words, a flicker of realization swept through me. The mythological framework of this world did not include the black and white impermanents. It was quite ordinary for Lu Yinyin to be unaware. Yet why did Lan Kaidai possess such knowledge? Was it her mother who informed her? Could it be that her mother was also a traveler from another realm? The notion that there exists more than one traveler in this world is not uncommon. If I could arrive here, perhaps others could as well. "Where is your mother from?" I inquired. Indeed, the people of this world possess no concept of extraterrestrials. She must be a traveler, so I pressed further, "Where is she now?" She replied that her mother had left when she was 8 years old, which meant she had been gone for over 20 years. It seemed that finding a fellow countryman was a rare possibility, yet she had been absent for more than 2 decades. Lu Yinyin could not comprehend a word of our conversation. She believed that Lan Kaidai was uttering nonsensical ramblings. I joined her in this folly, engaging in whimsical banter. We stood conversing for quite some time, yet Lan Kaidai exhibited no hostility. However, the guards outside affirmed that she was not a harmless, benign patient. Utilizing my abilities, I examined her body and discovered lesions within her brain, which might be the root cause of her aberrant behavior. The anomalies stemming from these lesions could extend beyond mere actions. The invisible force that immobilized the guards may very well originate from this affliction. Should her ailment be cured, her peculiar abilities would likely vanish as well. It would be prudent for me to refrain from meddling. Who knows if she has deliberately cultivated such powers? Her lesions were not congenital. An unidentified substance was present. Lu Yinyin expressed concern that we might fall under her control, wishing to avoid provoking her further, allowing her to continue her play with Yu Nanshang. Subsequently, Lu Yinyin signaled me with her eyes to exit, and we made our way outside, descending in the lift. Upon reaching the hall, Lu Yinyin briefed the young man by the emperor's side about the situation, requesting that he inform the emperor. The emperor, engrossed in the performance, promptly rose to depart upon receiving the news. He personally led a group upstairs, with Lu Yinyin and me trailing behind. However, we had not exited the lift when the emperor entered Yu Nanxiang's room, and Yun Zhou rushed out. I quickly waved him over to our side of the lift. Shortly thereafter, Yu Nanxiang emerged as well, dashing towards us. The four of us stood in the lift, while sounds of chaos erupted from within the room, with furniture and decor suffering the brunt of the turmoil. Yun Zhou grasped my hand. I initially presumed he was frightened, but then he blinked and quietly inquired, "Madam, shall we purchase a pony?" Lu Yinyin shot him a disdainful glance, her expression replete with contempt. What is wrong with a boy loving to ride horses? Is there an issue? Certainly not. What is so admirable about this fool? There are countless distinguished young men in the martial world. Even if you fancy a noble heir from any kingdom, I could act as your matchmaker. It's a pity that while noble heirs are indeed charming, they are all equipped with keen intellect. Being both aristocratic and orphaned, lacking in wit, he is truly my ideal type. Infuriated, Lu Yinyin turned away, engaging in conversation with Yu Nanxiang. Suddenly, Yun Zhou broke into a foolish grin. Little horse. He was a beat slow to comprehend, finally grasping the promise made just moments ago. Chapter 65. A remarkable revelation. Yu Nanxiang merely experienced a regression in her memories, contrasting with Yun Zhou's situation. She inquired of Lu Yinyin whether a Kai had aired, if her family had come to retrieve her, or if she had been beaten. Everyone knew that the Empress was the Emperor's cherished one, so the likelihood of him striking her was minimal. As anticipated, when they emerged, Lon Kai Dai was unscathed, while the Emperor bore signs of a skirmish, limping as he walked. We made way for the two of them, stepping aside as they exited the elevator. As the Emperor passed before me, he quietly asked, "Are you a divine physician?" "Merely proficient in medicine," I replied. He nodded slightly, adjusting his dislodged golden crown before stepping into the elevator. Yu Nanxiang's room was utterly chaotic, with no space to set foot. The furniture lay in disarray, shattered across the floor. It was not just teacups, but wardrobes and tables reduced to fragments. The festivities of the evening were intended to last through the night. Although it was still early, Yu Nanxiang could not endure a late night. Yun Zhou graciously offered his bed for her to rest. Lu Yinyin inquired when the treatment could commence. The condition of Yu Nanxiang had deteriorated rapidly, with the regression accelerating as time progressed. I replied that it could begin this very night. She would rest while I attended to my work. The bed was sufficiently spacious, allowing me to sit cross-legged beside Yu Nanxiang, using my extraordinary abilities to induce a deep slumber in her. The duration of the treatment was critical, as Yu Nanxiang's body could not endure prolonged sessions. I initiated my search for the source of her ailment, discovering that the toxins primarily concentrated within her brain. The human brain is an exquisitely intricate machine. A single misstep could leave her more incapacitated than Yun Zhou. After an hour had passed, beads of sweat adorned Yu Nanxiang's forehead, while Lu Yinyin stood vigil beside her, gently wiping away the perspiration with a cloth soaked in warm water. My powers were not meant for public knowledge, so while treating Yu Nanxiang, I feigned the use of a transmission technique, my hands pressed against her body for healing. In the martial world, there existed sects dedicated to healing, employing internal martial arts for treatment. Though inept in combat, these practitioners excelled in healing, often surpassing conventional physicians. They once garnered immense fame throughout the realm, only to be captured by malevolent forces, leading to their demise or the depletion of their inner strength, rendering them powerless. Consequently, this sect declined and eventually vanished, with few whispers of their existence echoing in the present martial world. However, they had not entirely faded from memory. I planned to invoke their name as a facade should anyone inquire. Lu Yinyin carefully tucked the blanket around Yu Nanxiang and beckoned me to sit on a nearby couch, where she intended to impart her skills to me. She first presented a piece of paper inscribed with the incantations of the technique, granting me a mere 5 minutes to memorize its contents. Upon my completion, she incinerated the paper and instructed me to take my place on the couch, ready to receive her teachings. I provided treatment for Yu Nanjing, and in return, she transmitted her skills to me. This cycle of repetition persisted for 7 days. The poison within Yu Nanjing's mind was cleansed, yet her body remained unchanged, still resembling that of a 10-year-old. In stark contrast, Lu Yinyin underwent a remarkable transformation. She imparted her lifelong prowess to me, and by the 7th day, her hair had turned white overnight, aging her beyond her actual years. The distinction between her and the blood zither master lay in her being a beautiful elderly lady, whose former beauty still shone through her aged visage. On the morning of the 8th day, I was awakened by the sound of Yu Nanjing's weeping. Upon entering their room, I discovered Lu Yanyan lying on the bed, devoid of breath. She departed peacefully, as if merely in slumber. For days, Xiao Beitu had yearned to converse with her, but after she had expressed anger once, he was too frightened to intrude upon her again. Now that she was gone, and with Yu Nanjing still a child at heart, I summoned Xiao Beitu to come upstairs to bid farewell to the deceased. Xiao Beitu sat at the bedside, clasping Lu Yanyan's hand, silent yet smiling. I had promised Lu Yanyan that she and her daughter would be interred together, and I conveyed this to Xiao Beitu. However, Xiao Beitu mentioned that Lu Yanyan had only stipulated burial alongside her daughter, without any mention of a prohibition against interment on Baiyido. This raised questions. Who was her daughter? And did the island master possess this knowledge? I understood that Lu Yanyan had the freedom to choose her burial site, having no particular demands in this regard. Yet her daughter's circumstances were different. Her identity alone dictated the rules. Would we resort to grave robbing to retrieve her? Otherwise, her father would never permit her to be buried outside the royal cemetery. In this realm, the custom dictated that an unmarried daughter must rest within the family burial grounds. Understood. Little Chi, you need not call me Island Master. Simply refer to me as Shigong. Xiao Beitu suddenly corrected my address. This seems quite inappropriate. Master Lu remained unmarried throughout her life. She never acknowledged the status of this island master while alive. So how could I presume to arrange a marriage for her in death? No, we were wed in a ceremony. What? This shocking revelation has left me utterly bewildered. Xiao Beitu grasped Lu Yanyan's hand and recounted the emotional entanglements of their predecessors. I had not anticipated that a revelation even more astonishing than their union awaited me. The original owner was not the daughter of that monarch, but rather the daughter of Xiao Beitu. In those days, Xiao Beitu was the foremost disciple of a prestigious sect, the beacon of hope for his lineage, and his master held high expectations for him as the designated successor to lead the sect. However, during his journey of training, he encountered a young woman, and they fell deeply in love at first sight. It was only after their affections had deepened that he discovered she was a disciple of the infamous assassin of the martial world, undeniably a nefarious character. Lu Yanyan, with her temperament, was also known for her ruthlessness in her youth. Thus, even without mentioning her master, she was not regarded as a virtuous individual by any reputable sect. Their union naturally met with fierce opposition from Xiao Beitu's sect, prompting them to elope and hold a wedding in a remote mountain village. However, on the night of the ceremony, Xiao Beitu's master, accompanied by a group of senior disciples, found them. His master did not harm Lu Yanyan. Instead, he threatened them with death. If they dared to continue the wedding, blood would be shed at the scene. Xiao Beitu, raised by his master, regarded him as both mentor and father. He sought to delay the proceedings, yet Lu Yanyan could not endure such a betrayal. Clad in her wedding attire, she remained alone in a dilapidated hut, reflecting on the fleeting nature of the love and affection that the world so fervently pursues. As she gazed at the receding figure of Xiao Beitu, she uttered but a single phrase: "I shall not wait for you." The prince, once an ardent suitor of Lu Yanyan, had been persistently rebuffed by her. Yet, his infatuation for her remained unwavering, akin to a devoted admirer. Ultimately, he succeeded in winning the heart of the goddess, who bore him a daughter before departing from the royal residence. It is worth noting that despite his profound affection for Lu Yanyan, the prince was already bound in matrimony. Even if Lu Yanyan sought a casual union, she could never accept the subordinate role as a concubine. The prince, heartbroken by her departure, succumbed to an ailment that lingered thereafter. He cherished the daughter left behind by Lu Yanyan, doting upon her to an obsessive degree. In time, his legitimate wife and concubines bore him several children. Yet none received his affection. All his paternal love was bestowed upon Lu Yanyan's daughter. Eventually, upon ascending to the throne, this daughter became the beloved princess, elevated in status above even the crown prince. "Do you not think my daughter bears a striking resemblance to me?" Xiao Beitu inquired suddenly. "I fail to see it," came the reply. In truth, the original owner bore a remarkable likeness to Lu Yanyan, with the two women sharing a significant resemblance. However, Xiao Beitu seemed assured in this matter, for Lu Yanyan had been 3 months pregnant at the time of their wedding. After her arrival at the prince's residence, she gave birth to a daughter within a few months, the timing aligning perfectly. He had inquired with the midwife he summoned, confirming that the child was born at full term. If the daughter were indeed the prince's, the timeline would be inconsistent, suggesting she must have been a premature infant. Yet, Lu Yinyan had resolutely decided to sever all ties with him, vowing never to see him again. His reckless actions ultimately led to his master's disappointment, who declared that he had brought shame upon their sect, stripped him of his martial prowess, and expelled him from the order. He, a man whose martial prowess had been utterly extinguished, found himself with no alternative but to tread a treacherous path to strengthen himself. At that moment, it was his sole option. I cannot pass judgment on his choices, for the events did not unfold in my own life. I remained merely a listener, silently absorbing his words until he finished, and then proceeded to transport Lu Yinyan's remains outside the city for cremation. Prior to her departure, she had bathed and dressed, preparing herself meticulously. She was not one to seek grand displays, and in this world, she had but a handful of acquaintances. I surmised she would not have wished for a throng of inconsequential individuals to bid her farewell. Thus, we held no funeral. Only I, Yunaxiang, Xiao Beitu, and Yun Zhou, who could not be left alone at home, attended the cremation. Her ashes were placed in a sealed urn alongside my belongings. The other antagonists were taken aback by her untimely demise. Naturally, Lu Yinyan did not confide in them about her dwindling days. Her sudden passing left them in disbelief. I explained that she had encountered a mishap during her training, leaving her life abruptly. Such occurrences were not uncommon among villains, and they swiftly accepted this narrative. Xiao Beitu had already learned of his daughter's death, and now he faced the loss of his wife as well. Whether it was merely my impression or reality, I perceived his hair to have turned even whiter, glistening as if illuminated. Perhaps he wished to converse with Lu Yinyan about their daughter, yet she had long since lost faith in him, unwilling to utter a word, preferring to remain a stranger. Now, he was entirely bereft of the opportunity. Mother and daughter could no longer listen to his words. As Lu Yinyan's disciple and his daughter's subordinate, I inevitably became his confidant. He spoke of his helplessness, having been confined on the island for 15 years, missing countless events of the mortal realm. In those bygone days, he lacked the strength he possesses now. Yet he can only utilize this newfound power to inquire about the whereabouts of her and her daughter, resulting in nothing but a stack of papers that cannot compensate them or reunite their family. His days on Bu Island are likely no more bearable than Lu Yinyan's time at Yaiwa platform. As a man of no worth, newly initiated into the Bu sect, he faces the harsh reality that without shedding layers of skin or bone, he will find no opportunity to ascend. That island bears resemblance to Yaiwa platform. Entry is strictly regulated, and once inside, one can only escape by reaching a certain height. Their family saga could easily fill the pages of a wandering tale, yet ultimately, it remains the narrative of others, one I shall merely listen to. I have my own troubles, such as the loss of my support in Lu Yinyan, which has invited those seeking vengeance to my doorstep. On the path back to the fragrant pavilion, a group of peculiar beings emerged from the roadside, obstructing our passage. "Is your surname in?" the leader inquired, brandishing a bone knife towards me. I was eager to see who dared to threaten my disciple. Xiao Beitu interjected, stepping in front of me. Lu Yinyan had imparted her formidable skills to me and bestowed upon me the martial arts teachings. She is indeed my master, and as her husband, I could rightly call him my grandmaster, which effectively makes me his disciple. However, as the head of the Bu sect, his disciples naturally belong to that sect and practice its martial arts. The problem lies in the fact that I do not. The aura of villainy surrounding me grows increasingly pronounced. From this moment forth, I fear that even a plunge into the Yellow River would not cleanse my name. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the demon fortress? I am Xiao Beitu, the lord of Bu Island. Oh, the tone of this grand boss makes me cover my face in disbelief. I ponder that if I were to undermine him at this moment, the individuals across from me would likely not believe it. The denizens of the demon fortress are evidently aware of my apprenticeship under Lu Yinyan. With her demise, they have come seeking vengeance. Lu Yinyan was the wife of the island's master, and her disciple is none other than my own. Xiao Beitu even took the liberty to explain the situation. I suspect he aims to bring his connection with Lu Yinyan into the open while subtly mentioning me. The people from the demon fortress seem rather unfamiliar with Baiyido, perceiving it merely as an ordinary sect. After weighing their options, they resolved to eliminate Xiao Beitu as well. Regardless of one's identity, meddling in the affairs of the demon fortress means death. At the leader's signal, the surrounding subordinates immediately brandished their blades and charged forth. Xiao Beitu raised his arm to shield me, and I instinctively pulled Yunzhou back a few paces. He stood firm against the assailants, and I witnessed him barehandedly catch a blade, twisting it until it shattered, before swiftly seizing his opponent by the throat. In mere moments, the man in his grip was reduced to a lifeless husk. He flung the body aside and sought his next target. After 2 unfortunate souls fell victim to him, the others dared not approach. They thought they could escape unscathed after provoking a formidable figure. What a delusion! Seeing they were outmatched and attempting to flee, Xiao Beitu deftly leaped into action, employing his lightness skill to pursue them, swiftly dispatching one after another. In a short span, the ground was littered with more than a dozen corpses. The leader was the only one among them with substantial internal strength. After exchanging a blow with Xiao Beitu, he was left with his organs shattered. Chapter 66. Asking is a form of cultivation. A true powerhouse indeed. In an instant, he annihilated several adept fighters from the demon fortress and effortlessly dealt with their sole master. Yun Wanxiang clutched my hand and stood to my left, while Yunzhou wrapped his arm around me on my right. Xiao Beitu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of us, embodying a somewhat parental demeanor. His mood was already rather sour today, and the appearance of someone to provoke his ire did not bode well. In a moment of impulse, he extinguished the thread entirely. However, Xiao Beitu acted too swiftly for me to interject. Now, learning that the boss is beyond saving, what shall we do in the future? Yun Wanxiang has regressed to a childlike state. Her feelings of admiration for her master have yet to manifest. Her martial prowess remains at a juvenile level, and she lacks the memories of later experiences. Regardless of the circumstances, Qiwenfang Pavilion can no longer depend on her. Lu Yanyan would have been an excellent candidate to take over, yet her departure was abrupt and unforeseen. At present, with the presence of the rain cover Heavenly Palace, the situation is manageable. However, once the situation in Yuanqing stabilizes and the Heavenly Palace withdraws, Qiwenfang Pavilion must resume normal operations. What then? Thus, they have turned their attention to me. A private discussion is imperative. Xiao Beitu has his own matters to attend to, and Yun Wanxiang, having just lost her senior sister, is understandably distraught. I asked Yunzhou to stay with her while I accompanied the steward to the office upstairs, which is also Yun Wanxiang's study. The steward, the general manager of Qiwenfang Pavilion, is the most trusted individual by Yun Wanxiang. When they first met, the steward was in dire straits, bereaved of family and facing his own demise. Yun Wanxiang rescued him, providing sustenance, employment, and avenging his grievances. Such kindness prompted him to dedicate the remainder of his life to repay her, pledging unwavering loyalty. The steward, surnamed Zhang, is a man in his 50s, refined in demeanor and deliberate in speech. Yet at this moment, as he seeks to discuss the succession of Qiwenfang Pavilion, he has shed his usual composure, displaying a sense of urgency, speaking at double his normal pace. He articulated the thoughts of those in charge, laying a foundation with the bond between Lu Yanyan and myself, enumerating the myriad advantages of my assuming control of the Qiwenfang Pavilion, as though my acquiescence would elevate me to the pinnacle of success. Indeed, Qiwenfang Pavilion is a veritable treasure trove in Yuanqing. The wealth amassed by Yunnan Song over the years remains shrouded in mystery, yet it is undoubtedly immense. In the elite circles of affluent women in Yuanqing, she would certainly rank among the top 3. In this tumultuous era, with the forces of the Fuxian Palace dominating the martial world, Qiwenfang Pavilion has aligned itself with the palace, finding refuge beneath this towering entity, thus securing its future commerce. Chief Steward Zhang is unwaveringly loyal to Yunnan Song, wholly devoted to the survival of Qiwenfang Pavilion. He perceives no dichotomy of right and wrong, focusing solely on actions that benefit Yunnan Song. The current reality is stark. Those who dare to oppose the Fuxian Palace face certain demise. Should they not seek the palace as protection, both Yunnan Song's life and the grand edifice of Qiwenfang Pavilion would be obliterated. Chief Steward Zhang's singular aim is to preserve Yunnan Song. He implores me to contemplate his proposal earnestly and respond forthwith. After a minute of contemplation, I resolutely declined his invitation. Farming? Do you mean to say farming? Chief Steward Zhang appeared bewildered, as though he had misheard. Yes, heading north. I possess sufficient funds to purchase land. No need for elder U.S. assistance. No, that is not the crux of the matter. What is significant is that you wish to farm. Is that so difficult to comprehend? I reiterated the literal meaning. After a prolonged struggle to articulate his thoughts, I perceived his inner turmoil and, in a bid to alleviate his distress, conveyed my firm decision, asserting that further discussion was futile. He reluctantly acquiesced, refraining from further inquiry, and with a heavy sigh, remarked that perhaps this course of action, taking Yu Nansong away from Yuanqing, was not without merit. In the years that Yu Nanxiang has managed the Chuanfang Pavilion, it is improbable that she has not acquired any enemies, particularly since Lu Yinyan has made it abundantly clear that her intentions in constructing this towering edifice are far from innocent. Perhaps she is secretly engaged in activities that must remain concealed. With no means of self-preservation, Yu Nanxiang's continued presence at Chuanfang Pavilion ultimately poses a perilous risk. Chief Steward Zhang and the swordsman share a unified sentiment. As long as they follow me, safety is assured wherever we may go. He is completely indifferent to wealth and fame. Since I intend to take Yu Nanxiang with me, he must accompany us as well. However, we are bound for agricultural pursuits, and I was about to suggest that she must seek employment to sustain herself when Chief Steward Zhang preemptively remarked, "The family has passed down several recipes for food preparation. Perhaps they will prove useful in the future." With a carefree smile, he made his intentions clear. At this revelation, I found myself at a loss for words. His genuine concern for Yu Nanxiang was palpable. He declared his resolve to proceed, and in agreement with me regarding our future plans. He promptly initiated the process of selling the prosperous shop. Naturally, while the celestial entourage remains in the city, this endeavor cannot materialize. He intends to wait until they have departed before officially transferring Chuanfang Pavilion. Yu Nanxiang trusts him implicitly, entrusting him with the important documents, certificates, and land deeds of the pavilion. I refrained from mentioning the obstruction we encountered along the way to anyone. Over the past few days, the Blood Loot Master has summoned me to her quarters for conversation. Yet today, the individual stationed at our door is not one of her Sen agents, but a youth from the side of the Celestial Sovereign. Following the incident of being blocked, I am even more reluctant to leave Yunzhou alone in the room, so I take him along to confront the formidable antagonist below. Upon entering, I was immediately struck by a sensation of disorientation. The 8th floor room should not differ significantly from those below. The 6th, 7th, and 8th floors comprise the esteemed guest area of the Guifang Pavilion, where the decor, though distinct, is not ostentatiously garish. It is presumed that the Celestial Emperor had the rooms redecorated prior to his arrival, incorporating elegant furnishings. For instance, the walls are adorned with a fine dust of gold, and the tables and chairs are embellished with gilded accents. The flooring follows a harmonious color scheme, and even the potted plants displayed on the tables feature golden soil and golden trees. For one accustomed to darkness, this chamber feels akin to a torture chamber. The antagonistic emperor has exchanged his elaborate attire from the banquet for simpler, everyday clothing, retaining the same hue. In the golden room, the presence of a certain yellow figure nearly induces color blindness. He does not engage in pleasantries, but rather directly articulates the purpose of my invitation. After observing the condition of Yu Naxiang, he resolved to seek my assistance in treating Lan Kaidai's ailment. He has long been aware of my reputation. My actions in Yuansheng have been reported back to him. However, he wishes to witness the results firsthand, as the patient in question is none other than his beloved. He is acutely aware of the peculiar poison afflicting Yu Naxiang, one that no one has been able to remedy. Lu Yinyan has also been unable to identify the perpetrator of the poisoning. Numerous renowned physicians have gathered for this martial arts convention, each with their own esteemed backgrounds, summoned from far and wide by the Guifang Pavilion. Even practitioners of the dark arts have been invited to attempt an antidote for Yu Naxiang. Alas, this poison is enigmatic, and no one has succeeded in alleviating it until my arrival, at which point Yu Naxiang's symptoms were swiftly paused. The Celestial Emperor, having observed Yu Naxiang, is convinced of her genuine recovery before requesting my expertise for Lan Kaidai. I reiterate to him the sentiments I previously expressed to Lu Yan'an. The poison afflicting Yu Naxiang is peculiar, and Lan Kaidai's condition mirrors that, with the treatment bearing significant risks and a mere 50% chance of success. I laid out the minimum standards, thereby increasing the likelihood of success. Furthermore, the Heavenly Emperor is unlike others. Should there be any misstep with Lan Kaidai, he would not cause a scene, but would resort to lethal measures. I specifically mentioned that if her illness were to be cured, certain peculiar symptoms she possesses would also dissipate. Upon hearing me reference these peculiar symptoms, he appeared even more satisfied and urged me to proceed with the treatment. If I were unable to heal her, there would be no other capable of doing so in this world. Should this opportunity be missed, they would forever remain without hope. We arranged to conduct a comprehensive examination for Lan Kaidai after dinner, followed by the formulation of a treatment plan. In the afternoon, while I ventured out to procure some items, I was unexpectedly confronted on the street. A group of disheveled young men rushed toward me, and at first, I mistook them for beggars. Yet, the vitriolic accusations they hurled were not merely the ramblings of the destitute. They uttered phrases such as recognizing the thief as one's father and traitors to the righteous path alongside insults of cowardice and timidity. Every few minutes, a squad of heavenly guards patrolled the streets, and upon hearing these individuals label me as a lackey of the heavenly palace, they swiftly encircled them to apprehend them. A scuffle ensued between the guards and the group, who displayed a modicum of skill, albeit limited. Outnumbered, they were soon overwhelmed as a second squad of guards arrived, swiftly subduing and binding them for transport. Observing their martial prowess, it became evident that they hailed from the Iron Arm Sect of the Western Fan Mountain in the kingdom of Luofeng. The Iron Arm Sect is renowned for producing bodyguards and holds a certain reputation in the martial world. The current leader, Tai Long Xing, possesses arms of copper and iron, impervious to blades and axes. At the commencement of the martial arts tournament, his venerable mother had just passed away, and still in mourning, he found it unseemly to attend. Instead, he dispatched his most accomplished disciple, accompanied by several promising students, to extend felicitations to Alliance leader Lu on his birthday. On the day of the banquet, I did not encounter them, leading me to believe they merely presented their gifts and abstained from partaking in the festivities at the Lu residence. This was, in retrospect, a stroke of good fortune, as it spared them from the calamity that befell others. Yet, their actions of hurling invectives at me and revealing their identities only resulted in their capture. Unless they harbored a death wish, their behavior suggests a desire for apprehension. Now, both the righteous and the villainous factions are convinced of my antagonist role, a development I had foreseen. It seems that unless I personally slay the Celestial Emperor, this villainous label will remain indelible. After all, I am the sole individual who graced both the Lu family banquet and the villain's celebratory feast. During the latter, I made a deliberate sweep of the attendees, finding not a single familiar face. No one who attended the Lu family banquet, save for myself, was present at the villain's celebration. This charade is all too familiar. I clutched the note and ascended the stairs to my room, where I finally unfurled it. The message read, "Midnight, rendezvous atop the roof." The rooftop likely refers to that of the House of Myriad Fragrances, above the 9th floor, with a spire and a ledge suitable for standing. The meeting places of martial artists differ markedly from those of ordinary folk. Rooftops, walls, any surface capable of supporting even half a foot, can serve as a venue for clandestine encounters. I set down the snacks and a set of specialized tools I had acquired for Yunzhou and settled into a cross-legged position on a chair to practice my martial arts. All else is secondary. One must first forge oneself into steel. With superior martial prowess, one need not fear the righteous or the wicked. Yunzhou sat quietly at the table, engrossed in her drawing, a far cry from her usual mastery of the 4 arts. Her current work resembled the scribbles of a dog. He enjoys playing, so I purchased him a sandboard and wooden pen. He spends his time sketching a distorted puppy one moment and an abstract cloud the next. Possessing the ability to draw is a virtue, irrespective of the quality of the artwork, as it serves to exercise the mind. I diligently practice while he quietly engages in his artistic endeavors. Before long, it was time for dinner. After our meal, I ascended to the 8th floor to attend to patients. In recent days, Lon Kaidai has been relatively docile. Refraining from any attempts to break free, she longed to play with Yunzhou, but the Celestial Emperor, employing some unknown means, dissuaded her from this desire. This time, I calmed my mind and meticulously employed my abilities to examine her health, focusing particularly on her brain, conducting repeated scans. I discovered that the lesions within her brain were not due to blood stasis or clots, but rather artificial substances. The medical practices of this era are far from advanced enough to perform craniotomies. Externally, her head bore no scars, at least none indicative of surgical intervention. How then did these artificial substances infiltrate her mind? They are lodged in critical areas, preventing her demise, while simultaneously unlocking her potential. The item I procured today was a small, exceptionally sharp knife, suitable for surgical use. Since the last time I had to perform surgery on Lord Lu, I realized that I might encounter situations necessitating such procedures in this era. Therefore, I prepared in advance and commissioned a set of tools from the blacksmith shop. Relying solely on my abilities to rend and then heal wounds is rather taxing. Fortunately, the blacksmith did not flee following the recent calamity, and he has completed the tools I ordered, awaiting my collection. Upon concluding my examination, I informed the Emperor not to feed Lan Kai Dai in the morning. She may drink some water, as I intend to administer treatment. Although the Emperor did not comprehend the reasoning behind depriving Lan Kai Dai of food, he nodded in agreement without requiring further explanation. I have resolved to undergo treatment tomorrow, which is unrelated to whether or not she will partake in a meal. It is merely because I have an engagement this evening. The duration of the treatment is unpredictable, and it may extend well into the midnight hours. I am eager to meet the individual who left a note, at this juncture, who could still remain in the city and dare to venture to the lair of the antagonist for a rendezvous with me. Chapter 67. The craniotomy. Courage is one aspect. The other is that one must possess the requisite strength. The Chuanfang Pavilion is heavily guarded by the celestial beings, making it exceedingly difficult to approach, let alone ascend to the rooftop without detection. Emperor Kun is remarkably skilled in martial arts, residing on the 8th floor, not far from the rooftop. Those with profound internal strength possess heightened auditory, visual, and sensory abilities far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. At worst, I could carry Yunnan Song and flee with Yunzhou. While I may not be able to overpower those formidable figures, escaping remains a possibility. For several days, I have diligently practiced my skills, intensifying my leg strength in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances, ensuring I have a greater chance of a successful escape. All of these preparations have been conducted discreetly and quietly, regardless of others' opinions. As long as I am aware of my own identity, that suffices. As night fell and Yunzhou drifted into slumber, I resumed my training. At the appointed hour, I opened my eyes, climbed out of the window, and ascended to the rooftop. The wind was fierce at night, more so at the rooftop. I deliberately changed into a night-cloaked attire, fastening my sleeves, eschewing skirts, and pinning up my hair to avoid being disheveled by the gusts. The individual awaiting me on the rooftop did not take such precautions, and thus, when I beheld him, his face was obscured. His garments flailed wildly. His hair was tousled in disarray, and the fan in his hand struggled against the wind, rendering it nearly ineffective. Such a tempestuous wind. One ought not to flaunt one's bravado. Observing his azure attire, I need not see his face to discern his identity. Upon the arrival of this individual, I understood why he dared to venture alone into the Hall of Blossoms. He possesses extraordinary skills. Sir Ian, shall we converse inside? I inquired. Indeed, without hesitation. Ian Hanshing followed my lead as we climbed through the window. I secured the window while he smoothed his hair and tucked his fan at his waist. Once inside, he remained silent, communicating through gestures. Certain clandestine phrases within the martial world are universally understood, particularly those expressed through signs. This form of communication, more intricate than mere pantomime, belongs to the realm of sign language's coded dialect. He was aware that the Celestial Emperor resided on the 8th floor and feared that the Great Boss might overhear our discourse, thus opting for silent communication. I nodded, gesturing for him to proceed. This coded language serves to convey intelligence far more complex than everyday exchanges. Those who frequently operate in the shadows typically learn this form of sign language. However, not everyone is familiar with it. As a scion of one of the 4 noble families, Ian Hanshing, hailing from a prestigious lineage, would not have been taught such skills. Perhaps he acquired this knowledge through self-study during his travels in the martial world. He began to convey to me his purpose for coming. He sought to rescue his fellow martial artists who were trapped, having already ascertained their place of confinement. He requested my assistance in buying him time specifically to delay the Celestial Emperor. Aware that I was to treat Lan Kai Dai the following day, he knew the Great Boss would accompany me and would not depart under any circumstances. He hoped I could prolong the treatment as much as possible, ideally until he could effectuate the rescue before concluding the procedure. Surely, that would be too fortuitous? He would inevitably suspect me of treachery. I gestured my dissent. Are you? Ian Hanshing retorted. Since I am a member of the Martial Arts Alliance, it is only fitting that I assist the righteous sects in dealing with the Rainy Sky Palace. Thus, I must assume the role of an internal traitor. However, at present, everyone suspects that I am aligned with the Rainy Sky Palace, purportedly sent to infiltrate the Martial Arts Alliance. He received my response, clasped his fists in salute, and then leaped out of the window. After his departure, I attentively listened for any commotion downstairs, but there was no sign of anyone entering or exiting. Unsure of my auditory perception, I utilized my extraordinary abilities for a moment, confirming the absence of any life energy activity. With my mind at ease, I resumed my cultivation practice, for the essence of my training takes precedence over pondering the intricacies of life. At 4:30 in the morning, I concluded my practice, opened my eyes, and welcomed the dawn's light through the window, contemplating the future. When Yunzhou rose, a phrase emerged in my mind. The distinction between black and white is blurred, and discerning right from wrong is challenging. Throughout breakfast, I mulled over the character of Yunzhou. Was he a good man or a villain? My introspection persisted until the meal concluded, after which I prepared to attend to Lan Kaidai's ailment. The emperor had dispatched individuals to protect Yunzhou, and I discreetly infused my qi into his designated protectors. Before departing, I left him a box of marinated chicken feet, encouraging him to use them as he pleased. Yunxiang shared a room with him, and I instructed her to call out loudly if any issues arose. I would be able to sense their whereabouts. I had also infused my qi into both of them, but this qi served merely as a means of locating them rather than for offensive purposes. It was my life energy, akin to satellite positioning. Yunxiang nodded earnestly, her expression resolute, assuring me that she would safeguard her foolish brother-in-law. Since the moment her lineage began to devolve, it has been in disarray. She initially referred to Yunzhou as brother, but later, Lu Yanyan took the opportunity to claim that I was her long-lost sister instead of merely her disciple. In the memories of Yun Wanxiang, she had just entered the martial arts world a year prior, still a fledgling in her training. The two of them had relied on each other for over 5 years, until Lu Yanyan pursued her martial aspirations and joined Yuyutai, while she herself ventured into the realm of commerce by opening a tavern. Perhaps having offended someone during this martial arts assembly, an attempt was made on her life through poison, causing her to gradually diminish in stature. Fortunately, I, as Lu Yanyan's sister, intervened to provide her with the antidote, thus preserving her life. Lu Yanyan conveyed to her that should her senior sister no longer be present, she would follow Anqi wherever she went. Her mentality remained that of a child, yet her trust in Lu Yanyan extended to me as well. She referred to me as sister, positioning herself as the younger apprentice, thereby transforming Yunzhou from brother to brother-in-law in her eyes. I had no intention of correcting her. She was still young, and any forced clarification of relationships would only confuse her further. Even if she could comprehend and remember, it would likely feel awkward. Henceforth, if I were to address her as master uncle, it would not facilitate her desire for a discreet existence. Lu Yanyan wished for Yun Wanxiang to lead a peaceful and uneventful life henceforth, free from turmoil. This aligns perfectly with my future aspirations. I have accepted Yun Wanxiang as my sister, allowing her to live under this identity. To this end, I even prepared a new name for her. As the Yu surname was rather distinctive, she would henceforth adopt the surname and be named Xiao Xiao. She delighted in this new appellation, and we agreed to depart from Yuansheng, embracing her new name as a complete farewell to the past and a fresh beginning. The Emperor has arranged the operating theater precisely as I requested. Azure Butterfly lies upon the specially prepared surgical table, deeply asleep from the administered medication. As Yin Hanqing mentioned, the Emperor remains vigilant outside the door, never straying. Having perused some forensic texts yesterday, I finally dared to proceed today. I extracted an object from Azure Butterfly's cranium and placed it in a sterilized tray. Its composition appears to be metallic, yet firearms are anachronistic for this era, precluding the presence of a bullet. I intentionally had the Emperor administer the sedative beforehand and employed my powers to induce anesthesia while she was in slumber. I was unsure how her cerebral defense mechanisms functioned, and if she were to immobilize me mid-procedure, the situation would become untenable. With the extraction complete, half the task was accomplished. The remaining endeavor was the restoration. I deliberately prolonged the process, meticulously mending the incision with deliberate slowness, affording myself the opportunity to cleanse the metallic object and scrutinize its nature. Its form resembled a capsule, yet its surface lacked the smoothness of a typical capsule, bearing numerous protruding metallic points. A microchip? I murmured under my breath. Azure Butterfly's mother was an extraterrestrial. Had I not been forewarned, I would have been utterly perplexed as to how she possessed something from beyond this world within her cranium. However, if her assertions hold true, then her mother was far from an ordinary transmigrator. Perhaps she was a scientist who arrived with a comprehensive array of equipment, or rather, a temporal voyager. Yet, her mother's technology seems rather rudimentary. Her powers were awakened, but her mental state is compromised. I shall first attend to the injuries within her mind, staunch the bleeding, and remove the clots and bruises. Approximately half an hour after we entered the operating room, chaos erupted within the city. Someone approached the Emperor to report, mentioning the phrase prison break. The Emperor merely assigned personnel to address the situation, remaining steadfastly at the door. Externally composed, he was seething with fury within. I sensed a palpable aura of lethal intent directed partially at me. Perhaps once my treatment is complete, he shall seek my life. Enrage arrived in the capital, but did not partake in the Liu family banquet. I had speculated that the movements of the four prominent families were unrelated to us. Little did I know that today he and I would join forces in this dramatic rescue of hostages. Enrage is not one to act without preparation. He is no fool. I presumed the duration of the prison break would not be extensive. They would either succeed or fail without undue delay. Yet, the turmoil within the city escalated beyond a mere prison break. How goes the treatment, physician? The emperor could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to inquire. The treatment was only halfway through. There was no need for haste. The human head differs from the limbs. A moment's carelessness could result in lifelong disability, leaving one a mere shell of their former self. Whether he absorbed my words remained uncertain as he beckoned a subordinate over and issued a command. That individual ascended the stairs. I surmised he was tasked with escorting the hostages. If the villainous overlord were to exhibit benevolence, could he still be deemed a villain? A sinister and violent aura emanated from him, contrasting starkly with the golden attire of an individual whose presence bore no resemblance to the brilliance of sunlight. Indeed, that person was dispatched to fetch Yun Zhou and Yu Nanxiang, but alas, he found them absent from their quarters. Moreover, all the guards at the entrance had been dealt with. Did you anticipate this? The emperor uttered through gritted teeth, evidently yearning to tear the door asunder and obliterate me. If the emperor leverages Yun Zhou and Xiang as hostages, why should I not employ Senior Lan as leverage against you? At this juncture, Lan Kai Dai's cranial wound has already mended. Even without my intervention, she would not perish. However, I have infused her with my qi, and regardless of whether the emperor permits me to continue treatment, Lan Kai Dai's fate rests in my hands. I merely equipped Yun Zhou with armaments. I did not instruct him to abscond. Moreover, sentinels garrison each level within the edifice. Should he and Yu Nanxiang attempt to flee undetected, their sole recourse would be to leap from a window. The emperor, in his fury, refrains from breaching the threshold. His affection for Lan Kai Dai is genuine, as is his propensity for indiscriminate slaughter. Save for Lan Kai Dai, he would summarily extinguish the life of any individual. He commands his men to slay any escaping hostages without exception. He is willing to annihilate the entire martial world, eschewing fealty, acquiescence, and allegiance. He intends to eradicate all dissenters. Will they find refuge? Do they know of a secure haven? Optimally, someone has spirited them away. They did not flee of their own accord. The clamor of battle reverberates outside the edifice, heralding another sanguinary conflict. I wish to behold her. The emperor stipulates. Agreed. I propel Lan Kai Dai toward the portal, which opens a chink, affording those outside a glimpse of her. Her respiration is even, and the lesion on her cranium has long since scabbed over. I have expunged the bloodstains. While this era lacks the instruments for blood transfusion, my unique ability can provisionally stimulate her inherent hematopoietic system, temporarily accelerating hemogenesis. Thus, Lan Kai Dai does not appear to be in dire straits. Upon encountering my beloved unharmed, the emperor departed in a fury, leaving behind a harsh admonition to be cautious and to conceal myself well. Should he find me after his departure, he vowed to subject me to a most gruesome fate. I sighed deeply, adjusting the blue butterfly before stepping out of the operating room. The act of taking hostages and inflicting harm upon the cherished ones of others was not foreign to me. I had committed such deeds in my previous existence. Uttering threats to such a person truly endangers those they hold dear. However, to act against the blue butterfly now would only incite his wrath, provoking a more frenzied retaliation against the world, which would serve me no advantage. I merely left a latent peril within the blue butterfly, hoping that it would not come to fruition in the future. Who can say? It all depends on the behavior of this formidable boss. My chi lay dormant within her body, mingling with her own essence. As long as she remains alive, my chi shall not dissipate. In its dormant state, it poses no threat, yet once activated, it could become lethal in an instant. Yun Zhou and Yu Nanxiang have vanished completely, and even I am at a loss as to where to seek them. Chapter 68. The flames of righteousness. Multiple fires have ignited within the city, with combat erupting across rooftops, alleys, and within homes. Above, riders on birds rain down arrows. Such a multitude of aerial combatants is unheard of in the martial world. Observing the light armor donned by the birds, it appears to be the armor of the Xingyu kingdom. The influence of the martial alliance is vast. Its existence impacts not only the martial realm, but also the courts of various nations. The willingness of the Jiangs of Jiushuang to form a marital alliance stands as testament to this. As the Jiangs celebrate their nuptials, envoys from all nations come to extend their congratulations, illustrating the elevated status of the martial alliance. I veiled my face and employed my extraordinary abilities to sense my surroundings, seeking Yunzhou and Yunanxiang. The marketplace was teeming with people, the clamor of battle reverberating incessantly. I took some time to navigate through the throngs. The denizens of the Heavenly Palace were easily identifiable, donned in their uniform attire, while the other combatants that had infiltrated the city hailed from various factions, presumably intent on rescuing their kin. Some stood atop the rooftops, waving flags and proclaiming their intent to vanquish the evil emperor and eradicate the Heavenly Palace. I cast a glance at the fragrant pavilion. Upon my departure, I had not seen Chief Steward Zhang, and I wondered if he had departed alongside Yunzhou and Yunanxiang. The sky was darkened by a legion of warboats, their purpose for entering the city unmistakable. The slaughter of the Heavenly Palace guards on the ground was merely ancillary to their ultimate objective, the fragrant pavilion. This was dire. The Emperor of the Heavenly Palace was not present within the fragrant pavilion at that moment, and Lon Kaidai might still be in slumber. The ground defenses of the fragrant pavilion were substantial, with layers of guards positioned both inside and out, vigilantly watching the entrance and the corridors of each floor. Yet there was no one to guard the skies. The Warbird Legion loomed like a thundercloud overhead, unleashing incendiary oil canisters and launching fire arrows, an assault that spelled doom for a wooden structure. The oil they wielded was extraordinary, capable of igniting the fragrant pavilion into a towering inferno in mere moments. Even the ground guards found themselves engulfed in flames, their arrows shot skyward, yet the targeted warboats, shielded by specialized armor, rendered ordinary arrows ineffective. The archers mounted on the warbirds were diminutive yet remarkably strong, drawing their bows to release heavy arrows that could pierce windows and penetrate the interiors. The fragrant pavilion was engulfed in flames, both inside and out, and those who leapt from the windows could not escape the impending calamity. The room she occupied was not spared. A canister of flammable oil had been struck by a rocket, transforming the space into a veritable furnace. By the time I arrived, all that remained was charred remains. A piercing shout erupted, resonating with remarkable clarity, followed by a golden figure employing lightness skills, hastening towards the Pavilion of Blossoms. I leapt from the rooftop of a small building and raced towards the Lu residence. The antagonist, in a frenzied state, caused the very ground to tremble. I had to swiftly escort Yunzhou and the others away from Yuan City, sensing their presence in the direction of the Lu residence. I scaled the wall and entered the compound, locating the entrance to the dungeon. Indeed, they were concealed within. I knocked on the door, calling their names. And it was Zhang, the steward, who opened it, carrying 2 cloth bundles on his back. "Hurry, we must leave the city at once." There was no time for further explanation. I urged them to follow me immediately. Yunzhou also bore 2 bundles, while Yunanxiang carried 1, indicating that all our belongings were with them. We navigated the rooftops under the cover of night and traversed narrow alleys by day. In my former life as a shadow guard, such routes were always my choice of travel. Although it was daytime, the streets were rife with brawls, lacking any discernible pattern. I grasped Yunanxiang's hand, and Zhang, from behind the door, retrieved another cloth bundle and handed it to me. "Ah, there's one for me as well." I secured the bundle on my back, one hand clutching Yunanxiang, the other guiding Yunzhou, while Zhang trailed behind us. The 4 of us stealthily scaled the wall and emerged into the back alley, where remnants of the fallen lay scattered, and blood flowed like a meandering stream. I urged Yunanxiang not to be afraid, to avert her gaze from the horrors around us, and to remain vigilant for any signs of life. I glanced at Yunzhou. It was evident that the 3 of them must have escaped through the window to elude the layers of guards. Given their age, the elderly and the young lacked the capacity for such an endeavor. The only person capable of guiding them out must be Yunzhou. There were no others in the dungeon. They had not been rescued by anyone. As we traversed the path to freedom, we encountered several groups of individuals who, upon seeing us, immediately resorted to violence without inquiry. Innocent citizens within the city found themselves unwittingly embroiled in this chaos, with numerous ordinary people lying in pools of blood. In this moment, the distinction between right and wrong became obscured, leaving only the stark contrast between life and death. During my presence, Yunzhou refrained from taking action, remaining obediently by my side. I had no desire to resort to violence. Instead, I released a wave of qi that infiltrated their bodies, rendering them unconscious. The tumult at the city gate was particularly intense. We could not exit through it. I intended to utilize the secret passage that the guards, including Jia, had vacated. After a few minor incidents, we finally arrived at the storefront that concealed the passageway. Half of the small building was ablaze, fortunately not at the entrance. I urged them to hasten, to enter the building and locate the entrance to the secret passage. I instructed Yunanxiang to go first, as she squeezed through. A piercing scream erupted from her. Do not scream. There are people inside, and by the sound, they are familiar faces. I insisted that we proceed inside. For the fire was encroaching. Lord Luo, please move a few steps faster. After my call, the individuals within swiftly maneuvered deeper inside. Following Yunanxiang was Steward Zhang, then Yunzhou, and finally myself. The secret passage was lengthy, yet spacious enough to accommodate our belongings as it was designed for transporting people and goods. In fact, it could even accommodate a handcart for transporting goods. However, the entrance was somewhat narrow and low. Slim individuals could walk side by side. For instance, Steward Zhang held Yunanxiang's hand as they walked in tandem. I find myself at odds with Yunzhou. His towering stature, though appearing slender, is remarkably sturdy, merely a facade of elegance in his attire. Despite the several meters that separate us, it does not hinder the conversation between the person in front and myself. Luo Shiran stands alone, inquiring about the situation outside. Upon hearing his voice, I initially presumed he was allied with Yin Hanqing, lingering in the city to rescue the trapped righteous individuals. However, his solitary presence in the secret passage, devoid of companions, suggests otherwise. Luo Shiran has always been one to complicate matters, and I am disinclined to ponder his reasons for departing the city alone. Regardless, our paths diverge. And once outside the city, we shall go our separate ways. I succinctly relay the state of affairs within the city. The heavenly emperor, having lost his beloved, is certain to descend into madness. After today, Yuan City is likely to transform into a ghost town. The Blood Qin Master is preoccupied elsewhere and is not present in Yuan City. Her relationship with the emperor is merely one of collaboration, akin to that with Lu Yan'an, devoid of any personal ties. After nearly an hour of traversing the passage, we finally reach the exit. Luo Shiran emerges first, followed by myself as we crawl out of the tunnel. The exit is concealed within a tea stand, nestled beneath a large water tank adjacent to the kitchen. The merchant caravan resting at the tea stand raises no suspicion. They are engaged in transferring illicit goods through the secret passage while channeling the remainder through legitimate means into the city. The stand itself is a rudimentary structure, now deserted. Ah, how fortuitous. No sooner had we stepped out of the stand than a group of individuals surged forth from the adjacent woods. It is the ANS. We have awaited your arrival for some time. I am masked, and yet they can still recognize me? I pause to scrutinize the newcomers, examining their attire, and inquire, the Golden Gu Association? Indeed, esteemed physician, you must comprehend the reason for our summons. The individual speaking is a practitioner of poison. His intellect is infested with malevolent thoughts, and all his abilities stem from this affliction. I discreetly released a thread of qi beneath my feet, creeping towards him. Unbeknownst to me, I have no grievances with your esteemed association from the past, nor any enmity in recent days. Why then do you await me here? Luo Shiran cast a sideways glance, his expression one of astonishment. The poison master from the Golden Gu Association hesitated, seemingly caught off guard by my refusal to acknowledge his claims. Do not feign ignorance. Was it not you who dispatched our people? Were not Bai Mudan and Lu Yukong rescued by you? No. You shall not evade responsibility. Before he could finish his retort, an object hurtled through the air. He hastily drew his weapon to defend himself. His weapon was an iron fan, with the ribs as sharp as a dagger's point. He opened the fan to shield his face, for the concealed projectile was aimed directly at him. With a dull thud, the object pierced the fan's surface, becoming lodged within it. As the crowd focused their gaze, they discovered it to be a fragrant concealed weapon, an exquisite delicacy renowned from a century-old establishment in Yuan City. Marinated chicken feet, a feast for the senses. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Golden Gu Association. The poison master was incensed. He had come seeking vengeance, yet it was we who initiated the confrontation. They numbered in the dozens, bearing toxins that could be measured in kilograms. It appeared we were at a distinct disadvantage. Yunzhou refused to retreat, clutching a handful of sunflower seeds. I wished to request Luo Shiran's departure, for he had no ties to either the Golden Gu Association or ourselves. Luo Shiran too desired to leave, but the members of the Golden Gu Association would not grant passage. They had encircled us completely, disregarding Luo Xiran's identity, and declared that none would be permitted to depart today. I wished to clarify for him, but the venomous one interrupted me, exclaiming, "Blame this unfortunate lad for his ill fate. Encountering the golden worm, let us leave no survivors, brothers." Upon uttering these words, the skirmish commenced. The venomous insects were unleashed from their container, burrowing and soaring towards us. Yunzhou hurled a handful of sunflower seeds into the fray, and the flying and fleeing bugs perished in droves. Yet, his mere half a gene of seeds could not eradicate the 20 gene of venomous creatures. They spun their toxic threads, aiming to ensnare us. Luo Xiran, with a swift motion, transformed his attire, not merely changing but donning an additional cloak over his garments. This cloak, light and sheer as gossamer, appeared devoid of defensive capabilities. Nevertheless, in a moment of peril, the master of the Lucian Pavilion would not possess an item merely for aesthetic appeal. Clad in this diaphanous cloak, he ascended to the rooftop, taking a seat atop the tea pavilion. My chi threads had already been released, forming a denser net beneath my feet. This was the chi net. Any insect that dared to touch it would perish instantly, lying belly up. The same held true in the air. I did not actively assault the venomous insects, but merely wove chi into a net, akin to a gauze window, isolating the various creatures attempting to invade. Not only did it keep them at bay, but it also operated like an electric mosquito swatter, killing any insect that made contact. What sorcery is this? The range of the electric swatter expanded, and swathes of insects toppled, prompting those hidden behind the swarm to retreat. The rogue Yunzhou, infuriated, cursed loudly as the army of insects fell victim to the electric swatter, and I retracted the chinet while Yunzhou scooped up a handful of sand and stones to hurl at them. The confrontation with the sand sorcerers is likely an experience they have never encountered. After the age of 8, such affairs lose their allure. For adults, particularly those seasoned in the ways of the world, the efficacy of a brawl amidst the earth is questionable. Yet, the answer is affirmative. The members of the Golden Insect Society grew complacent, failing to evade and neglecting even the basic precaution of wielding a weapon for defense. Consequently, several fell victim to stones, succumbing instantly, while those struck by the sand, those surviving, suffered grievous wounds. The particles embedded deep within their flesh could never be entirely extracted, regardless of the skill of any physician. While the potential for infection remains uncertain, the agony is assured. In the wake of their panic, they resorted to desperate measures, unleashing toxic mists to encircle the tea pavilion. I must not afford them the chance, should the poison infiltrate the underground passage. Both Moon South Fragrance and Chief Steward Zhang would be in peril. I leapt into action against the poisoners, employing the techniques imparted by Lu Yanyan in a fierce exchange. The Golden Insect Society, reliant on their toxic arts, possesses only mediocre martial skills and has long operated in the shadows, clandestinely poisoning their victims. In a direct confrontation, they hold no advantage. I claimed the life of one within 3 exchanges. The moment he contemplated fleeing, Yunzhou would hurl sand and stones to obstruct his escape. His lightness of foot was no match for mine, making his evasion a daunting task. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause resonated from the roof of the tea pavilion as Luo Xiran descended from above. The ground was strewn with the carcasses of venomous insects. Even in death, they continued to emit toxic gases. I utilized my inner strength to disperse them, ensuring Yunzhou's safety. As for Luo Xiran, clad in his cloak, I had deliberately avoided ensnaring him in my web during its weaving. Thus, he emerged unscathed. Truly, what a lamentable circumstance. If one seeks vengeance for their master, it could be articulated openly. There is no need for such subtlety. Your habits as a shadow guard remain unchanged. Luo Xiran folded his cloak, which could easily be rolled up and fit into a small box the size of a matchbox, concealed within the loose sleeve of his garment. I felt no obligation to avenge my master. I had no intention of killing him, at least, not with any deliberate intent. However, should fate intervene and the opportunity arise, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. The Jingu Society has now set their sights on you. It would be futile to flee to the ends of the earth. You must carefully contemplate your future path. After uttering these words, Luo Xiran leapt gracefully to the treetops, his figure vanishing as he deftly maneuvered through the branches. I summoned Steward Zhang and Yunanxiang to emerge as the corpse on the ground began to dissolve into toxic liquid. We quickly departed, and employing my lightness skill, I led them away to a safe distance. Once we reached a secure location, I recounted the situation to Steward Zhang. I had made numerous enemies in the past, and it was inevitable that they would seek retribution. In the realm of rivers and lakes, few wanderers are without foes. To be otherwise would render one almost invisible. I had gained notoriety in Yuan City, and now both the underworld and the law would pursue my life. This was no trifling matter. As long as Steward Zhang and Yu Nanxiang accompanied me, we would undoubtedly encounter similar perilous scenarios. Chapter 69. Intercepted and pursued. Steward Zhang was not one to act impulsively. He pondered the gravity of our situation as we traversed the path. He had witnessed firsthand the peril we faced. He felt a profound responsibility for both his and Yu Nanxiang's lives. Outside a shop, I erected a wooden board to alert passers-by that there was a hidden passage beneath the establishment leading out of the city. The ongoing chaos within the city posed a grave threat to innocent civilians, and I hoped that, in their desperate flight, they might notice my signpost. Every life saved was a victory in itself. Upon exiting Yuan City, we hastened towards our rendezvous point to reunite with the guards, including Jia. After a day of contemplation, Steward Zhang ultimately resolved to follow me to the end. As if to test his resolve, just after he had declared his determination to me, we found ourselves surrounded by a group of individuals. You, with the surname Surrender, they proclaimed, dispensing with any superfluous dialogue and opting instead for immediate action. Their attire spoke volumes. Both sides were acutely aware of the underlying tension, rendering further words unnecessary. However, one might ponder the wisdom of seeking vengeance without first discerning the opponent's capabilities. Such reckless bravado was akin to treating life as a mere game. Before I could even intervene, Yinzhou's assortment of snacks had already dealt with them. Peanuts, sunflower seeds, and fruit candies became lethal weapons in this unexpected confrontation. Those affiliated with the Divine Armory are most adept in the art of weaponry, skilled in an array of arms and concealed tools, all falling within their realm of expertise. Yet, they would never have fathomed that one day they would meet their demise at the hands of mere fruit candies, or be pierced by sunflower seeds, or have their ribs shattered by peanuts, or be traversed by sugary morsels. Their various weapons failed to inflict any significant harm upon us, while Yinzhou's trivial snacks proved to be their undoing. I stood protectively in front of Yu Nanxiang and Chief Steward Zhang, shielding them from poison needles, toxic darts, noxious smoke, flying arrows, and other armaments. The Divine Armory, akin to the Golden Worm Society, relied heavily on advanced weaponry, their martial prowess being rather mediocre. Had the carefree young master taken to the fore, perhaps he could have exchanged a few blows. Did the disciples, who had only recently joined the sect, truly believe that sheer numbers would guarantee victory? Chief Steward Zhang scrutinized Yinzhou for a considerable time before finally inquiring about his identity. I genuinely knew not who Yinzhou's master was. His unorthodox yet effective methods of dispatching foes, though lacking in grace, were devastatingly effective. For instance, with a single toss of a sunflower seed, he could strike precisely at the enemy's vital points. His aim was unerring, leaving me in wonder as to the source of his remarkable precision. It can only be described as a clumsy launch, reminiscent of using a point-and-shoot camera. The nobleman is also facing a relentless pursuit, with my pursuers and his possibly appearing in succession. I did not reveal Yinzhou's identity, merely informing Chief Zhang of our current predicament. Double the pursuers, double the peril. Upon hearing this, Chief Zhang appeared pensive, his expression fluctuating between furrowed brows and a relaxed demeanor, occasionally letting out a sigh and nodding thoughtfully. The internal struggle of contemplation was undeniably intense. Subsequently, he smiled gently and reassured me, "Rest easy, esteemed healer. All shall be well in due course." After these words, a new wave of individuals emerged to block our path. Led by Lu Peng, he did not rush into confrontation but instead inquired about Lu Yokong's whereabouts. While I held certain thoughts in my mind, I refrained from voicing them. Having departed from Yuan City, he could only be with by mutant in the kingdom of Jiushuang. I have dispatched individuals to wait along all routes to Jiushuang for several days, and I have also sent people to search along the way. Yet there has been no sign of them. Do you perhaps have alternative plans? Speak candidly, and I shall ensure your survival. The they he referred to indicated Yinzhou, Yu Nanxiang, and Chief Zhang. The implication was clear. If those three were to survive, my fate was sealed, whether I spoke or remained silent. If Lu Yukong had not been poisoned, perhaps with some strategizing, we could still turn the tide. Yet, in his current state, how could we persuade the martial arts community to support him as their leader? By mutant, as the wife of the Lu family, would not suffice. The seasoned veterans of the martial world would not heed her call. You are a revered healer with considerable skills. I am aware of the poison I administered, but to ascertain whether he has recovered, one must consult you. I have not treated him. Perhaps you should continue your search?" Lu Peng let out a cold snort, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he declared, "I shall eliminate you first, and then seek him out." Upon uttering these words, Lu Peng gestured, and a group of individuals was brought forth by his subordinates. They had been concealed within the dense thicket by the roadside, their eyes blindfolded, and parasitic creatures dwelling within their bodies. Influenced by these parasites, they exhibited violent emotions and were rendered irrational. Lu Peng commanded his men to release the shackles binding these individuals, who then swiftly retreated, lunging towards us. I grasped Yunzhou's arm, preventing him from utilizing any edible weaponry. With urgency, I urged him and Yu Nanxiang to flee, as Zhang the steward promptly followed our lead. We dashed into the forest, pursued by the parasites, while Lu Ping and his men did not trail behind. Zhang the steward inquired why we were running, questioning why we did not confront our earlier adversaries in the same manner. I wished to save them. I responded as we ran, feeling we had distanced ourselves sufficiently. I instructed Zhang the steward to lead Yu Nanxiang onward, but not to stray too far, ensuring he remained within sight of me. Zhang the steward had further questions, yet he understood that this was not the moment for discourse. He guided Yu Nanxiang forward while Yun Zhou and I halted, facing our pursuers. The parasites within them were nearing death. My time was limited, and I could not guarantee success. I first released chi threads that penetrated their bodies, aiming to seize control of the parasites within. Encasing them in chi, I ensured that upon their demise, they would not release harmful substances to harm their hosts. Yun Zhou shielded me from their assaults, his techniques as unadorned as ever, reminiscent of the rudimentary strikes of a rustic woman, swinging with force that sent an adversary staggering back several paces. I dare not let my attention waver. I must concentrate on controlling the chi to heal the parasites present. The parasitic creatures have emitted toxins, and I endeavor to purify them gradually. At this moment, those beings have perished, transforming into a liquid state. Fortunately, I have encased them within a chi sphere. I have rendered them unconscious, proceeding to extract the accumulated fluid from each of them. Simultaneously, I am purifying the toxins within their bodies. I enlist Yun Zhou to guard my side, ensuring that no person or animal approaches to disrupt my work. Yun Zhou climbs a tree, a skill he honed while gathering jujubes, and creates a breeze for me, allowing me to focus on their treatment. First, I extract the accumulated fluid. Next, I tend to the incisions. Finally, I eliminate any residual toxins within their bodies. Once these 3 steps are completed, they may rest and recuperate. I act with utmost urgency to preserve their lives, while Chief Zhang discovers a nearby cave. I initially intended to address the scene, as the bloodshed is excessive, fearing the scent might attract wild beasts. However, before I could tidy up, Lu Peng and his men entered. I concealed myself as they followed the trail of blood. Lu Peng sneered, "This is it. They must have perished here." The one surnamed unlikely concealed the bodies to avoid exposure. Concealing the bodies. "My lord, she cannot possibly have deduced your scheme, can she?" "Indeed, my lord, this woman is cunning. She first gained the trust of Elder Lu, and now thrives beside the Celestial Emperor. Her intentions run deep. If she knows of the concealed bodies, she must have surmised your plan." Lu Peng's companions analyzed the situation for him. What of it? The direct disciple of the leaders of the 8 great sects perished at her hands. Henceforth, the righteous path of the martial world can no longer accommodate her. She is the perpetrator behind the assassination of the old Alliance leader, a covert agent of the malevolent Emperor of the Celestial Palace who has succumbed to madness. Who could possibly attest to her identity? As Lu Peng spoke, a triumphant laughter escaped his lips, echoing through the air. Those around him joined in, their laughter intertwining with the grim scene of bloodshed beneath them, nodding in satisfaction before turning away. Chief Steward Zhang, having encountered Lu Peng in the past, was aware of his downfall within the Lu family and his subsequent allegiance to the Emperor of the Celestial Palace. He had also heard the rumors of my alleged involvement in the demise of the old Alliance leader and believed I was indeed the one responsible, which had led to a grudge between him and Lu Peng. However, as both parties had joined the Celestial Alliance simultaneously, Lu Peng refrained from seeking revenge out of caution. Now, with the situation surrounding the Celestial Palace and its emperor uncertain, Lu Peng seized the opportunity to pursue retribution against me. No, let me clarify. After listening to Chief Steward Zhang's conjectures, I resolved to correct a few points. Firstly, the individual responsible for the assassination of the Alliance leader was either dispatched by the emperor or acted by Lu Peng himself. Secondly, While it is true that Lu Peng harbors animosity towards me, our grievances do not stem from my supposed murder of the Old Alliance leader, but rather from the fact that I saved both the Old Alliance leader and Lu Yukong, thereby thwarting his schemes. The reason Lu Peng did not confront me at the Guifang Pavilion may indeed have been due to the favor bestowed upon me by the Celestial Palace. I am a disciple of Lu Yanyan, a grand disciple of the Blood Zither Master, and an esteemed guest at the Emperor's celebratory banquet. Had Lu Peng sought trouble with me then, it would have been a blatant disregard for the dignity of those powerful figures. At the last juncture, he had no intention of taking my life. His appearance here, sending forth parasitic beings to assail us, was not aimed at my demise, but rather to solidify the rumors that I was the murderer. He intended for me to bear the blame for the death of the esteemed Elder Lu. By sparing their lives, do you seek to have them testify on your behalf? Indeed, they are the cherished disciples of the 8 great sects, and Lu Peng desires my hand in their demise, hoping to irreparably sever ties between me and the righteous factions. He would prefer our enmity to run so deep that upon meeting, we would resort to violence without a chance for explanation. I surmise he will further disseminate the narrative that the disciples of the 8 great sects sought me out to avenge Elder Lu, only to meet their end at my hands. In this manner, he not only preserves the honor of the disciples, but also brands me with the indelible mark of guilt, a stigma that cannot be erased. How did you discern Lu Peng's scheme? Perhaps it was the location where the poison converged after their affliction, reminiscent of Elder Lu's tragic demise. If their deaths mirrored that of Elder Lu, and I am rumored to be the perpetrator, would they not also be considered my victims? In truth, I had not pondered such complexities at the time. It simply felt amiss, an instinctive aversion to witnessing their demise in the same manner as Elder Lu. I had not contemplated leaving any survivors to affirm my innocence. As the parasitized individuals gradually regained consciousness, fortunately, they retained their memories. Recalling the moment they were ensnared by Lu Peng and coerced into swallowing the parasitic entities, I revealed my identity to them, for the time being. I cannot prove my innocence regarding Elder Lu's murder, but I can affirm that the venomous creature capable of corrupting a person's very essence lies in Lu Peng's possession. Hence, the true culprit behind Elder Lu's demise is abundantly clear. Lu Peng forced them to swallow venomous insects, resulting in their loss of reason and transformation into frenzied parasites. I rescued them, not only detoxifying their systems, but also aiding their escape from Lu Peng's clutches. He suggested that if all else fails, we could disguise ourselves, a method we had employed before, albeit with varying degrees of success. Since he proposed it, I deemed it worth a try. In the next village, we procured several sets of clothing, altering our appearances before continuing our journey. The 4 of us assumed identities that posed no conflict. Zhang the steward masqueraded as the patriarch of a family, while Yun Shou and I played the roles of his daughter and son-in-law, with Yunanxiang as his youngest daughter, now aptly named Xiao Xiao. Zhang the steward relinquished his original identity, adopting my surname and renaming himself in Bao. His intention was to protect those he cared for. Yet I found the name rather amusing. However, in this era, the term security personnel did not exist, and I refrained from correcting him. We 4 disguised ourselves as ordinary villagers and acquired a donkey cart to facilitate our journey. The surrounding counties of Yuan City had been sealed off. Following the power grab by the Celestial Palace within the city, the guards in the various counties had been replaced by their personnel. Now, at the entry points, fierce battles raged, blurring the lines between factions as groups clashed at the gates. We seized the opportunity to slip out through a side of the city wall. We did not scale the wall, for Yunanxiang discovered a burrow beneath it, large enough for an adult male to crawl through. This was fortuitous. As Zhang the steward lacked martial prowess and had endured enough strain from our recent travels, it was preferable for him not to climb. The path leading north was the most treacherous among the 4 nations, obstructed by towering mountains. In this era, the notion of employing shield excavators to carve tunnels through the mountains and construct roads was nothing short of fantastical. Every year, there are travelers who tragically fall to their demise from cliffs and perilous paths. The rendezvous point left by the guard, Jia, lies beyond 3 mountains, situated outside the jurisdiction of Yuan City. Regrettably, having just crossed a mountain, we found ourselves ensnared between 2 others. Recent torrential rains had triggered landslides, obliterating the mountain paths. Clearing the debris and constructing a temporary wooden bridge would require time. Nestled between the mountains was an inn, where the 4 of us had no choice but to seek refuge. It was still pouring rain as we settled in, and the downpour persisted without ceasing. Alongside us were several merchants and travelers, and due to the scarcity of rooms, the 4 of us were crammed into a single small chamber. Manager Zhang and Yunanxiang shared the bed. Yunzhou slept on the floor, while I took to a chair for slumber. Chapter 70. A death at the inn to speak of darkness. It is indeed true that bandits roam the mountains. They seldom raid inns, typically opting for roadside ambushes. However, should they encounter wandering heroes, they too could face annihilation. Thus, prior to their assaults, they would invariably dispatch scouts to ascertain the strength of their potential victims. The inn where we lodged had recently accommodated 2 guests who had fallen prey to such brigands. The innkeeper, a woman in her 30s, spoke harshly to these unfortunate souls, yet ultimately offered them shelter. With only enough money for lodging and devoid of funds for meals, and with the relentless rain obstructing their departure, the innkeeper provided them with the leftover meals from other patrons. Our own wealth was abundant, all converted into silver notes, which I kept securely on my person, wrapped in specially designed waterproof and fireproof leather. As long as I drew breath, no one would succeed in seizing it from me. Zhang, the steward, was quite astute. Before his escape, he not only prepared banknotes, but also discreetly arranged for travel expenses. He gathered small silver coins and copper coins, dividing them into several portions, which he discreetly concealed on each person. He tucked away several portions for himself, while Yunanxiang and even Yunzhou each carried their share of silver. He took charge of all the arrangements for our lodging, and the innkeeper's wife, seeing him so frugal, harbored no suspicions about our identities. Consequently, our meals consisted solely of the most basic fare, and the innkeeper's wife treated our family of 4 with notable indifference, only summoning the attendant when necessary. I had no intention of paying her any mind, yet while practicing within the confines of our room, I could not help but overhear her sycophantic calls. She summoned the gentleman upstairs no less than 8 times each day. The inn comprised 3 stories, with our modest quarters situated on the 2nd floor, where the lack of soundproofing allowed us to hear the footsteps of those above. My acute hearing enabled me to catch snippets of their conversations, which proved quite passive. I became thoroughly acquainted with all the guests at the inn. Had I still been in the role of a hidden guard, I would have proactively gathered all pertinent information about the inn's occupants. It seems that those not in power indeed pined for it, for days on end. The only sound I could discern was the relentless patter of rain, which seemed to vex the spirits of the other guests. I, however, remained undisturbed by this sound, finding it conducive to my martial training. Yunzhou displayed remarkable understanding. When given the opportunity to purchase snacks, he would indulge, yet when such opportunities were absent, he remained silent, refraining from any disturbances. Zhang, the steward, spent a small sum in the kitchen, personally preparing a bag of roasted soybeans, seasoned with salt as a light snack. However, we were cautioned against overindulgence, as too many beans would render our room uninhabitable. Our tranquil stay was abruptly interrupted by a woman. On the 3rd night of our stay, in the dead of night, a sudden knock echoed through the inn's entrance. The young attendant rose to open the door, striving to avoid disturbing the other guests. He hurriedly made his way to the entrance, speaking in hushed tones. Outside stood a female guest, expressing her desire to seek lodging. For 3 consecutive days, relentless rain had rendered the roads impassable. The mountain paths were inundated with water and treacherous mud, and no one would dare traverse such perilous terrain in such inclement weather. The roads lacked even basic barriers, and a sudden gust could easily send a person tumbling into the abyss below. Despite the arduous conditions of the mountain paths, over time, a route suitable for pack horses could be established. The appalling state of the roads was not solely a consequence of natural limitations, but also a result of interference from the Northern Dynasty. Such treacherous terrain proved more effective than city walls as a deterrent, explaining why the Northern Realm had never engaged in warfare with the other 3 kingdoms. A fragile woman sought refuge from the stormy night in the mountains. The young attendant felt it prudent to exercise caution. He spoke the truth, informing her that the inn was fully booked, even the cow shed was occupied, leaving no space available. The woman, in a tone tinged with despair, pleaded that she did not require a room. She simply sought a place to escape the rain, even if it meant sitting in the hall for the night, which was certainly preferable to being drenched outside. As her voice rose, the attendant, concerned that her loud cries might disturb the esteemed guests, led her to the kitchen. There, a large work table was covered with a skin and topped with straw, providing a space where the woman could curl up and lie down. Had the attendant been resolute, he would have denied her entry or, with greater caution, reported her presence to the owner immediately after allowing her inside, thereby preventing her from exploring the premises and stealthily approaching the VIP rooms on the 3rd floor. Following the woman's arrival, several figures suddenly appeared on the rooftop. using the sound of the rain to mask their descent as they took up positions in concealment. The woman downstairs moved stealthily to the door of the VIP room on the 3rd floor. Ever since I arrived in this world, I have devoted more time to honing my supernatural abilities than to physical training. Utilizing my original powers has always felt more intuitive. Consequently, I no longer require my eyes to perceive those energy clusters. I can sense them even with my eyes closed. I can detect their movement and stillness alike. Once the woman entered the room, I locked onto her energy cluster and followed her movements. However, she lingered on the 3rd floor for no more than 10 minutes. The following morning, the proprietress discovered someone had slept in the kitchen and scolded the young attendant fiercely. The woman quelled her anger with money, and now, with our formidable ally absent, I must seek information on my own. The individuals on the rooftop have not departed, and I am curious about their intentions. Seizing the opportunity to purchase a meal downstairs, I briefly encountered the woman. Merely observing her life energy does not reveal her physical beauty, yet, upon seeing her in person, I found myself momentarily breathless. It is no wonder the men in the inn have been restless since morning. Their life energy seemed ablaze. The woman's appearance does not conform to traditional standards of beauty, yet her allure is boundless. Even a fleeting glance from her can leave one gasping for breath. As I passed her while carrying a bowl of grain porridge and a small dish of pickles for 4, I had no intention of engaging her in conversation. However, she called out to me, offering a gentle smile that could enchant the soul. "Sister, could you do me a favor? I believe there are no naturally occurring vixens in this world. Those who practice the art of seduction are all products of diligent effort." I paused for 2 seconds, contemplating the typical reaction of an ordinary peasant woman, attempting to conjure a sincere and simple smile, yet alas, I failed. With my smile faltering, I succumbed to my true self, allowing my demeanor to remain as it usually is. My younger sister suffers from a peculiar ailment, having consulted numerous physicians, yet her condition has only worsened with each treatment. "Can you, dear sister, cure me?" Unfortunately, I am only adept in the postpartum care of sows. I glanced at her, surveying her from head to toe. My sister surely possesses a gift for jest. As long as my illness is treated, you may set your fees as you wish. It cannot be cured. I continued my ascent with food in hand, while a woman behind me stifled a delicate laugh, twirling a fragrant handkerchief before retreating to the kitchen. I yearned to see her, to ascertain the state of her health, and was taken aback by her willingness to engage with me. She seemed to recognize my identity. My title of divine physician resonates through Yuan City like thunder. While some are familiar with me, I remain oblivious to their faces. I quietly explained to him that suspicious individuals had arrived at the inn, and I wished to investigate. "Did you discover anything?" He welcomed me inside, extending his hand to receive the tray I held. The organization known as the Star Catcher and Moon Snatcher is well known to Zhang, the steward, who has seen much in the fragrant hall. This organization is notorious in the martial world as a group of assassins, also engaging in theft, abductions, and searches for missing persons or items. Unlike other assassins who disguise themselves in various forms to carry out their missions, the members of this organization see no need for such pretense, as they boast a formidable array of operatives, including an 80-year-old female assassin, an 8-year-old child assassin, a disabled assassin, and even a pregnant assassin, all genuine and without the need for masquerade. Strictly speaking, this object should be classified as a meteorite, containing an unknown metal within its composition. Once implanted within the human body, it exerts no apparent influence. However, the moment the leader employs the primary stone in his possession, these small stones embedded in the body will wreak havoc internally. Those who have undergone this experience describe it as a fate worse than death. I discerned what appeared to be stones within a woman's body, which exhibited the ability to move autonomously, yet she felt no sensation, leading me to conclude that these were not mere kidney stones. She implored me to heal her, likely wishing to extract this stone. The extraction itself would not pose a challenge, yet it would inevitably antagonize another formidable organization within the underworld. I have no desire to be pursued relentlessly for 360 days a year, with the remaining 5 days spent evading their pursuit. Given the current circumstances, we cannot directly purchase land in the northern countryside. Should my enemies ascertain my precise and fixed location, they would undoubtedly harass me day and night. Thus, I declined the woman's request, as this is not a matter that can be resolved with money. If her stone extraction surgery were to succeed, what would happen when other assassins come seeking me? I have already compromised the reputation of the star-catching pavilion. Would the leader allow me to escape unscathed? I urged Yun Zhou and the others to hasten their meal, as the assassin organization could be involved in any activity. Despite the torrential rain and perilous roads, they made their way to the mountain inn, undoubtedly with a mission in mind. At any moment, they might strike. We ensured we were well fed and hydrated, ready to seek refuge as soon as conflict erupted. Guests in the VIP room typically rise later, but at 9 o'clock, a sudden cry of a dead person echoed from within. The innkeeper rushed to investigate the situation, while the attendant took it upon himself to calm the other guests who had emerged, drawn by the commotion. The four of us remained indoors, with me stationed by the window. The room was small, and the window barely half open. It was originally a storage space. The bed where manager Zhang and Yu Nianxiang rested was an old, decrepit one swapped from another room, with two of its four legs broken and propped up with stones for makeshift support. The room was cluttered with various odds and ends, including broken bowls, chipped basins, and old candlesticks. I urged Yunzhou and the others to rest swiftly while I stood by the window, listening intently to the sounds outside and monitoring the happenings within the building. Should a massacre transpire, we needed to be prepared for immediate escape. With a death occurring in the inn, the guests could hardly remain tranquil. It was a relatively enclosed establishment, and no new guests had arrived in 3 days, save for the mysterious woman who appeared in the dead of night the previous evening. Naturally, the guests harbored suspicions about her. Yet given that a distinguished guest had perished within their quarters, it seemed odd that those sharing the room with the deceased had not sensed any foul play if she were indeed the perpetrator. The inn's accommodations were already scarce, and even the VIP rooms housed 2 guests sharing a single bed, for one to be murdered without awakening the other. The assailant would have to commit the act with utmost silence. The innkeeper's wife exclaimed, "Stop the baseless speculation. If one could solve cases through conjecture, what need would there be for constables?" They suspected the woman who had lodged there the previous night, yet lacked both witnesses and physical evidence. The deceased had neither been strangled nor stabbed, but bore numerous red spots all over, suggesting possible poisoning. Other guests demanded a search of her person, asserting that only if she bore no poison could they find solace. While it was permissible for the innkeeper's wife to conduct the search, the woman refused, asserting that acquiescing to such an examination would amount to submitting to humiliation. In the inn, a multitude of guests resided, each of whom could potentially be the murderer. Why should only she be subjected to a search? If a search were to be conducted, it must encompass all individuals present. Only then would she consent to her own search. The innkeeper instructed the attendant to knock on each guest room door to ascertain whether all patrons were present. Should anyone be absent, they might be the fleeing culprit. As the attendant went about knocking, it was hardly a laborious task. The commotion outside was sufficiently loud that nearly all the guests had gathered at their doorsteps to witness the spectacle. Only 3 guest room doors remained closed, one of which was ours. If we were to be seen by anyone, all 4 of us burdened with luggage, appearing ready to flee at any moment, we would surely become the prime suspects. Before the attendant could knock, Steward Zhang proactively opened the door, peering outside with an inquisitive expression. The attendant happened to be approaching, and Steward Zhang swiftly inquired about the matter at hand. The attendant explained that a guest had died in the inn, apparently from poisoning, and that the innkeeper was concerned for the safety of the other guests, requesting him to verify their well-being. Steward Zhang feigned fear, pressing for details about who had perished, when it had occurred, and what the deceased had consumed prior to their demise. It was evident that the 4 of us had dined on mere simple fare. While the upstairs guests enjoyed fish and meat daily, their menus entirely distinct from ours. Steward Zhang deliberately affected an air of anxiety, not wishing for us to appear overly composed, which might arouse suspicion. After the attendant's brief explanation, he readily accepted the information presented. On a rainy day, within the confines of a closed inn, amidst an enigmatic murder case, the guests ensnared in this situation were not easily placated, for the murderer lurked among us. The presence of every guest indicated that the culprit remained hidden within our midst. No one believes that the murderer is an unfamiliar stranger who stealthily infiltrated the inn to commit the heinous act and then vanished without a trace. A guest on the 3rd floor was awakened by hunger at 5 o'clock in the morning. He had quarreled with his roommate the previous night and, in his anger, had skipped dinner. Starved, he descended to the kitchen in search of sustenance. As he traversed from the 3rd floor to the 1st and then to the kitchen, he noticed no wet footprints along the way. The deceased roommate recounted that someone had knocked on their door in the dead of night, rousing the deceased, who complained about the late-night disturbance, suggesting that the woman had arrived while the deceased was still alive. This indicates that the killer could only have struck during the brief interval when the famished guest was making his descent, given the short time frame. Had the perpetrator been an outsider, they would undoubtedly have left muddy footprints. While the others analyzed the situation outside, I listened within, finding their deductions somewhat plausible. However, the fact that the woman managed to ascend without making a sound not only attests to her exceptional stealth, but also raises the possibility that she was barefoot, tiptoeing up the stairs. She could have taken the time to remove her shoes and dry her feet in the kitchen before proceeding upstairs, thereby leaving no muddy, wet footprints behind. The guests were merely speculating. Their theories varied and inconclusive. In the room where the deceased lay, 3 individuals resided, 1 on a couch and 2 in a bed. Now, with a death having occurred silently in their midst, the other 2 were more frightened than the rest of the guests. They proposed that everyone gather in the lobby below so they could keep watch over one another, guarding against the possibility of the murderer striking again. The other guests in the luxury suites unanimously agreed, believing that this would also thwart any attempt by the assailant to escape. In truth, what they feared was a killer motivated by hatred for the wealthy, specifically targeting affluent individuals residing in the luxurious guest rooms. The belongings of the deceased remained untouched, with not a single piece of luggage disturbed. To quell the rising anxiety among her patrons, the proprietress deliberately steered their thoughts towards the notion of a personal vendetta, suggesting that if it were a matter of private enmity, it would pose no threat to others. Once the murderer claimed a victim, it was presumed they would not strike again. At that moment, some voiced their objections to gathering in the lobby, fearing that such an assembly might provoke the killer into further violence. They were torn between the desire to unveil the identity of the murderer and the trepidation that knowledge might lead to their own demise. The 2 opposing factions raised their voices in heated debate in the corridor. In an effort to appear amicable, Manager Zhang occasionally interjected with conciliatory remarks. The proprietress dashed into the kitchen, emerging with a chef's knife in hand. Driven by her business acumen, she resolved to convene everyone in the lobby. The individuals on the roof remained present, and I genuinely worried they might resort to silencing witnesses. I contemplated advising the proprietress to abandon the idea, yet she promptly declared, "Those who do not descend are guilty of trepidation. They are the murderer." We were not exactly model citizens, and given the circumstances, it was neither the time nor place for ostentation. We could only follow the crowd. The waiter and the cook collaborated to arrange tables and chairs in the lobby, inviting guests from each room to take their designated seats according to the numbered tables, which corresponded to their room numbers, thus making their identities clear. The proprietress placed sunflower seeds, peanuts, and tea on the tables, allowing Yunzhou to forego the roasted soybeans, joyfully cracking open peanuts instead. He gathered a pile before indulging, as no one else in the lobby seemed to share his appetite. The individual who shares a bed with the deceased appears somewhat disoriented, occasionally scratching at his body, be it his neck, arms, or calves. Physically unscathed, his reactions are purely psychological, possibly stemming from a suspicion that the deceased suffered from some malignant or contagious ailment. The guests exchange glances, seeking to identify the suspicious among them. Some resort to outright personal attacks, accusing those they find disagreeable. Over the course of 3 days, 4 guests have engaged in quarrels, seizing the opportunity to create discord and casting aspersions upon one another, each accusing the other of being the culprit. The intensity of their disputes escalates, and it seems a physical confrontation is imminent, until the innkeeper's resounding shout brings them all to a halt. Meanwhile, others remain fixated on the woman who appeared suddenly the previous night, questioning her origins, destination, surname, and whether she is married. "I am Yi, and my given name is Feng Yang," she replies. Her tone, inflection, and enunciation resonate with the finesse of a skilled musician, stirring the hearts of her audience. She claims to hail from the nation of Luofeng, having married at the tender age of 16 in the kingdom of Xingyu, only to become a widow when her husband passed away prematurely, leaving her a widow at the age of 20. Having borne no children during her years in her husband's household, she faced disdain from her mother-in-law and ostracism from her sisters-in-law. Following her husband's death, she was cast out of her home. A young widow, utterly dependent and pitiable in her circumstances, her narrative is devoid of falsehoods. However, it is evident that she omits certain details, such as her subsequent affiliation with the star-catching and moon-snatching house, where she became an assassin. Though her appearance suggests she is in her early 20s, this may not accurately reflect her true age. Most of the men in the hall cast sympathetic glances in her direction, regardless of their age, all moved by her plight. Only Manager Zhang was peeling melon seeds for Yu Nanxiang, oblivious to her words. While Yunzhou was busy sorting peanuts, his attention elsewhere. He divided the peeled peanuts into 4 portions, 15 kernels, each for the 4 of us. The proprietress let out a cold snort and, in a tone neither loud nor soft, remarked, "Who hasn't lost a man? Women like this, relying on the deceased or a living nuisance, are not dependable. One must rely on oneself." At that moment, a guest interjected, "With the strength of the proprietress, she could slay a tiger. Of course, she can depend on herself. However, this young lady appears so delicate. She ought to find a refuge that can shield her from the storms." His words were subtle, yet all present comprehended their meaning. Was it not merely about seeking a man for support? The crux lay in discerning which man was suitable. The inn was predominantly occupied by male guests. With only 4 women present, the proprietress, myself, Yu Nanxiang, and Yi Fengyang. When Yi Fengyang had not yet arrived, the male patrons engaged jovially with the proprietress. Yet upon her arrival, their gazes were irresistibly drawn to her, rendering the alluring proprietress a heroine slayer. As the saying goes, in a vast forest, one finds all manner of birds. Though we 4 remained silent, someone with a loose tongue insisted on steering the conversation towards us. They lamented that the plight of the unfortunate was not exclusive to Yi Fengyang. A fine girl marrying a fool surely doomed her life, did it not? This fool, no less, was a son-in-law, which was indeed peculiar. It seemed our family resembled that of a great benefactor. Had we not owed the fool several lives in a past existence? The speaker sat beside us, accompanied by 2 others at the same table, all 3 sighing and shaking their heads, which was quite irksome. Yunzhou now realized that the fool referred to him, though he was somewhat perplexed by the term fool itself, mistaking it for a mere appellation. He remained silent. I cast a sidelong glance at them, my gaze sweeping across the faces of the 3, locking eyes with each in a manner that conveyed a clear warning. Upon their arrival, they bore several bags of furs, as the northern pelts are of superior quality, frequently traded by merchants traversing the mountain paths. They had checked in a few hours later than us, journeying southward from the north. Their guest room is situated on the ground floor, directly beneath ours. Over the past 3 days, they have seldom ventured out, for within their cargo lies a precious item that they vigilantly guard. Had it not been for the recent homicide, they might well have remained in seclusion. Based on my investigation last night, I believe the prime suspect to be Yi Fengyang, who stealthily ascended to the 3rd floor and lingered for 10 minutes at the deceased's door. Although she did not enter, one need not be in direct contact to administer poison. It can be delivered from a distance. Initially, the guests congregated in the lobby, exchanging trivialities. But as time wore on, ennui set in, prompting them to rise and engage in analysis of the case, seeking the culprit in a game of deduction. Yi Fengyang emerged as the most suspicious figure. However, a faction of the guests hesitated to implicate her, citing her frail demeanor as a reason, arguing that murder requires physical strength. The victim was poisoned. What physical prowess is required for that? Remarked a middle-aged man clad in simple garb. His demeanor slightly effeminate as he rolled his eyes. "You lot are merely speculating. Why not summon the coroner to examine the body?" Yi Fengyang lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip. "In this cursed weather, where would one find a coroner? Indeed, the nearest official is far from these 3 peaks, and with such torrential rain. Even the birds have retreated, let alone human beings. The doctor is right here, isn't she? And, doctor." Just as I anticipated Yu Fengyang would utter the words divine physician, she unexpectedly altered her address to a more understated title. She gazed at me, prompting the crowd to shift their attention in my direction. Is she truly a doctor? But isn't she just a peasant woman? I had sensed something amiss long before. Her attire resembled that of a farmer, yet her demeanor was anything but. The way she recently glanced at me bore no resemblance to that of a physician, nor did it align with that of a farmer. She seemed more akin to an assassin. At this moment, the innkeeper's wife raised her voice, suppressing the various murmurs within the hall. Approaching our table, her demeanor was strikingly different from usual. With a smile, she inquired, "Is this esteemed lady truly a doctor? Can she perform an autopsy?" "An autopsy is feasible, but I cannot claim the title of doctor. I am merely a rural practitioner with some understanding of human anatomy, though I am not skilled in healing ailments." I had already concluded that Yi Fengyang recognized me. Denying my identity would likely lead to further entanglements. Thus, I chose to acknowledge it, albeit with caution, stating up front that while I could perform an autopsy, healing was beyond my abilities. The innkeeper's wife exclaimed excellent, and immediately led me to the site of the autopsy. The body had been moved to the ice cellar in the back courtyard. The weather was both humid and warm, causing it to quickly become foul if left in the room. With no space in the inn to store the corpse, The innkeeper's wife instructed the waiter and the cook to carry it to the ice cellar. The construction of such a cellar is no easy task, a rarity in rural areas, more commonly found within royal palaces. The innkeeper's wife explained that the mountain possesses unique characteristics, allowing for the creation of ice cellars due to the presence of several ice caverns deep underground. Although these caverns lie far beneath the surface, the area above remains cold, making it suitable for digging vegetable cellars and constructing ice houses. When I beheld the corpse, I found myself pondering why Yi Fengyang had summoned me to examine it. Was she not the murderer? Furthermore, the task assigned by the Jiaxing Laoyue building stipulated that upon completion, one would depart. If they could brave the rain to arrive, they could surely brave it to leave. Why, then, did they linger and require my inspection of the body? Doctorin, have you examined the corpse thoroughly? Please expedite your efforts in uncovering the culprit. Otherwise, I shall find it impossible to conduct my business. Rest assured, I shall compensate you handsomely. Madam, in your establishment, is there anything that is neither human nor a living creature, yet capable of movement? As I scrutinized the corpse, it became evident that he had succumbed to poison, the toxin having entered through his ear and infiltrated his brain. However, there were no living entities within him. It appeared that something had been administered into his ear, necessitating close proximity to the victim. The greatest suspect was his bedmate, yet that individual spoke the truth. He genuinely did not know how his companion had met his demise. He feared more than anyone that he might be the next to perish. The deceased lay on his side, and for Yi Fengyang to poison him from outside the door, she would have had to circumvent the individual sleeping beside him. The technical requirements for such an act were rather high. The weight of the toxic liquid in the deceased's ear and brain could not be managed by mere insects or spiders. Having completed my examination, I departed the ice cellar and descended to the deceased chamber on the 3rd floor. I reclined in the position where the deceased had slept, startling the proprietress with my recent inquiries. She rubbed her arms nervously and implored me not to frighten her, asserting that her establishment was impeccably clean and devoid of any foul entities. You misunderstand. I was referring to artificial constructs, such as automatons. I am aware that this world possesses mechanisms, albeit of a simpler nature. People have heard of mechanical birds, which are somewhat more intricate than kites. No, I have never encountered such contrivances, the proprietress responded, shaking her head. How intriguing it is. I initially presumed that the assailant had poisoned the victim by dislodging the roof tiles. However, the VIP room differs from our storage space. It boasts a ceiling, a suspended structure, and silk decorations. To poison from the rooftop would necessitate dismantling these adornments. The dust on the silk remains undisturbed, suggesting no one has tampered with it. Thus, the perpetrator did not attack from the roof nor from outside the door. Could they still be within this very room? I inhaled deeply, seeking further clues, only to discover that the window was ajar. Was the window open when you arrived this morning? I inquired of the proprietress. No, it was closed, she replied. At the time, I suspected a thief might have entered through the window to commit the crime, so I checked and found it shut. The two individuals sharing the room were the first to rush out for help, and thereafter, they did not dare to re-enter. The proprietress only ventured in after they had fled, thus it was not they who opened the window. Other guests attempted to enter, but she forbade them. Consequently, only the young attendant and the chef had access to this room, and it was they who transported the body to the ice cellar. Before I could voice my thoughts, the proprietress immediately summoned the young attendant and asked if he had opened the window. He quickly admitted to it, explaining that he feared the lingering toxic gas and thus opened the window to air out the room and dissipate the odor, preventing further harm to anyone. Chapter 72. The culprit is here. His explanation is plausible, appearing reasonable, especially from the proprietress's perspective. He seems a competent employee adept at managing emergencies. However, his actions could also be construed as tampering with evidence, for the scent left from the previous night has now dissipated. The occupants of the same bed did not notice the victim's plight, and since the victim showed no signs of struggle, it raises the possibility that they were all under the influence of a mild soporific. Due to the minimal dosage, the side effects are mild, and the impact on the duration of sleep is negligible. It suffices to ensure that they are not startled awake by minor sounds during their slumber. The proprietress, noticing my suspicions regarding the young attendant, fervently defended him, asserting that he had only been 12 when he arrived, having lived in the inn for 6 years without ever venturing beyond the mountains, and thus had no acquaintance with the deceased, providing no motive for murder. I gazed at her, my stare laden with significance for several seconds. She, perceptive as she was, immediately grasped my implication and raised her voice, exclaiming, "I would never commit murder. You can inquire around. This is a reputable establishment, not a den of iniquity, and we do not engage in the vile trade of killing for profit." If the young attendant lacked a motive for murder, he could still serve as an accomplice. I mused. The proprietress, sensing my line of thought, reacted vehemently, raising her voice until she realized the impropriety of such a display, fearing the guests below might overhear, hastily lowering her tone to complete her remarks. Furthermore, the valuables of those 3 gentlemen remained with them. I calmly reminded her, what if it were a revenge killing? This incited further ire in the proprietress, who shot me a glare and retorted, "In my business, I seek harmony and prosperity, while I do not expect to please everyone. I certainly do not wish to cultivate enmity to the point of murder. Apologies, but I can only manage a cursory examination of the corpse. I am not adept at solving mysteries." Having completed what I could, I shrugged and stepped past the proprietress, exiting the guest room. I could now surmise the method employed by the murderer. It was evident that he could not act while the victim was awake. Given this, daytime appeared relatively safe, and my primary concern was whether Yun Zhou and the others might be in danger. Returning to our table downstairs, Manager Zhang inquired if I had uncovered any clues. The other guests, equally curious, began to bombard me with questions, urging me to disclose what I had discovered. The waiter appeared anxious, his gaze fixed upon me as though fearing I would reveal his potential culpability. As my eyes swept across the surrounding patrons, they instinctively fell silent. I informed them that the deceased had indeed succumbed to poisoning, but that it was unrelated to food or drink. The toxin did not enter the body through consumption. The poison in question was derived from the northern scorpion, specifically the fire scorpion, which dwells deep within the subterranean realms of the frigid northern wasteland. Nowhere else can it be found. Upon uttering these words, the guests began to inquire about the identity of the northern people. While it is true that the fire scorpion resides in the frozen wasteland, it is not solely accessible to those from the north. There are individuals who specialize in scorpion hunting, making their living from this perilous endeavor. Of 10 who venture forth, only 1 may return alive. The venom of the fire scorpion, once extracted, serves as a potent remedy for cold ailments, offering immediate relief. Consequently, it commands a high price, with individuals often willing to risk their lives for it. Anyone with sufficient wealth can procure an entire fire scorpion, including its venom sacs. The greater the quantity used, the higher the cost. The amount required to cause the death of the victim could fetch a sum of 100 taels of gold. Was the deceased truly worth that much? I cast a glance at Yi Fengyang. The fees at the Star Gathering and Moon-Reaching Pavilion were not modest, starting at 50 taels of gold for a task. This effectively eliminated the common folk, as they would toil their entire lives without amassing such wealth. Those who sought their services were invariably nobility and high-ranking officials. The matters at hand could hardly be trivial, prompting me to add that the price of the scorpion venom was exorbitant, and the dosage used by the murderer far exceeded the value of the deceased's possessions. This alleviated the concerns of the guests in the lobby, who feared that the murderer had committed the crime for financial gain. There was little more I could do. Those intent on investigating the assailant would pursue their inquiries in due course. The atmosphere in the lobby grew tumultuous once again, as discussions shifted from the origins of various individuals to the capacity to procure scorpion venom. The attendant breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance in my direction. I refrained from mentioning his act of opening the window to let in fresh air amidst the crowd. At that moment, someone forcefully struck the table, silencing the din, and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, before we ascertain the cause of death, should we not clarify the identity of the deceased? Who was he? What deeds did he undertake? How many enemies did he possess, and what was his name? It would be prudent for us to have a clear understanding, would it not?" The assembly found his reasoning compelling and nodded in agreement. If the motive was not monetary, it must be a matter of vengeance, and they turned their gazes towards the deceased's 2 roommates. When it was their turn to elucidate matters, the roommates exchanged wry smiles, for they were not particularly acquainted with the deceased. Recently, due to the upheaval in Yuanqing, they had fled amidst the chaos, nearly falling victim to bloodthirsty individuals of the underworld. It was the deceased who had saved them by deploying smoke bombs. The trio, originally strangers, forged a bond akin to brothers during those harrowing days of escape. Upon exiting Yuanqing, they found refuge in a small town beyond the city limits, where they washed away the grime of their ordeal, donned clean garments, and enjoyed a comforting meal. It was during their conversation that they discovered all 3 were merchants. The deceased operated a grocery store in Yuancheng, which had descended into chaos. His family perished in the turmoil, and he had escaped alone, intending to seek refuge with relatives to the north. Two roommates, merchants from the north, brought goods from their hometown to sell in Yuancheng, hoping to make a significant profit during the Wulin conference. As all three intended to head north, they decided to travel together. The two roommates, out of respect for the deceased's sorrowful circumstances, refrained from inquiring about his family background, yet found him to be honorable and courageous, qualities that inspired friendship. The deceased, being the eldest, took great care of the two. He covered their lodging expenses. Following the unfortunate incident in Yuancheng, the merchandise of the two roommates was destroyed by fire, leaving them with only a modest amount of cash they had discreetly saved. After accounting for their principal, little remained. Yet the potential for profit on this journey had become secondary. They would be grateful to the heavens simply for preserving their lives. The deceased had seemingly prepared for an escape, thus carrying a considerable sum of money and belongings. During their travels, he generously covered all expenses for food and drink, ensuring they stayed in the finest accommodations and enjoyed the best meals upon reaching the inn. The two roommates felt immense gratitude towards him, harboring no resentment whatsoever. They acknowledged that even when combined, their funds paled in comparison to his. The expensive fire scorpion poison was beyond their means, not only currently, but also in ordinary circumstances. Others deemed their suspicion unfounded, recognizing they lacked both motive and means to commit murder. As guests were systematically questioned, it became clear that none possessed the capability to procure large quantities of poison. However, they remained unaware of my concealed wealth. And it was equally possible for others to possess hidden riches. Analyzing only the visible assets proved futile. Like the guests, no one questioned our financial standing. They firmly believed I was a physician, a profession that, despite the world's complexities, carried a degree of respect and potential for profit. The competence of physicians varies, contingent upon their specialization and place of practice. Within royal courts globally, female medical practitioners were absent. Instead, highly ranked maids of honor fulfilled this role, dedicating their entire lives to palace service, even post-retirement. Conversely, female doctors in the populace predominantly specialized in obstetrics and gynecology, augmenting their income through deliveries and abortions, earning significantly less than their male counterparts. This disparity was more pronounced in urban centers, elucidating why figures like Chun Ling Duo disparaged me as a rustic, unqualified healer. Consequently, the inn's patrons presumed my earnings were modest, burdened by familial obligations, elderly parents, young children, and a mentally challenged husband dependent on my income. This misconception was advantageous. As discretion in wealth is prudent, I preferred to conceal my affluence. However, some discerned Yunzhou's distinguished demeanor, speculating he was a nobleman in distress. They conjectured that Yunzhou, a scion of nobility, had been rescued by me following a family crisis. They further surmised that I was not a mere country doctor, but a female physician from a prominent family, wedded to the aristocratic simpleton for ceremonial good fortune. Despite the circumstances, a bond had formed between us, evidenced by my unwavering commitment to him and my family, father and sister, in the wake of adversity. My father, Zhang, was perceived not as a peasant, but as a steward or accountant, possibly even a scholar. Similarly, my sister defied the stereotype of a rural maiden, exhibiting the refinement of a lady nurtured in affluence. Zhang applauded their astute observations, acknowledging their accurate assessment. Their elaborate narrative conveniently relieved us of the burden of fabricating identities and backgrounds. Their fabrication was so compelling that we could adopt it verbatim. In recent days, Yunzhou has been consuming fried yellow beans, a delicacy he relishes yet cannot indulge in fully. He has become a pitiful sight, indicative of our financial constraints. Some individuals with dark hearts suspect that I intentionally mistreat Yunzhou, withholding funds from him. Others argue against this notion, suggesting that if I truly despised this simpleton, I could simply abandon him, providing for his sustenance only to torment someone oblivious to his plight, unless I was exceedingly idle. Their debate gradually strayed from the main topic. While others continued to deliberate on the identity of the murderer, no one seemed to notice that Yi Fingyang had vanished. I had merely caught a glimpse of her moments ago, and she had excused herself to use the restroom, departing her seat for the backyard. I had provided her with the clues I had gathered. Naturally, she was investigating the murderer. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, the dozen or so individuals on the roof systematically searched their respective rooms. Our quarters contained nothing of significance. All our money was securely on our persons. and the remaining items were merely commonplace. They rummaged through our belongings to no avail. If I were the murderer, would they uncover any valuable clues? The crowd had long exhausted their voices, the teapot nearing empty. She took the initiative to serve everyone, with the guests expressing their gratitude profusely. At that moment, the young attendant realized his negligence, standing in the corner, burdened with thoughts resembling a mere backdrop. Observing Yi Fengyang replenishing water for the guests, he hastily rushed to the kitchen to bring out dried fruits for their enjoyment. The proprietress had previously instructed that all tea and snack charges would be waived during gatherings in the main hall. The young attendant may not be as innocent as he claims. I refrained from publicly mentioning his act of opening the window, yet he appeared even more flustered than before. He ran back and forth twice, but on the third trip, he was seized in the kitchen and forcibly taken to the stable in the backyard. It was the work of Yi Fengyang and her associates. The guests in the main hall remained completely oblivious to the unusual events, preoccupied with their pursuit of the culprit. Showing no concern for the whereabouts of the waiter, the proprietress was also detained upstairs and had yet to come down. Astonishingly, no one had inquired about her during this time. When she finally descended, her smile appeared significantly strained, yet others continued to engage her in jovial conversation. Unaware of the underlying tension, she cast a glance my way, her eyes revealing a complex array of emotions, leaving me to surmise that she suspected an alliance between me and Yi Fengyang. This was not surprising, for within the Zhaixing Laoyue establishment, one could find assassins of all ages and dispositions. Among us four, even Lian Yunzu possessed the potential to be an assassin. He merely lacked cunning, though his martial skills were intact. The proprietress, failing to locate the waiter, cursed and scoured the kitchen, but to no avail, prompting her to search the backyard instead. The chef was preoccupied in the kitchen, overwhelmed as all the guests dined simultaneously, leaving him to cook alone and frantically. "Come out, old poison, don't hide." At that moment, Yi Fengyang entered the hall, her demeanor transformed entirely. Suddenly, two squads of individuals clad in black surged into the corridor leading to the backyard. They swiftly encircled the hall, wielding either the Zhaixing sword or the Laoyue blade. Both weapons were uniquely crafted for Zhaixing Laoyue, instantly recognizable by their distinctive designs. The Zhaixing sword had a bifurcated tip resembling a serpent's tongue, designed for hooking flesh. The Laoyue blade featured a serrated edge, capable of inflicting considerable pain. Most of the patrons were merchants, and few had ever heard of Zhaixing Laoyue. Upon the appearance of the assassins from the notorious organization, they swiftly encircled us, instilling palpable terror in the hearts of all present. I squinted, attempting to feign fear, yet this body betrayed me, as the original owner bore an expressionless visage. "My dear, restrain your anger, grant them a reprieve for now and assess the situation," advised Steward Zhang, noticing the shift in my demeanor. I repressed my semblance of fear and offered him the only genuine expression I could muster, a smile. "Indeed, they hardly pose a threat," I conveyed. And Steward Zhang seemed to concur with the disdain reflected in my smile. Alas, I had only just liberated myself from the shadows of the dark guards. Yet here I was, entangled once more with the sinister. This face of mine is all too prone to attracting trouble. The assassins from the star-catching and moon-dragging pavilion bore expressions as lifeless as the grave, their presence radiating an eerie chill. Lady Yi called out for the infamous old poison in the hall, yet the guests exchanged bewildered glances, each one equally perplexed. "Lady Yi, whom do you speak of?" someone inquired with confusion. "Xiao Guichao," Lady Yi declared, her voice resolute. "Who is that?" "I bear no surname Xiao. My name is Lu." The crowd buzzed with speculation, as none claimed the identity of Xiao Guichao. It appeared that Lady Yi had made some progress in her investigation. The murderer was neither her nor the waiter, but assuredly among us guests. I had entertained doubts about the proprietress, yet if she were indeed the culprit, Lady Yi would not have let her escape. Chapter 73. The Clash. I began to comprehend Lady Ye's urgency in unearthing the murderer. The star-catching and moon-dragging pavilion was bound by obligation to complete their mission. Their reputation in the martial world hinged upon the principle of integrity. The unexpected demise of the target, whether by accident or illness, bears no relation to them. However, should someone seize the opportunity to eliminate the target before they can act, they would not escape the consequences. This matter pertains to their reputation. They cannot allow the perpetrator to remain concealed. It must be made public that the failure to execute the task does not stem from their inadequacy at the star-catching and moon-gathering pavilion, but rather that someone unexpectedly acted against the target, leaving them without the chance to fulfill their mission. The murderer must confess in front of all, with someone testifying on behalf of the star-catching and moon-gathering pavilion. Yi Fengyang's gaze swept across the crowd, seemingly assessing the reactions of each individual, which indicated her ignorance of who Chao Guichao might be. I had never heard that name before, but Manager Zhang displayed a noticeably different reaction upon hearing it. He glanced nervously at others in the hall, as if also searching for Chao Guichao. Do you know this person? I inquired. Oh, so formidable. He specializes in selling poisons and dabbles in murder? I continued. I haven't heard of him, but I know he sells a variety of poisons. There are all sorts of bizarre items. He has made a fortune from this trade. Thus, it was evident that he possessed ample amounts of scorpion venom. If he were indeed the murderer, he would certainly have a substantial stock. The question remains, why would a wealthy black market merchant expend substantial sums to poison another merchant? Is there a conflict of interest? The proprietress appeared pale, the waiter was in a daze, and the cook remained oblivious, continuing his culinary tasks in the kitchen. Observing the lack of admissions, Yi Fengyang issued a stern warning. It mattered not if they denied involvement. If necessary, she would eliminate everyone present. For the killer was undoubtedly among them. The star-catching and moon-gathering pavilion had not shied away from orchestrating a massacre of hundreds for the sake of a single life. They are neither noble nor principled, indifferent to reputation and devoid of conscience. Her harsh words may hold little sway over the perpetrator, yet they strike others like a bolt from the blue. The murderer must feign fear and anger, requiring a moment to react. Even someone as stoic as the original host exhibits a shift in expression upon hearing such words. Steward Zhang casts an anxious glance at Yunan Xiang, his eyes brimming with a protective instinct. Innocent bystanders, upon realizing their lives are intertwined with the killer's fate, inevitably display some reaction. I am filled with confusion, while Steward Zhang is consumed by worry. Other guests exhibit fear, rage, and some even attempt to persuade Yi Fengyang to relent from her bloody path. Yet, Yi Fengyang pays no heed to anyone, striding directly toward one individual. This person is dressed entirely in accordance with the standards of the fur trade, his bushy beard obscuring much of his face. He appears rugged, yet his skin is notably delicate and fair. Seated at the same table are two hunters, who are presently protesting to Yi Fengyang, accusing her of inhumanity, asserting that capturing the murderer should not endanger the innocent. Those unwilling to perish should simply step aside. At Yi Fengyang's command, the guests hastily rise and withdraw. The fur trader, however, remains unmoved, leisurely sipping his tea. The two hunters, intimidated by Yi Fengyang's presence, also rise and step aside, casting puzzled glances at the fur trader, who continues to sit undisturbed. They gesture for him to quickly take cover. But the others have already discerned that Yi Fengyang's target is indeed this fur trader. An unspoken understanding forms among the crowd as they gather together, positioning themselves at a distance from the fur trader. Ah, your suggestion is quite astute. If I were to eliminate you all, no one would be aware of the events transpiring here. The fur merchant suddenly smiled, his expression transforming from one of fear and panic. He extended his hand, his fingertips pinching an object resembling a whistle. Yi Fengyang gestured to the black-clad men encircling the hall, and they moved past the guests, closing in on the fur merchant. No, he should now be referred to as Chao Guichao. He was a notorious poison dealer from the northern black market, a figure likely to possess various toxins for self-defense. Only our table remained in the room, and I instructed Steward Zhang to take Yun Zhou and Yuan Xiang to the kitchen. The black-clad men had just searched the adjacent rooms. They were not merely seeking clues, but lingered in certain spots within each chamber for a while. Although the layout of the inn's rooms was not entirely uniform, the differences were negligible. The places where they lingered were neither the areas for luggage nor the resting places such as beds and tables. They conspicuously avoided lingering in the kitchen. Perhaps it was due to the chef's continuous presence there, rendering it inconvenient for them to stay. Steward Zhang questioned why I would not leave. I urged him to take the others away first, as I wished to observe the unfolding spectacle. He doubted my intentions, believing I was merely seeking entertainment, yet time was of the essence. The two factions could clash at any moment, and he had no choice but to lead Yun Zhou and Yuan Xiang to safety. Yun Zhou hesitated to depart, so I instructed him to remain in the kitchen, keeping an eye on the chef to prevent any potential poisoning. He appeared somewhat bewildered, but perhaps understood enough to follow Steward Zhang. Once they had left, I closed the corridor door leading from the kitchen to the hall. I stood guard at this threshold, ensuring that neither party could pass through. The innkeeper and the young attendant dashed upstairs, seeking refuge in the deceased's room. In the hall, only Yi Fengyang, the black-clad men, Qiao Guqiao, and I, the observer, remained. Yi Fengyang's attention was entirely focused on Qiao Guiqiao. Instead of directly attacking him, she inquired, "Where is the item?" Qiao Guiqiao attempted to blow the whistle. But Yi Fengyang swiftly intervened, and the two engaged in a brief exchange, each using only one hand. Qiao Guiqiao felt a sense of pride. Yet Yi Fengyang did not allow him to bask in it for long. As their duel commenced in earnest, every move she executed was ruthless, targeting his eyes and threatening his throat. Initially seated, Qiao Guiqiao soon leapt to his feet, and their skirmish escalated from beneath the table to atop it. The innkeeper's wife must have been distraught, for instead of inflicting harm upon one another, these two fighters wreaked havoc upon the tables, chairs, and teapots in the hall. Yi Fengyang had no intention of engaging him in a one-on-one battle. She summoned her allies clad in black to join the fray. Qiao Guiqiao, with mediocre martial skills, could only hold his own against Yi Fengyang for 3 exchanges. After that, he found himself at a disadvantage, and with the addition of the black-clad fighters, he was on the verge of defeat. In that moment, he blew the whistle precariously held between his fingers, which emitted no sound. However, just before he was subdued, Yi Fengyang and her companions suddenly heard a series of clicking noises resonating around them, though singularly faint. It was a cacophony of numerous tiny sounds converging into a collective din. Yi Fengyang was compelled to be cautious. She looked up to trace the source of the sound, only to see an array of red scorpions descending from the beams, pillars, and staircase railings. They crawled down the walls and stairs, and a triumphant smile reappeared on Qiao Guiqiao's face. The black-clad assailants pressed a dagger against his throat, demanding he retract the scorpions. Yi Fengyang urged him to hastily surrender the item. "Do not feign ignorance. Few are aware of the matter concerning Lu Hai's theft of the precious mirror. A mere inquiry from the Celestial Palace will reveal who employed you. Your esteemed patron cannot save you. Surrender the mirror, and I shall intercede for your life." "Huh, what a jest. It is you who shall perish imminently. You have just succumbed to my 5 hearts poison, and you shall not survive beyond the burning of half a joss stick. Observe your palm. Notice anything unusual? Look at my hand. Is it not exquisite?" Yi Fengyang spread her fingers wide, revealing her palm to be immaculate, devoid of any anomaly. Qiao Guqiao was utterly astonished. He had just engaged with Yi Fengyang and distinctly witnessed her being struck by his poison dart, the wound slightly darkened. By now, the toxin within her should have permeated to her palm, yet she appeared unscathed. He quickly masked his astonishment, sneering, "Though you may evade the poisoned dart, you cannot escape the venomous scorpion. The number of red scorpions is overwhelming. They must be concealed within the crevices between the roof and the ceiling." Summoned by that whistle, they encircled Yi Fengyang and the cloaked figures. "Fire scorpions!" one of the cloaked men exclaimed. The tail of the red scorpion arched upward, its tip revealing a sharp stinger. I have seen illustrations of fire scorpions, and the red scorpion before me bears no resemblance. Fire scorpions thrive solely in the warmth of subterranean magma. They cannot survive in other environments. Thus, scorpion hunters must delve deep underground to capture them, for that is their domain. And humans must pay a hefty price to ensnare even a few. This is not a fire scorpion. They abhor the cold and would never venture to the surface, let alone act on a rainy day. Despite the tension caused by the venomous scorpions, the cloaked figures did not waver. Several creatures ascended to the crown of my head, descending along the door panel, launching venomous stings at the individuals in the lobby. The man in black and Yi Fengyang evaded the poisonous assaults, while Yi Fengyang retaliated with a kick directed at Qiao Guiqiao's leg. She seized him, using him as a shield to deflect a multitude of venomous attacks aimed at her. Subsequently, the red scorpions ceased their onslaught against her, diverting their attention to other targets. The man in black discerned that the red scorpions instinctively avoided attacking Qiao Guiqiao. However, he could only shield one person, incapable of serving as a bulwark for all. The red scorpions, in addition to the venomous stingers on their tails, harbored crimson venom within their bodies. Should their corporeal form be compromised, the venom would seep forth, contaminating the ground and releasing toxic gas. I pondered whether I was the first in the lobby to recognize that the red scorpions were not living entities. Therefore, I refrained from violently exterminating them, instead releasing a fine thread to infiltrate their forms, dismantling the mechanisms that enabled their movement. These red scorpions were not alive. Rather, they were wooden constructs painted in vibrant red. The wooden mechanical scorpions contained pouches within their abdomens for venom storage, with their tails equipped with compartments for venomous stingers, complete with mechanisms to launch the stingers outward. The man in black utilized a table to corral the swarm of scorpions into a confined space, using the tabletop as a barrier against the venomous attacks. Observing that the stingers no longer held an advantage, Xiao Guiqiao sounded a whistle, prompting the red scorpions to automatically release the venom stored within their pouches. The venom contained within the bodies of the red scorpions was indeed the venom of the fire scorpion. Furthermore, the tails of the mechanical scorpions could be modified into infusion tubes. I had previously harbored suspicions that the entity responsible for the demise of the deceased was not human. At the very least, the injection of venom into his body was not performed by a living creature. For, had there been a living being traversing the inn, I would have been able to sense their presence. Yifeng merely stood at the entrance for a moment. She likely realized that her intended target was deceased. Yet she could not disclose this information immediately. Doing so would render her the prime suspect. Every individual within the inn would fixate upon her, potentially even restraining her. The reason she did not eliminate all the patrons from the outset, subsequently pinning the blame for the premature demise of her target on a single individual, was probably her desire to ascertain the whereabouts of that particular item. She aimed to apprehend the murderer and recover the item in question. The cloaked figures had searched every room but failed to locate it. This item had been pilfered by the deceased, only to vanish mysteriously after his demise. It was absent from Xiao Guiqiao's chamber as well, thus compelling Yifeng to interrogate him personally. However, Xiao Guiqiao was uncooperative, and in this dire moment, she refrained from taking his life. She was aware that Xiao Guiqiao was surely unafraid of the fire scorpion poison, as those who wield toxins typically carry the antidote on their person. Breaking his legs was merely a precaution to prevent his escape. The poison would not prove fatal immediately. In a short span, the hall was engulfed in poisonous gas, and the cloaked men began to succumb, collapsing one after another. Yifeng gripped Xiao Guiqiao, intent on exiting. She had previously been immune to the five-heart poison, but now, having inhaled the fire scorpion toxin, her body could no longer withstand it. Observing the rising fumes, I recognized that the upstairs guests were also in peril, and I released a wave of energy to force open the tightly shut-in doors. The stormy winds swept in, dispersing the toxic air within. The remaining red scorpions detonated themselves, leaving no one capable of movement at that moment. Xiao Guiqiao glared at me with fury, while Yifeng, unable to maintain her grip, loosened her hold on him and collapsed to the ground, her fate uncertain. He retrieved a porcelain vial from his bosom, seemingly preparing to ingest the antidote. I discharged a gust of qi, dislodging the porcelain vial from his grasp, and offered him an impassive smile. "Who are you? What do you surmise?" He retorted, "The mystic mirror is not in my possession. Your execution of me would be futile." "How peculiar," I mused. A deceased individual pilfered the mystic mirror, and yet, upon eliminating him, you neglected to seize the artifact more precious than his very existence. Curious, indeed. Employing the intelligence gleaned from their discourse, I engaged him in conversation, wagering that their subject was the very object of my knowledge. If the mystic mirror was not upon his person, it must have been entrusted to another or secreted elsewhere en route, never having arrived here. The mystic mirror is of inestimable value, a fact surely known to you. It is coveted by all, I asserted. With the trail ending here, and your inability to produce the artifact, alas, it seems such predicaments as this may persist indefinitely. "I shall search along the way," he feebly declared. I approached and retrieved the shattered porcelain vial from the ground, securing it within my garments. "Return the antidote to me. Your deployment of the Crimson Scorpion against me has inflicted profound trauma upon my psyche," I protested. "This is compensation for emotional distress." Though perplexed by my words, Xiao Guiqiao discerned that I sought recompense. "Any venomous creatures or antidotes you desire, I shall provide gratis," he offered. "The rarest toxins in existence, I shall bestow upon you freely." Chapter 74. An attempted extermination in pursuit. Xiao Guiqiao urgently required the antidote in my possession, afflicted as he was by two distinct venoms. The toxin from the Crimson Scorpion's barb was not the venom of the fire scorpion, hence the disparate symptoms exhibited by Yifeng, the man in black, and Xiao Guiqiao. Initially, the loss of mobility and linguistic ability ensues, followed by the emergence of dark patches and red spots on the skin. Toxins enter the human body more gradually through inhalation than when directly introduced into the ears or brain. Yifeng collapsed onto the ground, slowly closing her eyes. Xiao Guiqiao also fell against the table, shutting his eyes, unable to endure for much longer. I had no intention of rescuing him, for I held no interest in the precious mirror. He either truly did not know its whereabouts or had concealed it. In any case, his death would sever the trail of clues. For others seeking it, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Left to fate who might be destined to find the mirror, the deceased, Yi Fingyang and Xiao Guiqiao, formed a triangular relationship, having perished together, thus concluding the tasks of theft, pursuit, and mirror-seeking. I held my breath to evade disaster, effortlessly healing the small dose of toxin I had inhaled with my abilities. The hall fell into a silent stillness, occasionally stirred by the wind. Once the toxic gas had cleared, I summoned the innkeeper and the attendant to tidy up the place. I opened the door leading to the back courtyard, preparing to call out to head steward Zhang and the others in the kitchen. Yun Zhou was obedient, his gaze fixed intently on the chef as he cooked. The chef lamented his plight, pleading with head steward Zhang to persuade Yun Zhou to avert his piercing gaze. As under such sharp scrutiny, he had already burnt 2 dishes, cut himself thrice, and added 6 extra spoonfuls of salt, nearly rendering him incapable of cooking. Head steward Zhang, with resignation, remarked that Yun Zhou only heeded his wife's words, impervious to others' entreaties. The kitchen indeed reeked of charred food, and upon seeing me, the chef rushed to the door, clutching a clove of garlic, eager to shake my hand as though I were a long-lost relative. I took a step back and cast a glance at his hand. He promptly tucked the garlic cloves into the pocket of his apron, refraining from reaching out again. Instead, he clasped his hands together and politely requested that I escort Yun Zhou away from the kitchen. The proprietress and the young waiter approached, armed with brooms and other cleaning tools. The proprietress instructed the cook to prepare several exquisite dishes, as everyone had endured much today. She wished to treat them to alleviate their distress. After delivering her orders, she headed to the wine cellar to fetch fine wines, while the young waiter took a large broom to sweep the red scorpions off the hall floor. This creature was venomous, and should it be burned, it would need to be taken far from the inn on a sunny day. Impatient, the proprietress instructed the young waiter to find a spot on the hillside to dig a deep pit for burial. However, before that, the young waiter first transported the corpses from the hall to the ice cellar for storage. He then used the cart meant for carrying bodies to transport the red scorpions. Donning a raincoat before stepping outside, the proprietress took it upon herself to scrub the hall floor, rinsing it repeatedly until she felt at ease. The hall, now clean, was rearranged and adorned with floral cloth to conceal the scars on the tables and chairs, as if the previous life-and-death struggle had never occurred. The guests gradually descended once more, and the cook served the meals, with each table graced by a jar of fine wine provided by the proprietress. She raised her glass and uttered a few words, merely soothing remarks to comfort the guests, who were indeed shaken and needed a few drinks to calm their nerves. Once all the guests had settled, the cook, utterly exhausted, fell asleep leaning against the dish rack in the kitchen. The proprietress showcased her remarkable prowess that night. Remaining impervious to intoxication, she continued to drink until no one would compete with her, yet she still bore a slightly tipsy demeanor. If the true objective of both parties was indeed the treasured mirror, they would undoubtedly dispatch another group of individuals. After days of heavy rain, the downpour tonight has transformed into a gentle drizzle, rendering the need for an umbrella unnecessary. The innkeeper, leaning against the door, gazes up at me as she instructs the young attendant to tidy the hall. I perch on a wooden pillar that supports the inn sign, requiring a certain balance akin to that of a skilled acrobat. "Thank you today, Doctorin," I say. The innkeeper leans slightly against the door, her face flushed from drink. Yet her eyes remain clear, betraying no hint of inebriation. One must not incur debts of gratitude. If she wishes to express thanks, let it be in coin. She is astute, aware that remaining here would preclude any further peaceful days, and thus she plans to depart. The innkeeper retrieves 3 gold ingots. She does not explain why there are 3, but I understand. She, the attendant, and the cook, 3 souls, 3 lives, 3 ingots. The following morning, the sky clears, and the air is fresh after the rain, enveloping the inn in the scent of greenery. During breakfast, the innkeeper announces her intention to close the establishment. The lodgers here are merely transient, with no long-term guests. Once the mountain path is passable, everyone will depart. Since we are to part ways completely, having shared a harrowing experience of life and death, the atmosphere within the inn is unusually harmonious. Any minor grievances are dismissed with a smile. 2 days later, the mountain path is reopened. Those heading south do so, and those bound for the north follow suit. The inn's guests, along with the innkeeper and her 2 assistants, each bear their belongings as they leave. Although the innkeeper feels a pang of reluctance to part with this immovable property, her greater concern is for her own life, and thus she must let go. No sooner have we departed than smoke begins to rise from the direction of the inn, suggesting that it may be on fire. The proprietress and her 2 companions headed south, for she had relatives by the sea and intended to pay them a visit. I gazed upon the newly opened mountain path and instructed Manager Zhang to carry the delicate Yunanciang. We departed from the main road and ventured into the narrow mountain trail. Manager Zhang inquired, "Why must we traverse the mountains?" I glanced towards the direction from which smoke was rising and replied, "To avoid pursuers." He ceased further questioning, and we ascended to the mountaintop, where the location of the inn became visible. The inn had collapsed, reduced to mere ruins. A squad of individuals clad in black light armor approached swiftly along the winding mountain road. Their gait revealed their exceptional agility. I signaled for Manager Zhang and the others to halt and seek concealment. They found refuge among the trees, while I crouched amidst the grass at the edge of the cliff. Below, the mountain path lay, and as the black-armored figures reached it, they accosted each passerby, gripping their shoulders to scrutinize their appearance. Clearly, they were in search of someone, though it remained uncertain who that might be. If my intuition was correct, they were likely searching for the occupants of the inn. We 4 were the last to depart. As the proprietress had stated, she could not carry the kitchen provisions, and that anyone was free to take what they wished. The other guests found it too troublesome, while Manager Zhang, considering that Yunzhou and Yunanciang had no snacks for the journey, decided to procure these ingredients for processing in the back kitchen. He stir-fried peanuts, sunflower seeds, and some dried fruits, while rice and corn transformed into popcorn. During this respite, he presented these snacks to Yunzhou and Yunanciang. I remained hidden in the grass, fixated on the black-armored men below, who pressed onward in pursuit. At their pace, should the preceding guests pause to rest, they would inevitably catch up. As they walked past, Manager Zhang quietly inquired, "Who are they? Are they from the star-picking and moon-drawing pavilion?" I shook my head, "No. They appear to be a foreign guard." Manager Zhang, puzzled, remarked, "Did not the proprietress leave a note explaining everything? The deceased and the murderer are all in the ice cellar. Do they not believe it? Have you heard of the square treasure mirror? With the Chuanfang pavilion occupied by the celestial palace, it is not surprising that he knows of such matters." I then asked, "Do you know the function of the square treasure mirror?" "Well, not quite clear," Manager Zhang replied, shaking his head. "It is said to greatly enhance one's abilities. The medicine Immortal Valley possesses elixirs that can also significantly boost one's prowess. Consuming them for several years yields considerable results. Do you know its true purpose? To speak of it is rather frightening. Perhaps it is better left unsaid. Alas, you bring it up yet fail to clarify. Must I pay to hear the rest?" "Indeed, the subsequent information is premium content. However, as an insider, I can give you a hint. The square treasure mirror does not aid in cultivation. It is a sinister mirror capable of capturing one's soul. Those whose souls are captured do not perish. They merely transform into something akin to their former selves." I gestured towards Yunzhou. "Oh, has young Master Yun's soul been captured by that malevolent mirror?" "Your imagination runs wild." I said, "It is similar, yet there are distinctions. Yunzhou can speak and think simply, while those whose souls have been taken cannot. They become mere shells of their former selves. What then is the difference from killing him?" "There is a difference. Some individuals cannot die, neither able to perish nor live well." Comprehending my explication, Chief Steward Zhang grudgingly acquiesced, though I had indeed withheld the entirety of the arcane knowledge pertaining to the precious mirror. Mind control is merely one facet of the quadrant mirror's capabilities. As its appellation suggests, its paramount function lies in absorbing the essence of the 4 cardinal directions. What specific essence this entails remains enigmatic to me. Perhaps akin to the vital energies of feng shui, or some form of propitious fortune. The 4 directions allude to the entirety of this continent, implying that the mirror siphons all the auspiciousness across the land. One can only speculate on the dire state of the 4 kingdoms at that time. Thus, it was not a treasure of Yahweh Terrace, but an evil artifact suppressed within Yahweh Immortal Mountain by an eminent personage of yore. For reasons unknown, Lu Yinyan breached the seal, absconded with it, and presented it to the emperor of the overturning reign celestial palace. Were they conspiring to annihilate the continent in concert? In ancient tomes of yore, this object was decried as an evil entity, yet within the last century, it has been propagated as a treasure, with the claim that he who possesses the precious mirror shall inherit the world. Yong and his ilk desperately sought to wrest the mirror from Lu Yinyan's grasp. Undoubtedly having heard this assertion and firmly believing in its veracity. To dominate the entire continent is the aspiration of all martial artists, let alone the monarchs of the Four Kingdoms, and those clandestine forces lurking in every nook and cranny. It is surmised that the employers of the star-plucking moon-scooping pavilion and Xiaogui Bridge dispatched them alone, fearing that a larger commotion would attract undue attention. The time for a widespread melee over the precious mirror has not yet arrived. However, perhaps that moment is not far off. Chief Steward Zhang, do you possess knowledge of feng shui? A sudden notion struck me. Alas, I emitted a profound sigh, gazing upon the surrounding mountains, contemplating whether I could locate a suitable peak to establish my own domain. What troubles the divine physician? Chief Steward Zhang, upon witnessing my sigh, appeared visibly anxious. The world is descending into chaos. We must prepare in advance. Shall we cease our agricultural endeavors? No, we must cultivate. Without crops, we shall surely starve. Is it truly that dire? Indeed. As we traversed the mountains, the journey proved lengthy, yet we were unhurried, pausing to rest and indulge in sustenance when fatigue set in. When darkness enveloped the landscape, we made camp amidst the hills. With my presence, no beast dared approach our encampment. After a day's travel, we heard commotion along the mountain path. Voices were raised in alarm, claiming that bodies had been discovered. I instructed Manager Zhang and the others to remain atop the mountain while I descended to investigate. There, on the trail, lay 5 lifeless forms, sprawled in disarray. Their burdens remained intact, and I immediately recognized them as patrons of the inn. They had met a swift demise. The killer's method was consistent, with wounds of identical depth and shape. Blood stained the ground, drawing onlookers to a halt. Some rushed to notify the authorities, while others lingered, some to preserve the scene, others merely to gawk. As I pressed forward, covering several more miles, I stumbled upon additional corpses. There was no need for further examination. Any guest who had ventured northward from the inn had undoubtedly fallen victim to that group. All perished. Those traveling south likely met a similar fate. The armored figures scrutinized the faces of passers-by, indicating they possessed knowledge of the patrons' appearances. Who could have supplied them with such information? Regardless, among the guests, we 4 were the most recognizable, as none of the other patrons traveled with children. I made a spontaneous decision to alter my course, opting not to head north, but rather veering westward towards the territory of the Jiushuang Kingdom. There, at least, I had acquaintances, thanks to Manager Zhang, who transformed the remaining provisions from the inn into snacks for our journey. We navigated through the mountains, hesitant to seek lodging or meals in populated areas, relying solely on these sustenances, which allowed us to endure for several days. If there are traitors among the guests, the black-armored ones may have already discovered our intention to head north and would be actively searching for us, finding peace only when they had hunted us down. Taking a detour to Jiushuang country, we could still proceed northward. However, the path was treacherous, devoid of main roads, consisting entirely of perilous mountain trails. Yet, no danger posed by these rugged paths could rival the fear instilled by those wielding blades, seeking to end our lives. Chapter 75. I am the fortunate one. I fashioned 4 pairs of straw sandals, allowing Yun Zhou and the others to change into them. Traversing the rain-soaked mountains was both perilous and exhausting, compelling us to tread cautiously, which greatly slowed our pace. Fortunately, no pursuers caught up with us, and we successfully reached the official road leading to Jiushuang country. According to the 2 roommates of the Mirror Thief, they had once rested here, and there was an inn nearby. The people of Yuancheng were well aware of our relationship with Jiushuang country, and those hunting us likely knew it too. In the face of danger, I might consider diverting to Jiushuang country for safety. To ensure our security, I instructed Manager Zhang and the others to remain in the mountains while I descended alone to procure provisions. I surmised that the hunters had positioned their operatives along the main roads leading to various countries, and it was imperative that the 4 of us never appeared simultaneously. Upon exiting the inn, the innkeeper's wife selected 2 sets of her newly made garments, which she could not take with her, and gifted them to me. I changed into her attire and infiltrated the small town adjacent to the official road, purchasing provisions in batches while also acquiring a backpack and a wide-brimmed hat. As I wandered through the town, everything appeared normal, and no one seemed to be tailing me. Yet, outside the town, by the official road, a few individuals sat in a tea shed, clad in blacklight armor. Whenever someone passed by, they would cast a fleeting glance. I, donning a bamboo hat and carrying a backpack, exited the town, heading towards the mountains, ensuring to avoid the main road so as not to attract their attention. I located the inn mentioned by the thief's roommate, conducted a reconnaissance, and confirmed the absence of any armored figures within. I then ventured into the mountains to bring Yunzhou and the others back, and together we settled into the inn. This establishment was relatively modest, comprising merely 4 rooms. The proprietor lamented the recent decline in business, offering us a discount since the rooms remained unoccupied. Having concealed ourselves in the mountains for several days without the means to bathe, I deemed it prudent to secure 2 rooms, one for Manager Zhang and Yunzhou, and the other for myself and Yunanxiang. This arrangement would allow Manager Zhang to assist Yunzhou with bathing, while it would also be convenient for Yunanxiang and me. The innkeeper was quite the conversationalist, perhaps wearied by the lack of patrons in recent days. He bustled around us, incessantly chattering. He posed no inquiries but rather spoke at length, primarily expressing his grievances about the poor business and the chaos of recent times. I scrutinized the tea, alcohol, and dishes he served, finding them all satisfactory. He recounted that ever since the incident in Yuan City, his small establishment had suffered a dearth of customers. Before the commencement of the martial arts conference, he had added several beds, with guests arriving daily, leaving him no space to accommodate them. Now, however, not a soul graced his inn, and the future remained uncertain. I deliberately mentioned that many merchants had fled the city, lacking a place to stay, and would likely seek lodging. The proprietor sighed and remarked, "You may not be aware, but there exists a grand inn located several miles away at Frostleaf Lake, boasting nearly 100 guest rooms. Traveling merchants do not mind traversing those extra miles, as the accommodations there are far superior. My humble establishment has been in operation for over a decade, and while I once had a number of regular patrons, they have all flocked to that inn, leaving my business unable to sustain itself. Alas, you have arrived at an opportune moment. My little shop shall close its doors tomorrow. It seems fate has brought us together, and today as food and drink shall be on me. Please, enjoy." Indeed. Near the inn's counter, there were neatly packed bags, which I initially assumed belonged to guests, only to discover they were the proprietoress. Manager Zhang called the owner over, engaging him in conversation and inviting him to join us for a drink. The 2 men, of similar age, spoke in a leisurely manner. I sat beside Yunyanxiang, facing Yunzhou, while Manager Zhang and the owner were seated across from one another, facilitating their dialogue. I had never witnessed Manager Zhang indulge in alcohol. Even when offered free drinks at the inn owned by the proprietor's wife, he had abstained. Today, however, he took the initiative to raise his glass and engage the owner in conversation over drinks, leading me to suspect he sought to extract information. As anticipated, as the rounds of drinks progressed, their conversation expanded in scope. The owner initially lamented his struggles over the past 3 years, revealing that he could no longer sustain his business, unable even to pay his employees' wages, forcing him to let them go and manage the shop alone. Unexpectedly, Yuan City had suffered a calamity, scaring away all the guests. Those who fled Yuan City sought refuge at the Frostleaf Lake Inn, but no one dared to stay at his establishment. "Why is that?" Manager Zhang inquired. "My friend, you are unaware. My little shop lacks any backing. Who would dare to come here? The Frostleaf Inn is nestled against a grand tree, a sanctuary for weary travelers, where none dare to capture individuals before their watchful eyes." "Oh, a grand tree? Could it belong to the realm of the Martial Arts Alliance? Pray you jest." "The Martial Arts Alliance has suffered grievously, struggling for its own survival, let alone concerning itself with others. Might it be a venture of the Celestial Palace?" "The Celestial Palace? Were it not for the recent upheaval, who in the martial world would even recognize their name? If that is not the case, forgive my ignorance, for I cannot fathom which sect or faction possesses such formidable power." "The frosty cold Thousand Lakes, the Han family." "Is it the Han family among the 4 great families of the martial world?" "Indeed, they carry considerable weight, do they not?" "Quite so. Our humble establishment is hardly a match for them. Sustaining ourselves for 3 years has already pushed our limits, and if we do not depart soon, we shall be unable to safeguard our capital. My brother, is this inn for sale? Who would desire it? The Frostleaf Inn offers food, drink, and entertainment, lacking for nothing. In this place, engaging in any trade seems inappropriate. It simply cannot be sold. This quaint inn is indeed situated far from the official road, devoid of nearby villages, rendering it unsuitable for any viable business venture. The official road to the kingdom of Jiushuang was constructed 5 years ago. Prior to that, this area was only accessible via mountain paths, frequented mainly by merchants journeying to the mountains to procure goods. At that time, this inn was the sole establishment along the obligatory route. However, Since the completion of the official road 5 years ago, the number of travelers along these mountain paths has dwindled significantly. Moreover, a large inn has opened several miles away, with a well-paved stone road connecting the official road to the inn, facilitating both foot and vehicle traffic. Consequently, the business of this small inn has naturally declined. Dear brother, I must confess that our family has come here seeking refuge with relatives, only to discover upon arrival that they have long since moved away, leaving us without a place to stay. Our hometown has suffered a calamity, resulting in the destruction of the entire village. If you truly decide to part with this quaint establishment, I implore you to sell it to me, so that my family may have a shelter. Upon hearing these words from Manager Zhang, the proprietor was so overwhelmed with emotion that he spilled his drink. I glanced at Manager Zhang, who offered no dissent, and continued my meal. This secluded little shop, overlooked by all, serves as an ideal sanctuary. In his excitement, Boss Yu eagerly began showing Manager Zhang around the premises. Though modest in size, he cherished the shop dearly, revealing that every table and chair had been crafted by his own hands. Should Manager Zhang be inclined to take over this establishment, all items within would be gifted without charge. After the initial joy, concern began to creep in. After all, the business had dwindled, and we were left pondering how we would sustain ourselves. Manager Zhang reassured him, suggesting we could open a shop selling mountain goods, venture into the hills to gather supplies, and perhaps even cultivate the land and raise chickens, ensuring a sustainable livelihood. Boss Yu found this proposition reasonable and subsequently signed a contract with Manager Zhang. The latter presented his portion of silver coins, a fitting arrangement for the head of the family to purchase the property. With a cheerful disposition, Boss Yu departed, and as his vehicle receded into the distance, Moon Nanxiang tugged at my sleeve, her curiosity piqued. Sister, why does that uncle resemble our aunt? He must have come from some palace, a eunuch perhaps. As he bears no beard, his skin fair and delicate, and his demeanor somewhat feminine. Just as Moon Nanxiang was about to inquire further, Manager Zhang promptly interrupted, urging her to select a room to serve as her bedroom. Moreover, based on my observations regarding his physical attributes, it is evident that his identity as a eunuch is indeed accurate. However, it is perplexing how he could have possibly left the palace, given that eunuchs are typically bound to a lifetime of servitude. Master Zhang diverted Yu Nanxiang's attention, and then he shouldered the basket I had purchased, preparing to venture into town for supplies. Boss Yu had left a box of garments for Master Zhang. Although the attire was not of the latest fashion, the fabric was undeniably fine. Residing in the wilderness and engaged in manual labor daily, he had been reluctant to don such clothing. Now, with his frail physique and stooped posture, these clothes no longer fit him. Upon trying them on, Boss Yu found them to be a perfect fit, and he set off to the town with the basket, procuring various fabrics, grains, and vegetable seeds. Master Zhang, however, appeared puzzled and retorted, Aren't you the one seeking a place to live in seclusion? I sighed and replied, This location hardly qualifies as secluded. Master Zhang chuckled. Seclusion does not merely reside in deep mountains or dense forests. A forgotten place can also embody a form of isolation. I shook my head, knowing he was unaware of the potential future events and the severity of the situation that may arise. While it is feasible to settle here temporarily, a prolonged stay would be ill-advised. There are several villages in the nearby mountains and a large and populated with people a few miles away. Currently, it may seem forgotten, but when famine spreads, the crops we cultivate and the chickens we raise will be no exception to the ravages of scarcity. Famine. Master Zhang indeed looked bewildered. There are certain matters I cannot ascertain at present. I can only speculate the general direction. It is wiser for us to proceed with caution and make adequate preparations rather than face a reality of destitution when calamity strikes. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Chief Zhang retrieved rice flour, carefully packaged the seeds, and placed them among my collection of agricultural texts. Moon South Fragrance set her luggage down in the room she had chosen and called Yunshou to play in the storeroom. They rummaged through the items in the storeroom, sifting through the belongings left behind by customers. Boss Yu contemplated the tags attached to the items, which bore not only names and room numbers, but also dates. Aside from a cloth bag, the rest of the items had been stored for several years. Yet, Boss Yu continued to safeguard them, not even discarding a pair of cloth shoes. Oddly enough, hadn't the boss mentioned that there had been no recent guests? Moon South Fragrance emerged, holding a leather bag and pointing to the date on the tag for me to see. I felt a sudden pang of anxiety as I feigned nonchalance while accepting the leather bag. Moon South Fragrance, eager to see its contents, was instructed to continue searching through the pile of lost items for anything of value. Once she was distracted, I took the leather bag to the backyard, to a secluded spot. I untied the leather string and uncovered a round object. At its center, a movable orb. There was no need for further examination. This was indeed the legendary four-square mirror. The date recorded by Boss Yu coincided with the nights the mirror thief and his companion had stayed here. Such an important artifact could not merely have been left behind by the thief. He must have been too fearful to carry the mirror with him. Knowing the boss had a habit of storing items for guests, and thus deliberately abandoned it here. My heavens! Could it be that I am the destined possessor of the mirror? The official road has been repaired for several years, and my modest shop is far from it. Boss Yu has seen hardly any guests in the past 3 years. Who would have imagined that the mirror lay hidden here? I have encountered illustrations of the very mirror in ancient texts, the patterns on its reverse, the rotatable beads, even the colors of the beads, all aligning perfectly. This is a legendary accursed object. While I have never witnessed an instance of its purported soul-stealing ability, I dare not gaze upon its front. Leaving an evil artifact that requires suppression unattended is precarious. Who knows if the recent calamity in the martial world was caused by its siphoning away the good fortune of Yuanqing. Even the celestial emperor, who should have been the victor, lost his beloved after his triumph and was driven to utter madness. The more I contemplate it, the more ominous it seems. I prefer to err on the side of caution in such matters. I sat on a stone block in the backyard, earnestly delving into the original owner's memories, seeking a method to seal the mirror. She had perused all kinds of ancient books, especially those of the oddities variety, and had memorized many related records. Civilizations have been born on this continent for thousands of years, and there are myths and legends from even earlier times. For instance, the world is said to have been poured out from a vessel of all things, a chaotic void from which the gods poured forth elements to form land, mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. The last to be poured from the vessel were the biological elements, which self-assembled into beasts, birds, fish, insects, and humans. The first humans to self-assemble were the progenitors of this world, a total of 144 individuals, 72 of each gender. The world has 6 continents, and the men and women paired off into 6 teams, each heading to a different continent. They multiplied and thrived on their respective continents. Initially, each pair would bear more than a dozen children. At that time, the survival rate of infants was 100%, at least. There is no word for or concept of infant mortality in the legends. Children did not die young, and all elders passed away peacefully in their old age. Chapter 76. The disappearance of the precious mirror in those times. The bottle of all things was revered as a sacred artifact, safeguarded upon a remote island. Each year, leaders from various continents would gather on this isle to commemorate the birth of the world. However, a millennium later, the descendants of the progenitors developed a possessive desire for the bottle. Thus, the very first war in this realm erupted, culminating in the shattering of the bottle during the fierce struggle. The fragments, irreparable, became a testament to humanity's unyielding greed. Even the shards were coveted. Little did they anticipate that the shattered bottle would spontaneously reassemble, transforming into the square mirror that now resides in my pocket. Soon, it became evident that wherever this mirror appeared, calamity followed, afflicting all 6 continents without exception. Consequently, the 6 leaders convened once more, deciding to confine it within the ethereal peaks of Yaoyue. With the chaos of the square mirror subdued, human conflict did not cease. The continent known as Pingxi underwent its own cycles of division and unity, ultimately resulting in the present state where 4 nations each hold dominion over their territories. As I carry this ominous object in my pocket, the state of the world remains uncertain. Yet I am increasingly concerned about its potential adverse effects on the 4 of us. Reflecting on Boss Yu, who has safeguarded the square mirror for some time now, without any apparent misfortune befalling him, I ponder that the decline of his shop's business is not attributable to the mirror's presence. I have resolved to keep this matter concealed from Chief Zhang and the others for the time being. Fortunately, Yu Naxiang has become preoccupied with other matters and has refrained from mentioning the item she entrusted to me. She has discovered a small garden outside the inn, where vegetables are cultivated, enclosed by a fence adorned with beautiful flowers. At present, she embodies the innocence of a child. Having entirely forgotten the knowledge and common sense of adulthood, Chief Zhang patiently accompanied her, elucidating the names of the vegetables in the garden. The small inn consisted of 6 bedrooms, 1 for the proprietor, 1 for the attendant, and 4 designated for guests. Chief Zhang assigned me the proprietor's room while he took the attendant's. Yun Zhou, adhering to his habitual practice, chose to stay with me, never entering the surplus rooms. Wherever my luggage was, he remained, Chief Zhang was not entirely aware of the nature of my relationship with Yunzhou, so upon witnessing Yunzhou's effortless entrance into my room, he presumed us to be a genuine couple. Little did he know that Yunzhou would sprawl across the soul bed, leaving no space for me, as he tacitly assumed that I did not intend to sleep on the bed, which he considered solely his. After days of arduous travel across mountains, we found respite and, having settled in, refrained from any further activities, choosing instead to dine and retire early to replenish our strength and sleep. In the mountains, their slumber was frequently disturbed, particularly for Yunanxiang, who would awaken at the slightest sound from animals. Having finally located a temporary refuge, the most pressing concern was to catch up on sleep. As twilight descended, they retired early while I remained seated, practicing my skills amidst the tranquil forest, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of birds and the rustling of insects, all harmonizing with nature's symphony. The three of them slumbered soundly until the sun was high in the sky, and by noon, I ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meal. Yunanxiang, having regained her energy and spirit, was filled with curiosity and tugged at Chief Zhang, inquiring about the Grand Inn and the allure of Frostleaf Lake. She was eager to know if she could pay a visit, having been intrigued by the many tales shared by Boss Yu about the enchanting Frostleaf Lake. The locale was already a tourist attraction, further enhanced by the construction of a grand hotel boasting hundreds of chambers, veritably a five-star establishment of palatial proportions in this era. Such opulence might be a rare sight even among various nations. The pavilion of a myriad fragrances certainly did not possess so many rooms. My curiosity was piqued. Not unlike hers, the route I had chosen was relatively secluded, a tertiary thoroughfare connecting Yuancheng to Jiushuang Kingdom. Assuming a primary route sees 100 merchants daily, a secondary one would see 80. By that measure, this tertiary route would only see approximately 60 merchants, and not consistently. Furthermore, one must account for those who do not require lodging, at least having the number. Given the formerly arduous road conditions, the number of traveling merchants would be halved again. Thus, Proprietor Yu's humble establishment with its 4 chambers was adequate for the previous traffic. Even with the newly constructed road, the demand for lodging would hardly reach 100 souls daily. Moreover, the Frostleafen's rates are not inexpensive. The local populace would be disinclined to expend such funds. Willing to satiate Yunanxiang's inquisitiveness, head butler Zhang resolved to escort her to witness this spectacle. I cautioned them to observe, but to conceal our identities. Head butler Zhang reassured me that he and Yunanxiang would venture forth in disguise. During his last visit to town, he had already procured the necessary accoutrements for such a charade. After an extended period of preparation within their chambers, they emerged, and I confess I did not recognize them. Head butler Zhang had transformed